Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Tiebreaker Day. It's going to be the last day of Western Europe Winter Tour, and we have not only some amazing Dota in store, but we have an amazing panel. That's right. It from best to worst goes Lizard, T-Gub, and then this random guy in the middle. How are you, Quinn?
I'm pretty good. You know, the street was a little cold. They said they needed a third person. So they dragged me in. And
yeah, actually, no one wanted to work with me, and so we just had to wrangle in someone new. So I'm glad you stepped up to the plate, Quinn.
I mean, I came begrudgingly, but I'm here, I suppose. So.
We dragged him here, but how are you two feeling on the end, Team Lizard?
Yeah, feeling great. Walked down the street, saw Quinn, put him on my back, got him here.
Carried him here.
Yeah,
we can debate about the willingness of the affair, but
yeah, I was gonna say normally when you qualify for a major, you then don't go to the panel. You continue playing, and then it's normally if you don't qualify, then you do the panel. So I'm a bit confused right now with your presence here. But if they did, if you're in fruition, then fair enough.
I'm subverting expectations. You know, you can switch things around sometimes.
Yeah.
He's different. He ended up second, right? So he can now feel good talking about these teams playing,
yeah,
right?
true,
That's
Yeah. So could you just tell us all of Gaming Gladiator's strats?
No. What I can tell you, though, is that Skitter was playing Lena earlier today, and he was 11 and 11 in a pub.
11 and 11.
Okay.
So let that tell you what it will.
Information for whatever you want.
That's like 11 kills, 11 deaths.
That is 11 kills and 11 deaths.
That's a lot of deaths.
He's
It
been
is.
trying it a lot.
Yeah.
He's been trying a lot. I think when he tried it last week, he had like 1 win out of like 5 games. So it's not his go-to for sure. It's a struggle bus.
Well, we can talk about, I guess, what's happened over the DPC with you, Quinn, in a little bit. For now, though, we're going to have a recap over what happened on Sunday. We only had one series there, but it decided what was going to happen today with tiebreakers. It was Nigma Galaxy up against Entity. It was a 2-0 towards Entity. This Nigma Galaxy was just not the team that we're used to seeing, T.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they had one good week, and then they gave us hope, and then they came this series, and they kind of swiped it away quite quickly. I think the Game 2 draft was one of the weakest drafts that we've seen in the DPC. Wasn't that stable against the Entity aggression, but anyway, it's all about Game 1, isn't it? So yeah, Entity, I think Pangolier and Stormstormer, probably one of the biggest heroes of the region, and just that counter-aggression against Broodmother stalled out the game long enough for Entity just to crush them in the big team fights.
In your eyes, Quinn, is this how you expected the series to go, a 2-0 towards Entity?
Yeah, after I saw how the drafts and gameplay started panning out. Yeah, I mean, I was watching Game 2, and I unironically fell asleep, so... That's,
that's true. I did actually get sent a video of you asleep watching you.
Yeah, so that's not a testament to the gameplay in this couple of games. I don't know what is.
That's a bit rough from you. Your eyes, Lizard. Was it a little bit more exciting, a little bit more engaging than what Quinn found it?
Well, I didn't fall asleep. I was on the panel. I had to watch the games. But I
You always have a job, you know, Quinn. Not always get to just nap.
Exactly, but I would have watched them anyway. They were quite cool. I think the way Entity played in Game 1 was a treat to watch. Game 2 perhaps a little bit too one-sided. Nigma didn't really offer a lot. Like, look at the score only in this game, 5-40. It didn't feel great if you're a Nigma fan, but at least it feels better than if you're a Secret fan, so they're still in it.
How would you rate Entity's chances in these tiebreakers then, T, after seeing them yesterday?
I'd honestly put them in the top 2. I think they should be qualifying for the major, just because the trajectory of the DPC has just been improvements, whilst other teams have honestly been going the opposite direction as each week progressed. So I think if Stormstormer can play like he did yesterday, I would be surprised if they weren't able to claw out a spot at the major.
So then who's getting squeezed out?
Already the hard question. No, I said yesterday, I think Tundra, the team that needs to step up the most today, I think they have not looked the best as each week has progressed. They have kind of done the same thing at TI and not developed it, unlike other teams. So yeah, just like I said yesterday, with confidence, I'll say it again.
Yeah.
When trying to get me to...
Tundra's getting squeezed.
Yeah, getting squeezed hard on the panel. But no, I think, yeah, Tundra, they need to step up the most out of the 3 teams here.
Well, with yesterday's series concluded, the leaderboard has shaped up to look like this. Liquid out there on first. Gaming Gladiators, that random team, coming in second there. Entity, OG, Tundra tying, which is why we have our tiebreakers today. Nigma Galaxy securing themselves to stay in Division 1, while Into the Breach and Secret, unfortunately, will be going down to Division 2. So let's have a look at today's schedule. Let's see these tiebreakers, because it is going to start out with Tundra versus OG. The second series is going to be the winner of Tundra OG versus Entity, and then the loser of Tundra and OG versus Entity at the end of today. All three series, all three games are going to be played out. They have to be, because we need not only the 2 people going to the major, but we need the clear rankings for DPC points. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, those DPC points can be quite important.
Yes. There's also, $10 up for grabs here or there between 4th and 5th. So
A tenner.
yeah, a
Hey.
tenner.
It could go a long way. You could get something, dinner.
Everybody could use a Macca's now and then,
Like
I have
Tesco
no-
meal deals, yeah. If you're in England, that's a cheeky lunch for 3 days. It's great.
That's a Nando's right there.
yeah, damn, yeah. Let's go.
It's a good meal. Well, let's have a chat about OG and Tundra. I'm obviously going to throw this one to you, Quinn, because you've got a lot of, I guess, inside information on how you see the way that these two teams play, which one you think has really stepped up over the DPC, and which of the two are you a little bit worried about in the series?
I mean, I think the sort of like T said, I think the worry is definitely on Tundra that they can recover. I mean, I talked to Neta in the airport. We were on the same flight back to Romania, and I think he was saying that like they feel fine. That there's a bit rough and there's some like hero issues and stuff, but that they felt pretty confident and they just needed to reset a little bit and like refocus. I think they may shift their hero priority slightly, so we may see them going in. I mean, there's something interesting about the two teams is that they have very different hero pools, so like there's not going to be that much crossover, I think. So the bans may be like very specified at one team or the other. So I mean, we'll see, but I think Tundra definitely needs to clean things up a little bit.
The last time these two teams faced off, it was Tundra winning against OG and a 2-0, but you had to take it with a grain of salt because it was the first day of DPC, Lizard.
Yeah, it was the first day of DPC, and if I remember correctly, OG tried to lean at them, and it didn't work.
Yeah, they also tried the tri-lane. That was something that they were running at the time.
So for me, it's peculiar
Poor
because
TM, yeah.
Tundra obviously already figured out the meta at the beginning of the season. Like they already knew ways of dealing with the Lina, and some other teams you could notice try to copy them here and there unsuccessfully. Everyone was seemingly losing to Alina, just not Tundra.
Yeah.
However, what happened? How did they drop the ball so heavily in the middle of the season?
I mean, I think everyone, in terms of the Lina, I think everyone figured out you just pick the freaking stupid tree walking man, and then the Lina gets a lot stronger. So now there's some tree and fire lady combination going on, which is a little bit harder to deal with.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of like Tundra in the mid season, I think there's just a lot of heroes right now that are very popular. They don't really play. They don't prioritize Furion. They don't play Lina. There's another hero I'm not thinking of. I suppose we play Lash, and they don't really play Lash. But there's like
Tusk as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they play Tusk mid, but I don't know. It's just weird. They are in sort of a funk right now, so maybe like some Rickies and stuff go through, and that helps them a little bit more this series because it's like more their comfort.
This was the series that they played on that first day, and it's kind of funny to look back, seeing OG's drafts, what they had and what we see in the meta now. I know in the second game of this Tundra OG series as well, Tundra got their hands on Brood, something now that a lot of people are just straight up first phase banning.
Yeah, I feel like, at least for this series, I think it's the only one where we have the 3 tiebreaker teams that happened on week 1. The other matchups, they all happened in week 3. So the meta and the drafts that we see from the later games in this tiebreaker will be with kind of updated meta. And for this entry to the series, like we have to really see the development of OG and Tundra. And I would be surprised if we see the same drafts because, again,
Yeah.
like Lina was uncontested, or at least for OG it was a second phase hero, but then they got spected against it. And then since then, they're now picking, as you see here on the drafts, like this is the Lina game from OG. It's a second phase Lina. They pick it blind, allowing a Spectre. Nowadays, it's a first phase hero for them. Obviously, they're covering it with bans, picking on 5 or 8, right? So I think this is a hard series to really look at because they've changed a lot.
Yeah. I mean, the Enigma ban as well, that was something that was always so intriguing for the first little bit of DPC. Now that hero is just pretty much ignored.
Yeah, there's a big boy Doom as well there by OG banned out in the first as the first ban from them actually.
Yeah.
So not something that we see very often any longer.
You talk about Enigma though, sorry.
Yeah.
33. He's played 9 Enigma games in the last week. And also, he's played 7 Alchemist games in the last week. If you're going into a best of 1 against Tundra...
Alchemist Factory once again.
Yep, it's the offlane Alchemist. He goes for the Radiance, he plays carry from the offlane, and he's not done it at all in the DPC. It's something he did last year to surprise a couple of teams. And if you're going up against a best of 1 for a major, you might want to lean on that to help you through it. So
Yeah.
OG need to be mindful of this.
Okay, Quinn, if you were to have to go up against a team that you faced off in like the first few days of DPC, and it was a best of 1, how would you adapt, and 2, would you just pull out cheese?
I mean, cheese is always interesting because you can try to force it, but oftentimes you have to wait for the cheese.
Husker.
Oftentimes you have to wait for like the cheese to come to you can't run into the trap and try and force it. You'll
Right.
get your hand caught, so you need to wait, and the cheese will come to you.
Like last week, Husker?
Like last week, Husker. Yeah. Ooh.
It's
Okay.
that one moment of brilliance at the end of the draft, right?
Yeah, they left the trap open. And
Yeah.
woo, and then you got it.
Okay.
But I mean, I think in terms of without the cheese, I think Tundra may try and up the priority in some of their heroes. We see Naga banned like literally every single game second phase, so maybe there's a world where Tundra yoinks that hero first phase because both teams prioritize it, and they try and like, you know, if they're looking at like different like later phase heroes for Netta, because you know his Wraith Pact heroes have been nerfed, so it's harder to first phase these Visages and stuff. Brood's banned every game. Maybe they bump up the priority on a Naga, so Netta can get a later phase hero.
Yeah, something that Nigma has been doing, right? Like they've been picking GH Naga very early on, so if it's flexible, they can do it.
Outside of draft, I don't know if this comes across as a spicy question. It's not really supposed to, but who do you think has been struggling the most in both teams, Tundra and OG, when it comes to executing or doing well in laning phase?
I think Tundra, at least in the last couple series, has defaulted to skipping waves after they haven't had a successful laning phase, but that is a product of their drafts, not allowing them to get into laning phase that strong. And I think on OG on the other side, they are just like the weird team that has tenacity that will always try and take that fight, even if they can't win it, they'll give it a go. So I think, yeah, playstyle-wise, it's going to be offense versus defense. Just Tundra's defense hasn't really been working that well, if you want to simplify it as that far.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare like this Tundra to prior Tundra, like in the past, their offlane is like absolutely fearsome. Like they just crush their lane every game, and it sort of sets the tempo for this team. And if you look at recently, that just hasn't been as much of the case. The lanes have been like drawing or even losing like quite badly some games. So I think there's a lot of like sort of question marks about this series. You go in and you wonder, is Tundra's laning going to be how it was like the old Tundra, the fearsome monk-ass that is coming with the spiders and the zoo, you know? Or is it like, okay, they're pulling waves, we're chilling, hanging out, you know? So I think there's like, which Tundra is it going to be?
I mean, there's also OG, right, for this exact same question that you guys are going to answer now.
Are they going to try lane?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, has DM really struggled? Do you think that...
At the beginning, maybe. Like, at the beginning of the season, it didn't look that great. Like, DM was sacked quite a lot. It looked like for OG members, you get a new guy and you just kind of isolate him. Yeah, you do you. We're going to play the game.
The hazing, don't forget.
Yeah,
it was,
exactly. It was the hazing. Yeah, let's see how well you do if you get no help whatsoever. But I think they adapted really well. I think their lanes are looking much better than before, and I feel that they have adapted also in a way in which they're drafting heroes that have potential to be more active early on. Like we've seen the TA on the safe lane, we've seen them crush some lanes.
I mean, the last 2 times that we saw OG play, they did lose. It went to 3 games, and it was against Nigma Galaxy and Liquid. So one of them sort of makes sense. A lot of people would have expected them to lose to Liquid, but the Nigma Galaxy series, OG losing to, they just weren't really able to bounce back, in my eyes at least.
Yeah, I mean, that is not a series you want to lose to. You look at Nigma being like 0-5 at the time or something, and you drop a series to them in a pretty, you know, like honestly not even that great of a fashion. Like Nigma kind of slapped them a little bit. Yep. And so I mean, you look at both teams sort of like this waffling trajectory toward the ends of the season, you know, sort of like a little bit right at the end, right at the finish line, which is, you know, so you wonder like, is the continuing, you know, are they still stuck in this trip, or have they picked themselves up and, you know, walking, you know, in a normal stride again?
So
another question. Then we heard a lot from OG about how they sort of don't mind not being in that bootcamp environment, and that it's brought out a lot of things for themselves in terms of structure and discipline. In your eyes, do you think Gaming Gladiators would have been able to do as well as you did if you guys didn't bootcamp?
I don't.
Like, how much impact is bootcamping for you?
I mean, I think there's a lot of value in the interpersonal aspects and getting to, like, I don't know, you're around your teammates more. You get to, like, laugh and chill and, like, you know, joke and stuff. And I feel like it's hard to do that online because people are more likely to sign off or, you know, go watch YouTube videos or whatever, right? Whereas you're in person, it's a little weird to, like, your team's talking and you're like, YouTube, you know? So,
you still did that, though, didn't you?
I mean,
let's get
professional here. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty valuable. And I think there's always, you know, you can argue some, like, personal differences and stuff, but I feel generally bootcamping is pretty good.
And do you think that, like, having those personal things, being in person, helped you guys not have that fumbling as much as we might be seeing OG doing now?
I think so. I think there was an aura of, like, we've got this in the room. And I think through internet cables, there's less of an aura, you know? It's not quite the same. I
mean, you're not sharing, like, meals together. Like, in any downtime, you mentioned, like, going off. Like, if you walk outside and you're trying to, like, you know, take away that stress, you just say that one sentence. That sentence could be like the eureka moment of like how to play the next game or how to draft or something, and you don't get that when you're online. So I think bootcamp is, there's no different, like you can't factor them in. It's like,
and it was pretty chill for you guys as well, right? Like with the bootcamp.
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, we're you know, we're just chilling. We'll play some games, you know, losing some games here and there, but you know, you you come back and you're in person. It's easier to fix things and manage things. You know, get the ball rolling again, which is the pros of it.
Yeah. Did you enjoy it being shorter as well, only 3 weeks?
Yes. Holy gracious! If it was 6 weeks, I would have lost my mind. I can't believe it was 6 weeks before. That's crazy.
I can't believe your reaction to it because, like, obviously you played the 6-week DPC from NA. Like, you guys didn't boot camp when you were on.
Yeah, through boot camping. Oh.
So yeah, you're like, okay, I couldn't do 6 weeks of boot camp.
No, we were talking about it after it finished. Like, I turned to Ace and I'm like, I can't believe this would be halfway. And he was like, oh, you're right. That's insane.
You played like 3 best of 3s, by the way. You're like, yep, okay, can't wait for my 4th one in week 4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to order from the same restaurant again. I'm going to lose my mind. So.
Was it nice to have that fast-tracked pace as well of trying to find solutions to meta picks and then counteracts to counteracting picks and...
Yeah, I think it makes it feel more like a tournament, which is what you want, right? Like, that's what's the most fun in Dota is you're playing tournaments and things are evolving and adapting, and it's like a competition, you know? It's not like, I don't know, just something elongated forever thing where you're just stretched out to all the Aeons playing these matches once a week, you know?
I mean, Tundra would have had time to learn Lina, right? If it was a 6-week league, by
True.
week 2 or 3, they'd had maybe their 2 early wins. Teams would beat them on week 3. They'd then have all that time. So the shorter weeks, they punish the teams that have prior success.
Well, we'll see if Tundra go for that Lina here in game 1. I say game 1 draft, the only game potentially.
Best of 1!
Game
The
one
best of 1. Best of 1. Tiebreakers, best of 1s, OG Tundra. They're going to have to pull out all stops for this one. And yeah, they do.
Here it is.
Lina
that
straight up
was-
for Tundra. But they banned out the tree.
That's true. And there's the Naga rushed up, but on the other side,
But there's what Clock, there's Undying left in the pool, right? For a similar option to that Treant Protector.
there's even something like the 5 Sven that like Aster has played in China some, or is more popular in other regions a little bit. So, I mean, you wonder what they're going to choose here. Tundra is more typically this like CM, this Shadow Demon, this Potom for 5 type of thing, which is not generally what pairs the best with Lina. So, you know, clearly they had something in mind here. They were going to ban the tree, so they're not going to have the tree themselves. So
Yeah.
they have some support hero in mind that we're going to pair with this Lina, because this is like a very,
But
you know,
why ban the tree if you're picking Lina? If you have first phase and you're
I
picking
guess you don't
Lina-
want OG to pick it up.
Yeah, but
Because they get the back
I feel like it's the best with Lina when paired with her.
it is, but I also think there's maybe even an element of PTSD. Like, Tundra has lost a lot of games with this tree where he's just sitting under the tower and their map is squeezed, and they're like, I would like to move out, but tree says no because third spell is stupid.
Yeah, I just exist, and you don't even match grasp anymore. It's like 1 point, so it's like 2-point leech all the way into living armor. Yeah, I can see maybe why they ban it out. But Tundra already locking in their pos 1 and 2 straight off the bat.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a little bit surprising to see just both pos 1s. Look, the Naga is maybe question mark. We'll see how much OG's taking out of Enigma Galaxy's handbook, but it's most likely going to be pos 1. And yet we still see the Rubik, the Ricky, the Tusks, the Tinies still in the pool.
They got the cores, and honestly, I'm happy with this because
Really?
the cores that they've been getting lately, for me at least, were just not working out. They were saving these picks for the last 2. And what did they get? They would get like a CK that sometimes had success, but never felt, at least to me, that it was doing too much. A Medusa as well.
Yeah.
But right now, when you look at these 2, Zone
Yes.
and Pango, definitely one of the best heroes on the mid lane for them.
I mean, comfort-wise as well, I think the Pango covers the Lina against the Naga anyways, because when Naga actually songs and wants to get on top, you know, Pango, he can go Maelstrom, Ags, Bash, or whatever. He clears out these illusions, so he's protecting what the counter of Naga to Lina is as well. So those in tandem will force OG to maybe think about, do they want to put the Naga on core? Do they need to flex it away? It's not an immediate, haha, we now have our carry matchup. It's a little bit more thinking now in the draft just because of the Pangolier.
You talked about how there was going to be a priority shift, Quinn, in terms of who's picking up what hero first. Did you think it was going to be this much for Tundra, that they would 1 and 2 straight off the bat?
I did not, but I do think the Pango is a good adaptation. We talked about like Tree, Sven. Like, you want more of this melee boy in sort of in the first phase with Lina, so your draft is like structured and you can move forward in sort of like pairs and picking things in more of a segmented way. So if you have this Pango, now suddenly you have the melee boy, you have the Chad who's going to go in for the Lina, who's going to sit back and throw stupid fireballs. So now like you've got like that structure thing, and you can go into second phase and pick your offlaner and your 4. And it's more of like just an individual pair that can function for their lane and what it looks like for their game, and you already have more draft integrity and like structure in your first phase, which is like nice to have.
For OG, this means that one of them has to be a core, right? Because we've seen Sonaga and Snap, they've played the Snap on the mid lane. They played the Snap as a support.
And also offlane as well.
Yeah,
and
DMs
offlane.
played it.
So do you guys think that this is like, what are your feelings? Is Naga position 1 here, or do you just wait until the end, see how the game is, see the drafts out, and then decide where she's going?
I think it's probably going to end up being Naga carry. Yuragi is kind of addicted to that hero. If you ever see his like pub page, there's always Naga in the #1 slot.
Yep.
Well, then how do you feel about a Snap Hood lane?
It's probably going to be
Oh,
Hood
Shaker.
5 in this scenario.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that probably ends up the most likely. It's also possible they lane things that way. I don't know how this lane go. It could also be Shaker 5, so there's still some question marks in terms of like where the supports are. Okay, wow, I was straight up wrong. It's Ursa carry.
They just get Ursa into the Doom, right?
Yep.
You reposition the Naga on 4, put Snap on offlane.
Yep, and then now Hood 5 with your Ursa. Yeah, they have a way to enable the Snap in side lane because the lane will always be in front of Snap's tower. You have Hoodwink Ursa, which is an aggressive lane. Earthshaker, sure, you can keep the lane near your tower, but there will be opportunities to get kills from OG, and in all lanes, honestly. So yeah, Tundra, once again, it feels like they're, other than the Pangolier, everything else is just hit creeps, push lanes, get some items, then play Dota. While OG, it's like you get a mech on the Snap, one item on your heroes, you want to look for a little bit more of a scuffle.
I mean, I do think there is something interesting about this Doom Ursa matchup. Conventionally, you'd think Ursa pretty good against Doom. You slap him, you press R, and he doesn't want to press R. But I think this is the type of matchup Tundra is very comfortable in lane. They're going to pick a ranged support last to go with his Doom most likely, and that's the lane that like Neta has played a million times. He's going to nerd out on the item builds. They know like when to pull the waves. It's more of a lane they're actually going to play as opposed to just like chain pulling waves and sacking the lane. So if I look at this, even while conventionally you may say Ursa is good against Doom, I think this is an environment that Tundra is very comfortable with. This is much more of a them draft with this likely ranged 4 coming last than I think you'd see in some of the more recent games.
But look at the ban.
Yeah, they're respecting this position 4 Doom potentially.
Oh, interesting.
And it's like, I think what you're mentioning a ranged hero, Tundra can easily go for, let's say, like a Dark Willow on 4. They could still go for like the Visage off lane, but just something to equally apply pressure behind it. And I think if you're OG, just block some camps. Don't give them that Harpy creep. Don't allow this Doom to buy mana boots and actually just spam the lane out. Don't win a lane on RNG. So
I know you guys are looking at the lanes themselves, and sure, Neta can outplay. He knows the matchup. My problem is OG's draft just looks way more active afterwards. They don't need a ton, and they will be fighting you. Meanwhile, you have a Shaker waiting for a dagger. You have a Doom farming up, right? Whatever he goes for, BKB, Blink, maybe even a Midas that we've seen recently. Hopefully not, but
I think it's mainly
that mid game is a problem.
kind of. I think Pangolier offsets all of that because
Just one Pango?
yeah, because OG, it's like Ursa needs to buy Battle Fury +1. Naga is a support, so you just buy mech, you don't do damage. So all your damage right now is Hoodwink, Snap, plus some active mid laner. So I think Pango can honestly outplay 2-3 heroes by himself, just with a good swash, Rolling Thunder, playing in the right areas, which allows the time to come online. So I think BZM has a little bit of work to do to get that momentum going for OG if they want to play that way.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how things shape up in the last, phase of heroes. I think Tundra's a team who likes to play on their side and more of a, like, we protect our woods. We have some structure to, like, the way we're playing the map. We don't, like, overplay things too much. We're not going too psycho mode. Like, we have a lot of people who want to farm. And so if you look at OG's heroes, they're not the easiest heroes to just run and run in and invade. They have a lot of like, we need to land a bushwhack or we need to like cookie a guy in some weird way. And Pango functions very well in these like open spaces where you walk into him and he sees you and he gets to play from range with the guns and stuff. And
so is there something from mid lane that they can pick to alleviate that, like a puck or something similar?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the type of thing OG's looking at. Something that, can shut this down. Pango down some and help them, get into the space where they can invade the woods more and run at this Lina because we all know what Lina does. She's going to hit the woods really fast and get a bazillion gold.
Is this like, okay, pick your puck, we have a hex
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Pick your spirits.
I mean, it's
It's
lying
possible
against
there's
illusion
some
here as well.
preventative measure there.
Yeah, we've seen it against these Nagas as well. But again, it's support, so it's not really for that value. But for Ursa, when you're hit by surprise, you're not so tanky anymore. So I can see the line. It's mainly a hero that works because of how AFK Tundra wants to be with their heroes. If they're trying to be an ounce of aggressiveness, Lion's terrible. But because they're not really trying to do anything, Pango's going to push waves and they're going to wait to play this game. Lion will kind of feel good. And it's very
Pretty
good
good
against
versus
Ursa in
Naga
lane.
as well, right? Like versus the illusions.
Yeah,
later
sure.
on.
But in lane as well, like this Lion, it's super good against Ursa because you have Earthspike, you have Hex. You can never really get the right clicks onto this Doom. So it's a lane securer for sure.
Do we still feel that it's definitely going to be a mid laner for OG, that's the only real last pick hero that's going to bring a lot of their lineup together?
Yeah, Snap mid in this configuration is a bit wonky. Oh, it's the Coddle mid. He was practicing this in pubs. Interesting. Sumail is
playing it a lot too.
created a new meta.
Yeah. All right, well, both drafts finished then. Do you think Tundra are going to be able to delay the game, wait long enough to be able to come to their Lina?
I'm not sure. You're picking Kotl into a team that has 9 on it. It's gonna be rough.
The inventor.
The inventor.
That's
yeah.
true. You're trying to beat the master. I'm gonna go with my boys on Tundra and say they've revised their issues. They've come together. They've collected themselves. They're ready to clap some cheeks.
Yep.
Okay, all right. You guys all with Thunder as well then?
No, I'm with OG.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel that they've already defeated Alina. I feel that they have what it takes in that mid game to clap. Like,
What a soft clap. You're not really believing it.
Yeah,
are you?
they
come
told
on.
us they told us don't clap hard. It's just the way it is. Far away.
Good.
There you go.
That's good. I don't know if anyone heard it on stream, but that was good. That was a good
I
clap.
felt good. No, I think Tundra's got enough defensive heroes to actually secure their lanes to not get run over. And yeah, they'll be able to protect this Lina. So I'm leaning Tundra.
All right, well, this is our first matchup in these BO1's 3-way tiebreakers. OG Tundra. We're going to head on over to B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. It's time to start off the tiebreakers, and I guess the question is, well, who's going to clap them and who's going to hear the claps? And Lacoste, what are you thinking so far? A little bit different drafts from both these teams. Not something we've seen too much in the early goings of the season.
Yeah, OG, last pick, Keeper of the Light, what panel talked about. There was a slightly meta starting to change, you know, Keeper of the Light. I thought this was a dead hero until I saw Sumail play it, and looked really good. Like, in terms of itemization, you can go for, like, whatever team needs, whether that's, like, a 4-staff for yourself. We've seen some Aghanim Scepter early on being picked up. On the side of Tundra, they do have comfortable heroes. The new hero, actually, we have Position 5 Shaker, not the usual one, and there was some, like, heavy thinking coming into this one, you know, some counter picking. You pick Naga Siren, we pick Shaker, then they shift Naga to position 4. So I'm looking forward to this like Doom Lion lane, also a new hero, Lion, not the one that I expected, but they needed this range 4 to be paired up with Doom, something to stabilize the lane a bit, something that can't really just kill Ursa. And 33 on his Doom. Like, Doom has abysmal win rate. It started off in China, because China was the first region to start off with. At one point, Doom was sitting at 1-6. Later on, it started to get slightly better overall, but still not looking good. I'm going to check real quick. So he's sitting at... Oof, doesn't look too good. 35% win rate on Doom in all regions.
Yeah, I think it was that win we saw the other day, which was bumping that number up. I don't know if it ended up getting taken down, because I feel like I remember it being 38%. And then it must have gone down, but we did see a win on it recently. We'll see
if it was 38 and now it's 35, it went down. Yeah, you're really good at math, B-Cup.
I appreciate that, but it was 38 before the win, so I'm just saying there's losses that may have happened that we didn't exactly see throughout all the regions, and now we're going to see if 33 can work with this Doom. It's, as the numbers represent, very hit or miss. So
Mostly miss.
yeah.
Snaking taking a lot of damage here. We see some like different heroes. This is also something that teams started to play out more. Snapfire on the offlane, Snapfire as a core. We've seen even some mid Snapfires lately. Paired up with Naga Siren, I don't think I've seen this lane like ever. We've seen some like Snapfires a year ago. It was super popular in South America, but never picked up with Naga Siren. So you have, I'd say, like Naga 4 looks really good in terms of what she brings to a team fight. We've seen GH play it, where you go for mech, you get the shard. He was also the one like farming the jungle, especially if you're playing from ahead. That means that you can farm the... Oh, he's gonna get the courier.
Taking out those tangos too. Just to continue on your point about the Naga Siren, you know, if you are getting the mech, if you are going to the shard, you're trying to be that sustainer. You know, this is DM on the Snapfire. We've been seeing him play heroes like Death Prophet, Timber, and they've been going for Guardian Greaves, but now you're on a Snapfire, you're probably getting mech on the Naga. What's the build here for Snapfire?
I don't mind something like a 4-staff. We'll have to see, because like I don't think you can build something super cool on this position for Naga Siren, and we can see Taiga again manipulating the creep wave, dragging it. I think at one point this has to stop, and just don't be able to pull the creeps. We'll see. The next Dota patch probably going to be gigantic in terms of the changes, the gold to XP mechanic, the comeback as well. Looking forward to it, because making this new lane has been kind of a weird one, I would say, where you can just keep dragging it. You don't want to play the... Well, you got out drafted, but you know what? We'll make a lane for ourselves.
We've seen polls as far as taking the top lane creeps and bringing them all the way to the tier 2 mid, just to deny a creep wave from the mid laner. So, or from your opponent's mid laner. So it's interesting to see how these creeps have been manipulated, and maybe it's counting the last days on how much this is going to happen. But it's certainly cool to see some of the pulls that have been pulled off throughout the year. Taking a look over towards bottom, this is a matchup we're yet to talk about. And 33 on this Doom. He's got one of the Devour, one of the Scorched Earth, and right now working with that Chain Lightning. We've talked about that creep. That does a lot of damage when you picked up that Chain Lightning. It could be very annoying.
This matchup, Keeper of the Light against Pangolier, you need to bring some extra regen because you don't have a bottle, and we can see BZM bringing in those extra tangos, which does allow Pango to pick up the Water Rune and also play a bit more aggressive. He does have a full combo, but BZM, let's see, if he tries to burst him, he knows that he doesn't have enough. Maybe take him by surprise.
And BZM doesn't end up dying there, and it's because that Illuminate kind of just puts him in prime position to get hit, right? You have to stand still, and that means Swashbuckle's coming your way. BZM, he's got 14 CS, so he's keeping up right now with the Pangolier. Things have been equal so far. Actually seeing the Lina only 13 and 8, but it feels like to shut down this hero, you have to turn off their computer.
Well, refill his bottle. Taiga slightly late in the action. And 33 running down Nisha with that Chain Lightning will bring him down. 2 points in Scorched Earth, more than enough. Nisha needs to be careful with his positioning. I think I just said Nisha. There's way too many players with the similar names, especially in China.
All the 3-letter names definitely are hard to figure out. As DM, he's got a 2-letter name, and well, he may be hitting a 2-syllable word, Graveyard. So we'll see. He gets out with Cookie. And Snake King and Skid are just under this tier 1 tower with nothing really stopping them. It feels like they can do whatever they want in this lane so far.
They're playing very aggressive. Look at the damage done on the tower. 600 HP gone on that tower.
This is starting to feel a bit free for the Lina, which is always a scary thought when you're up against it. LSA lands on the Taiga, and Skidder not working with a lot of mana, but he does have that early Falcon Blade. So he's getting some extra mana regen, damage, and health with that. That's always nice early on.
Oh, look at the CS. 33, 27 creeps, does have that mana boots, does have that Chain Lightning. Panel did mention it. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Ursa, who does have a Ring of Health available. Misha sitting at 2 tangos at the moment, but the pressure is going to be too much. Also, every single time he gets close, he'll get Earth Spike, and Saksa will get a solo one.
Yeah, this is just not being able to find a comfortable position for the Hoodwink and getting hit with the Earth Spike and the Chain Lightning. It was a good job by Saksa, too. He was kind of feinting the Earth Spike a lot. And once you've got Doom coming over, you know you've got that extra damage, so easy kill there. And everything rolling. All the gears are turning for the side of Tundra.
Speaking of rolling, 9 will hit level 6 pretty soon, and he knows exactly where BZM is farming. He pretty much invented this Keeper of the Light on mid lane, and this is what we talked about. The damage output from these 2 heroes, this Scorched Earth, Chain Lightning plus Earth Spike should be enough. Radiant using the scan. BZM afraid of Pango. He saw him invading his jungle.
And they got that scan to hit, and bottom lane losing Yuragi. It's already a 2K lead here for Tundra, and it's, well, not even just due to the fact that there's a Lina in the game. You've got Doom farming really well, and every lane seems to be successful for them so far on Tundra.
This rotation got scouted. Let's see. Oh, they dragged the creep wave. Nicely done by Saksa. So now 9 can finish off the big creeps.
Misha's here with a Bushwhack, but where is your follow-up damage for this? Yuragi's only level 4. Like, he is struggling down here bottom.
Doom is levels, like, 33 is trying to get a dive. If he gets the Doom off, Yuragi definitely dead.
Yeah,
Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning again. Saksa is there.
There's no way he's getting out of this one, and he'll eventually succumb to the Doom and the right clicks of Saksa, so well, what do you do if you're OG? This is early on.
This is very slow lineup from them. You have this Hoodwink who's under-leveled. Misha does get an Observer Ward killed near the big camp that they were stacking. So it needs to be like Keeper of the Light. When he picks up Boots of Travel, he needs to be active on the map. Your Naga Siren doesn't really provide you with much because it's a support Naga. Like your damage output is very limited. DM also under-leveled. Level 4, 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, not something you would expect from DM just because of the way we've been seeing him play. He's been really rolling with those heroes that are quite tanky early on and can take those objectives early in the game. Yeah. So it's a different game for him this time, and we got to see how he's going to adapt to this situation because right now it's looking rough, and I don't really see how he excels in this lane up top.
Also, you have a Carrick who doesn't want to join a fight. He wants to build a Battle Fury. So this lineup from OG is going to take time. Like, someone needs to buy some extra time. BZM does have Boots of Travel available, going into Urn next, some extra damage coming out from him, but he needs to be where the action happens. It's pretty similar to what Batrider does with Bot's Rush as his first item, so he tends to be more active, but the BZM, he got scouted by that ward, so they know he's coming.
Yeah, already backing off, and you could see that Alina, Earthshaker don't even want to show, and at that point, Coddle's already aware that they must have something to see him, and he backs off towards mid again.
33, 4.5k net worth. 8 minutes into the game, almost has a Midas on top of all these small items. He's probably the most annoying player you can play against.
They got the ensnare, they'll have the follow-up cookie. BZM now here, and they'll get themselves onto the board by taking out Snake King. So they step up just a little bit too far, trying to get a kill there on a DM.
Yeah, to go back to my point, like 33, he builds all these small items. He's pretty much 6-slotted. All his inventory is full, buying these small items, Raindrop, Magic Wand, Casual Windlace. Like, he knows the matchups in and out, and it's very difficult to lane against him. Look at the damage on a mid tower, also done by Pango. Just by having that Blightstone, he does put some extra pressure, because he's been dragging the creep wave into the river, so the creeps actually go for the tower.
And he's up here now up against Yuragi, who's just trying to do anything to get himself to level 6 and into fighting shape. It's going to be a while, though. He's going for Battle Fury, and this is going to be a slow one. His lane already not where he's supposed to be, and the aggression coming out from Tundra just make it so difficult for him to feel comfortable around the map so far.
Both carries kind of struggling. Also, Skitter sitting at 3.2k net worth at the moment.
And once he gets that Maelstrom, though, we'll see him off to the races. It feels like it's inevitable with Lina every game we see this hero in.
OG did scan top, so they know someone is there. Snaking, 2 points in Fisher. Let's see how much time he can buy. It's not like the best hero to do this with. It's not Wyvern, neither it's a Treant Protector, so if you get caught, you might die, but yeah, the damage, we talked about it, is pretty limited. This Naga Siren doesn't really provide you with much. Taiga forced to TP out.
Yeah, TPing back to the tier 1 tower, 9 coming over. Have this ward down, they spotted him for a moment. Not able to accomplish anything just yet, but now they've got the ensnare, they'll have the Mortimer's Kisses, 9, taking a lot of damage with the Illuminate. Fissure comes through, Rolling Thunder, turning this around, going into the mirror image, going on the other side of the fissure, so Taiga now running away from 3 of these heroes as Blinding Light, Laguna Blade, and they've got the cookie down to the low ground. He'll survive with 18 health.
Yeah, that Fissure can be really beneficial, but it can also kind of grief your Pangolier. You can bounce off of it, but Swashbuckle, slightly off the mark, 9. I don't blame him. He was afraid that he's going to die, trade his life potentially for position 4, which is not what you want to do. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, 33 did manage to kill the tower, going into BKB next, has a complete free farm in this game. There's going to be a huge timing once Pango picks up his Diffusal Blade and BKB on Doom. This is a go time pretty much, while Lina's going to be jungling, rest of the team can't play together.
Yeah, so they have a lot of kill potential with the lineup minus Lina, and then once that Lina gets involved, after picking up the Maelstrom, potentially Boots of Travel after that. We've seen Boots of Travel. We've seen maybe a little variance to that build, but
yeah, it's definitely, like, we've seen Lina's not even upgrading bots until they get 6-slotted. It's very situational, I would say. A lot of players do autopilot. We're like, yeah, I need to have these bots, but sometimes investing 2,000 gold into, like, just Road of Atos in situations where you're playing against not enough, like your team doesn't have enough lockdown, so you want to provide some. It does provide you with the tankiness as well. So we'll see what Skitter decides to go in this one. I'm a big fan of Gleipnir, though. Just set up for your LSA, set up for other stuns. Smoke from Tundra, 5k gold lead, 11 minutes into the game. They're really on a roll.
And they're about to be looking for a roll as they've got 9 and Snake King going towards the enemy jungle. Not finding anything, though, if Yuragi backs off before these creeps are taken, but that could be a little bit of a problem. Meanwhile, over mid, there's Spike from a distance. They have the ensnare, the land, the cookie. Skitter in trouble, and this Lina is going to fall.
Oh!
In the finger, but still surviving.
This is like Harry Potter, pretty much. Voldemort against Harry, fighting against each other, but they used both spells on 5 Hoodwink, and the Hoodwink didn't die. But they did manage to bring down Ursa. We see the power of this Disfusal Blade on 9.
And 9 comes over, Earthspike, landing on a Misha. So he's been taking the brunt of the aggression from Tundra, but still not dead. Snake King, he is level 6, but he doesn't have a mana for Echo Slam, even if he walks in there. And they're going to smoke again, right after they fought. Even though they used Finger and Laguna Blade, they smoke up, and, well, they're going to find themselves Taiga and get a kill.
That was a quick one. Pango also having Glance of Pursuit. There's so many good Pango items, the neutral ones. It's just like, we'll see what he gets at 17-minute mark.
Fingers crossed for Brigand's Blade if you're
the best
Bangalore.
one. Like, also Lance of Pursuit, extra slow on top of his slow, extra damage as well. It gives you, like, budget Ricky item. I love Lance of Pursuit.
Yeah, and he's going to be holding on that. It's also an extra 200 mana, which is quite nice. We're spamming out those swashbuckles. He's also got Shard queued up. He's got the gold for it, but it's just not time yet. He's too quick.
He's way too farmed.
that's one of the signals are definitely of being too farmed is having enough gold for your Shard too early.
33 finishing off his BKB. He's been the king of this game so far.
We also will have Mythlor Hammer to finish off the Maelstrom for Skitter flying out. The hero's over towards bottom for the side of OG, but the question is, do they want to go for anybody just yet? Earn Boots of Travel, and now an Orchid looking at it from EZM. Meanwhile, Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, not even needed to get the kill to Saksa. Yuragi gets credit for that kill. They also spot Snake King. Fissure lands on a BZM. I go over to the side. Swashbuckle off the mark again. Drop down the Seeds of Serenity, but will walk away from them. So plants a seed and
you can see
leaves.
That the OG is lacking some damage if they don't have, like, Carlo doesn't really have a hero to play with, so that's one of the issues. Taiga is trying, he's there, 3 points in ensnare to be sure those illuminates hit, but it's just not enough.
Battle Fury also finished off your Yuragi, so he's going to be working on these ancient stacks.
It's
not the worst
naked,
timing.
It's a naked Battle Fury. It's just brown boots, no upgrades, no treads, no phase boots.
Yeah, maybe feeling the need because of the lane breaking up very quickly, and I thought it was maybe even going to be even more delayed than that, but Brown Boots Battle Fury, I think, is the sacrifice you need to make, right?
It's the right choice here, because the lanes didn't go too well. Let's see, Saksa, he's in a spot to potentially break the smoke. They are planting down some vision here. First usage of the finger, that has to feel bad, man. Like, you don't care too much about Laguna Blade, but you want to get those charges up on Lion.
Try to get those stacks up, extra
They just
40.
scanned, but they caught only Naga Siren Illusion with that scan, so this could give them false information.
Yeah, they're heading down a little bit, but they're also wrapping around mid.
Tower's
The real
very low,
one
100
is
HP.
right
Let's
there.
see this finger.
Saksa actually even going further back. Taiga will back away with an illusion. Not sure if they can find the real one, but they've got the Earth Spike that lands onto Taiga. They've got 33 coming in. There's the finger to get the kill onto the Naga Siren. The break, the Sharpshooter, it landed onto the Lion, and 9 turning it around with the Rolling Thunder to back towards his team.
OG, they have a lot of sustain, a lot of heals. Greaves is finished on DM. Another Fissure is available, so 33 should be okay. Does have that BKB as well. So we'll be able to fall back. Oh, Misha.
Hex. He's caught Fissure and the Earth Spike, so they have the sustained lockdown, but they just don't have the confidence to go up out of the high ground and look for that damage. It looked like they were about to doom Yuragi. The hands went up on 33.
Fissure already used. It's a good thing for Tundra that this Doom didn't go off. Ooh, Skeeter on bottom.
Taiga, he's got Song. We'll start with the Ensnare, Laguna Blade now. using that mirror image, but just dying to Skitter. No song, no nothing, and BZM, he's on the run.
Call the ambulance, but not for me moment.
Yeah, and now DM, he's also trying to get his team out as he'll use that cookie to get Yuragi closer to the steps, but hit by that fissure. No follow-up coming in from Tundra, though.
Yeah, we see time and time again, lack of damage on OG. They're still not ready to take a fight. I did talk about their sustain. It's a good one if they manage to get the song, cancel this Doom, potentially, Guardian Greaves, and also the heals from Illuminate. A lot of sustain, but in terms of damage, and it's also their lineup is not that easy to execute. If you miss your spells with Keeper of the Light, if you miss the Bushwhack and the Sharpshooter, if the kisses don't land, it's like you are gonna struggle even more in the mid game. Cookie lands now.
Ooh, Blink in, Infernal Blade. Now they get the kill on Amisha. They'll take out the Hoodwink immediately. BZM already a little bit low. He's hit with the Doom. Echo Slam committed onto the Snapfire. Soxa's dead in Amisha. They're trying to hit the Rolling Thunder to get this kill. Walking back towards Yuragi. Finally slams it down and takes out BZM. Through here is dead on the side of OG.
9 did pick up a Blink Dagger in the end. We see OG trying to make something happen while Yuragi, like, he wants to farm up. He's still not ready to take a fight. He wants to be able to have that BKB for the next one, and the usage of the Doom after a while. 33 is just way too big at the moment. 12,000 net worth.
We've seen this hero be pushed into famine quite a bit, and, well, now 33 on the Doom is feasting. So it's 12,300 net worth. A Doom that is just out of control, and I mean, he's not your only problem. You look at the net worth, and everybody is beating these OG counterparts.
Now, the only one who's down is Snaking, but he's getting there. Fisher's maxed out. It's all about the setup. It's all about, like, Ursa jumps in. He's going to use that Fisher to stop him. If they, like, it's a long-range spell that can stop the Mortimer's Kisses as well, especially if you have vision. So, very difficult game. Next fight, Tundra takes. They're going to turn this into Roche. It's also stealing potentially Roche from Ursa lineup, which is pretty huge. So maybe OG needs to risk it, try to make a maneuver where the rest of the team smokes while Ursa takes the Roche, but might be too afraid considering that there's still a tier 1 tower in this mid lane. They don't have their own. And also Vision on the high ground, scouting things out.
Yeah, so will they have the opportunity to go for this Roshan? I can see them doing it once Yuragi has the BKB, but before that, that is just very risky. Right now, we are yet to see a song set up for anything. BZM, he's got this Orchid, which... how are you feeling about this build?
It's a good build when you are ahead, when you are the one, like, controlling the game, where you're, like, completely dominating, moving from lane to lane, getting the kills. You're not allowing the enemy mid laner or the safe laner to get their BKB up, so you punish them because you have a better timing of that Orchid. I don't think they're going to get the value from Orchid in this one. Sure, Pango might struggle until he finds a Dispel for himself, and 9 is super farm. Already has that Mana Boots, which is natural build for Pango, going into Lotus Orb next, so this is going to be a huge issue. You will have Dispel on yourself and also Dispel on others. Lina will have a BKB in no time. Doom already has one, so pretty difficult. I think the value, because you don't put in right-click as this hero.
So maybe that Orchid already obsolete, and that could turn into a big issue as Soxa, Blink not finding BZM, and now he's on the run. Swashbuckle and Snare. 9 rolling up. They'll take away the illusion with the Mana Drain.
And would you look at that? He found the Brigand's Blade on Pango. They also found Grobo on Lina. We need new neutral items to be added to the game. Recycle. Remove some of the good ones and add new ones.
Royal Jelly. I'm still an advocate for it. I would like to see some Royal Jelly.
Royal Jelly, people were griefing with that item way too much. Like, if you find it, by default, you're getting it, because no one can steal it away from you. So, you had these position 5s always have Royal Jelly.
I like it, though. I would usually do the same. One to yourself, one to the carry. I think that's fair. 11,000 net worth lead here for Tundra, as 33 and Skitter are sitting together, and like you said, that BKB is going to be coming out soon, and it is here. So Skitter's got his BKB. It coincides with the BKB timing of Yuragi.
33 disassembled his Mana Boots, bought the full length Boots of Travel, sitting on 500 gold, going into Octarine next, level 15.
they find anything? Maybe DM, but the scan landing. Good scan from the Radiant, and maybe thinking that they're going after Roche, which
Skeeter's like,
they are.
whatever, I'll just do Roche by myself. If they don't want to fight, let's take the fight inside the Roche pit. Yuragi does have a BKB, but let's see how they approach it. If they pop BKBs because they will be afraid of Siren, never mind. Taiga's showing on the bottom lane, so
They're not going for this.
it's not
Roche.
going to get contested.
Yeah. Which is a big point that you were bringing up. Taking away that first Roche from the Ursa. That is not just an 11k lead anymore, it feels like. That's one
What
of
I
the
say,
daggers.
like, Ursa does rely on having Aegis most of the time. Mostly it's about second one. He definitely prefers the second because of the shard and the Aegis. This is where he becomes super strong, but we still haven't seen Ursa in action. Like, he's not gonna say keeping up, but considering how the game is going, he's doing okay on Ursa in terms of farm.
I feel like the limited map is something that's definitely put into the equation there for this Ursa, and he's done a good job of working with that limited map. But now they need to work at holding this game to get to the second Roche, right?
Yeah, and we just seen Skeeter cutting the creep wave, does have boots. They have 2 bots, so they can be anywhere on the map. Fisher's stun, DM will drop with the Laguna.
They've got the Bushwhack, but there's the Earth Spike still charging up the Sharpshooter. BKB, so it's not going to matter. There's the finger and a kill there on Amisha. Double kill for Skeeter.
Skeeter wants to play another BO1 right after. Like, he's like, we need to win this one really quick. Because he's not messing around. He did pop a BKB with Aegis just to be able to get that kill.
Yeah, making sure that continue to control this game, and they have really not let go of the chokehold they have over OG at all in this one. All the lanes going well, the mid game going perfectly. Tundra just melding OG to their will, and well, it has not been fun if you're on the Radiant side. Yuragi comes in, immediately the Echo Slam. Bushwhack lands, but they've got the Swashbuckle, a couple of right clicks with another Sharpshooter. Misha gets the kill on a Snake King. So the Echo Slam doesn't go well. OG capitalized with 1 kill, but that's not enough. They need more of that.
Can they take a fight? Like, my issue with their lineup is while having this Naga Siren as a 4, you don't have a combo. Like, we've seen some beautiful combos that you can execute with the Black Hole, with the Static Storm, once you get to the Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor. This time around, there's not going to be anything at any point of the game. It's mostly going to be used as an escape tool. 33
They're in on
an opening.
BZM, yep. 33 just blinking onto this Coddle, and there's no chance. This is just all Tundra at the moment. Let's see, Yuragi. He has about 1,000 gold saved up, has that Blink Dagger with the Battle Fury BKB. But he has not really been a part of the action. There hasn't been much action for the OG side, and I say that, immediately socks it with the Blink Hex. They'll have the Earth Spike to follow it up. That's an LSA. They're continuing the control with the Rolling Thunder, and Yuragi tries to get aggressive and immediately pays for it by dying.
Good roll from 9.
Yeah, been perfect on Taiga. Swashbuckle, one
All
more
his
right
mana
click.
gone.
Ooh, shoot
Reeves.
crash. Surviving for a moment, 9. As the Lotus Orb avoids and sidesteps not only the Cookie, but the Sharpshooter too.
9 dodges everything.
Doom used on BZM, and he's just going to get run down here by 33. There's no way out. Bushwhack, but where's your follow-up damage from Misha?
They don't have damage. Without Yuragi, there's not enough. And 33 getting that solo kill, gets 550 gold. About to crack level 20. So Doom cooldown, minus 35 seconds with the Octarine core. It just keeps getting ridiculous. So having that bots as well, so lowering the cooldown on his Boots of Travel with Lena's Boots of Travel. Like, they can be anywhere on the map. And look at them and glow.
They've just not stopped. Pick off, pick off, pick off, and that comes from what you talked about, being able to move around the map so well with these double Boots of Travel. I don't see an answer for OG at the moment.
Map is just extremely small for OG. If they show, they've been under a lot of vision. This is one of those sneaky snaking wards that is called Sentry, but is actually providing vision near the top lane.
This top one, ward was placed while they were making that smoke attempt, which ended up turning into Roche. So it's been there the entire time. Nobody's even aware of this kind of vision.
Ooh, 33 went the wrong way. Let's see if Snaking goes for a blind Fisher to potentially stop it. Getting juked.
Another ward spotting Taiga. Saksa, he's got Blink, so...
Can they time the Aegis? This is what they've been looking for. But again, underneath the Observer ward, Sentry
doesn't even...
Yeah, it's out of reach.
Now they see the Sentry, but that forces in the Blink as well as the Earth Spike. They're looking to get the kill there onto Taiga. They get the kill on Saksa. They'll hit the Sharpshooter. Mortimer's Kiss is going down into the lead up, but the Rolling Thunder onto the back lines with 33 coming over. The BKB pop by Yuragi. They get the kill to BZM. They'll start the song, but will anybody listen? They're going to continue to go forward. The Fissure hitting from Snaking onto DM. These heroes on the side of Tundra will start to retreat. So a lot used there by OG, and all they get out of it is just a Lion.
So far, OG has managed to kill Lina once in the laning stage. All the other kills have been on the support. So even in terms of getting the gold, they're not getting much for killing those supports. 21k gold lead. Tundra smokes again. They are looking for another opening. They know that Ursa doesn't have a BKB, so if they can catch him, it should be a kill.
Yuragi, Misha, and now the Blink, 33 coming in. Just Boomerang, Sharpshooter, some damage onto 9, but Skitter's here. Yuragi trying to TP out and just be successful. As the Dire side all coming over. LSA doesn't land on Misha either. Bushwhack locking down 33.
No
They've got
scurry.
the snare on Skitter, but no scurry means no life. And Misha will fall. Cookie hits on a Skitter, but
That's
they've got the
very
follow-up Burst
aggressive.
Spike. There's nobody here. They've got the Finger. They have the Laguna. They'll have the damage to get this kill onto DM and blinking onto the backline. So they're looking for BZM. Boots of travel right onto this Pangolier. That means BZM falls to Skitter. Triple kill for this Lina, and it could be an Ultra. Taiga spotted. Skitter's got the damage, but Nine's got the kill. And it is just all Tundra the entire time.
This might be it. Like, it's a best of one. It's a tiebreaker game, so they're not gonna call it. But in terms of them coming back into this game, the chances are almost non-existent. You see 33 bots level 2 on Doom 28 minutes into the game. This has to be one of the fastest bots too, besides the one we've seen. Who was it? It was Felix, I believe, that bought it like 15 minutes into the game as position 4 Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
The game was going so well.
Well, that was a game where he could have bought anything and they would have won. I mean, Dota Plus.
All right, what about after this kill? 'Cause
Yeah, all right, now update.
refresh, yeah.
100%.
We've seen some comebacks from 100%. I don't think this is gonna be. There we go.
It is.
Shaker making
You know,
the game
1%
even.
chance.
Yeah.
You know, that's just Dota Plus admitting that they were wrong. Because if you put 100%, it should never be able to move again. Technically, you'd think that OG can never win this game.
I don't see that big item that's gonna make like a huge change. Ursa's going for a Basher. Nagasaren, she doesn't have anything. Look at Skeeter, bottom.
Not even a life. That is just really disgusting how they're able to pull this off. Especially with those bots, too. That is Tundra just moving around the map very fluidly. There's no pushback from OG at all. Is it back to 100%? I feel like each kill is just gonna... Okay, so still holding out some hope there for Dota Plus.
Making things more interesting. 9 will pick up double damage. Next Roche will respawn in a minute.
Oh boy. They're cutting him off. Bam! He raised the arms. He was looking for it.
I think at one point he will get Arcane Blink just because of this. This is the second time that he raised his arm and nothing happened. Ooh, they also killed his career. He was trying to get the Hex. BZM now farming up. Not close to it though.
And not too terrible just considering the fact that he didn't have the other items for it. But now they're moving in. They got the Finger. Yuragi trying to survive. This song is not keeping him alive. But he'll go to the BKB. He's going to try and go for Saksa. Now can he get his claws on anything else? No. It's him using that cookie to try and TP away. But 33's in with the Doom. They've got the mute. It's on to the Ursa.
He had enough.
They get the kill on Taiga. They'll get Misha as well as Yuragi. Triple kill here for Skitter. And OG just falling down by the wayside. And, well, they're looking like they're going to lose another. DM on the run, but the Gleipnir used by Skitter, and he'll get another kill. And it's mega kill streak here for 33, as 4 will ultimately drop for OG.
Roshan is respawning. I don't even know if they want to go for Rosh or if they want to go in and get this done with. Like, sure, it's a safer choice. There's still DD running on Pango for another 10 seconds, so let's see what he can do with it. Lina is low on mana.
Does it matter, though, the battle? Just take this tower and get something out of it and back away. But I guess they're going to be patient. Back away. Get the Lincolns onto the Lina. Okay. Little defensive item coming through for Skitter. Getting closer to the Hex, but still just going to be about 1,400 gold away.
That was quick. That was quick math right there. I thought it's going to take you another 30 seconds to do like all the... Oh, so the courier died, minus this. The whole cost of it is... Got Skitter inside the Roche pit. They're going to scout things out with the Siren Illusion, but not successfully. They're sitting underneath the ward, so Tundra has a pretty good read exactly where they are.
When in doubt, just place a ward in the middle of the lane. That seems
their
to be
wards
working.
have been on point. I don't think they got many of those de-warded.
Ooh,
even
Axe.
if they did, it provided them with the vision to actually do something. Saksa now in a good spot to break the smoke potentially.
Doom, by the way, buying full out on the Axe Blessing, already going with the Doom on himself. He'll run over onto the Naga Siren. They get the kill to Saksa. They'll take out Snake King. That's 2 dead on the side of Tundra. And they've lost Taiga. But they're going to buy back. They'll go over and get their hands on the DM. They'll buy back on the Earthshaker as well as the Naga. And Doom will finally run out.
33. Getting that Doom, killing Naga Siren, then deeping with bots too. AoE Doom. While he's getting there, suddenly there's like, oh, there's Doom on top of me. Yuragi trying to make this happen, trying to get this Roche low, but Shard from Earthshaker dropping him down to almost 50% HP.
It really makes it difficult when you can just kind of control the Roche pit from such a distance. We've seen other heroes like that, like Elder Titan's a good example. Astral Spirit in there and make sure that you don't get it off. But now they've got the stun, they have the lockdown. Can they get the kill on Yuragi? They'll look for the song. They'll sing the song, but the BKB keeps his ears clogged. As 33 now without the BKB, but a finger from Saksa kills the bear. So they're not going to have Yuragi, they're not going to have Taiga. They both don't have buyback. Misha will fall. BZM on the run, and he'll TP away, but no Roche for OG.
Yeah, this is going to be Shard and Aegis for Tundra. Who's going to pick up the Shard? I guess they might give it to Lion to have that magic immunity.
He could use it.
They can kill Naga Illusion. It's very effective against core Naga, not as effective against the support one. And I love that 33 just did not want to sell his Wraith Band. Instead, he bought the the full Aghanim Scepter so he doesn't take up his slot.
Yeah, he's so rich. Bots too, Ag's Blessing.
Level 25 on Doom. Now Doom applies Break as well.
I mean, that is AoE break. That's
something, yeah.
That's scary. That is really wild, and I believe Overwhelming Blink next on the agenda. So, I just... The farm is insane. He's been at the top for a while. I feel like this is the performance we've wanted to see from Dooms when they were 1-6.
This is what you expect when you look at his items, what he builds into. Yeah, you lower the cooldown on your Hand of Midas, you farm up, you max out your Devour, but never really happened with the Dooms, at least the games that we were covering.
Yeah, we rarely get to see a Doom perform like this. Hex finally finished there for BZM, but they're down 40,000.
Oh no, his courier died!
No!
It's the second time.
No! Oh, finally, it had the ulti orb died. Full Hex.
It's okay.
died.
Just delay for another 2.5 minutes until my courier respawns.
Yeah, please don't finish the game even though you're up 40,000 net worth. I'd appreciate having a chance to get this Hex. Oh gosh. Overwhelming. Blink now finished. What a... How do you hold if you're OG? Because it's not looking good. Yuragi, doomed, and then gets out of the AoE, but doomed again, and then walking into the doom is going to be Taiga. He'll stand there to try and song, and eventually it will hit the doom, but still doomed. This AoE is going to last long enough for them to get the queen up on Taiga as well as BZM. These three heroes don't have buyback. The Satanic's finished and the GG is called, so the game is finished. And Tundra will take the first game of this tiebreaker over OG.
What a showing from Tundra in this first game of the tiebreaker. So next on the menu will be Entity, but this game, complete domination from start to finish. 33 on this Doom, completely dominated the game. They pushed out Ursa from the lane so early on. He was level 6, Ursa was level 4. He found the creep with the Chain Lightning, gets the mana boots, constant spam. They killed Misha twice before that, which gave them enough gold, and lack of damage. We talked about it multiple times during the game, where with this Naga Siren 4 Hoodwink, they just didn't have enough damage. Like, they didn't have the playmaker to go in, get stuff done. Ursa, also a hero that does need a little bit of time to come online, going for that Battle Fury, then a BKB to be able to fight ready, but it never really happened. Tundra, from start to finish, clean execution.
Yeah, they never given a chance to OG to do anything, to lane, to play a mid game, to go for Roche, to defend their base. Like, the whole checklist was cleared off by Tundra, and they win this first game. It looked perfect from them, and that's got to be confidence going into the next one. To break down this game, though, we've got the panel, so we're going to send it back your way. Take it away.
The first of these tiebreakers going towards Tundra, and we already talked about how they needed to step up in these tiebreakers. They were the team that had a lot left to be desired in the way that they'd been playing this later half of the DPC, but they looked clean. Quinn, is it impressive, I guess, from your point of view, from how you versed them?
To reference the great Matama Man,
Oh, Jesus.
I think there was a lot of that going on that game. I think they rectified their ways, and Netta slapped them around. The Ursa had a rough one. He's a little tiny little bear going up this little cave,
Yeah, the Ursa Naga swap. Well, I guess just like not
Back to
putting,
hibernation.
Yes.
yeah, not putting the Naga in +1 was an interesting sort of strat that OG went with there. They put it to 4 and picked up the Ursa, which ended up really struggling this game.
The last time they played into the Lina, what did they do? They had Slark and TA banned against them. No, actually they had Slark and Ursa banned against them, so they picked the TA, and it worked out well against them. Ursa kind of fits the same scenario. You're going to play fast, you're going to have that early Roshan, you will close the map, and Lina won't find the space to farm, and even if she does, Ursa will be neck and neck, so he'll be able to jump and eliminate her first. In this game, I mean, there's nothing happening for you that will allow you to take early Roche. Like, you're losing all the lanes. Your mid lane, Pango is diving your mid laner behind the tier 2 very early on.
Yeah, I think this is refreshing from Tundra because they got to play the same playstyle, but with better heroes. You know, they're picking up the Lina, they're first phasing a Pangolier, they're locking in just really robust meta heroes, and then they're going for this last pick line. And I don't think OG was really ready for what line brings to the game. It secured the offlane, it allowed Doom free farm. You pick this Ursa, now you have 0 game. You're at level 4 to Doom being 6, 7, if not more. And then on top of that, you pick a Kotl to try and break the map open, but that doesn't happen. So I think OG's entire lineup was trying to be quirky at every point of the way, whilst Tundra, it was pick after pick was just, we'll kite you, we'll wait, and we'll play our playstyle, which we haven't really seen from Tundra in the last couple of series. So the fact that they just did it with so much dominance in a best of one, this is the time to do it at least.
Yeah, 100%. The support duo coming out from Tundra, briefly talked about there, the Lion and the Earthshaker. For you, Quinn, is this interesting? Like, it was the first Shaker we've seen in DPC for Western Europe, and then coming out with the Lion as well. How do both of these supports work with 3 cores that we've seen time and time again?
I think the Shaker's a pretty cute adaptation to sort of fit Tundra's specific hero pool while also sort of fulfilling Lina's needs. Like Lina once, we sort of talked about it. This fat hero who stands in front some and, is a body for her. And Shaker is a bit unorthodox in that regard, that he's sort of more of a backliner. But you can also play at 5 with the Shard and sort of walk in a bit more and play up the Fissure and the chain stuns, which is, more of a cute way to use this hero, and is also a hero that snaking is very confident on, as opposed to something like, a Sven or whatever, which maybe is more, Chinese meta, or Clockwork, which is not something Tundra has a great deal of success with.
Yep. Standout player, MVP for this first BO1?
Netta Shapiro.
Oh, God. He just hit creeps, didn't he?
Yeah, but he owned the lane. And
true.
the game was kind of over
Was that
after
because of the
that.
Lion?
What about the mid lane?
Maybe he suggested the line.
True. Okay, okay, give it to 33 then, go on.
Yeah?
Go on.
Why not? we'll let Quinn have his
In
point.
unison.
You sound begrudging here.
I am.
Who's your choice then?
No, yeah, it'd probably be 9 or 33.
9 or
Play
33?
devil's advocate,
And who are you going with, Lizard? Who did you like?
I'd go with 9. Like, he had a fantastic game on the Pangolier, but he was playing a Pango. It's a simple Pango game. For Doom, it was a bit harder because of that, sure.
Actually, no. I'll give it to Skidder for stepping up and going against his inner demon.
All 3 cores!
No,
Here you
because
go.
he's not
They
played.
were all great.
No. All right, he's not played
Teamwork.
Lina this entire tour. He hasn't been doing well in pub.
Never mind.
No, we're
I
never
just-
giving
no,
it to
I-
Alina. We're not giving it to
No,
Alina.
I'm just lying.
Like
I'm just
a
lying.
rule.
Oh, wow. I actually went to 9. I'd say it's 9 or 33, honestly. You know, Quinn mentioning crushing his lane in the off lane. 9 also crushed mid lane.
And I understand why Quinn wouldn't go with 9. You know, he's had
he
rough
does-
matchups
refused
here
to
and there
give
on
it
the
to
mid lane. Yeah.
Any other mid lane.
I think he's had some rough matches. You you said the Lesh Voids for lane?
Yep.
Let's not talk about
Sure.
that one. 9 did great. 33. We're going to get his stats anyway. He gets an honorable mention or 50% of the MVP there. He did great in his lane. He was able to shut down the Ursa. Coddle mid though. Let's talk about it a bit more because BZM on Coddle. Did you feel that it was something he was comfortable with? Was it something the lineup needed? Or was it just, we got beaten by this, we've seen it work really well, let's try put it into our rotation of
I
heroes?
feel like if you're Kotl, you need to win the lane, have some stacks, and then roll over the map. Just be everywhere, provide that pressure to your teammates. This definitely wasn't that kind of a Kotl. This was more of a Kotl that's not playing into a hero that he can even win against. This felt more like old school Kotls that even before 9 played it, when you would play into a co-op, she just blinks on top of you, shadow strikes you, you can't do anything on the map. It didn't look great. Like it just didn't look like he was accomplishing much.
If you're in OG's position, Quinn, what would you and the team be doing? Because now it's Entity up against Tundra for the next matchup, so you get 1 game break before you go up against Entity. What would the talk be like? What would be the main focus that you feel you could change between games?
I honestly think you just like totally blame draft that game, like just completely. I think that's oftentimes a good thing to do when you get shellacked like that and you need to play up again soon. Like, you need to put the shellacking aside and say, you know, it was just heroes. We have some whack, crazy heroes. The lanes didn't go so well. We'll blame that on lanes or on draft, and we'll just go next. Because I really do think it was a lot of that. Like, they picked some like weird hipster stuff. I think maybe because they're like, you know, trying to be a bit too ahead of the curve. We talked some about like trying to, you know, you up the priority of heroes a little bit. I think they up things a little too much. You know, they're like, they've Coddle like gleaming in their eyes, and they try and force this hero in a game that's sort of bad for it. And there's some Naga support that I don't know why. You know, just they're like trying to force some meta things. I think that are, I don't know, maybe they're their style, but it sure didn't look like miraculous or anything. So I think just stepping back a little bit, chilling, picking what they're comfortable with. Don't play against Lina. Stop playing against this hero. And
Yep. Ban the Lina and go back to something that you won on in the previous DPC game.
yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I think as well with this Naga Siren, they're looking at how Nigma's had success with it, but I don't think they drafted the things that Nigma allowed Naga to be good on.
They lost to Nigma as well, right? So is
Yeah.
that
That's-
maybe the part of the
Yeah, I
thing?
think that
It
is a
could
little
be.
bit influenced.
But it's just like when you're picking Naga support, you want your side lanes to do well, to be aggressive for you. So Naga basically plays behind the 4 fighting, and it's like you're just sending illusions and vision. Like you can't be one of the 4 who has to be in the fight. And in this type of draft, when you're already conceding lanes, not able to take fights, this is when Naga support looks atrocious because you're on the back foot. What's your support going to do? Look at my illusions. Ooh, you know, it doesn't really do much. So unfortunate, best of 1, not the best draft, but blame it on the coach go next, and hopefully they're good.
On the coach.
I mean,
just
honest,
straight up.
to be fair, like he's the guy not in the game, right? So you kind of just one guy takes an L
And
temporarily.
it's easier to replace the coaches, right? Like,
Oh my
not saying that's the case here.
Jesus Christ!
Like usually.
No, I was taking Quinn's point about, you know, take blame on draft, right? The coach walks in, sorry, but guys, bad draft. You are okay. You can win this tiebreaker. Give him a new draft, then you play, right? Then after the tiebreakers, you talk about it maturely, right? But in the moment, just take the flak.
Somebody's
for a
got
little
to hold the L.
Exactly, and
Fair
right
enough.
now, in this high-pressure situation, let it be
That's you holding the L.
That was it's here, yeah.
the jug
a
of L.
massive L.
The big
yeah.
We can
huge.
Photoshop it in, don't worry.
Perfect.
In post.
All right, well, that was only game number 1 of this 3-way tiebreaker. Next up, we're going to have Tundra versus Entity after this break.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Welcome back. We're heading into the second game, or the second series of these three-way tiebreakers. It's Tundra who just won up against Entity. What are you doing to the poor platypus?
Well, he fell down.
No surprise. It's Sheep next to me now on the panel, and then Quinn in the middle with Kezu on the end. We've got a little bit of a shake-up on the panel. Would you like to pick him up?
Yeah.
Violet.
Pick Perry up.
Yeah.
Show him some respect.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough, you know. He's been filling the void between me and my panelists here. He's been helping me along. But Kezu, Sheep, how are you guys today?
Good.
Yeah?
Doing great.
Yeah?
Everyone loves
Great.
Yes, great. I saw Alina first pick in the last game. Was
In a
marvelous game.
tiebreakers, and it
Kezu was
won.
clapping and jumping up and down.
Yeah, I
Like,
love
Quimus.
watching Tundra win games. It's sarcastic because I do it very slow, but overall I'm hyped for the tiebreakers.
Yeah. All right. Do you think that Entity will have taken a little bit of a learning and are going to ban Lena in this game?
Well, they're either going to ban it or I hope that they have a better answer than what OG just tried to do against it.
Can people just ban it, man? I'm gonna yell. Stop playing against it. Holy gracious. Pick a different hero.
It's fair. It's fair. I mean,
Spitting facts, man.
facts. We've seen people have answers to Lena before, though, so it's not like it's impossible. But Tundra and Entity, they've obviously played up against each other before in the past here during this winter tour, and it went in favor of Entity. They beat Tundra, and recently too. It happened on day 8 of the DPC, so in the later halves of week 3 there. Going all 3 games, so it went the distance, and now they have to fight it out in only 1 game sheet.
Yeah, it was kind of stomps. All 3 games, like, not the team that lost never really did that well. Tundra were kind of like suffering during this period of the DPC. It felt like they were just dropping games to teams. They lost the series. It didn't look too good. If we judge by the last result of the tiebreaker, then this should be a win for Entity.
Yep.
I'm curious who chooses what pick order, because I think Tundra's actually super scared of not having first pick. Almost everyone has prioritized second pick over the season, but they're in a situation right now where they're terrified of Broodmother, they're terrified of the Tree Man, and they're terrified of the Fire Lady. And if they're not first pick, then they have to pick one of those heroes to play against, and they don't want to play against any of them. So I don't know what they're going to do if they're not first pick.
I think the same thing kind of goes for Entity. They're on a streak right now on first pick themselves where they're like 4-0. I think both these teams are better when they get to kind of like lay out the foundation of the draft instead of counter picking. I think they both don't do that as well from second pick, so I do think that the coin toss is actually very important in this match.
I believe I just got it said in my ear, and I hope I heard right. Tundra have first pick.
Lucky.
Nope, Entity. Just kidding, Entity. I have
Unlucky.
it wrong. Okay, I was trying to listen to you guys and also the
We'll
producer.
see which
I was
perspective
unlucky.
Kez is coming from.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
If I just keep saying yes,
Yes.
something happened. These were the draws from the last time that they matched. It just feels like a completely different Tundra, though, that has come out today. Like we said, they picked up the Lena for the first time. We see them on that, but they also prioritized picking up POS 1 and POS 2 for themselves in the opening phase, which I feel not a lot of teams in general are doing, especially not Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Tundra doesn't really prioritize this tree hero that much, but I think they're also really scared of Entity having it. So there might be a world where they feel like coerced to first pick this tree that they don't really like that much. So it's, I don't know, it's interesting. I'm curious what they choose to play against or like what tech exactly is going to go on.
Is there any like world where you're banning just their comfort, like their tree and stuff, and you're leaving lots of different strats open that are broken so that you can kind of pick one of them and they take the other?
It's possible. You can always go nuclear. You can play Brood against Lena.
Yeah.
I think they might be one of the teams to actually let Lena go through. They've beat it before. They probably feel okay against it. I know you don't like that, but I'm sorry. They might.
I mean, it's hard because we say comfort, but Stormstormers heroes have been a lot of first phase priority as well. And if you want to ban a tree, you have to let at least one of the 2 good Stormstormer heroes through. So it is kind of just tough for Tundra in general. But draft here for game number 1 and see themselves not wanting to come up against Brood.
That's interesting. I feel like that ban shoots them in the foot. They're first pick, right? So they're banning. There's the bat. All right. Oh my gosh, they're gonna play against Lena. Oh wait, no.
They will play Lena themselves, perhaps.
Unless it's banned.
Tundra are first pick.
Tundra's first pick. I'm talking correct. Apologies.
John.
They're picking Lena with the bad ban, I assume.
All right, round 400.
My God.
Okay. Tiny Enigma, though, is going to be Entity's really fast opening as well. It feels like they had an idea that Lena was going to be picked up by Tundra here.
All right, here's a tenor on Pango being picked next.
Just run it back, you reckon? Just this exact same draft?
I'll double yours. It's gotta be $1 million they should pick Pango.
I'm not confident in taking such high bets.
How about 10 cents?
All right, I'll do it.
Nice.
10 cents is on the line if
I'll
if they pick Pango or not.
Yeah, I saw a nickel outside on the. Oh, there it is.
Damn, I could have made so
That's a
much
bubble
money.
gum right there.
All right, well, no surprises by Tundra's opening. But Entity, the Enigma Tiny, why the priority on this when, again, we see more meta things or things that we've seen picked up a lot more still in the pool, like a Rubik, is now just being completely ignored?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm surprised. I suppose they think Enigma has some two-sided qualities against Lina. There was a period where this Enigma Tiny was super broken because you like toss back onto the Eidolons and stuff, and it's like insanely hard to get away with a lot of kill threat. So maybe that's their idea, that they want this Tiny because it's good in the game, and they want some hero to enable it in the lane. DP is really bad against Lina. I mean, so is Enigma, but I suppose this was their pick your poison. We're picking this ranged hero against Lina.
I think like the Enigma, you're saying it's a two-sided coin, which I agree with. I think Enigma has, it can have very awkward timings against Lina. If you don't black hole her, she's gonna just decimate you. I think the laning phase is also pretty okay for Lina. Sure, you have the Tiny, which can maybe dissuade it a bit, but I think out of the two teams, Tundra should be more happy with how this first phase went.
Yeah, Pango is also just really, really good against Enigma Tiny. You have these heroes that are sort of one-dimensional early game and how they like they're going to run at the safe lane over and over again. And if Pango has even a half-decent lane, at any point he can just sort of go to the safe lane and just blockade everything. And when you're Tundra, you think about blockades. You think about sitting there and chilling and farming. And that sounds to me like the type of recipe like for gameplay that Tundra wants is blockades.
Now looking at this, all I really want to see is just a strong support to go with the Lina, because the times that I've seen her perform the worst is when she's given some awful 5 that can't protect her. I think we saw Earth Spirit at one point
Whoa.
gameplay. Yeah, that was...
I don't remember that one.
Do you know, it was into the breach they played it.
Yeah.
And I was like
You blocked
crying.
it out.
the
I
whole
blocked
time.
that one.
Yeah, no. You give her some weak 5 like that, and then you have the potential to like go on the Lina, get kills in lane, and like really just stop her game from happening. So Tundra kind of have all that open in the next phase since they open with 2 cons.
Yeah, very, very similar to the last draft. I think Tundra in a position of just like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Or,
Really?
Yes.
It's the same. If
Yeah.
it ain't broke, don't fix
Yeah, my brain shattered. I like thought I said it wrong.
it. No,
It's fragile. It's easy to break, you know? Cracks appear.
you said it right.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Sort of same position as the last draft. They could go for something like a Sven. They could go for something like the Shaker again. They could just pick their offlane duo here and, you know, last pick whatever sup they want. They've got a decent amount of options. They get to ban whatever they want for their offlaner next phase. I mean, you can see them just like spam banning comfort heroes. There's a Furion ban. There's a Pudge ban. Like they're just like, Entity, pick something new. Show us something.
I do think that the Pudge ban is pretty good. I think Entity are going to want more heroes that go in. I think also that 3-3's hero pool struggles quite a lot against the Pudge man. All
Yeah.
the summon heroes are pretty hard to make work against that. Classic Fishman Undying. Nothing new here.
Yeah, I think Tundra also does not really like playing in Zombie Boy. They saw last time they played against it, they just did some insane wave pulling shenanigans. Net is jungling at like 4 seconds into the lane,
Yeah.
so
It was 3 minutes. Relax, okay? Give him a little bit of
4,
yeah.
3, they're like one number apart. Never mind the decimal points.
It was rough. So then here, definitely a support or a double support in the second phase is going to be better for leaving Tundra's options open.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's interesting. I honestly don't know what they like to play against Dirge. Like, Ned's hero pool just does not tend to be very good against this hero, and they haven't really shown they like laning against the hero. There was a period at TI where people were just beating the hero straight up in lane with, like, typical melee range dual lanes, or at least drawing. And so I'm not sure if they, like, went back to the drawing board and watched, like, some of those lanes and remember, like, how are people beating this hero with TI? Because, I don't lane against the hero. I'm not really sure. But I do know that Tundra probably needed to have done their research, and if I know this team, I think they probably did and figured out, like, how are we going to lane against this hero? Like, they have some lane in their mind they're going to pick here, and they're just, you know, contemplating, like, the small variables.
Is there even an offlane alive that beats her Undying? Or do you just have to pull waves
I
and
think
avoid it?
there's like some Centaur option that people liked at TI for a while because you have some high HP region with a range 4. I think something that can work maybe is Visage. Unless they don't want to pick any of those, they'll just go with 2 supports. Yeah, JK, they just go 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, are they just going to run back to Doom?
Oh, they Giga ran it back.
Yeah.
There's no way they pick Shaker, though, right?
I don't know. How would Shaker match up against some potential cores that Entity play that we don't see OG play?
I mean, it's probably not that bad. Like, it's just a snaking hero. I think Sven would be kind of cute, but I just don't think they're gonna pick it. I think it'll Shaker, maybe Clockwork. It'll be something along these lines. Yeah, I mean, it's a very cookie cutter draft. It's very similar to last game. It's a lot of what Tundra wants. And Entity so far, not really any heroes that like spice things up or like turn the holy schmoly.
Holy schmoly, bro, what's up?
I mean, I didn't expect them to play support Naga. I guess that's their Dirge answer, but I've seen this one before, and I don't know how good it is.
I mean, I guess, so what, they just want the guy to pull waves, so anyone can do that, but then their answer against the Tombstone is that you have Illus and Song. You can either commit to it or run away from it.
Yeah? I suppose that was their theory craft.
I do like it, especially after watching GH play this Naga on support, and just like the fact that if the lane is hard, you're able to still help your laner while also doing other things on the map. Like, you're able to still block camps or disrupt pulls, take the bounty rune, help deny the mid-war rune. Like, just the ability to spread yourself whilst not, like, you can still be committed to helping, like, an undying lane whilst doing other things. I like that a lot.
Yeah. I'd say the one con for Tundra in terms of, like, what they like is I don't know if this team functions as well when they have to pull waves. I think they're good at pulling waves like in specific situations, like it's just 3.5 minutes in and they like randomly pull a wave and you don't expect it and they like fix the lane position. But in terms of like straight up from the beginning of the lane pulling the wave, I think they lose some of their strength, which is boss laning. When you lose that, suddenly the game flow is a bit slower and the game is like a bit too blockadey. You know, you just become a blockade.
Okay. So then how do Entity draft to ensure that they can either push through the blockade or they just make it so that Tundra can never come back from bad lanes? Like, what last pick here? Do they just reveal if the Tiny is going to go mid or not and pick up a 4?
Would you...
Or pick up a mid?
What would you think about Ember here? Do you think it's like too weird damage with your lineup?
I think it's very good. I just don't think Stormstormer is comfortable on that hero at all. Like, we saw them play Ember versus Pango in the last time they matched, like in the best of 3, and he looked super uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, they picked Lesh instead. I mean, it's not a good Lesh game.
It's a hard Lesh game.
Yeah, no.
And, I mean, it's a hero Stormstormer is somewhat comfortable on. It's a bit of a weird pick, if I'm being totally honest. I also think you can have some issues with Enigma Lesh together against Pango. The heroes have some overlap in terms of they both need to run in sort of this clunky, unwieldy fashion. And Pango's going to sit at range and go da-da-da-da-da with his stupid guns, And it's a very, to me, it looks like a similar story to last game where Tundra's very happy with the way that Entity has to move into them, and Tundra's going to sit there with their Fire Lady and hit the Ancients and hang out.
Yeah, this Lesh pick is a little strange. Maybe there's some way of it being able to also be a carry. I don't know. Maybe it's like some answer they have, we want to lane Dirge with Lesh. Either way, I'm not the biggest fan, but maybe that's something they are keeping open.
That's something Pure did in the past sometimes for this team, so maybe dipping back into their old playbook. Thinking emoji.
Thanks, Twitch chat. That's great. Bans, what are Entity requiring here? Do you feel that they have... I mean, they had the objective taker in Lesh there, but when it comes to team fights, is there this setup for Enigma? Is he the person that's going to have to be doing a lot for himself?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of bans, it's kind of weird because you're just looking at... Like, you're just going to ban random ranged 4s and or 5s. Like, you're not really sure yet where this Naga's going, if it's Snaking playing it or Soxa, like which... I mean, they could be doing the wave pulling thing. It could also be like this goes in the safe lane with Lina and just like we hit Eidolons or whatever. So I don't know, you're probably in a similar boat where you ban a couple ranged dudes and then they just pick a ranged dude you didn't ban. So it's kind of like a situation where your bans are like, you're just gonna like shotgun throw them at some random heroes that like Tundra likes that happen to have a ranged attack.
How many ranged dudes are left?
Probably a lot.
Too many. There's always like some Hoodwing, Snaps, all these boys.
Leon.
Yeah.
Man, they just ran it back with the line.
I could see I feel like Snap would be better if they want to play the Naga 5, which I'm not sure. I think you have a lot of value with some more random damage that's flying into the Pango roll against Lash. You can deal with the Tombstone later as well. But I would assume that perhaps it's just more likely they're picking a 5 here.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you talk about the random damage. There is an element of Tundra's draft in that if Naga is support and her lane isn't going super well, the hero doesn't really offer too much damage. If Doom's lane isn't going well, that hero AFKs for a long time. Lina's AFKs for a long time. So you end up looking at this Pango who needs a helper to actually do some damage. If their lanes don't go, like immaculately, then there's a world where Tundra's early game damage is a bit low. You've got a zombie walking in, and like there's two sides to that coin.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the idea of picking save on a support for Tundra, but it felt like between Pango getting a Basher and this Doom, you already have ways to deal with the Enigma and them going on that. So I'm concerned if Entity choose to ramp up the pace of their game that they might struggle on Tundra. You just want this Lina, like, you hear some pros talk about it, it's just you can't let her farm, you can't let her just sit back.
What the froge?
It's carry Marcy, right?
Is it?
Is it? Or
Yes.
Tiny?
I've seen Watson play this
Oh, no, yeah.
several times in pubs. I think he
Fully based.
It is.
What build though? What build though? We seen the Battle
he
Fury.
goes
last
Battle
night?
Fury, I think.
Oh, okay.
Not a fan?
No, we saw it and it
Once.
was the worst.
I think that's not the build.
Yeah. Like, it had so much space on the map. It farmed for so long and still had just no impact in it.
Oh, yeah, we beat that. I forgot about that.
That was your game?
Literally everyone on the panel forgot it was your game. They all merge into one at that point.
All right, so I think it's Jingjun Wu applying the Naga. So they are just doing the straight up
Yeah.
classic offlane against Dirge, and they're just going to like play the lane. So to me, that feels better than Naga pulling waves because it's more of a traditional, like, we're just going to lane. It's going to be chill. We looked at the replays from TI. We remembered how to lane against Dirge. I think Marcy, in terms of scaling against Pangolier, Doom, Lina, I mean, I don't know. I just look and it's a best of one, and it's Tundra, and they're gonna chill around, and they're gonna get items, and that just like to me feels happy for Tundra.
I think the mid-game team fighting will actually be pretty hard for Entity. I feel like it's a good Lina game. I don't think they answered Lina that well, nor Pango. And then there's like more teamfight disruption, which will just make it hard. So unless Entity snowball, I think it's very hard for them.
All right, Cheap.
Okay, I have a
Hype
vision.
up the
I have a
underdogs.
vision.
Hype them up.
I have a vision of Entity in this like 10-minute, 15-minute space where you have all these supports collapsing on mid, like your Tiny's coming in, you have a carry Marcy TPing in, everyone's rotating, they're jumping. Tundra like, but we want to farm for another 10 minutes, oh no! Entity just steamroll them, take their towers with this strike. I have it, I see it in my mind.
Yeah, all
Yeah, I
right.
see it.
Hopefully it comes to fruition. I mean, it depends on who you're cheering for here, but it is the second best of one here. It's Tundra versus Entity with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. I was hoping that Sheep was going to end that with like, and that's why I'm picking Tundra.
Yep, usually the way it goes.
But a little bit of an interesting draft as we get into the next one. Tundra already hot on the streak of potentially just making it right through to the major.
Yep.
Easy way to do it. Win 2 games in a row. How are you feeling about these drafts?
I really like Tundras. I think they've covered themselves nicely. I think Entity, I will agree with Sheep on the front that I think Entity has to come out of lanes ahead. I think I think Marcy in general as this carry, I really don't want to see this Battle Fury build. I know I've seen Watson do it in pubs a couple times like they were mentioning, but I think they just have to steamroll lanes. They have to play with momentum and just keep running at them. Otherwise, I'm worried. There's a lot of counters. They already talked about on the panel ad nauseum. The Enigma, I think all 3 cores are amazing in a way versus Enigma. The Doom, the Pango can itemize. Lina's at a distance, hard to get on her. And then looking at the SD pick, I think this was kind of interesting because besides it just being a save, now they picked Marcy into SD, so in team fights, you just get ulted, and yeah, you're kind of stuck. Your sidekick's getting purged off and everything too, so let's see what Entity can do. I think, yeah, they got to smash lanes, and let's hope they can do that.
Well, you can see the esportsbet.io odds very much, actually 2-1 roughly into the favor of Tundra, but after the draft, things looking pretty freaking solid. Yeah, I think that to me, one of the other big things to watch for is going to be how much can they get done on these supports, the rotations in that Sheep was talking about. Katomi has looked so good throughout this entire tour. We'll see if he can make it happen again on this Tiny.
I think all the weight's on him and Stormstormer, really. At least early game, just to set up these lanes for success, to help out mid lane and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be looking at him because Fishman, Undying doesn't really rotate much.
Right.
You just sit in your lane and try to ensure that your carry has a good time. So yeah, eyes on Katomi, eyes on Stormstormer. Katomi, as you said, yeah, he's been amazing. His tree a lot of games. His Tiny in the past has also been spectacular. And let's see how it goes.
Picking up bounty runs. Looks like it's going to be trading 2 apiece. Yeah, when I said supports rotating mid, I should have specified not creeps, which is sort of what Undying ends up looking like a little bit there.
Yeah, and let's see if they can. I think it's also very important to be watching what Snaking's going to do, right? The Naga Siren, we've seen it a lot with the way you're able to secure runes, stack, etc. So I think it's going to be a similar case where he's sending these constant illusions to take out the water rune, so 9 gets in better lane.
Maybe trying to deal with those Eidolons a little bit too. Stormstormer misses on his first stun. 9 just does a little hop over the top and gets some good trades in there. Yeah. So this will be an interesting one to watch. Lane matchup, Quinn was saying that he felt like it was a really rough Lesh game in general.
Yeah, they have so much burst damage and everything too, which Lesh can struggle versus. You have some heal, sure, coming out from like the Undying and everything, but yeah, let's see if that's going to be able to actually dissuade it. I'm mostly going to be looking at top lane. This is one of the important ones, I think, for the side of Entity, if they're able to actually bully Tundra, because I think Quinn was talking about a lot. When Tundra starts having to like pull waves and just not play well versus the Undying, things can get pretty disastrous, but I'm curious about the SD pick versus it. It seems kind of interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of a departure. This hero that we haven't seen that much at all, obviously can set up for some nice stuff, and I want to see what Creep 33 ends up getting That's been sort of one of the things that we've been watching a lot. If they can get into those early arcane boots, can just be super annoying to play against.
They block their own camp, so you see that Entity's prepared for it. They actually double block they block hard camp, they block small camp with sentries. Make sure that this Doom can't get that super pesky creep.
Well, that creep was blocking his way, just punching him a little bit there. Yeah, does have the sentry on Soxa, so might head on over there and try and unblock it here in a sec.
Yeah, 33 is like walking over to kind of check in a second. He's about to hit 2, so they're probably gonna have to. Yeah, they're gonna have to unblock that one so they can get a creep. And we'll see how, looking at the other safe lane, of course, the Lina and the Naga versus the Enigma. Toby has been very comfortable. This lane, like they said, was so popular at TI, the toss back, Eidolons, etc., stuff like that. So maybe trying to just slow Skeeter down, slow the Lina down a lot. Could potentially work out as long as they keep their distance.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that's going to be somewhat helpful, at least, is denying out those creeps whenever possible. You can see there the Midnight Pulse drop down. Katomi keeping the creep wave pulled back towards their lane 2.
That's an interesting one. Skilling the Midnight Pulse instead of having stun just for kill threat. This is like, I just don't want to deal with these illusions. They walk up, they just die every single time. Kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess Snake King can purge it off too, so a little bit less value in this lane maybe.
You've been burned.
But 8 and 4 versus 11 and 5. Skitter's playing on this Lina, and it's a good freaking hero for a reason.
Yeah. Great harassment. Tiny struggles to get close because 0 armor. And they're keeping lane in a good position, Tundra. They're keeping it so it's like kind of pushed in constantly. Toby always having to keep those Eidolons split is forcing that to happen. Yeah, 9 still doing excellent in the mid lane. Stormstormer, a couple of stuns have not hit on the mark. And he's already skilling Edict. That's interesting.
Yeah. So that's what they were talking about a lot, is like these early rotations, finding a kill into getting pressure onto the towers. Want to see how Stormstormer plays this, maybe even if he can shove in the wave, get some sort of free bonus damage onto it. But
I don't think I've ever seen just Edict like 2 points like this. I mean, look at this. It's actually kind of cool to trade versus 9 if he commits forward, but all right.
A little bit of a departure from what we normally see.
I don't think I've seen this in years. They usually always go for like at least 2 points in the lightning early, so yeah, that's a cool adaptation. See if it'll work out for him.
Does have to sort of freehand those stuns though.
Yeah, no, a little slow, of course.
And 4-minute mark coming in. 9 gonna pick up that bounty rune, and Stormstormer's gonna have to secure the top water rune. So no rotations mid as of yet to try and rune control for this one.
Yeah, no checking at all. Snaking, I guess, is just really looking to solidify Skitter's lane rather than, you know, get any stacks or any of this. It's all about Skitter. And he's doing that. I mean, 19 and 9. So far, so good. Toby, only 12 and 5. Not having the best time with these islands. Still level 2 as well.
A little toss back onto the creep, securing that range creep for Katomi. And the wave finally moving into their direction as Soxa backs away.
He threatened the tomb there for a second. Was thinking about dropping it down, but not quite able to. I'm really curious to see what Watson's going to queue up. If he is going to go down to the farming route or if he's just going to go for full aggression. I do want the full aggression, but yeah, like Panel said, it's a very high chance that he can. His Poison stacking up.
4
This
stacks
man.
now a 5th. That's a good amount of damage, and
Got
that's
him.
first blood. Well played. Soxa taking down that Undying.
Power of Shadow Demon early on. Tons of damage if you're able to get that 5th stack. He does it perfectly.
Yeah, and that's crazy because he even had the raindrop. He had stick charges.
Yeah.
Just didn't matter.
It's one of the highest damage spells in the game if you get that 5th stack.
We'll see. It looks like he's calling now to refill Stormstormer's bottle, so not the worst death in the world at all. And we'll just head back up top now afterwards.
But 9 is doing fine in the mid lane. Top, the Doom and the SD, it's working. You know, they're not getting pressured out by the Undying. Bottom is farming too, so I feel like for Tundra, everything's working out kind of exactly as they would hope for. And for Entity, I think this is, the next few moments are going to be pretty important for them to try to slow down this big aggression.
Nice dodge there from the Shadow Poison by Watson. Keeping him alive.
Stormstormer has to go back to base anyway. So 9 is actually going to hit 6 before the Lash does in the mid lane. Going to open up... it might even be able to open up him getting the 6-minute power rune. And Stormstormer, it feels a little scary for him to even walk toward power rune versus a Pango level 6 with a rotation from the supports of Tundra. He could just die if he does go for this rune, so... This could be scary here.
Now they're moving in. Snake King right on top of them, and they are lucky.
Oh
my god, the
bottom
deny?
as well.
I thought he was going to get the deny.
A little bit of RNG there for Stormstormer. That's a big rune. So opening up opportunity for him to even gank any of these side lanes now, perhaps with this haste rune.
Right, and so much of this, like we're talking about, needs to be Entity coming out ahead in the laning stage. After that kill, they bring the net worth lead down. It was about 1,000 at 6 minutes. We'll see if they can make some other type of move here.
That's some early arcane boots on a Shadow Demon. The absolute dream. This hero does struggle quite a bit with mana pool. Your, Disseminate, you don't really like to skill it too much early on because the mana cost is 100 at all levels for some reason. But this will at least help him out in the Doom, perhaps, to get aggressive. As here comes his first rotation.
Big move down bottom. Snake King right there, going to spot him. They turn onto the Naga Siren. Will be able to bring him down. But can they find a follow-up kill onto Skitter? Skitter already TPing away. Back to
DP's
tier 2.
Yeah, wants to just farm jungle. That's a nice move, Stormstormer. That haste rune, I mean, getting that little bit of RNG is going to help out for the lanes a lot. And yeah, he's queued up the Battle Fury, by the way. So yeah, we're going to have to see. We got to see it, as they mentioned on panel. Into the Breach, Oathtaker, he had played it. He played the whole game just on catch-up.
Right.
And was never really able to jump back into the fights. And yeah, I'm going to have to look to see what he's going to be able to do. Because besides the Shadow Demon that I was mentioning before, where you just get ulted every single team fight, you have no sidekick, you can't really move. There's also Pango. The lucky shot's going to be disruptive. There's a lot of difficult things perhaps for Watson. Oh, Tombstone.
Just going to drop it down. Zoxa level 4. Fishman tries to chase him.
See?
There's no way to get in there.
Nope.
So Tombstone down. Nothing gained.
Snaking. Looks like he's going to go down again.
They move on in, so that is another kill there onto the Naga Siren. Currently 0-3 and 0. And Skitter, I mean, this is not the Lina that we've been seeing more often than not out of the laning phase. Is only level 4, does get a lot of pressure down their bottom onto him.
Rune again. Stormstormer gets it. So 2 power runes for this Slash. 9 not getting lucky. And yeah, the Skeeter is definitely going to be slowed down. Toby is likely to hit 6 before him. Not going to be able to get any tower push off the catapult, but some good early pressure coming up from Entity.
Wow. A ton of good moves from Entity so far. They're starting to come a little bit ahead in terms of his laning stage at 9. Well, Illusion Room popped. The stun is there. The big hit. And 9 just going to get dropped. The solo kill.
And that's the reason why he's going for that Edict. You know, doesn't really have the damage to be able to go through the Pango roll if he goes for Lightning. But with Edict, even if he gets the roll off, he dies.
Oh, man. Well, to take a line from Katomi, let him cook a little bit here. As he is having a very good game. And now I have Caster cursed him, and he's going to die.
How dare
That's
you.
lovely. Good stuff there. So Skitter getting back on the map. Sneaking actually steals that one.
Mid tower has to get answered, though. There's Edict up. Is he going to actually commit for it? Stormstormer decides not to. The roll is available, so he's a little cautious. But excellent start, really. Stormstormer, 4-4-0. Liking it a lot versus this Pango.
Well,
Doom up top.
Doom. But the disruption and the back away.
Already had the Unleash active.
Okay. We'll pop it there. Just farming up.
Got it off right before it comes out. And they still have Soul Rip, so they can actually heal. Rotation is coming. 9 wants to find something.
Pretty deep there. Fishman potentially going to go down. Do they have enough damage? No rotations coming in to help.
Whoop.
Fishman
Nice
does a
juke.
little ring around the rosy. Okay, surviving a little longer. 9 is going to get jumped on. They go in with Watson. Is he going to be able to live through this?
He's got 20 stick.
He's still willing to stick around.
Uh-oh.
Fairy Fire in hand, but where's the help? Fairy Fire's there, but Watson just getting run down under tower. Lesh coming very late there. And they can't find any type of save for Watson. Stormstormer are just there to clean up the creep wave.
I think he was finishing off the mid tower. I think they were probably calling like Storm TP top, and he's like, yo, I'm taking mid tower. You know, it's much more important for me to do that than rotate top. So, all right, they get a good trade out of it, and they refill the bottle immediately of Stormstormer too. So looking to enable this Lash a lot, which, to be honest with you, I like. I think this is the game to make sure that this Lash does have this explosive type of start.
Saw Skitter hanging hand of Midas recipe dropped here. It was 33, as I thought it was his for a second.
Please not.
That would have been horrific a little bit. Fishman, tons of damage in. 4 stacks now of the sticky poison. They will find 33. Stormstormer with that ulti.
Nice
He's still
blocks.
going so slow. But Watson trying to run down 33. No points in lightning, so he has to freehand the stun. But Katomi, he's there. They find and turn and take down 9.
Big
Another
plays.
death for the Pango.
Huge. I mean, Stormstormer, these rotations are working beautifully. Good body blocks coming out from Watson. Tons of heal onto Fishman, too, to turn it. Yeah, 9 gets taken out for a second time here in this early game. So far, so good from Entity.
Mid tower taken. Bottom soon to be hit.
Mm-hmm.
And the way forward, it feels pretty clear. the thing I'm wondering, and I remember back to that Into the Breach series we saw, it was so many times, oh man, all those other 4 heroes, they're looking great. And then it went back to Marcy, and it's like, what are you going to do with this hero in the core role?
If they enable her a lot with stacks, then perhaps that Battle Fury can be really nice, right? I'm already looking at Fishman. He's got a triple hard camp stack, a double stack, and then another hard camp stack. They have stacks all over the place, which I imagine are going to continue for this Marcy or for the Lesh. Stormstormer's pretty much got Bloodstone done already, so it's an excellent start really for Entity, and exactly how I think they needed to do it, right? With the Lesh boosting up Stormstormer so that he can be this early beast to kind of dictate the tempo of the game.
Well, he is just going to take all those stacks now. Moving on in with Fishmen afterwards to get some of the XP from the big creeps.
And they fill the bottle again. So I think that's what, 3-4 bottle refills for Stormstormer. You can see exactly what their concept is to make sure he has this amazing start. Digs up a bounty rune as well too. So refill his bottle again and refill it again afterwards. That's the Bloodstone done.
That's huge. This is such a huge injection of gold. I mean, he's even with the Doom Midas right now.
Yeah, he is, and almost level 11. That's the big thing, too. Doom only level 8, so the big disparity there.
So much gold, so much experience. Snaking, skulking around to the area here. I mean, again, we think about what could happen with just, you know, a Song Invis into a Doom or something like that. Could feel pretty rough. But, of course, see if they can find that moment or not. Snaking sees 2. Do they want to pop it here? They drop down a sentry and immediately see him.
This is huge. The Entity's able to just keep their Enigma bottom. Mech is done. No pressure on Toby. Katomi has now been sitting in the mid lane farming. He's about 1,000 gold away from Blink Dagger. And Stormstormer is going to look to just keep getting active, even putting points in stats instead of the Lightning Storm now. So looking to tank up. This is an old school build we used to see when Lightning wasn't very good.
And they can find another opening here onto the Doom. Bring down 33 immediately.
6-0 on this Lash.
This is the performance that they needed from him, and he's doing it perfectly.
And yeah, you see right there, the 2 points in stats instead of having Lightning. All about just tanking up, being that front line. Yeah, really cool.
It's like, Lena, you're not the only one that can take stats. Get out of here.
There was a time, I want to say, I mean, it's been quite some time, of course, but there was a time when this literally was the build. You go 4-4-0, no Lightning. This is when Lightning didn't have slow, and you just act as this frontline beast around Edict and Pulse Nova. And yeah, so far so good. Stormstormer, he is the one dictating the pace with all these rotations.
Katomi, soon to be his sort of partner in crime, already made that one smoke rotation, but if that Blink Dagger gets done, then you open up so much stuff onto the Lena, who, by the way, is still not really caught up at all. Lowest net worth amongst all the cores, and Katomi spots out snaking their smoke.
I mean,
breaks, but
the amount of denies in this game is insane. Marcy has 20 denies. Enigma has 28 denies.
Yeah.
They're really making sure that they're controlling the lane, so yeah, like we talked about, like Panel said too, it's just all about early game advantage, and they're setting that up pretty nicely here. The Battle Fury's done. Watson has not really been pressured whatsoever on this Marcy, besides, I believe, the one death that he has. So, yeah, nice start. And yeah, we're maybe going to actually get to see a Marcy core do some, well, Marcy carry do some. We've seen a bunch of these Marcy off lanes, especially from China region, that have been excelling. But yeah, this will be cool to see, especially into Shadow Demon. And Lucky Shot and stuff like that. So we'll see how it all endures once the big fights happen.
Big move into the triangle. 9 Saksa, but look at the positioning of Toby. He's exactly where he needs to be. They spot that Pengo's there, realize there's a smoke coming in, and they don't get caught by it.
Great reads.
Exactly what they need to do right now. Katomi gets closer and closer with every creep wave to that Blink Dagger. Stormstormer spots 9. Will retreat back 2.
They lack damage to kill Stormstormer at this point unless they have the Lena there. Or they get like doomed out of position or something on Stormstormer. He's very, very tanky. 1860 HP with Bloodstone.
So I'm curious, are pretty much for Tundra just waiting for BKBs? Is that sort of going to be their timing when they try and fight? Like, got bots on the Lena, there's a Blink Dagger eventually for Pengo, but it feels really static and just farmy from Tundra.
Hey, that's the way that they're going to play. If the lanes don't go exactly how they had hoped for, they're going to chill back farm until they have a proper initiation. Right? They have no way to start fights right now, besides a Song running in or Pango just forcing a roll, which, as we've seen versus Edict, can definitely be problematic. So,
Stormstormer, they spot him.
They see him.
Right there on top of him. The Doom comes out. Toby nearby does have that black hole ready. And with the heals, they're not taking him down that quickly at all. He's fine.
They can't commit.
3 ultimates dropped, and it just didn't do anything.
He's got the. I mean, he's next to the Greaves. He's got the tomb or the Undying there to get the soul rip onto him constantly, and That was a big move from Tundra. Now Blink Dagger's coming up for Entity, so they have a huge window to really put pressure on now.
Does have to TP back home, and you can see Tundra making the counterplay of pushing in this mid-tier 1 tower and trying to clean it up. So it looks like they will be able to get that trade. So Tundra's still on the map somewhat.
This is building up to be a pretty explosive mid-game timing. It feels like we're going to have some crazy battles coming out because both teams are playing the map, reading each other almost perfectly.
And, you know, you talked about the heal potential, or rather the shutdown potential that Shadow Demon gives you, obviously with that ulti. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to have 2 targets they want to hit, right? Both the Marcy and the Lesh.
Yeah.
So that could be a problem for Tundra.
Definitely feels like it could be. I mean, this Slash is gonna. It feels like he's, unless he just gets caught and the Lena's able to just focus fire him from a distance. Does feel like it's going to be too many targets for them to even go for.
We'll see also if Entity can stay on their targets and try and run them down. You've always got that get out of jail free card with Snake King playing on that Song of the Siren Naga.
They're pressuring now. Even tier 2s, all of Entity in the area. They know Snake King's down here.
Watson, they find him, tries to go for the song, but just gonna black hole the Naga. Okay, we're not messing around here.
We want your tier 2. You can't fight without ults. They're gonna get this one.
Holy moly, Entity came, and they are gonna move on up, take down that tier 2 tower, 17 minutes.
Oh, baby.
Big plays.
Yep, now take Outpost 2. They have continuous control of the bottom side. Yeah, this Toby Enigma, it's been something that people have taken out in times, especially when the hero was much more often picked. So far looking amazing. Katomi, the blink reveal.
Zoxa gets away the roll and then the run back.
He's scared.
Katomi, they
Nine
don't
is scared.
want to chase.
Yeah, 9 can't commit into this.
Has to back away. Okay, so another roll used.
Okay. I mean, Entity is soon going to be able to open up Roshan. If like some of these ults keep getting whiffed from the side of Tundra, they might be able to commit into the pit soon. Tundra. Sox has got Doom available. Will he be able to find a target as the blink forward?
They saw that smoke in. They're not afraid at all. Katomi is going to get controlled, though, and he went a bit too far, so maybe not quite on the mark with his full play there.
Soxa just taking the kill right there. He really wants the blink dagger, I guess.
Yeah,
he uses
right.
the disruption even. Look at the skill build. So actually going to be maxing Disseminate now instead of having disruption. Doesn't have a great target to go for it, so yeah, we'll get to see an ability that I think half the people in the Dota community don't even know what it does. It's like a fake, it's like a mini Fatal Blonde kind of blade mail thing. How you, wait, what is Courier doing? Oh god, oh, 9, okay. I thought 9 was suiciding his Courier for a second. Never mind, he's got it.
The game hasn't been that bad.
No,
they got a 2K gold lead.
No, for sure not. I just thought he was, I've seen a couple times a little bit of miss micro from 9, at least with Courier. So, Watson, looking for 33.
They get him! Oh, he pulled the wave, pulling the waves when it comes back to bite you, although 33 gets the BKB off and runs away.
Okay, full reset. We'll just TP out.
Wow, a jump up top. Top of Fishman gets the tombstone down. Toby still nearby.
Whoop. Oh, nice maneuvering by 9, but he's too tanky.
The Greaves, they keep him alive. And 9. Ooh, just barely gets the TP out there.
That was very close. Perhaps if Katomi stunned left, but couldn't expect the bounce. Stormstormer now getting focus fired.
No man's land, he's just dead.
Oh, man.
That is such a huge kill.
The only way he really dies is to this Lina, and there's the Disseminate, that little bit of bonus, of course. Wow. Actually, not really, because he's not versus any shared targets. But either way, focus firing from Skeeter, who also, by the way, found Grove Bow. Kind of the perfect situation there for Tundra to now start chunking forward in this lead. Entity, they got to look to still make these good aggressive moves.
Yeah,
Tundra's all about farming.
I mean, those last couple of minutes, you're seeing the slight gold lead swing into the favor of Tundra just by the way that they're moving around the map, the way that they're farming. You get something here.
Nice
toss back, Toby. Takes a ton of damage there, but Watson on top of him and finds the kill on Deny.
Ooh, and Snay ends up wasting the song.
Comes out a bit too late. All right. So they get a counter kill on the mid, but you're still seeing this Lina, this Doom, get incredibly farmed, both surpassing that 10K mark now.
They're starting to do the Tundra effect, just farming on these cores, farming on supports, getting super far ahead. Now they've got Blink on 33, so an easier way to start fights. Entity. They still have Watson farming really well, but I'm starting to feel that concern that we were feeling from the draft, where game gets slowed down too much. I'm just concerned what the Marcy's going to be able to do.
Right. Well, there's another BKB charge used right now from the Doom. He obviously has also that late game counter. We've seen previously, of course, the Aghanim Scepter on him to deal with the BKB Black Hole from Enigma. So they'll have answers late game against that. And Entity going to need to make things happen around the map now.
Yeah, I think if the game gets to like the slow down period where it's just farming, and Tundra's going to have so many answers. As we said, versus Enigma, they have the basher potential on Pango. Lena's going to be able to just kill him from a distance. Doom can control, etc. They have all the answers really. So Entity got to keep hitting hard here. Can't make too many more mistakes, it feels like, in this game.
Yeah, the smoke now comes out from 3 heroes. They don't have Toby in it, but a counterplay coming from Tundra.
Okay.
They're going to see the Marcy. Do they run right at her?
She's got BKB coming out right now.
They're not exactly sure where they want to go, but maybe up towards top? Katomi's the one that's kind of going to break the smoke here if they run into it, although Stormer. Well, they're playing into the vision of Entity. A lot of heroes nearby. Storm's there.
No BKB on Stormer. He's pretty vulnerable now.
They see the Shadow Poison, and immediately everybody runs back.
Having to play as a clustered 5 right now. They're going to smoke back, but it's under ward vision. So Tundra completely aware of this.
Who do they find, if anybody? Don't have vision down here. Skitter.
Oh, it's a deity rune on Skitter.
Okay, all right. They actually might be willing to take this fight.
Hey, they might. They're smoked up on him and Soxa right now. Skitter just says, nah, I got an ancient stack to farm.
That's so awesome. It's like, you find DD before the perfect fight. He's like, no, this is the perfect farming item.
They're just protecting him right now.
Yeah.
Playing all in the area. They have a ton of different ways to initiate fights now. Soxa Blink to potentially save or catch someone in the front line. 9 with Blink. Or sorry, 33 with Blink, sorry. And Stormer still no BKB. So Entity, I think they're actually waiting for that before they look to go for another big hit. But this is just buying time for Tundra.
It's so scary. It's one of those things where, you have that one kill on the Leshrac, and it's not just the time he's not farming, not playing on the map, but Tundra push out all those lanes, force you to do sort of management of the macro game, and then you got to try and take another fight. It just isn't working out. But 6-10, and still spreading the map, pushing out each of these lanes, and Entity waiting for that key item before they can go for some type of a fight and maybe look to Roche.
They're going to have to make this one pretty explosive here, it feels like, from Stormer. BKB's done, so let's see what they can find. Yeah, Tundra, they're playing their game. This is exactly how they like to play. Sit back, farm, let the tri-core scale.
Getting that force staff done on Lena, so more survivability, maneuverability in these fights.
Let's see. Entity looks like they're clustered.
Tundra, do they realize it's coming?
Toby has a Blink Dagger and Shard now as well, too. So they have a lot of things they do have to cover on the side of Tundra. There's a lot of different distractions that maybe Entity can cause, that maybe just causes disarray from Tundra who to focus fire. But let's see what they're able to take. They want to get this fight. They want to try to get the rush, and snaking.
The first one out there. Storm picks up the regen. Do they realize it? Fishman walking up high ground, spots him right away. Abba, toss back. That's going to be a kill. Do they go right into the pit now?
I think they should.
Like it.
I think they have to. Yep. They've got the Flesh Golem. They've got Tombstone. Should be able to kill it pretty fast. Do they pop the Unleash as well, too, on Watson? Holding on to it for now.
I mean, Tundra have to know. They do a buyback on the Naga Siren, but it looks like they're willing to give this one up here. So
they're thinking about it.
Actually going to go in for this without snaking?
Feels a bit psycho.
Yeah, sticking around this area,
Nice
very
move.
scary. And yeah, it's just going to be the Aegis given over to the side of Entity.
All right, gives them some protection now for these next few moments to continue to try to scale versus Tundra. Still want to see them looking to play at least a little bit active. Because I still don't think you want to be playing versus this type of lineup where they sit back and farm versus all these counters of the Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, are we thinking with this Aegis, you got to get those other tier 2 towers taken out, or like build up a gold lead? What's sort of the goal with this first Aegis here?
Probably just chill. I mean, it's tough to really push into them, so not really 100% sure.
Yeah.
You definitely want to try to fight often. It's just you have to be careful of the positioning and everything. You have a good ward around Ancients now, so maybe you can use this of being able to read the map of where you can actually take a better fight.
Stormer.
Obviously,
Aegis still has that. Do they decide to go on him? A quick burst here would be big.
Very close to the tower. Let's see.
They go immediately. Katomi's right on top of him. They miss the stun, and now 33. He's in far. He tosses him onto it.
What?
Oh, save for the moment, but the Greaves come out at the last second trying to survive. The black hole. Oh, Toby the savior. He keeps him alive. Back to the tier 2 tower. They are going to bring down that Pango. All right, Katomi, like we said, let him cook.
They were so ready. They knew this move was happening. Katomi has been on fire with his positioning all tour. Stormstormer gets to keep Aegis, and now they have a window. No Doom, no Pango roll. Now it's time to go on Entity. Now maybe they can look to go for one of these different towers, get some wards up, and look for a fight.
Such a big window there, and yeah, recognizing it.
I think you want to like try to control Ancients, right? Because you still have this ward in that area that they placed from earlier, so I think they can look to try to swing, protect Stormstormer, and look to try to get an advantage. But Tundra already kind of in the area here, waiting for Stormstormer.
4 heroes up top. The Shadow Demon pretty far away, but after pushing out that wave, does look to head on back through the jungle here and just get some more farm on, runs into the Naga Siren illusions. Tomi helps to deal with those. But yeah, trying to, like you said, corral Tundra into the less efficient areas to farm on the map.
They ideally would like to try to get something out of the Doom being on cooldown. 60 seconds. Now Pango roll is back up. Always something really hard to take advantage of because how low cooldown it is. See if they can find anything.
For now, at least, it's still just that constant farming.
Yeah, looks like they do want to just play it a little bit more of a farm game. I'm seeing a lot of lines drawn by Watson that he wants to try to control the triangle since they still have that ward there, but can they actually find anything?
Other big item pickup for him, right? Has that Blink Dagger done, so able to get right on top of that Lina. Obviously, there is still the Force Staff that's going to be their full Hurricane Pike completed. But obviously, if you pop BKB, you're going to be able to chase her down.
Yeah, and it's even then, is he gonna get controlled by the Shadow Demon too, right? Like whatever, if you have Blink, you have BKB. If you don't get on this SD, he's just gonna purge you. It's gonna cause some big issues. So Entity, looking to get into this triangle.
Doom about to come back off cooldown now.
Doing a good job of keeping this net worth. Like the 3K lead isn't really that significant by any means, of course, for Tundra, because it's Midas Doom, which just inflates things.
Yeah.
So far, still pretty good for Entity.
And if they do manage to stay somewhat even on farm, is it at least the type of game where you can sort of win out by better positioning or something for Entity, or getting better vision, taking a better fight?
I'm still a little worried just because the Marcy factor versus the Lina. It's going to be up to how much Watson's going to be able to like actually get on her. Like we said, there's so many answers for the Enigma too, so still feels a little difficult, it feels, for Entity if they're not able to stay a little bit ahead, it feels like, but we'll see. 9 also now has Aghanims done with Maelstrom, so they just have so much damage on their 3 cores of Tundra here.
Soxa 33 in though. Gets onto both of them. Watson blows up one.
9's in.
Tomi trying to run away. The net there onto Marcy. And the roll back and forth from the Pango, keeping Katomi alive. Yeah, 9 just has to run.
We might get him.
Avalanche. Oh, it just misses. Wow. Gets out of harm's way.
Toby's still looking though. 9.
Does he get out of there in time? He saw where the creeps are going. But he can't get there.
No, not quite. Notices it a bit late. Any BKBs popped there? No, right? Nobody popped anything. Nothing big committed. Just a roll, which is back up in 40.
Well, Aegis about to expire now for the Lesh. They were able to dodge one gank during this fight and farm around the map, keep that net worth even like you're talking about. But no other objectives taken.
They're still playing like really nicely about not letting anybody get kind of picked off. They're covering each other really nicely still on Entity. Keeping it very close here.
7 seconds.
It's an Octarine now on Doom. Octarine Quickening Charm. It's 97-second cooldown Doom. And there goes the Aegis.
Does look like Stormstormer bringing out, completing the full Shivas. As the Aegis expires, Tundra gonna go for a smoke. Now, Stormstormer does have an Arcane Rune bottled up.
He's pretty damn tanky with this. Titan Sliver as well as Shivas too. Jump forward.
Fishman right at the start. They're all covering each other so well, but Fishman still going to die. Full duration stun, 33 in trouble. Gets hit with the SD ulti, but he's fine. 9, not able to do anything in the BKB of Stormstormer. Watson looking for the chase down, but a good jump away. Coming out from that Pango, goes to the high ground, tries to find him. 9, they have a toss forward if they want to get it. Can't quite get the range, though.
So close.
Dude, Pango is so annoying. Oh my god, this hero.
I think he had Arcane. Oh, no, yeah, sorry, he didn't. He just was able to get himself up on high ground. And he has the Ogre Seal Totem, so yeah, he pushed himself up there. Instant stuns, though. Really quick chain stun onto the Doom. Unable to get the BKB off. Gets caught off guard. Maybe the SD disruption. A little overzealous. I think it was an aggressive one instead of trying to help out his buddy, so.
Well, the other thing that will be nice here, at least, is that it does save Doom for a BKB charge.
True.
maybe you can get something done for this next little period of time for Stormstormer.
And the Stormstormer's still top net worth. The Marcy still keeping up with the Doom, and now Basher. So Basher level 18. This is big timings here for Marcy.
Our little spread, you can see all of Tundra heading up to where they last saw Stormstormer. It's a tough kill to get, and in fact, I don't know if they're going to be able to find it in time.
If Watson actually gets now with 18 and Basher, might just be able to almost like insta-kill something like the Lina. No armor really built on her. Sure, yeah, stats and everything, so she has 17, but they don't have anything like AC or anything to keep her alive. They do have Saksa to get like the disruption and the control, as we're saying, onto the Marcy, but the damage that comes out from level 18 Marcy like this is insane how fast you blow up targets.
Still very, very close in terms of net worth.
Yeah,
and
very impressed with Entity's movements. Just it feels like they're always 5, but they're actually spread out and farming really nice this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under
head
attack.
on in.
They're running in.
Fishmen.
Spots on
him.
cooldown.
Blink away. Able to get out of harm's way. And Ogre Seal Totem almost gets him, but not quite. Oh my god, Tundra.
Buenos dias. And then another like, I hate life. Like,
yeah.
Almost catching him out. Tundra looks like they're waiting for a bit of a timing themselves too. Almost the Scotty on Skater, so he can focus fire this Lash easy from a distance. Get that heal negation, of course, and then slow through BKB.
I mean, we talked about it multiple. Wait, 9?
No, they saw his courier.
Oh my god, 9 in trouble.
Oh,
they see it. He jumps right on top of him. I finds him. The bash is there. Watson getting the vision, and they find and kill off the Pango.
That's a huge kill now.
Stormstormer trying to run down Skitter, but with Snake King nearby, it's a little bit scary running in there without any vision.
That's 5 kills they've been able to get onto 9 from him. Just, I mean, that one he just didn't have TP and got caught up top there and had to wait for his courier.
So banishes on the illusions. Not real, obviously, but gives a lot of information about where the rest of Tundra is. And Roche respawn 1 minute away.
He's doing, yeah, just such a good job keeping net worth constant. Octarine finished on Toby too. Not really having to commit too many black holes here this game, but so far still looking really nice. The way that they're able to shut down this Pango constantly.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of feel that at least for the next couple of minutes here, Tundra got to be a little bit scared, because if you do ever end up giving a big fight away, if you end up, like, you know, losing a couple of heroes, which is very possible, you know, particularly to like a black hole or something, they're going to take towers so quickly with that Stormstormer Edict.
Yeah. Skeeter is yet to be really involved either, right? He's 0-0 and 2, so yet to actually get fully pressured on. If they're going to find him, might just die almost instantly. But Tundra looking to take the fight here themselves.
Looking up, Roche 8 seconds away. Now there are Eidolons in the river.
Who gets the initiation?
Sending out more illusions. They're going to try and bait one of these ones. Potentially. The Shadow Demon sending himself forward. But it doesn't look like anybody's going to bite.
Such a defensive posturing there coming out from Entity.
Yeah. And now taking away those wards, 33. They retreat back again. Entity not willing to throw away this advantage yet.
No, can't make like even 1 or 2 mistakes in this game, it feels like.
Perfect.
So far, they kind of have been. Just making sure Stormstormer has a godly performance. 8-1-1 still on this Lash.
4,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah.
Thinking about what his next item's going to be.
Yeah, I think he's deciding. It's like, do I want to join the forces in the front line with my Marcy with Blink? I think he's still considering which is going to be. He will. So he is going to get that Blink Dagger. So many ways to just commit and cause havoc on top of Skitter now.
The other thing, of course, to watch for in this one is going to be those buybacks. A lot of buybacks available on the Dire team. Not quite as many ready for Radiant. The main ones, the Naga and the Shadow Demon, that still have buyback available.
This game really feels like it's like the lull into one team fight into GG almost.
Yeah.
Like whoever gets the better jump, whoever gets the better catch. Because most of this has just been like little pickoffs and stuff, catching 9, trying to go for these aggressive plays, but no real big fights kicking off just yet.
Cutting the wave there, over in the Roche pit.
They're gonna kill it really fast.
I mean, you're playing into Naga Siren though. This is really scary, and the illusions that are going to get sent in by SD.
They're gonna make it in time though.
They're moving
FHP.
over. The smoke coming in, trying to find it. Do they manage to get this one in time? The Nagas, they're there. Pops the BKB immediately. 33 goes in. It's on the ground. Stormstormer picks it up. 33 tries to do what damage he can. The roll back and forth to mute the Doom. It's on to the Marcy, but she's still chasing through this. Fishman lives through all of that initiation. And now, Entity, a huge win for him.
I think they got the shard too, right? The Undying picks it up. Yeah. Undying picked it up. They got Aegis. The Aegis actually sat on the ground for quite some time, but they get the last hit, they get the Aegis, and that's Doom and Pango roll.
Holy moly.
They control the area beautifully. The Tombstone is down. Skitter has to spend the entire duration of the fight actually just hitting it. Again, it's just 9 dying.
Yeah, right?
The whole game just feels like it's poor 9 committing in and getting left alone by his team.
And yeah, I mean, I understand the way that they're sort of been playing around this Lina. They ping. They know Stormstormer's here. They see the illusion right at the start. Stormstormer gets jumped on. No BKB. He does have that Aegis, so they're going to burn through it right at the start. But the great
It's only on one.
It's only one. That is not nearly enough. Do they want to stick around? No. The TP out. Holy moly.
It was so close to catching Skitter as well. It's literally on the cusp. I mean, the song would have come in anyway, but...
Oh, that hurts.
And now, no black hole, but it's only down for, 100 seconds. So Tundra, now for them, maybe a time to make the move versus no Aegis.
It's so wild.
It's so little moves, these little tiny plays that actually could be incredibly significant.
But the thing, too, about that is it's like, that was such an advantage that I felt like Entity needed to sort of make moves around the map with, I guess. But they're still so well farmed. They're keeping their net worth up. Maybe it's still going to be okay for them, but these couple of lost opportunities, we'll see. You can see those 60% win probability.
That's tough to tell. It's really going to be all up to how these fights end up kicking off. If they get on the Lina, it's really going to determine kind of everything. Is Stormstormer still keeping up with Lina, the other 2 cores as well? This is wild.
And we saw in the draft, the very opening pick, they gave up that Lina immediately. Tiny Enigma. You could see from the outset that their plan was, we just need to deal with this one hero, get the black hole onto her, and they almost found it right there. Let's see if they can make it happen again, but there's so many answers at this stage now.
They do have the BKB now on the Enigma, and black hole's back up in 40, so he'll have the answer at least for Song. 9 also, with all his deaths that he's had on this Pango, he doesn't have Basher yet.
Yeah.
So it might be a little tough for them to actually get the cancel onto the black hole if he's able to get it onto the Lina. It's going to be up to 33 or up to Soxa to really protect and cover this Lina. Pretty interesting.
Either get the disruption off there, find the Doom, or get a Song out to try and salvage things. Snake King does have the shard, so they can heal up inside that black hole.
It's true.
But we'll see. 9 playing underneath the ward right now. Fishman? He has 5 sentries. Probably going to go check it here in a moment.
What did 9 purchase? Purchase something else? Oh, he's got a shard now.
No, they have the vision now. They see him.
The Doom
immediately out, but the BKB's already there. Katomi in some trouble. Is going to get brought down, but Watson starting to beat away. 9, still very survivable. Watson thinking about chasing. Toby right on top of him. The jump forward. Watson gets him. So a trade of 1 for 1.
Song again.
The mid is going to die.
It's literally just 9 having to sacrifice his life over and over again.
Yeah, homie is 1 in 7. There's only one other hero that has died. Excuse me. No, I was looking at the Tundra one.
That's pretty crazy. But it's significant because Basher's getting delayed more and more and more.
That is that big answer for the Enigma that's so difficult to deal with, particularly with Aghanim's done on the Pango.
Yeah. So far, Entity, again, they seem just so ready. Every time the fight's coming at them, even if they don't have... That's Tundra having the ward advantage, too.
Right.
Them getting the initiation, and they still can't actually get some type of advantageous positioning out of it. Entity just... They arrive so quick. All 5 heroes immediately.
They're playing a great game of Dota here.
Just great macro game. It's everyone's covering each other perfectly.
Skitter finds him. Stormstormer in trouble. Oh, Invis! 4-step save! Black hole! Toby, he got him, and Watson starts to break him down to death. That was what they were waiting for.
The Trickster Cloak to save Stormstormer, and then Toby comes in clutch. They're so fast with the way they collapse. Oh, baby.
That was unreal.
And that maybe just explodes the game right open there for Entity.
80 seconds, no Lina. Jeez, that was enormous. All right, all you need to do is black hole all of the cores, and this Marcy looks sick.
Oh, that was picture perfect. Trickster Cloak, the gem comes in a little bit late. I didn't have any detection at the initial go.
Here we see it again.
Like, look at Snake. He's running in. The gem, it's on him. They get vision for a second. They get force-staffed. And boom.
Shazam. Oh my god. So many ways that could have gone so much worse for Entity, but they're covering each other perfectly.
That's what it feels like it's been really all game. Them reading the movements of Tundra and just collapsing perfectly. They get the grab. Just so quick the way that they move to be able to bail out Stormstormer. That's the last time he died was in that same area.
Yeah.
This time they were, I mean, it was like 20-something minutes ago, but this time, yeah, they make it there in time to bail him out.
And again, the more macro sense of what this game means, if Tundra lose this one, there's the potential we could go to another round of tiebreakers, depending on what happens with Entity and OG. But all Tundra need to do to go to the major is win this game, and Entity, they are a roadblock right in front of them. The biggest roadblock of all is this giant Leshrac.
Yeah, giant Leshrac, who they've made this giant, right? They've made Stormstormer just have this game. They filled his bottle, what, 5 times, sat on him, helped him get runes. He got 2 or 3 of the early runes. And yeah, just made all the perfect moves. And now Black Hole's back up constantly because he has Spell Prism, he has Octarine. Tough to take advantage of that cooldown timing.
Oh my goodness. Was he really just there? Just blinked away at the last second.
Entity all together again. All 5 heroes clustered in unison.
Smoke up, comes out, and what are they going to find now? I mean,
so impressive the way that they're playing together.
Black Hole is back up again. Level 23, the Unleash movement speed. Are they just going to try and bully down this tower?
Almost 25 on Stormstormer, so he almost has the Edict.
Yeah. Looks like they are just going to show nobody down bottom and instead head in towards mid, take that tier 2 tower.
They're probably still feeling pretty good to fight because they still have this Black Hole constantly available for Toby, and I think they know, like, 9 is 1 in 7, so his Basher is still super delayed. So as long as he does catch at least 2 of the heroes, be it the Doom and the Leaner or something like that, Enigma should have some successes. The Skeeter, though, now starting to hit on the tier 3.
Want to force people back. Entity holding the high ground of Tundra. And like you said, that level 25 now completed for Stormstormer. Watson getting towards the Abyssal Blade. And the thing that's so scary about this game from Entity's point of view is that even though you have that huge moment, the game could still be lost in a matter of seconds.
Absolutely. Everything still has to be kind of perfect. But I mean, Watson's damage is insane. Like, if he gets on the Lina, Lina's dead. You'll just see how fast she gets shredded from Daedalus Basher.
Now opting for no AC, the Aeon Disc for Doom. Just more about trying to keep themselves individually alive. And Entity checking out vision all over the place. Are they going to go for another smoke play? Yes, they will. Wraparound, big wraparound coming, but the pings are already there.
Stormstormer is so tanky too. 39 armor.
Skeeter reveals himself.
Thinking about it.
Tommy, do they know where they're at? The vision is there. 9, again, going to be the one that's found. Gets obliterated in a second. Snake King has to run.
Watson kills him in 3 seconds. I don't even think anyone else even gets much hits off.
Pop the SD ulti. Now the jump forward. Find the Doom. LSA! Oh, it hit onto 3 of them! They were all together. Lesh in some trouble now. Stormstormer pops that BKB, wants to run away. The buyback is there. But Stormstormer's dead. Does have buyback himself. Watson now getting control. Toby, that's not a good enough Black Hole. The heal is there. They don't have enough, nearly enough. Ultra kill for Skinner. And now the song, the connection is there. They missed the LSA. Stormstormer jumps on top of them, but the save comes from the SD. 33 trying to do what he can. Aeon Disc proc, but the damage, it might be enough from Entity. Slowly whittling him down. Skinner's on the low ground. Rampage, but he dies in the Rampage. Stormstormer trying to play cleanup. He is all alone. Nobody nearby for the help. 33 dives to the zombies. Snake King, he gets stunned, and Katomi, the helper, comes on back in. 9 trying to run away. The zombies are too strong. The Walking Dead and Tundra, they lose that fight. 1 billion buybacks.
Skeeter even buying back 2 to try to commit, and the gems are on the floor.
Holy moly.
2 gems.
Snake King gets them both. Whoop. Wait. Can he get out, though? Yes.
We will.
Wait, into Roche.
Oh, my God. There's no Black Hole. There's no Enigma.
Everybody used buyback. Everybody used buyback there. And Roche, it's going to go to Tundra.
That was the culmination of this game in a nutshell, right? Everyone waiting so patiently for one explosive team fight. That's our full, real team fight I think we saw, and 10 heroes brought into the mix. 20 heroes even. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is one of those games that, and now it's on a knife's edge again. I mean, Aghanim Scepter, look at that swing back into Tundra's favor after getting that Aegis back to 50-50.
I mean, Skeeter holding his ground, getting the 3-man initial LSA. It was beautiful. The black hole didn't catch him either. So he just sits at a distance wailing on this Enigma. Holy moly. Tundra.
They do have that Aghanim Scepter now for 33. And, I mean, Pango dead for a long time. He was obviously the first victim of that initial clash.
He baited a lot, though, right? They
Totally.
did end up using the Unleash and everything for him, which they didn't have for the team fight afterwards. And Skeeter, I mean, it was all Skeeter's positioning, him able to distance himself and get all these hits off. This game, it's delivering everything. 15-26. It was a slow kind of build up to this moment.
God, and I don't even know, I mean, again, getting the Aegis is huge now. You can see how well it felt like this could have gone, but Skitter playing it so well off to the side there.
He was so patient. Like, look at his timing, waiting, gets the 3-man stun, and yeah, just kills the Enigma, and then forces that buyback right away.
Stormer even going down here. And then the decision to keep fighting. I mean, I guess that's at the end of the day, Skitter only having to use that one life on this one. Pretty huge.
And a great song, really, from Snay, right?
Yeah.
Even though they are focus firing the Enigma, the BKB's active, so he can song control the other two while this is happening, which allows Skitter to continue going to work. And it was kind of funny watch. I think this was the most impactful tombstone I've seen at the 45-minute mark ever. These two tombstones, the zombie apocalypse, really started to cause havoc, letting Stormstormer hold his ground.
God, Marcy needs another way to get out of all these roots and everything. Does have the, God, what is it now? The Flicker done.
And level 25, so sidekick immunity for those spells. But it's still feeling it's going to be all up to catching some of these heroes inside the black hole, but feels like things now for Entity, they got harder. They're playing into the Aegis, they're playing into the Pango, who actually still does. Okay, I actually thought that he'd have the Basher. He actually bought Aeon Disc, but they're playing into the Doom with the Aghanims, right? So now 33, even if he gets caught inside of it, he might just rotate and cancel the Doom immediately if he's self-doomed.
Another DD, this time for Skitter. And as we remember, about 4 or 5 minutes ago, there was a giant slew of buybacks. If somebody dies now, they are gone, with the exception of Skitter. No coming back.
Yeah, these next moments are kind of everything, it feels like, for both sides.
And Aghanim Scepter done for Toby. Okay. So extra damage. I mean,
the pull-in as well.
Yeah,
that's the important one. Because I think if in that last fight, maybe if he had this Aghanims before it, it would have actually grabbed and perhaps got Skeeter inside of it, but... And nobody having buyback. Everybody's just going to commit all that gold. Hope nobody's hanging on to too much.
It should be all in at this point.
Skeeter is now buying out, it looks like. I mean, he's having inventory issues, so...
Right. Yeah, where do you even go for?
He's got the MKB now.
Oh my god, Aghanim Scepter done for SD.
Okay.
That's
and the Shard. So 3 charges of both of those spells. It's quite a lot of healing, to be honest with you as well, too. It's 700 heal per target you put it on.
Cheese for the Doom. Refresher. Still a little ways away for 33.
And yeah, I mean, Watson, yeah, sure, you've got sidekick spell immunity, but immediately he's going to get dispelled, right? Saksa, he's got 3 purge charges to be able to throw onto these cores.
He needs to be one of the higher priorities in these fights, I feel like.
It's just hard. Like, there's so many high target priorities. The Doom, the Pango, as we've seen. I mean, 9 has been the literal highest priority target. 2 and 9 on him. But Tundra, still keeping it in their favor for the moment.
33, about 100 gold away from a refresher, and couldn't quite finish it off there.
Holy moly.
9. Person that has died so much this game rolls in, finds a couple. They got eyes on Toby. Back away, 33. Gets the, well, Doom onto Undying. He's going to fall, so no Undying in this fight. Does drop the Tombstone behind him.
He's got Refresher. I think that's why they're forcing the issue so much. And they have Aegis, so really trying to dictate their advantage. Also, cooldown of Doom is, 80 seconds, of course, when you have these items, so. Tundra. One explosive fight have maybe found their footing into this game completely.
Yeah, an 8K gold lead. I mean, the 8K gold lead is far less important than any buybacks, but since nobody has them, it does really make a difference. And a couple of these items are going to maybe tell the tale of the game. But positioning, vision, that can turn it all around as well.
Feels like all the pressure in the world's on Toby, really. It's like, you got to land the black hole now, my friend. We need it.
Yeah.
And into all these counters, it's got to be a perfect one. What a game.
I know, 51 minutes in, and for Tundra coming all down to this. I mean, I don't think anybody was really expecting that after winning TI, they might be on the verge of not being able to go to the major, but one game away from securing their spot now. And I guess the other thing to watch for here is if we think about the Tundra games throughout this entire DPC season, they've been really reluctant to go high ground. I've seen so many games get thrown in this situation and try and just get further and further ahead. So that might be the way that they try and play this one out now. Play a little bit more defensively.
I mean, they still have crazy potential for the scaling as well, too, right? They still, the 9 still doesn't have Basher, right? He's not even going to be going for it, it seems like. Snaking, I mean, if he wants, he can potentially go for some type of like these Ags and stuff like that eventually. He also hit 20, which actually important to point out for the Naga. The AoE is enormous now.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's pretty big.
So it's going to be problematic, especially for some of the supports and stuff like that. Or if, if somebody BKBs or one of the heroes BKBs and the rest of the team doesn't, they can actually focus fire some of these targets. So feeling harder and harder really for Entity and more pressure onto Toby.
So the buybacks are going to come off cooldown within this next minute or so. And that probably is going to be... I mean, I don't even know if Tundra want to try and push the envelope at that point. Like you're saying, that scalability is still there.
Yeah.
Might just wait for the next Roche.
Yeah, they're just controlling map nicely here. Like, Snaking is starting to cut waves even with some of these weaker illusions. And his team is just, getting all the gold possible for buybacks, finishing up their last few sets of items. Like you said, the Refresher and the Doom, and getting a free Aghanims is very impactful. 9?
Okay. Just does the roll-up stuff and runs out.
No funny business. Aeon didn't proc. Wow.
It's kind of cool.
I don't think she's super close to him. It was like, I think, like 1% from him procking.
Well, you can see Entity now with buybacks coming back off cooldown. They're going to feel a little bit more comfortable pushing out onto the map at this point. And try and regain some of these areas that have been lost.
It does feel difficult for, even though Stormstormer's had this amazing game, right? 10, 2, and 10. It's hard for him to go in because even though he feels tanky, he's actually so squishy now because his overall tank ability kind of stagnated after like 15 minutes ago or so. So yeah, just feels difficult. Feels like tons of pressure on Toby really.
Glass Canyon coming out for the Lesh.
Even though he's built tanky.
Right, exactly.
It's just how much damage the Tundra's draft does. And they, of course, they got Witchbane, which is probably one of the best neutral. We should have pointed out earlier. Apologies. One of the best neutral items versus these int heroes as the game progresses. Just so much damage that you do.
The DD on Skinner means they feel comfortable stepping up for a moment and just taking down that tier 3 tower. So that one being claimed, and Entity again back in their base. You step out for a moment, you get some farm on the map, you get punished a bit.
Snaking getting tons of farm. So hard to take it. I mean, they've got pretty decent wards down now on the side of Entity, so some information being given to maybe look for some type of play, but it's very hard. All the buybacks now back up. Undying, the only one who doesn't have it, and Snaking, he finds the ward immediately, so he'll take out the vision that Entity had.
Yeah, there is still that one down on the bottom that was scouting 33 for a moment, but also Tundra, they saw all of Entity head out here, and now they're going to see him again.
Yeah, and they have everybody here. 33 with the bots too. He's coming in. He has the double Doom ready.
Sending out Vision with the Eidolons. They see the Naga Siren.
33 is also constantly swapping in ninja gear.
Needs to be careful. Snake King finds Toby. Ava, but the jump forward.
Toby.
They find him. Gets a jump away for a moment, but 33 still finding Toby, trying to take him down. Skinner beating from the high ground. The black hole, the turn in. He catches them both. Oh, but the song, is it going to be enough? They catch onto Marcy. Didn't have BKB ready to go. And now, thinking about a turnaround, Tombstone is already down. Toby chasing, Saksa gets the imprisonment for the moment, and Stormstormer jumps in, finds them both. That's a kill onto the Shadow Demon. Now looking for Skinner. They get him, the Abyssal Blade, the turn, the Doom. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? LSA, Toby, he doesn't have Black Hole ready. There is nothing there for them at all. Skinner dropping low, but not low enough. No, he does go down. 2 minutes dead, 9 also in trouble with the buybacks. Entity managed to turn this one around.
Holy, I mean, Stormstormer gets ignored. Look at his damage.
He's just out of Doom range.
8,000 damage from Stormstormer this time. They put all the attention onto everybody else. Tundra on full retreat and get caught. No, even with the Black Hole being awkward, somehow they're able to commit into the fight.
That
Holy.
was so close. I don't know if Marcy didn't get BKB off or used it earlier.
At the initial go, I don't think that she did for the black hole. So I mean, it ended up working out for them, though.
Right. Roche back up in 10 seconds. And this would be a big win for Entity, just getting that Aegis.
It was expensive. It was 3 buybacks.
Yeah, they have to get this. So we'll head back now and check it out most likely for Fishman as Watson pushes out each of these waves.
This is a huge one, too. This is the refresher shard for Toby, which he kind of desperately needs. We'll see this one again. Stormstormer, he lives the entirety of the duration of this one. Skeeter targeting Watson gets good, like it's good targeting, right, to be able to take that one out, but then Stormstormer is able to get that finish up.
Oh, they want to get buybacks.
Okay.
25 on Toby.
They're doing Roche as well. They're doing both.
This is nice. Yeah, scan comes out, so they know that this is happening, and Entity need to back away.
I love the split up here. They can push without those heroes. They have those Eidolons and Stormstormer 30. So they'll get this Roshan. That is their refresher and the Aghanim's Blessing.
Big hits for them. Toss back. Stormstormer finds, but misses the stun onto 9. Oh, that would have been the dieback. They do use Song, though. Okay. Still 25 seconds until Lina and Doom are back up without any buybacks, and it looks like they're going to get this. Level 30 on Stormstormer.
Oh boy, we've got Scale and Katomi now as well. Free Aghanim's given to the Tiny, who I believe has a Daedalus in a second.
Holy moly.
And I think, where's that refresher shard gone?
I'm not sure at the moment, but...
It's in the pit. They forgot about it.
All right.
Someone's pinging
Go
it.
get it.
Fishman's like, wait a minute. I swear that is the 4th. So they're going to back up. So Toby will get that. So now he's got the 2 rounds of black holes. But buybacks is the little bit of the issue for them there. If he gets caught initially,
yeah,
that could be a little bit of an issue still for them.
Yeah, no buyback for the Enigma or the Marcy. They don't have it for Pango or Shadow Demon.
Good thing the supports are on top of it. I was like, wait, who used it? Fishman's like, I swear I didn't touch it.
Stormstormer almost has Aghanim Scepter done. And, well, 19 to 30, less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams.
This Nihilism could be very impactful, too, versus Delina if he gets on top of her. She still has 7-second BKB and a couple ways to dispel, of course, but...
2 minutes till the next round of neutrals. Stormstormer, dangerous TP. Dude, that was a psycho TP. What is he doing?
He went on the little cliff, though, right?
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, he felt pretty okay. Now we also have Nullifier, so easier for Watson to perhaps focus fire targets. No boots on Watson for now.
Tundra and Entity, do they realize this is happening? They spot Skitter, immediately blink back and get away.
Still, I think they're probably saying, like, we have to be careful, especially on Toby. He's the most important one at this point. Carrying the ninja gear for positioning. Okay, they're going for a smoke outward.
1 minute until those tier 5 neutrals.
They can catch 9 also. He does not have buyback. His Aeon Disc is still on cooldown, too.
Let's be careful. They're playing under vision, though. Thinking about dropping it down. Fishman gets some vision down immediately. Jumps onto 9. Roll up, run in, run away. Watson finds the Abyssal Blade. Oh, but he hit out. He was in that little sneaky spot. And snaking from downtown will be able to get away from that Aghanim's hit from Katomi. So Tundra not willing to take this fight in a dangerous spot. They run out of there.
It's 30 seconds till neutral items. Tons of scaling coming out, as you said. Katomi, he's also a beast. Now that's also for Tundra. They have issues of who do we focus fire?
2 toss charges too.
Yeah. It's like, Watson, is he really the biggest fear that you've got at this point now? The Marcy? You know, they've been focusing her quite a lot in the fights, but now it's, if you don't catch Katomi as well, he's just going to throw trees into Black Hole, and he'll do more than enough damage.
Yeah, it could end up doing the most in the fight, depending on how many people are in there. They still hold on to that outpost.
Good scan.
Skitter farming in a dangerous area. Dude, they're so close to each other.
What neutral items are we going to get?
Is the big question.
Do we get the Giant Tiny again? Please give me Giant's Ring Tiny again.
Dream. Now they're trying to lay down this vision to see if they can find a pick-off. Pirate Hat for Marcy.
Maybe.
Still wants to keep Flicker, though, it looks like.
Doesn't have boots, so he wants at least like the movement speed maybe from Flicker. But he's going to give it to somebody to at least start digging.
Force Boots. Oh, that's a good one.
That's a nice one.
Book of the Dead, a little meh.
Hey, we did see Book of the Dead in China.
True.
You remember that literally won them the game.
Whoa.
This one does feel it's a bit of a different one, but...
Arcanist armor. And the Book of Shadows.
Okay, so ways to protect versus Black Hole, perhaps?
there is still so much damage that's just going to be coming out regardless,
And
it feels like.
Who got the Book of the Dead also? It was Tundra, right?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this kind of feels like a Tundra special item, too. It's split push central, catch wave central. Snaking's got it.
Mirror Shield, though, on Watson.
Okay.
And
He's
he
got
actually force boots.
Yeah, those. I think I would much prefer him to have force boots without the boots.
And they have force boots on Tundra.
Okay, all right.
We had a, I don't know, 78-minute game or something like that earlier today in Southeast Asia. We got another long one coming out here, and they find the black hole. That's the one they needed. The Aeon Disc is out, but the damage coming from downtown, the good damage on to 33, trying to kill him off, and he is going to fall. Skidder there, getting pulled in closer and closer. The Abyssal Blade, they find Skidder and going to maybe bring him down, trying to do the right-click damage, doing so much with that Satanic. Skidder still surviving, and they get the song off to get away.
Oh my god, he actually is able to get out. Snaking saves his life, but Snaking, will he be able to get away?
Rapier on the Lina, wanting to go for it all, but the toss, Watson finds Snay, and that is going to be a dead Naga Siren. No buyback on the Shadow Demon, but there is a Rapier Naga, both dooms.
Rapier Lina, yeah.
Did I say something else?
You said Naga, it's all good.
Yeah, Rapier Lina.
All good. And they're digging constantly. Fishman, he's got the pirate hat, so he's digging up these bounty runes for his team, that gold. Toby, he knew his target. He just throws double black hole on top of this Doom. 33 unable to get anything off.
I guess that they have enough ways to lock down that Lina. Although now with Rapier, I don't know, man. Seer Stone for Saksa. This game is getting crazy.
33's holding his buyback.
Trying to see if he can keep it alive through the whole spam that's coming out now. As Tier 3 tower getting hit, Stormstormer is not with the rest of his team, but can get there quickly with those bots.
14,000 gold on the Lesh. Soon to buy some moon shards out for Watson, perhaps?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Push. They're trying to force this buyback from the Doom.
Skidder, so strong. Gets the stun, starts to bring him down, but have a toss, another toss, but no, he gets the BKB off. Watson there, the song. It's not going to be enough. Skidder forced to use the buyback, but the Rapier, it's on the timey. Katomi has it. Is this what they needed? 31,000 gold lead now, and surely that will be enough for Entity to close this one out.
They back up immediately, though. They don't want to push the issue too much. They didn't have to use black holes. They got on Skidder almost instantly and killed her. Double black hole is going to be available. Refresh her up in 15 seconds.
Apex found a little bit late there. But still, Katomi now with the Rapier.
Oh, now another Crystallis, too. So he's got Daedalus Crystallis. Look at his base damage.
Oh, my God.
1,100 damage with this Daedalus.
Yeah, he is a problem. They really need to deal with him. And Tundra, all they need is a really good Doom to find it on the right target. Toby, the Eidolons are showing 33. Does he know where they're at?
The Seer Stone.
Wants to run in, finds them all. Toby right on top of him. Skidder's there, but he gets doomed. They don't have anything for it. Needs to buy back immediately. Trying to bring down this Lina desperately, but they're taking down the Marcy. Marcy gone, 2 minutes, no buyback. Katomi, he can't do anything. The Doom is right on top of him, but Stormstormer, can he carry this one alone? But Toby's there, finds the black hole, only onto one. Skidder has to run away. 33 wanted to go in to salvage this. And the Rapier, it's on the ground. Yeah, they're all coming back again.
All the buybacks available, and that's both the Dooms.
And they find him, catch him. Save is there, but can he get the blink out? 33 does manage to barely blink away at the last second. So no Naga Siren for 100 seconds. Buyback status still there for the Doom.
They're like, does anyone even want this Rapier? They're all just looking at it. Watson will take it.
Okay. No Battle Fury for him.
Holy, these fights are absolute chaos. The black holes don't even really catch too many heroes. The Dooms, the initial go is decent, but Tundra, they have to reset at some point. They can't actually stay in that fight because there's just too much damage from Entity. They got on top of Skidder. It's kind of just causing panic.
I don't even know anymore.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Dude, this one is crazy. And you can see all the emphasis that they put on Katomi once they saw him over here.
It's the buyback, right? They just have this the outpost available for Entity, so they can buy back and come into the fight and bring those numbers.
Unreal. Yeah, good focusing there. The black hole does end up taking out Snake King, obviously, as Toby moved in with it, but couldn't quite connect on the Skidder.
Yeah, great play, really, from Stormstormer. He knew who to go for. He jumps in right on top of the Lina to kind of force her away from the fight. Otherwise, perhaps Skidder can just hold his ground and take out everybody else, so. Good God, these fights are insane. So now 33, Doom is back up, Black Hole on cooldown 20 seconds. Skeeter, he's in.
They find a random Fishman, gets away for a moment.
Skeeter in the front line.
Some trouble, pops that BKB.
Skeeter.
Look at the damage! Oh, he didn't stand a chance. They take him down, no buyback, 2 minutes on the backside. They do have Soxa under control. Entity, they might have finally done it. All it took was a moment with Watson on top of the Lina.
All it took him, yeah, Skeeter just in the front line. He gets caught, and that looks like it's it.
Oh, what a huge win. A couple of clutch fights. Entity. I mean, I can't establish how much this was insane that they were able to make this all work here.
This is such a testament to everything, right? Their patience, their macro play, the whole game, keeping themselves in it, like that constant even gold rate. And then just looking for those big fights, getting on the Lina. And yeah, that looks like it's the tier 4s. That should just be it.
Trying to close out this game now. Entity, they have all the creep wave in through mid. Down bottom is starting to fall too. There will be a glyph, but still 70 seconds without the Lina. Katomi steps up. They jump in, try and Doom. 33 needs to do it all and a bit more, but they find both of them. Watson chasing forward, does get pushed back for a moment, and actually they reset this one. Snake King resetting the fight, now rolling around a bit more with 9, but a second black hole, and Snake King, there's nothing that they can do to stop that one. Avatos, 33 jumps in again, he just wants to kill Toby, but that is gonna be GG Entity. They take down Tundra, and who knows what's gonna happen with these tiebreakers.
This was such an impressive game from them. It did feel like they were under pressure to close the game out perhaps earlier, but Toby coming in clutch, these black holes, even when he doesn't catch the right targets, all of them play off of each other. I think the biggest take for me, at least, though, is how much they enabled Stormstormer. Right? He's like 15-2 and... Actually, I gotta check. What, 15-2 and like... 15-2 and 20. I don't even want to look at these damage numbers. It's going to be absurd from everybody. But what a game, really. Just constantly getting on top of the Lina, making Skitter feel pressure, and making 9 have almost no game, right? I think 9 had one of the rougher ones we've seen in a long time from the Pango.
Yeah.
I think he gets Basher at... I can actually look at the exact timing really quickly of when he gets it, but
2:12 and 12.
His Basher came out at the 65-minute mark on this Pango.
God.
He got almost no item progression from the 40-minute mark onward. They did such a good job of controlling him. Wow, this was a treat.
That was exactly what you want to see in these types of elimination matchups. A little bit of insanity. You could feel the nerves at various points from the players, but in the end, Entity take it. So we are going to be going to another match now. It could go any which way, but let's head on back to the panel, let them break down all the scenarios.
Entity with that game win. Sorry, the microphone was just in my mouth there. But what a game it was. It went way longer than I think a lot of us expected, but also... still in my mouth. Sorry, I had to like shove the headset on. The fights were insane. The buybacks coming out, and it wasn't just one team fight that decided this. This was numerous team fights, and it was amazing from Entity to be able to stand their ground against a Lina pick for Tundra, running back the same draft.
They beat the stupid Fire Lady.
They did. You were like, ban it. You can't let Tundra have it. And they were like, no, we can beat her. And they showed it. They stepped up in this series.
If we simply draw it to 65 minutes plus, we can beat the Lina.
That's all we need. If we just keep going. If we make sure that we get Refresher on Enigma and just keep getting these insane black holes.
They made sure they peed before the game. They knew.
Oh my god, yeah, the biggest strats of all.
See, I think that the long game, they also knew Skitter has problems, you know, so it's a strategic decision that we got to drag this out because there's going to have some bottle shenanigans that come in. We're not talking about the 600 gold one either.
Oh, shit.
All right, Quinn's never allowed on panel ever again.
That's a fire.
That's a fight. He's fired. Fired in chat. Kazu, I don't even know where to start with this. Why did the team fights go this way? Why were there some that Entity were able to get the initiation on them and sort of just team wipe Tundra, but other times it felt Tundra came out on top?
I think it really had to do with like who actually initiated the fights and like who had it easier for themselves. I think that 9 had a pretty hard game on the Pango. That's something I would not really boil it down to, but I think that was a big factor of Entity doing this well. I think Stormsword did really well in the mid lane. He did a lot of rotations early on. They shut down the Lina and the Pango, and then later in the game, I feel if Tundra just take fights where 9 can go in with a Doom follow-up to cover with the Enigma, I think that's how they wanted to fight. But perhaps Entity were just too fast, and they just kept having better vision to take better fights. And then, I mean, some of these fights are just random and chaotic with 20 million buybacks.
Yeah, I mean, there's some literal 20 hero fights where every one of the game buys back. I mean, it just gets... Late game against Dirge Enigma is just annoying.
Literally
Read
an
my
expression, yeah, of how we were all feeling during some of those fights.
I mean, you're playing against Dirge Enigma, and you're getting like sucked into some point, and sometimes you're not looking. So like your hero just starts moving, and you're like trying to fight back, like you're in the ocean, and there's like tides washing over you, and there's zombie. Like you just can't see anything really what's happening. And so you're playing Lina, and it's very hard to position yourself properly because you're just getting pulled. Like you can see it here. He's
But
like,
also targeting, right? Like who do you really target? Because someone else is initiating on you, and then all of a sudden there's a second hero, and then you have your team jumping in to help you.
yeah, I mean, there's some interesting dynamics of like a lot of times you want to, hey, we want to focus this hero, or it's really important to jump this hero or that hero, whatever. But at some point in the super late game, it gets to the point where you don't actually get to choose your targets really sometimes, and you kind of have to like hit what's close to you. Like this guy went and just hit him. But there's a difficult balance there of like just hitting what's close to you while also minding your spacing for this black hole and for, you know, Marcin jumping in or Lesh with Blink. There's like a lot of stuff to be careful of. So if you're not like super on point with your positioning, suddenly you clump a little bit and wham bam, thank you ma'am, you're all dead.
I mean, you can be like on point as well, but there was so much displacement in the lineup of Entity. The Marcy pos 1 actually working out here at Sheep, but they weren't as active in that early game as you thought Entity were going to be.
Yeah, he actually stayed top for pretty much the entirety of the laning stage until he had Battle Fury. In fact, it was more on Stormstormer, constantly rotating to that top lane and taking fights with them. His TP is at times a little sussy, but it worked out. Tundra were just bringing heroes to him to die, so we rate that. And yeah, Watson got his Battle Fury. He immediately rotated down to the bot lane. That's when they took the tier 1 tower. They did this really nice commitment of Black Hole onto the Naga so that they could then force the tier 2 tower as well and take that. So they really like all just came together at once and abused that timing. That was sick. Just got the most out of it, I would say, probably more than another team would. And yeah, Tundra just did that Tundra thing where they split their heroes really hard across the map and just constantly get picked off instead while they try and like outfarm the enemy.
The one time the Tundra special doesn't work in favor of them. But MVP, couldn't we do this thing on panel? I don't know if you've ever seen, but everyone thinks of who they want for MVP, and I'll count down 3, 2, 1, and you all say it. And if you all say the same person, then you get a crisp handshake.
Crisp handshake?
Now that's a prize worth fighting for.
All right, you have your MVP, Sheep?
I forgot which heroes were in the game.
You remember the play?
Nah.
Just say your player name.
Just give me a
instead.
moment.
All right,
I know mine.
All right, Quinn, do you have yours?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't find the game. It's over.
Here.
Undying, Lesh, Pango.
Tiny,
Wow.
Enigma,
Do,
Marcy.
do.
Yeah, okay.
Let's-
Go on.
Yeah, you got one?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
And
Toby.
Enigma.
What'd you say?
What?
Lesh. I said Stormstormer.
Oh. And you said Enigma and you said Toby.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. Ain't
Handshake.
bad.
Sad.
It is, I probably would have given it to Toby there, but Quinn, why?
Whatever.
See you, Kazu. You got it wrong. You're
Wrong.
now. Wrong.
Out.
See ya, take the headset off. Why would you pick Toby? Give me your explanation. Reasoning.
He had the big Zuck black hole, you know,
Yes, sir.
you know, at the end of the day, it all comes down to the last fight, you know, and in the last fight,
That's all anyone remembers, huh?
exactly, it's the last one. History is written by the victor, and he's the victor, and he wrote history, so he is the MVP.
That is the worst reasoning I've ever heard for an MVP, Sheep.
Okay, my reasoning is that we were all in the green room just chilling, low energy, kind of throwing a few jokes
Big
here and there.
chillin'.
And then all of a sudden, my man hits the dankest 3-man black hole we ever see. Everyone standing up, cheering, screaming, hollering. This was the most hyped thing I ever
It
seen
was
in my
dank.
life. It was super awesome, yeah. And that's why he's my MVP.
How can I counter-argue any of these?
Both of those. I mean, you can make a case for Storm or Lash, Kazu.
I think he enabled his team to kind of have the time of their lives.
Snooze, Resident Sleeper. Boo. Worst.
He played the Disco Pony, okay? That's the best one.
I mean, I respect, to be honest, I should have, in honor of
No.
Sir Pony.
Yourself, yeah.
It actually does remind me of a question. I even wrote it down and I completely forgot. But as quite a Lash expert, Quinn, what parts did you enjoy or not enjoy about Storm's Lash in this lineup and in this game against Tundra?
Not sure about the 4-4-0 with stats. That was, as my good friend Sheep here put it, a little sussy.
Broach
It worked, though, in the early game for him.
Yes, he did
Kill his
slap
enemy, too. Yeah.
10 to 9.
Was that the only thing?
I like the Blink Dagger purchase. Blink on Lash is very good. You can blink in, you do a bunch of damage, and they put BKBs, and then you kill them after the BKBs. So that was good. He bought Super Blink. Super Blink is very fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
He was just owning with
He did
that.
not have many deaths. He had a lot of impact, I'd say, despite, you know, maybe a sussy skill build.
He just keeps trying to say it at this point.
Yeah, you're forcing
You gotta
Broach.
ration your sus.
All right, my bad.
It was a hard Ledge game, and I think he did very well. all throughout.
Yeah, I don't think there was a point where you were like, where is Lesh? Like, it was consistently like, there were a lot of fights where he's doing very high damage, where you feel like Lesh is in this fight. And I think it's hard to say the same for every fight for Pango. I mean, Kizer said it a bit, but there was sort of a rough game for Pango. There's some fights where he's a bit off, or he's a bit late, or doesn't get the roll off in time, and it's kind of costly.
All right, well, so we've had Tundra win our first game of this three-way tiebreaker. We've had Entity win our second one, which means our third game, OG and Entity, will either force us into another set of three-way tiebreakers, or we may see Entity come out on top here. But either way, we have to jump to a break first. When we come back, we'll have that third game.
It's good on me. Green on me? Yeah. I got tricks, so I got... Maybe I look, maybe. Jump. Help. Nice. I'm standing after. I stand after. Holy shit, Toby. Nice. I'm out. Go push.
This is our third game in our three-way tiebreaker. It's OG up against Entity. If you were just tuning in, Tundra won the first game. Entity won the second. So there is a way for these tiebreakers to be played out again if OG win here in this game against Entity. But we should probably talk about the odds of this happening, how OG have been
Very
looking of OG
Super
winning.
high.
High odds.
Yeah?
Yeah, high.
If you had to give it arbitrary numbers
they just-
and value.
Over 1 million.
A million?
That doesn't make sense. The percentages are supposed to add up to 100.
Not in Lizardland. Crikey, that's a big number, boss.
Yeah. Over 1 million still.
Over 1 million still.
I'm
Double downing, yeah.
Yeah?
double downing to that.
You're 100% sure it's going to be OG.
I'm 100% sure.
I'm a million. But yeah, OG versus NT then. Lizard's clearly in favor of OG without even seeing a draft. But T, in your eyes, this OG Entity matchup, Entity have been on this amazing win streak, even coming in and forcing these tiebreakers.
Yeah, you got to give Entity the momentum. Of course, winning that previous game is going to help them, straight away play in the next series. But OG, they beat Entity in the DPC when they had to play the best of 3. It was only a week ago, so you can't really argue there's been that much development in that. Yeah, we're going to see some highlights of that now, but yeah, I'd honestly say that this game, it's probably the most even of all the tiebreaker games that we have here because, again, both teams have made progression. I don't think OG are going to make the same drafting blunders that they did earlier today against Tundra.
This morning?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this morning. The previous game just lasted.
The previous
an
game was
epoch,
really long, yeah.
In this previous series, though, this OG Entity one that played out in the regular season of this Winter Tour, it went all 3 games, right? So again, instilling that this matchup is very even, Kazu.
Yeah, I don't think there's maybe that much of a favorite. I do think in terms of both momentum and the draft that OG showed me earlier today that I would slightly favor Entity, especially because Entity came in with second pick, which is something that I thought they were a bit weaker on, but they had their own idea against Tundra just now and they beat them. And I think they played very well. I think it was more of a outplay as opposed to an outdraft. And I think OG earlier today, their draft left a lot of at least questions to me, like some last pick Caudle with a Snapfire. I don't want to see that again.
And I feel like in the series that they played versus Entity, yeah, they had good drafts, but Entity's drafts were garbage. They were really bad.
Oh, damn.
Like
Okay, I will say for this series, it was all down to last pick, right? Entity lost the game where they last picked a Razor.
Yeah.
OG lost the game where they last picked an Oracle. Entity ended up losing the game where they last picked a Legion Commander. So it feels that it is really reliant on draft when it comes to these two teams matching up.
100%, yeah. Like I say garbage, that's what they told me.
Yeah, Stormstorm said the same thing
Stormstorm
yesterday.
has
No,
said
I'm just
it.
trying to hype up,
We're quoting the players.
Yeah, exactly. That's all. But no, they last pick a Razor, they tunnel vision, they got hit by a sniper last pick by OG.
Yeah.
But OG at the same time had a really nice draft, which I thought they would be able to recreate today in the game 1. Like the same style of playing versus Alina, but it didn't work out. And that might worry me a little bit because they had a plan on how to counter Alina. They let it go through, and it worked before, but it didn't work today. So it might hit them when it comes to their confidence.
It felt like a change in OG's drafting today from what we've seen in the past, but not in a good direction, Kazu.
I want to see BZM on a hero similar to like Sumail, where he can do well in lane and then go around and gank, but also scale. I don't want him to be on some range spellcaster like Caudle, Snapfire. Stop that. I don't want to see. I don't want to see.
Stop it.
I don't want to see BZM buy Greaves on Snap or be on mid Snap. I want them to just go back to their normal stuff, DM some generic aura builder, help BZM in the mid game or in the early game with the supports, go from there.
Yeah, just lead the charge. And again, I think for OG, we're seeing the previous drafts against Entity, the one against Tundra. Their biggest opponent right now feels like themselves, and that is one of the hardest things to overcome, especially in the best of ones now.
For all of us.
Yeah, for all of us. Because if OG are to win, then we run it back. So OG, come on guys, you need to win this one so we can repeat
No, I
the
meant
tiebreaker.
in life, it's hard to defeat yourself. That's the main opponent, right? In everything.
It's getting philosophical here. T doesn't even matter.
Oh, damn.
Are you okay,
Sorry.
T?
You good?
No, yeah, of course I'm fine. Sorry, what were you saying?
I wasn't actually saying anything, but I will say, based off of the game that we just saw NC play up against Tundra, what are you hoping OG take away from it? What's something that we can break down from Entity, and it's like OG are able to capitalize this on and really pinpoint maybe a weakness that you guys observed?
It depends on the openings. I think Enigma Entity just shown that they won the first phase that today on their second pick, showing they haven't really rushed towards. I think depending on pick order, Undying and Rubik and Tree are going to be big key factors. I don't think OG wants to give Entity first pick because their ability to capitalize on these backriders and pangos are
I
very
will
powerful.
say Entity do have first pick.
Oh, wait, so OG had choice?
OG had choice and they picked second pick, so they even
Oh,
gave Entity
damn.
first pick.
Is this OG's way of saying take the Lina? We're gonna let it go through.
No, surely not.
Could be.
You never know.
You
That's
never
a
know.
problem.
That's true, that's true.
You never
That's
know.
true. At the start, we were just like, oh, Lina surely can be figured out. And then we're like, all right, just ban Lina.
The way Tundra picked Lina against them was the fastest I ever seen. It's literally the same second. They lost 0 time.
But they've already beat Entity's Lina, and also the opening that Entity just beat against Tundra was the same response, right? Entity picked the Tiny and then the Enigma, right? And it's the exact same story we saw here. So if these aren't bans, I could easily see Entity get their Lina, OG get their Tiny and Enigma, and then we probably get to see Pangolier again from Stormer. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the draft opening, if the bans allowed it.
I do think that in this series, they need to start respecting the Fishman Zombie Man.
Yeah. This,
Oh, the
yeah,
Undying?
Their hero is scary. Yeah, I think it hurts a lot of the offlane pool. He plays it all the time. They play it well. And yeah, I don't think he's getting the respect yet.
I mean, how can you... Okay, sometimes we see a Treant being respected against them.
Second phase.
Respect band, yeah. But Undying as well, my god.
Imagine a first phase
We're going
Undying ban.
so
yeah.
deep, yeah.
It probably won't happen, but second phase, I think, need to start considering it there.
The Undying in the second phase.
Yeah.
So then, do you try and push priority for this Undying, or are you like, it's just not impactful if you pick it up first phase? Like, there's other things that you can consider.
I think for Entity, it will come down a bit to their prep. I think they would only first pick Undying if they know that it's going to hinder some of OG's responses in the game. Otherwise, they'll probably be okay if it does get banned in the second phase, if they're not picking it.
Yeah. Also depends if Tree Rubik are banned out. If they're banned out, then that's
The
up
last,
to priority.
the last
for
two
sure.
games, Rubik was let through. He wasn't banned in that first phase, but they also didn't pick him up in the first phase out of all the teams.
Yeah, I think at least Entity's response to Selena was quite nice with the Tiny Enigma. Jumping heroes, you also have BKB against Lina. You don't have to always go Rubik. I like the fact that teams are not finding, but at least understanding there are multiple ways to play against her and not just having to go, they bow Lina, we do clock Rubik, you know, do the same thing. Like, it's just
Or
adaptation.
Tusk Rubik or something.
Sure,
like that.
exactly.
Tiny definitely, it feels like it's the best flex option for any team versus Lina.
Tiny, sorry.
Tiny, yeah, because early on in the game, if you're a 4 and you get that Blink Dagger, you're a danger to her. Later on, we've seen what happens with the Aghanim's as well, 3-volley. Like, she can just disappear from the face of the map. If he gets that Rapier, then it's even better. But yeah, I like the Tiny 4.
I'm guessing also, like, the Tiny, not only can he jump in, but against a lot of heroes, like, being able to disposition them is very annoying too. And as we can see on the draft, Entity with the first phase ban Enigma, I wonder if that was their way of protecting themselves, first picking Lina.
Yeah.
And kind of forcing the ban, but OG are
Lina
like,
banned out.
nope, none of that.
That's fair. Now we get to see the tree. Cool.
Get this
I was going to say the tree and the Undying.
I wouldn't be surprised because it's something that they have drafted before. Usually if you see a team picking 3 and Undying, you're thinking, oh my god, what are you doing? These are both position 5s. But for Entity, obviously 3 is a 4, and they do like the combination. It enables both of their lanes. Like, one thing that I really figured out about Entity is they look completely different when they have at least a slight advantage on the side lanes. Just a slight advantage. Doesn't have to be great. Like, even go back to the games in which they had Undying plus Skyrat, Treant, Undying. These are all lane dominator supports. That's why they don't really help Stormer a lot, but the focal point is winning the side lanes for them.
Well, there we go.
OG,
Yeah,
sorry
Rubik.
to jump in real quick.
Of course.
I guess OG, again, we see a team with a penalty in the draft.
Yeah.
What can you do?
What can you do? And they yoink the Undying themselves because, you know, not enough reserve time, but... Come on, guys, you need to turn up on time, have your webcams on, and then you keep your reserve time.
Yeah, I'm going to say it wasn't following admin instructions. That's normally what
That's
we're
my,
told,
that's my assumption.
as to why the penalty there. But yeah, Rubik Undying. Does it feel just very OG forced to feel like they need to pick an Undying? Or are you feeling that it could really work into their play style as well? Obviously, we have to wait for the draft to play out, but...
Doesn't really strike me as the most OG-esque hero.
Yeah.
First Undying game, the DPC for them. And
definitely not something that's too comfortable for them, but it's an Undying.
I assume for them that they know that Entity most often play the 3-on-4, so maybe it dissuades it a bit.
Yep.
But I think that this OG opening is kind of like if I'm on Entity, I'm like, okay, whatever.
I don't
pick our heroes on 8 that we always pick.
Do you care with the new Treant and all the buffs? Do you care about the Undying in the lane? Like,
not really.
Level
If you
2
have the
lead
correct
seeds.
offlane with you. I feel like right now, like Entity can go for some like Visage or something on offlane that will then allow you to take the fight a bit more. And this, like, I feel like it's Undying pick for OG. It's the same draft concept that they did against Tundra earlier, right? It's let's pick the Naga to not give Tundra a Naga. Let's pick the Undying to not give Entity an Undying. But it's like, it's not a robust opening on second pick that feels that good. And now we get to see Entity utilize the final pick in the first phase again with this Pangolier. You just cover a couple bans on it.
Some Bloodseeker, something like that, right?
Yeah, just anything that disrupts his early game play. And
I don't really see a lot of teams going for a puck against him. Like, even when it's an option, teams still shy away from it. Is it that bad right now? Or?
I mean, Pango Shard's pretty good against it. And you normally... Yeah, I guess that's probably the main reason why you don't jump for it, at least.
I think it's still a fine matchup if like some of the other ones you want are out. Like, I think most commonly what people will try to go for is like some Ember type matchup. It's very good against Pango. You beat him in lane, you're fine against him in the game. But if those are banned, I think you can definitely look at like some puck type hero.
He did not style on the last Ember that he played against. He suffered a bit in the lane. Yep. It was Sumail Ember into the Stormer Pangolier, but he still won that game. So I believe if you're Entity, you're okay, take the Ember if you want to. Depending obviously on what other heroes they have.
5 seconds remaining.
These bans. I just got the wrong word in my head. I'm a little bit surprised by the Lesh ban for OG.
They're respecting the
offlane Lesh possibility.
Yeah, because when you have Tree in the 4 and you already picked up Rubik Undying, if you don't win your lanes with these heroes, it will just feel really uncomfortable.
Yep.
And OG, I think you're going to go for a more static style of play, where it's going to be some Brew Centaur style offlane, and then your carry is going to be some range Drow something that just push out the lane, and then you'll play for mid-game timing. It's not like you're going to be dominating the map.
What are we going to see? Some snipers or Drows here, right? Most likely for OG.
Along those lines.
Yeah. TA is left in the pool, and for Entity, when it comes to carries, I want to see a Pudge maybe, once again. Yeah, it's very early on. They snatch it, yeah.
Do you want them to pick up their carry?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just thinking.
Or even just like their core, right? Their carry. Would you like it to be picked up in the second phase?
I think right now, probably what they were debating is whether they have the option or whether they should put the Pango into the offlane, because it is something they can play around. You can also see it from OG's bans. They were like, they could do that and put a new mid hero there, but they're just like going with a chill Fishman Disruptor, Darkseer combo as well. Good with Pango, good with Disruptor.
Good with 3.
Yeah, pretty solid second phase here from Entity.
Their lineup just looks very solid when it comes to team fights. Undying, even in that lane, might not be that great of a hero. Like, you are strong, you are versus these 2 melees. You can, if you're good, if you play it right, like, you can decay both of them. But Iron Shell, Leech Seed,
it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be way too much. I don't know what kind of a position 1 you can get here to alleviate the pain. Have we ever... we never saw them play Undying.
Go on, say it.
Anti-Mage still left in the pool. They go with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, go for Bloodseeker.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like OG going for the Bloodseeker now, their draft is mirroring Entities in regards to just go for the mid-game fight, go for the Brawl. This is going to be an equally scrappy game the entire time. I think OG actually have now, with their next 2 picks, have leaned more towards being the aggressors now. I was a bit worried that they wouldn't be able to get to that position, but because Entity picked up more kind of defensive heroes in regards to they kind of come online a little bit later, it is going to put the ball in OG's court to just capitalize on that. And yeah, they should be really happy with the heroes that they have to deal with the type of draft Entity has right now.
Nice little rupture here and there versus Pango as well, right?
It's a pretty good Bloodseeker game. I do think that we saw this lane last time. The tree helps Darkseer quite a lot in the lane. I think even against Undying, because your HP pool is lower, the heal is even better. But I still think it's a good Bloodseeker lane. It will be a good game too for the hero. But I think OG on the last pick, they want another hero that also like helps this Bloodseeker to be fast in the early game. I think like the Ember is already going to harass the Pango a lot. If you can create the same in your offlane, which you should be able to,
maybe some
you have
profit.
Last pick. Yeah, I think anything, because you'll see the matchup that can harass there, that can really help swing this bottom lane for Bloodseeker.
Yeah, by the way, what happened to Nature's Prophet? Like, this guy has been contested almost in every single game in the first 4 weeks.
Just not really flexed as much as these teams. I think also OG haven't played it yet in the DPC.
Aren't playing.
Yeah, it's just rough.
By the way, the DP is bad.
Yeah, DP is, definitely.
That's what you said, right?
The other prophet, the nature.
Oh,
Nature's prophet,
no,
yeah.
I thought before you said DP. I was just mishearing things.
It happens.
It happens.
Yeah, I mumble a lot.
It's all good.
I think a potential pick for Entity out of phase could be the classic Watson Pudge. It's not banned. I think it's
I would
good
love
with
it.
Darkseer.
Yeah.
It does pretty well in this game, I think, at least for now.
Right. Well, Bloodseeker with the shard, how would that work into the Pudge? Maybe you get some hits in later on. That
I was
really
worried
hurt.
to say Ags for a second. Like, please
No,
don't even
no.
entertain this.
Of course, not that. Just the shard.
Yeah, it
Like,
helps.
it would be good.
Anything percentage based against the tanky heroes feels good. I think for Entity, they're in a position with their carry that they need to go for a more active carry where you can't lean on some like Watson Terrorblade or something because it's too slow. You can skip waves and stuff, but you kind of need a hero to join that early fight because OG, they're going to be bringing 5 heroes to every engagement. And I like the Timber ban as well from Entity.
You're banning Pudge here, right? If you're OG.
I think
With
you
the
kind of
Timber
should, because there's a lot of heroes not in the pool anymore that would allow you to comfortably counterpick it, unless I'm missing one. But Enigma's banned, Death Prophet is banned, Timber is banned now too. I think these are some of your most comfortable counterpicks.
Yep.
What should OG also be looking to ban out here? Should they just go for that Pudge and try and push Entity onto something else?
I think so, unless they really have a hero in mind that they want against Pudge.
What else is there? Like, there's Pudge Watson, there's Watson TB, and that's kind of popular at the moment for him. But it's a completely different playstyle. And for me, Entity is the best when they have this tri-core that's just very aggressive early on. Darkseer, Pudge, and Pango definitely fit that.
Yeah, it's nice because for Entity at least, they actually go for the TB. So
they ban out the TB instead.
Sure. And for Entity, it's like they often will be happy to have lineups that don't even care about going for it. There's Furion.
Okay.
It's nice for like the aggression, but I feel like normally you don't feel too great playing into Embers and Bloodseekers and stuff as a Furion. I feel, especially with a last
understand
pick.
it though. I can definitely see the point because both of these teams went kind of all in my opinion, so far, right? Like they really want to dominate the early to mid game post laning stage, and Entity, well, they have the upper hand at the moment with the Prophet, but it's a nice pick in the lane.
Or an OG draft, actually. It's one game away from potentially elimination or resetting the bracket to go again for tiebreakers, and you'll whip out an Ember Mag draft.
That's true. Actually, I didn't think about this. If OG lose this game, they won't be going in the major.
Yeah.
They will miss out, and it'll be Entity Tundra going. And then if OG win, then we just reset all the tiebreakers.
Yep. And it's kind of, this Furion pick, I don't mind it for the idea of Entity, but I feel like now that you picked the Mag as well for OG, it's just an insurance policy that you never will feel too uncomfortable playing into it. And Entity are going to have to hit some big wombo combos, but they are the team that finds that in all the games anyway.
Yeah. What about you, Lizard? Where are you sitting with this? Is it going to be a reset on the tiebreakers?
I'm not sure. I really like the Mag last pick. Like I feel that always it's strong in the lane. The cleave is really nice. Both the Bloodseeker and Ember later on in the game, it kind of keeps, like Tigav said, it keeps the late game potential open for them. I still feel that Entity might run circles around them early on.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Mag. I love this last pick Mag. I think the hero is amazing. He's really cool. DM is very good on it. If Entity want to win, they need to really step up the tempo early game.
Okay, so more aggressive than what they had in the previous game against Tundra.
I think OG will take this one.
Oh, okay, alrighty. Well, we've got a little bit of differing opinions here on the panel, but everyone loves this last pick, Magnus. Let's see if our casters also agree it's going to be Fogged and Lyrical.
What's not to love about Mag? It's a pretty cool hero. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a big hammer. He's cool. He's got Empower. Really nice Empower targets. Yeah. I mean, it gives you late game insurance constantly. Looks pretty good, but I think Entity, they do have a really fast-paced draft, and, if there's anybody to rely on in an early game kind of thing, it's Katomi when he's playing his Terrain Protector.
Oh, yeah.
He has, I think, like a 70-something% win rate on the hero so far for this team. So I'm looking at that to be the key, and I think for OG, if they can keep the games a little slowed down, they should be able to take it. So speed versus greed a little bit. Yeah, should be an interesting one. Should be a little bit more fighty, I guess we could say, than the last year's, which was a bit more avoiding, at least in the first 30 minutes. I think this one's probably going to have quite a bit more action in the early.
Well, I'm looking forward to it for sure. I think that, you come out of that game that was just insanity in the last one, and it's a question of like, okay, are Entity going to sort of have that still hyped up mentality? Will they be able to reset, get themselves back down to just like a simple laning stage? OG obviously watching that entire game and sort of thinking through, what it would mean going into this next match. It's going to be crazy. And I think that, like, in particular to me, I think that Nature's Prophet pick is like, let's push up that tempo like crazy.
Yeah.
And then the question is like, where's that team fight going to be coming from later? Because it feels like right now, particularly in the early game, it's a lot on Pango.
Yeah, I think all of it pretty much has to be Stormstormer and Fishman, at least in the early game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this one could get a little weird too, because they are really lackluster on stuns. Their control of the Ember Spirit and the Bloodseeker in some points of this game could just, these guys could just run rampant if they don't catch them inside the Kinetic and Static Storm and stuff like that. If there's a tree to follow up, yeah, we could just see the Ember and Bloodseeker just run circles around everybody. But then we get to level 20, NP gets Sprout Leash. Maybe we'll see some type of switch up. Yeah, it's going to be an intriguing one. They do have saves, of course, on OG. A lot of them. They have good laning. Yeah, I think I favor OGs a little bit here.
All right, we'll see. I think that there is maybe a pause or something else going on at the start of this game as we're waiting for some reconnections. As I think that it's Stormstormer that's getting back into the game, and they should be good to go now.
Yeah, they both just reconnected. So yeah, a lot of early game threat. Darkseer, they went for this. They picked the Bloodseeker to counteract both the Pango and to kind of counteract the Darkseer, which we saw. We saw Nigma try the other day. That didn't end up working for them at all.
True.
Actually, they got kind of run over from this Darkseer. But I believe he had a bunch more. He had a bit more to play around with, at least in the terms of like early aggression and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean this is going to be a fun one. Like I said, a lot more fighting, which is what I'm hoping for. We have this constant battling to keep Bloodseekers super fast. So yeah, eyes on Yuragi.
Yeah, and I think that again.
They're fixing a couple other things, so they stay a little bit.
Get it together. I imagine that like after that last game, they're just like banging on the table or something. We saw the words that we won't be repeating here that 33 let out into the camera. I think everybody was just feeling it a little bit in that last game. Got a little bit too strong.
It was such a when those type of games get so chaotic. It's like it's all up to like, is he gonna hit black hole? How crazy are all the fights gonna kick off? So those always, you get really emotional inside of it. And yeah, this is the decider now. Are we gonna have the repeat? Are we gonna just be consecutively playing here forever until the end of time?
Yeah,
that could happen. Could definitely happen. Both drafts looking pretty comfortable. Entity always, for me, Entity they always tend to have a little bit of like a different touch on their drafting style compared to most other teams. They like their certain heroes, their certain combos and stuff like that, where sometimes it doesn't look so normal compared to other drafts where I think most times you'd see like this Darkseer and you'd be like, okay, they're going to pick like a melee carry, someone to be able to run around with this Ion Shell and stuff like that. But this time, no, they just go for NP to kick up pace. So a little differing style, but yeah, still looks exciting.
And then you look on the other side, and they do go for that normal type of build, which is the Mag with the Empower heroes, both the Ember and the Bloodseeker, and crazy potential going late game. But we do have the game underway now. We can hop right on into it as we get ready for the decider, or potential. I guess no matter what, it's the decider, but it's not the real decider of what's going to happen.
Yes, absolutely.
God, everybody's picking OG right now too. I mean, that's getting me nervous.
I mean, it's very slight. When I said I like OGs, I like it just a little bit more. I don't like it like crazy amounts more. I think there's crazy amounts for outplays and stuff like that. I mean, I always have to look at Katomi. He's one of my favorite players in the last year and a half or so. He's been spectacular. His tree, as we said, prefaced it already, saying how good he's been on it. So, yeah, let's see what he's going to be able to get done on it to apply that pressure and slow down OG's draft.
If he can get on in there, make some action happen with that Darkseer.
Because the other thing, if we look at OG's tower push. It's pretty lackluster. They have 3 melee cores that don't really like to stand and hit towers, so that's where Katomi can just kind of thrive. And there's a Pango too, so there's a lot of threat there that comes in from Entity to be able to constantly look for all these fights.
Down bottom, OG sent all of their heroes and was triple Quelling Blading down the forest.
We've seen this so much now from when they see 4 tree or when they see 5 tree.
Yeah.
You see both teams that contest whatever lane where the tree is going to be, and we usually see those weird 5v5 kind of battles coming out. So let's see how it goes. Ward's down.
It's going to be fine. And already, it does look like Katomi taking the boots first. Throws out that Leech Seed off against Yuragi and forces him back. So anticipating pulling waves.
Yeah.
Is the thought here, it looks like.
Playing versus Undying and Bloodseeker. It is double melee, but the Undying's there to always make everything scary. As Kazu said, though, your heal does, of course, become more effective because you're lower HP when you get the Kate up. So see how much they look to actually fight the lane. Of course, with Darkseer, you want to wait till you have like level 3 usually to be able to just straight up battle. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
Mid lane, BZM facing off against Stormstormer, and Stormstormer looking to have another similar, really good, impactful early game, I would imagine, in this one. Do you think that he needs to get as much done as we saw him on that Lesh in the last game?
I would like them to be very active on the side of Entity, yeah. I don't want them to be chilling back. I said the same thing last time, though, but they did have an Enigma, which always kind of changes things a lot, so...
True.
I'd like them to be super active. With the Nature's Prophet, they have natural ways to take towers early on, so... Immediately, we're already seeing Creep Pulse, Katomi. He's going to start it going.
Gets it over, blocks out that hard camp. So there aren't any side pull shenanigans, and Misha can only really chase him back while down in the lane, Toby is putting some pressure on with the Iron Shell. But they're going to be fine.
Toby's going to pull it all the way back.
This is
Very
your favorite
exciting.
thing, right?
I love Creep Pulse. Taiga! Uh-oh! The level 1 glimpse. I think he's just going down.
Body blocks and the Blightstone comes through to take down that Rubik.
Yeah.
So a quick one that direction. As Katomi trying to trade some hits there with Misha, has the Iron Shell on him already.
Oh yeah, I love the tree, Darkseer. You can't see the Ion Shell. Look, he's Ion Shelled, by the way.
Ah, it's good stuff.
It's behind him, though.
Oh, Toby.
Oh, Hiragi. I mean, that's... Got the last hit. Ah. And now Katomi's going to go grab the wave for himself. Yeah, this is...
Interesting.
Besides neutral items, that might be the thing that I hate the most at the moment. Creep pulling.
Dude, those are like the two things I like most in Dota right now. It's like, I don't have to lane, that's great.
Because you're an off-laner.
Exactly, it's awesome.
No, I'm a hater. Hater of some things, for sure. Yeah, a lot of... top lane is probably... I mean, both of these side lanes are the volatile lanes where these kills can happen if somebody steps up too far. I think for the most part, it's just like, yeah, Taiga going to struggle to deal with these treants.
Yeah, and does need to make that space for DM here because it's so much pressure with the Blightstone and now just a gloves of haste for Watson. DM takes so much damage every time he steps up to the wave.
Yeah. I love Nature's Prophet, though. I love the early game. I like how we've been seeing it even more. You know, we saw it a lot during last tour, but it was more like the Hawk. He was the one who kind of stabilized that carry Nature's Prophet, and now it's fully come back.
Yeah, the change up of it. And I mean, I guess it was it Liquid pretty much was the main team that was sort of starting to run it all this DPC tour too?
Yeah, they were the ones doing more off lane though, but they flexed it a decent amount. But yeah, I mean, this hero has clearly shown insane power. Scaling, early game, etc. as Fishman now.
Drop it somewhat low. 2 points up there. And the shockwave early on for the Magnus is pretty scary as Toby down bottom just gets clipped by the Blood Right.
It just hits him right on the edge of it.
Oh, and he had everything. He had Salve, he had Tangos. That one hurts.
Sometimes it does catch you off guard. The Soul Rip and the Blood Right range, right, just ends up finishing him off there. And yeah, these two side lanes are going to be quite volatile. Apologies for that, making you look tough, Mr. Observer.
That happens. We didn't anticipate a kill there. No way. At least he comes back full HP and all the good stuff there.
He's got lane in a good spot, yeah.
Stormstormer made the move on down, picks up the bottle, and... well, we're going to see, of course, the lane's already looking pretty good, at least at the moment for Entity. You know, staying a little bit ahead there, just about even. It's mainly just the Darkseer that's a little bit behind after that death.
Which is expected. You know, that's why the Bloodseeker pick is there. Not only just to counter Pango in the game, but to counter that Darkseer in the laning phase, of course. But either way, yeah, Entity. 1k gold lead off of this start.
That's what you want to see from them. If they can keep this one up, well on the way to the major spot. And for OG, they have to win. Otherwise, they are not going to be going to the major, which would be pretty devastating for this roster here.
Yep.
As Toby tries to stand toe-to-toe against Hiragi, forces him back a bit.
Yeah, now the level 3 is out, so now Toby can actually play the lane a little more confidently versus this Bloodseeker and Undying. Just have to watch how they get double Katus top. Taiga!
Oh, Sprouted tries to get Fishman after, and a couple more punches from DM. Will it be enough? Yes. So they at least get a return kill that time.
Done. Does he fill the bottle mid now, perhaps? Might happen. Bottom. Boom.
They bring him down.
That Ion Shell. Big hits coming out from Katomi. Level 2 Leech Seed. Big power spike in this lane.
Set that level 3. Having the vacuum ready means you just keep double Ion Shell damage on him.
So bottle refill mid. They're actually not going to fill up Stormstormers. He's like, no, I'm good. It's all right. BZM.
Oh. Pops the flame guard. And Taiga there for the minus damage. Stormstormer in some trouble and going to get brought down. So whether a bait or a intended, it's really nice for OG.
I guess maybe didn't see the fill up there coming in. But yeah, Taiga coming in perfect timing. A little over-aggressive there on Stormstorm. After he's having such a successful lane versus the Ember, too. DM now, some big damage. He's holding out the skill point. He'll pick up the skewer, so he's going to get away.
getting close to those arcane boots too. So they weren't able to punish after that rotation comes mid. And that means level 6 already done for BZM. Stormstormer still sitting at 5.
Taiga could be in some trouble. Another glimpse, actually. DM, can they get it? No, but they'll get Taiga.
And he's going to run off to the right, gets the lift, gets some separation. Stun is there, but no tangos means he will go down again. So
the moment he dies, instantly buys a Quelling Blade. He's like, all right, I'm sick of that. Enough. Everyone's going to need those Quelling Blades, of course. As Rune almost gets snatched. Nice try there from BZM. Stormstormer finds himself a DD. He had some good luck finding some runes last game. He'll find this one. Bottom, Misha.
Onto him. The Iron Shell. Surge away! Oh, Yuragi's fast, though. They will get Misha.
He has to be careful, though. Level 5 already on Tobu. So, all things considered, pretty good there for the side entity. Again, though, Taiga.
This would be big if they can get him. The root, it's there. The connection. Stormstormer goes down, so enabling his Ember. Taiga goes down a couple of different times, but they make these plays happen. BZM right on top of Fishman. And Taiga picks up a kill with that Fade Bolt.
Nice moves, really, from Taiga. BZM now gonna take some damage, but should be just fine versus this tree. Unless there's a TP that comes in from NP. Watson doesn't go for it. DM is now not playing the lane. If you see his positioning on the map, look at this Magnus. He actually cuts the creep wave behind the tier 2 and finds himself some nice bounty runes. So nice little play there. He knows that Taiga is helping out mid so much that he's just trying to avoid playing that lane matchup. So a cool little play from DM.
It does also mean that this Nature's Prophet is completely free to do whatever he wants. And Watson opting to queue up as we're keeping that eyes on that rotation from the Pango. Not going to go for anything there. But opting for the Midas on the MP.
I'm cool with it. He's playing versus immense amount of greed. I usually don't like Midas, but I've seen, this work out for a lot of these players in the safe lane, so it's one of the few heroes I think I can allow Midas.
Okay.
But I'm okay with it.
Fair enough.
DM.
Glimpse. Pulls him back in. Got Tommy there. And does have the skewer to get up to the high ground. TP's away after punch from the low ground. Couldn't connect. Just had to do the leech seed.
Really nicely done from DM. Thought the Wrath of Nature was going to come in perhaps to bounce on him, but Watson didn't end up throwing it out.
8 minutes in, still very even, and the laning stage winners are definitely Bloodseeker and that MP. And then, of course, BZM, after the rotations mid, is having a really good time playing together with Taiga. Remnant forward, tries to get it, but will be a deny.
Nice little play there from BZM, too, with the slight Remnant usage as Fishman. He's going to be a speedy Bloodseeker.
It's a TP back home.
Nice try, Misha.
Just thinking about that one.
Constant aggression coming out. And BZM having this type of a game is really important. As we've mentioned before, pretty limited stuns to lock this Ember down. They're going to have the Disruptor at some point with level 6, but yeah, pretty limited actual forms of like normal lockdown. They only really have ults to control this Ember Spirit, be it Pango roll, Tree ult, or the the Disruptor ultimate at some point. So yeah, BZM could explode this game open in the early game here.
Vacuum's kind of like an ult.
Yeah, it's a mini kind of stun that can definitely trip people up.
And pulling the Ember around out of the Remnants too, super annoying. But 6-5, and Stormstormer comes on over, refills the bottle. Watson still just wanting to farm up, not going for the Aghanims build, instead wanting to go for this faster farm. After queuing up and finishing the Midas, it's going to go in for the Maelstrom.
Yes, I think standard for safe lane. I think off lane you rush the Ags, Snore. Then yeah, safe lane you want to go for your Gleipnir and stuff like that. Maybe even potentially just Mjolnir and stuff like that this game. I've seen a couple different variety builds. I think Gleipnir probably because they need some stuns, but there's some type of extra lockdown. We see stacks that's going to be scouted out, so I see some Treants going into the enemy triangle, taking notes of these stacks for the Ember, for the Bloodseeker, because there's a Magnus, so always going to be some stacks for the Empower. And he's actually going to block. It looks like he's going to block camps even with this Treant.
Yeah, there is a ward on it, so OG aware that this is happening.
Yeah.
As Toby farms up that hard camp too. Fishman trying to chase a couple people around here with Katomi nearby. Taiga moves in. Does have one of those steals. The damage coming out on the Stormstormer. He's going to get away for the moment, but a slight. BZM got him. And even dropping down that wall. But OG, they're all fine.
BZM popping off, and even getting another rune now, big one, an Arcane Rune. He's already got Javelin finished. This Ember, he's massive. Bloodseeker also kind of left alone on his own bottom. These are going to be incredible timings for the two cores of the side of OG.
Yeah, and in spite of all those deaths earlier, Taiga's been able to do a ton across the map as the highest net worth of the supports. Has Shield Crash level 3 stolen?
Yeah, even though he did get caught up top 2 or 3 times, he's able to make some big plays. As Yuragi, here comes the TP, the Wrath.
Down low, trying to live off of those creeps, but it's not going to happen. So Entity find the kill on that very strong Bloodseeker down bottom.
Trying to see how much damage that Wrath did. 360 or so coming out from that one. Watson gets an almost last tick onto him, and now the tower. So they're punching back here.
Yeah. And have the Vanguard completed for Darkseer, so we'll see what route he wants to go. You can do a ton of different things with this build, but will be very tanky.
Yeah, Lotus is very valuable this game too at some points, but always wants to get the Greaves first. Playing versus the Bloodseeker, playing versus the Chains, of course. So we probably will see that eventually, but so far, pretty even. OG coming slightly out ahead of the lanes.
Smoke up now, coming through bottom side, and Taiga is going to run right into Toby here with BZM nearby. Finds him, roots him, Remnants on him, Toby vacuums, tries to escape, but the lift's there. Eventually, the Darkseer is going to fall in Stolen Vacuum.
Nice.
Only level 1.
Yeah, but look how active. I mean, Taiga instantly, he sees somebody top, he's like, let's go. They want to be able to thrive off of early kills because, as we mentioned before, their tower hitting ability is pretty lackluster. So getting these kills will allow them to eventually overwhelm and try to take towers. But Entity, are they going to just look to give this up once they get this information? They have this ward top that does see at least the Undying and stuff set up in the area. Good deny of the Ruin.
Yeah, that might have enabled all those things you were talking about there. Comes at a cost. Always Stack Storm. Oh, dropping it. Oh, he loses damage. He loses all the damage. BZM, he gets the Slight and the Remnant out. What?
No way.
Dude, his vacuum was on cooldown for 15 seconds.
What a play from BZM. He just tanks through the whole Static Storm. The Flame Guard gets eaten, but he still gets the Slight and gets away. Holy moly. BZM showing off. 5-0-2.
This is the start that, like you said, he needs. And, well, everybody, they rotated up top to make things happen. Can't really push that easily against Tree, but...
This Ember playing versus what you said, like no stuns. He's just going to thrive so much, even eating a Static Storm. So far, looking hot for BZM.
Watson still very farmed on this Nature's Prophet. BZM heading up top now, with DM hanging on to mid. He's almost getting towards Greaves there. Be a big win for him, and now BZM knows no Static Storm. I'm fine.
Yeah, he's just in. Stormstormer's in the area, waiting.
Doesn't have Diffusal Blade yet. Rolls forward. Taiga, pull back. There is the glimpse. Not going to be enough. Fishman, he goes down.
Taiga.
Stormstormer bouncing back and forth, trying to make this happen. Katomi plays together with them. Misha now in no man's land. BZM's doing a lot with Yuragi showing up. This might be enough here.
There's the RP.
Moves in, finds the RP, 3 dead for 2. And now maybe they can find another. Yuragi, he has shown up and is ready to battle.
Whew. And that's level 4 in power on in both of these cores, so the damage that they commit through is insane. DM, nice play. OG, yeah, 2 supports and very good trade for them, just committing forward. And again, BZM showing off a little more, dodging the glimpse beautifully. Stays on top of this Disruptor. 2K lead. They're actually the ones dictating the pace of this early game and perhaps going to be able to get a tower off of all these aggressive moves. And another power rune for BZM.
That is scary, right? Because you talked about how much it feels like Entity need to be playing fast in this game. I mean, obviously they have team fight later with like the vacuum and the Pango roll and all that, but I don't know.
It's all out of ults. That's the thing, right? They have to use their ultimates in order to try to get any of this control versus these heroes. And BZM queuing up a pretty cool item this game. If he's going to end up going for it, still to be determined. But, you know, he only really doesn't have to play versus stuns, so doesn't really want to go BKB perhaps. Just worried about Tree Root. So, yeah, could be a pretty cool option to him if he wants to go down this route. Just give you some raw stats, of course, for this Empower to be even more powerful. Cool.
Dude. That the sleight of fist and then all that physical damage coming out from Ember.
It's nuts.
It reminds me of the old physical Ember days, which is maybe another reason to go for the Manta, I guess, to some extent. Get some more stats.
Yep. Yuragi's hitting insane item timings too since he's been left alone. 5-1 this game. His BKB is going to be coming out pretty soon, so before these ults have even bothered him, he's already going to have so many ways to just pierce through him. OG off to an explosive start this game. 14-8. 14-8.
And you can see also they're still trying to do this thing with the NP of blocking out camps, and they were able to block those Ancients. But the big moves that are coming in, if the Ancients are blocked, that just means they're going to run at you.
Yeah. I mean, BZM, he still has the DD room that he picked up earlier, so he wants to utilize it. DM now, Greaves are done. Actually, before the Darkseer is able to, Darkseer does have a Vanguard in between, so similar kind of net worth. That's going to help more.
Yeah, in a very good position to do it. Katomi's been able to keep this top tower alive, and mid also not really being under that much fire. So OG feel pretty comfortable, I guess, trying to just sort of farm up and get their items, do you think?
Farm and just take fights. Like we said, they can't hit buildings. They have triple melee. If they go to set up for these buildings, that's where you'll just give Entity the positioning to set up with the root, to set up with the Static Storm and stuff like that. So yeah, I think just chill back, finish up the BKB, and then you can look to take fights and take towers off after that as Toby.
Again, caught, and well, the mech is there, the heal is there, wall down. But Toby lifted? No. Gets away. Whoop. Just barely. That Vanguard, and Taiga says, no, I'm not letting you get out of there, buddy.
I mean, well worth it for Taiga again. Massive TP rotations from Entity, and they only get a Rubik and still lose their Darkseer.
He gets 875 XP off that. Not bad.
Yeah, well worth it. Entity looking to punish off of this. Tower's being poked. Katomi's going to go heal it up. Can they find anything? Can they find this Bloodseeker Yuragi before his BKB comes? I don't think so. It's coming out on the courier already.
You get that one a little bit quicker. Misha, as he retreats out of the jungle, they are playing by a ward of entities, so they saw him head over this direction.
Will Katomi see that BKB? Will he save the root for it?
Breaking DMs, Blink Dagger, Static Storm down, but the BKB
the
already
root,
used.
It's up.
Now the run. They can maybe turn this, keep going for more if they want. Maybe can kill off Yuragi, tries to get out of there. Katomi right on top of him, and with the root, it's enough for the kill. DM, he does try and TP out of there. Do they have a way to break it? Doesn't look like it. BZM, he shows up. So now everybody kind of getting a little bit aggro. Not sure if they wanted to keep that fight going or not, but losing Yuragi with the BKB.
Great save there from Katomi. He just roots, then runs along him invis, waiting for the BKB to end, gets the secondary punch for the next root too. Yeah, this is, we did say, this is the one to be looking at constantly for Entity. Hitting towers, it's really hard for OG. Even with the BKB Bloodseeker, that actually sets up Entity to be able to get these kills because they go for it. These melee heroes definitely going to have concerns being able to set up for that push. And now, Gleipnir's done for Watson, so now they actually have an easier form of being able to lock down targets besides just having to utilize Static Storm or a tree ult, that is.
Storm are able to take that regen rune in BZM, having to sit very frustratingly on low mana because of that Fusel Blade build on the Pango. So annoying to play against.
Oh, and Watson finds himself a nice little grow bow, of course. It's going to be pretty much the perfect item for him this game for now.
And Specialist Array on the all-melee core lineup. Love to see that one.
Heck, gives good stats in this. Come on, 5, 10, come on. No,
I guess it's not.
Taiga!
Oh, no.
He's caught off guard from this invis. He's dead.
Shield Crash keeps him a little bit more survivable, but yeah, in the end, he is going to go down.
Katomi.
Everywhere.
Soon to have a Blink Dagger also to be able to get this control. So yeah, BKBs, Mantas, etc. BZM ends up actually changing up the build. Does end up going for BKB anyway. Does have some concerns versus the Static Storm.
Understandable.
Yep. And he'll actually just Q Gleipnir. But Bloodseeker will likely just go for this Manta build. I thought it would have been cool, but I'm sure his team is telling him, you need to BKB just in case.
And DM is getting closer to that Blink Dagger too. You think about how different that fight might have looked if DM can just jump out and find that big RP. That's at the end of the day going to be so much of how OG want to try and play this. Like DM goes in and makes some action, and then DM has to follow up, I guess.
Yeah, it's the way for them to get on Watson, right? That's the way for them to actually solve this Nature's Prophet issue. That could perhaps start to build up. So OG, double BKB timing.
Radiant scan, it connected. They know he's over here, dropping down the ward, finding the Disruptor's start. He's dead. And it looks like now OG going to feel confident making the move to shut down this mid tower.
Turn it into more, though. Still a little hesitant, perhaps, to go into Roche, but they're maybe thinking about it. Scary versus the Pango and versus the Darkseer and everything like that. Tons of team fight. Yuragi.
Not able to connect with the silence there.
Was thinking about perhaps throwing Rupture, but didn't have follow-up. There's the blink, so double blink daggers on OG.
Toby runs away from BZM and going into an item that we've seen a couple of times now with the Crimson Guard.
Cool. It is an overwhelming amount of physical damage from Bloodseeker and Ember, so it could be nice. Oh, Fishman just getting bullied by BZM.
Stormstormer shows up to try and turn this.
Okay, so this one's down.
I don't know if this is going to work too well for them fighting into this area. Toby tries to get away. Smoke, they want to chase this. They're looking for a fight. The Mag Blink online, they can find that route and then get the pullback potentially. Is there enough? As Taiga, Yuragi make the move over. They find him, DM off to the side, caught, and Toby killed. So they do bring down one, and now looking for some more, fighting underneath that tier 2 tower Yuragi. BKB surrounded. He doesn't have anywhere left to go. The jump in, they try and keep him alive, but it's not gonna happen.
He goes way too far.
Oh, man.
And now Misha, maybe.
Yeah, with that illusion chasing him, right on him, Misha in trouble, and well, Taiga just has to blink away.
Yep, gets brought down from the long-range swash. Can't underestimate how much damage this Nature's Prophet's able to do. As now Taiga also gets grabbed.
The Gleipnir.
That's a big death from Yuragi. That is, he overcommits way too hard to try to punish this Pango, and he gets punished himself. Cuts the tree, but there's too many trees for him to cut down.
Just like that, I mean, you get a big swing around, and this is all that this entity draft needs.
They have such an easier way to be able to take towers off of any of these small kills, and they have ults still available. Tree ults up, Pango ults up, Disruptor ults up. They'll back up, keep the farm going, but a big window really found for them.
And a Blink Dagger now done for Stormstormer.
Easier ways to get in and control the fights.
This is starting to look like the swing that they might want. I mean, obviously OG's lineup, you know, scales into infinity, it feels like almost.
For sure.
But you give up a couple more kills like that, particularly Yuragi diving deep, and it will be a pretty heavy punish.
BZM's still going to go Manta, so they're still going to get the double dispels versus Tree. Cool. But yeah, definitely signs there for Entity to be able to get this crazy type of scaling is Watson, level 16, and Stormstormer actually, he's keeping up in levels with the Nature's Prophet and with the Ember Spirits. Like, Stormstormer, even though he's got 4 deaths, he is keeping very farmed on this Pango this game.
Yeah, having a really good one there.
Yeah.
And if you can get to that Lincoln Sphere, you know, keep him alive against the really frustrating to play against Bloodseeker Rupture, could be good, but he stole it and blinks away. He got it covered.
Well, he got
stole
it
too early, I guess.
Yeah, he stole it right before he finished. Fast blink out there from Taiga, though. Keeps him alive.
Yeah, Blink Dagger done. He's having a pretty good one. Needs to keep up with Gatomi, definitely, who has the Blink Dagger done and going into the Refresher next.
The build that we saw him do the other day. Yeah, he got it at record timing, it felt like. He's also level 14 on Tree. I mean, looking at the support levels.
That's crazy.
Level 12 and 10 on the opposing sides on OG. Dude, level 14 Tree.
I mean, it's level 13 Darkseer. Like, what the hell?
He took tomes. He takes
all the tomes.
But my God, I mean, he's earned the right to take these tomes after his performance on Tree in these last few days.
Crimson Guard done.
Okay. Maybe see this protect these squishier backline heroes pretty nicely for his team. And level 13, so max now on both Surge and Vacuum for these big team fights. Fishman.
Hanging out around that area. It definitely has that sort of stalled out feel that we've seen before, as they will pull him back in. I don't know if they have enough to bring down DM with the Gleipnir there. Tries to get away. Skewer back fine. And
Stormstormer.
He's in some trouble there, buddy. Doesn't have anywhere left to go. Dies to the Rupture. Yeah, that's why he wants the Lincolns.
I don't know. Something canceled his blink on the initial go. I didn't get to actually see right at the start because I thought he was going to get the chain stun onto DM, but ends up shield crashing instead of blinking on top of him, and DM's able to walk away. And now Roche opened up.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscue there. And, I mean, when you've got Greaves to take off the Gleipnir, it's pretty big. OG walk right into the pit now.
It's gone.
You're going to take this one out. Gatomi throws down the grasp, but it won't matter. Yuragi gets the Aegis.
Entity gets a little too overzealous with going for this kill onto the tanky mag and get turned on themselves.
So Aegis in hand now. OG building up this lead. The dreams of the infinite tiebreakers continue.
Yep, and Manta's now finished for BZM, level 18. So now he's very survivable, has multiple ways to play around these roots and disables. Same thing with, I believe, the Bloodseeker also has BKB Manta done.
Yeah, going into the Shard, too, to maybe try and break some of those blinks.
Yep.
Be very nice.
I love this Shard. I think Still under purchased some of the times. I think you can utilize it and just make so much happen if you're able to just get these. When you have these squishy backliners that you know you can just disintegrate, you just immediately get this remnant back up after you do it that you can just commit inside of fights really nicely. So I actually like this option. As we've seen, Fishman just dies to like 2 of these lights, so he'll just regenerate that shard or those charges of Fire Remnant.
Right.
And they get the tower now. So 2 towers taken out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
OG dropped down the sentry.
Cover the area of Katomi.
How much do they want to get done here? It feels like maybe another one of those where they could play it a little bit more passively, but after the kill, potentially feeling more emboldened. Oh, Misha, he's always in front.
He's ready to tank those spells. Yeah, they're getting good scaling. 3K lead.
You see Yuragi there now. Fishman jumps in, finds Misha, drops it down. No, he's caught for the moment, and Stormstormer again gonna be ruptured. Again, gonna get RP'd. Whoa, he got back base though.
He TP'd during the roll.
Oh, the RP coming out a second too late.
Yeah, it didn't quite catch him. DM couldn't get into the exact range of it, but either way, we'll get both supports.
And BZM will get the, well, chase back. Maybe? No, he gets away.
Maybe they won't. Okay.
All right, Fishman livid.
Okay. He's looking pretty dead, but gets protected from his buddy Toby.
Interesting.
RP was used though, Rupture as well. So let's see if Entity looks to try to make a move with that. Seeing poor Stormstormer every time he tries to jump in, just instant Rupture every single time. So yeah, really needs some type of Lotus / Linken's coverage for him.
Yeah, Lotus would be big. And at least for now, the Darkseer still opting to just go the sort of mass team fight defensive builds, has the, pipe on the way now, as well as the Greaves and the Crimson Guard as Fishman chases, but can't quite get there onto DM.
I'm actually quite curious of him just committing also for pipe.
Yeah.
There's not really, I mean, there's some magic damage, but yeah, it doesn't feel like it's like the more priority compared to something like Blink or Lotus for him. So I'm curious. I guess Toby, yeah, it's all just about team fight, but could end up hurting them in the long run.
Drops the Tombstone up on the high ground, and they move in with 2. Find that kill. Fishman has died many times this game.
8-0 and 8 BZM. Killing it.
Oh, they kill a courier with the Lincolns on it.
Okay. That's a pretty big one.
Well, the recipe at least.
Yeah. Either way, though, BZM, he gets these kills and just replenishes his Fire Remnant immediately every single time. So still looking to continue this dominance of the map. Entity perhaps feeling the pressure.
Yeah, obviously not wanting to fight into this Aegis, but the last couple of minutes, it's very much been Entity only trying to find like that solo pickoff or maybe start a fight with Static Storm or what have you, and then just dodge. And it's led to a lot of deaths on these supports.
Yeah, they're feeling quite on the back foot in this moment, at least. Not having this type of easy control, have to commit so much into the fights to ever take anything. Well, gee, they just, BZM just walks in and kills people, just with some slight remnants and stuff like that, so. OG in a pretty comfortable spot right now, 4K lead, and looking to keep this advantage going. They buy a gem, Taiga picks it up, they're looking to close out the map, take out all these wards, always keep track of where Katomi is.
They're going to have to be careful here, too. You've got Ember level 20, so the Sleight of Fist damage
hurts.
Taiga also has Glimpse level 4 stolen.
It's big. And BZM gets Cloak of Flames, too, so he's just going to be mowing people down then when he runs next to them. Flame Guard talent plus that. These supports are going to die in seconds.
Already have been, too, it feels like.
It's definitely going to hurt.
Well, dodging away. Wards just out of vision of each other. I think that actually those Radiant ones spot the Dire ones, so Misha comes in for the D ward. And 29 minutes in, the lead slowly being built up by OG as they take over more and more of the map. And Entity needing to hold on. This is what we saw from them in the last series against Tundra at various points.
Yeah, they don't have the Enigma factor though, right? So definitely going to be a little harder for them to deal with this hard scaling lineup of OG with the double empower melee cores. Soon Linken's on Stormstormer, so perhaps waiting for his courier to respawn before they look to really commit into a fight. Because otherwise, yeah, he just gets ruptured every time. Also, he gets lucky, so Mindbreaker is picked up for Stormstormer, a big one. The other massive neutral items that we do see. Blast Rig actually for Toby too, so much tankier now on him as well.
Yeah. He is just like all the big AoE heal funness for his teams, and then a little bit extra armor there too. AC done for the NP.
All physical damage, it feels like, on the side of OG for the most part. That's why I'm just like, the pipe for me is a little weird from Toby. I mean, maybe we'll do some type of like crazy saving type of thing, but I think it is going to hurt them not having a Lotus in these next few moments to try to protect the Pango as well. Or just to deflect it onto the Bloodseeker and stuff. So
Yeah,
we'll see. Katomi has been farming like a beast, though. We did not say, but I mean, people saw it because we clicked on it a bunch. Philly Stone, but he's getting close to his refresher, too. So they do have the double dispels, and perhaps more dispels once more neutral items come out on the side of OG, but could be another thing to turn the tides of fights. And I think there's the Lincolns for Stormstormer.
so if we think back to how the previous like 2 or 3 fights have gone, and Stormstormer looks like he's going to get just about level 20 here.
Yeah.
It has been Rupture on Pango over and over and over. That is no longer going to happen as easily, but there's still a lot of ways to break it.
Absolutely. They have just the Rubik steal from distance. He has Glimpse still if they take a fight in the next few moments. Level 20 on Watson, so Sprout Leash is also available now. So eyes on Ember in particular if he gets locked down in fights.
Oh.
Do they have any... Okay, they have Shard on Rubik. So they do have the Shard on Rubik to at least bail him out of that, and they have a couple of these Calling Blades.
I'm gonna lie, Taiga feels like a pretty high priority kill.
He does, absolutely. He's had a very good game after... Even with his deaths, just his TP rotations is...
High priority kill is right under vision soon. Katomi drops it down. Stormstormer there rooted. Does go into the shard, the ball, and backs away.
Scared to commit all the way in.
Yeah, that was a spooky moment there for Taiga. Obviously had his own vision, but as soon as they dropped down the ward, could have gotten jumped.
Katomi switches it up for now, if he does actually want to switch this build. So wanting a easier way to commit, not wanting to use an ult every single time for kills. Hex, if he's able to get it, could be huge versus Ember.
BKB done for Mag. Yeah, the Ember shutdown there would be really clutch.
Yeah.
And obviously a good answer against the BKB that he's got too.
They have good split push going up top, forcing reaction from OG.
TM moves on in, spams out the wave, and Roche capable of respawning in 22 seconds here. But Entity just kind of holding on to this side of the map.
A bit scared of their triangle at the moment versus OG.
Dire's middle tower
That means they're
is
slowly getting more farm.
He's in.
Finds one. Taiga lift, chase down. Okay,
RP.
they're on to one. The
It's only on
RP isn't
one.
good enough. Doesn't quite look like it. The overgrowth, the turnaround. Taiga's still under fire, getting punched here. Toby right on him. Will drop down the wall onto Yuragi.
Yuragi's low.
He has to get out of there. Has to run. Leashed. He doesn't have a way out. He tries to cut his way through and does manage to escape. So they bring down the Disruptor and now trying to run him back into it. That's more than enough. DM in a ton of trouble. He too is going to go down. The vacuum to try and turn it, but that is all cores except for BZM dead, and Taiga goes down too.
What a disaster for OG. DM Blink RP's the solo Disruptor. I mean, Fishman will take that all day. He's 1-9-11 this game, but his deaths have been so value. Watson comes in, gets the cleanup. I think Yuragi's BKB comes out late, and he just is so low HP that by that point they can actually commit on him. Uh-oh, things have crumbled quickly for OG.
Yeah, a really weird connection of abilities being used there, and DM thinks he could find somebody. It's not good enough. Watson just punches.
Yeah.
He just stands there and starts hitting people. The Wrath of Nature, it's huge.
And OG, they're the ones with the buyback on Taiga, and he just dies. They put the Static Storm, like you said, high commitment onto the Rubik. They commit Static Storm on him. And yet, Entity maybe blown the game open here. A huge fight for them. Watson now with the full Daedalus off of that one. That was, I mean, OG just completely crumbled with the way that they took the fight with the RP following.
It was one of those moments where it feels like if the fight's not going perfectly, it needs to kind of be a couple of those clutch combos, right? You need to get the Rupture on the Pango. You need to try and find that RP onto at least a core.
Yeah, Stormstormer, he's the one to start the fight with this Rolling Thunder, and I think, like you said, Yuragi with a little bit of a late BKB, he's already like 30% HP when he pops it, and now, I mean, Katomi decides, screw it, I'm just going to buy the full refresher. So now it's 2 roots, level 18, that he's got available in these fights too. The control is going to be pretty absurd.
So RP is up.
Okay, they have to get a bigger target than just a Disruptor.
Looking for somebody. BZM walks up high ground, smoke is broken, sees one of those Treants and drops down the Static Storm onto the Undying. Taiga tries to separate them. They find Fishman, able to connect onto him. They have Overgrowth
Watson's
ready.
in.
He's doing a good chunk of damage to him. Control and kill onto Stormstormer. Watson has to TP out, so That is the fight they were hoping for. Now Toby hoping to escape, but Yuragi right on top of him, pulls him back in, and the chase down for the finish. Katomi trying to do everything here, but he's just going to end up getting himself killed. They can't get there in time with the rest of them.
I think he got confused from the buyback. Stormstormer buys back but has no TP.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Okay, OG. Back the other way quickly. Find themselves the targets.
I mean, this is the moment where you can feel that pressure, the tension on the game. So many decisions that need to be made in an instant, and now with Roche respawning, you don't have all of those key teamfight heroes on Entity for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, this time they're able to actually get out to Stormstormer perfectly. I think they broke his Lincolns with something, if I'm not mistaken, and then Yuragi just blinks onto him when he's focusing Taiga, and he just gets killed. So yeah, Lincoln's was broken by Spell Steal, and then immediately Yuragi blinked BKBs on him, and they RP the Pango. So this time they take control of it, and Watson, he TP's out. Pango dies. Pango buys back, has no TP to come back in the fight, and Entity is this time the one with a bit of a disaster in their own fight, as Aegis and Shard is going to go the way of OG. And is that a...
Yes, it is.
It's a Battle Fury on BZM, so he's like, screw this Sprout. I don't need my teammates. All right, cool.
He's like, I'm keeping the Quelling Blade for forever. Let's upgrade it. Why not?
Sure, yeah.
Dude, with all of those summons coming out,
he'll be double dipping, you know, with the cleave talent, or with the cleave coming from the Magnus as well too. All right, cool.
He went for the slight damage. I mean, he is ready to go, and then he's looking forward to 25.
Double slight with Daedalus going to be coming online. You said it earlier, right? You missed that physical ember. Looks like we're going to get that. He is 11, 0, and 10, so BZM still having a hell of a game.
Dude, he almost one-shots these Treants.
Yeah.
That is some scary stuff. Most damage in the game right now, almost 30k, and has that crit coming out to him on top of the Gleipnir.
Abyssal now also for Yuragi on top of his blink, so sure, you've got Lincolns to protect yourself, and now you've wasted buyback on Stormstormer, and they have multiple solutions perhaps for the Lincolns. He'll build his own Lotus to try to protect himself, but OG found a huge fight there.
And I mean, this tower down bottom is going to go down, it looks like, to the double catapults. Pretty close. Yeah, they'll find it. But the thing that I said 25 Ember, I didn't realize how close he is. He's actually almost there.
Yeah, he's 24.
I mean, so we've seen, what, the RP onto 1, but there is also a good chance that if they find 2 or 3 heroes nearby, they're just going to explode to that Ember.
Yep, there it is. 2 slights. And he's got the small crit. He's got Arcane Rune too for the next fight. If he hits, it feels like if he hits like a 2-man RP, they're going to be good. Entity, they have to be careful with themselves now how they do utilize these ults. OG messes up one fight, swings one way. Entity messes up another one, swings back the other way and in a bigger way because it was around Roche. And oh, look at top rune. On top of an Arcane Rune, on top of 25.
Ooh. You guys ready for the BZM show?
I mean, it's already been the BZM show. Now it's going to be the one-shot show.
This is a scary moment for everybody that's on Team Entity.
He's dancing, look at him taunting.
He's ready. Yuragi there too. I mean, that's the other thing that's crazy about this, right? Is even if they do manage to take out BZM, you still have to deal with this Bloodseeker. Here they go, walking up to high ground. OG feeling confident. 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Tomi throws it out, but look at the damage onto the tower.
Oh, this is scary. These slights are going to rip the supports apart. I mean, Fishman might just get one shot if he's next to Treants.
He has to be careful. The trees get just obliterated. Yeah, it's not stopping him. It only makes him stronger. Don't summon those anymore, Watson. Does get the leash, but Battle Furies takes it down.
And here comes Daedalus.
It's on the way. It's there for a moment. Static Storm down. He's fine for the moment. The leash is there. As BKB waiting for it, they're controlling him this whole time, but BZM walks back in, finds Watson, starts slighting him down to death. Second wall stolen, the turnaround. Do they have enough damage? Watson right on top of him, rooted, but there's the save. The RP comes out. That is going to be a kill onto Watson as BZM remnants forward, remnants away. Goes back through, does some good damage. The Glimpse pulls back Yuragi. He turns now, starts to beat down the tree. Can he get the heal off of it afterwards? Doesn't look like it. So that's Aegis down. And no mag, no Taiga. Can he get out of here?
I think they might have to just ditch him here.
Yeah, he's left completely alone, and he's just going to get dropped. So OG going high ground step a bit too far. It did cost a buyback from the NP.
Exactly. That's the big thing that they got out of it. Watson is still pretty fragile. They were on top of him the whole time there, so does force the buyback. OG So pretty good for them there, even though they don't get the racks. But Watson is able to hold on.
Yeah, even with that AC, it's just not enough to keep him alive against this.
He needs the Satanic. Paladin Sword's not quite enough for him to stand toe-to-toe versus Bloodseeker.
And, well, they found a Pent-Edge sword, because why not?
Yep, but now they have 50 seconds. Bloodseeker's still dead. Can they find anything out of it? BZM shows himself.
Root. Not doing a ton of damage there to Toby, actually.
Oh, Blast Rig. Still has quite a lot of armor on this Darkseer.
Yeah.
But yeah, still a scary moment really for Entity. Even though the Bloodseeker's dead, not having buyback on either your Pango or your Nature's Prophet, if either one of these get picked off, it could just determine the game.
I guess the thing that I'm wondering about, I mean, one is that we do have the Treant level 20 living armor or bonus armor, which is really helpful. But when I look at this net worth, you've got the Ember, you've got the Bloodseeker so far up, and then it's the Nature's Prophet there. Do you think that, like, how good of a game Katomi is having, if he can, like, sort of save out for 25, that it could change things?
Perhaps. I mean, I always say this is, for me, one of the most, if not the most broken talents. It's still a ways away, though, so it's asking a lot for them to delay. Because OG, with these next few moments, without Entity having these buybacks, they might be able to just wait, play for the next fight, wait for this next Roshan and stuff like that, and then look to control for the next fight. So we'll see. If Katomi's able to get there, perhaps.
Okay.
That could be that game changer. But IOG, yeah, they're going to keep kicking up the pace, keep looking for these fights with their strength right now.
And keeping that Cloak of Flames for the moment, you can see win probability very even. Could depend a lot upon how these engagements go. Entity, they don't want to leave their base.
No. Pango, 1 minute left for buyback.
Chilling mega hard. But OG, they take over this side of the map too. There is a good ward over here, which, you know, scouts out where OG would be if they were out of the smoke. Manta illusions get sent out.
Okay, Trickster Cloak now also perhaps for BZM if he wants to hang on to it. So more survivability. Yeah, he's going to swap it in. The other big items, like you said, the Penta before.
Yeah.
So two pretty big neutral items for the side of OG.
I was wondering if they were going to try and put that onto BZM for just more damage, but the Trickster makes more sense, I guess.
Yeah, I think just him having a little more survivability. He already does enough.
Yeah.
His damage is already almost at its peak. I think they also, okay, they did also get Telescope for Taiga, so that's also quite impactful for the Rubik.
BZM hunting. Ooh.
Hello.
God. That is a scary moment right there. Well, we talked about the Hex on the tree earlier. If he has that with Refresher...
Yep, could be another big element of them being able to control.
It's crazy how farmed he's been able to be.
And it's Philly.
True.
Yes, how's the buyback looking? Does he have enough for Basher and buyback on Stormstormer? He's very close to having both.
You can tell just how important these Aegises are right now, too. You know, Stormstormer obviously needs to be in there to be able to come and contest for the Aegis, but they're just sitting in that area even a full minute before Roche is capable of respawning.
I mean, you can feel the tension in this, how important this game is, right? It's like both teams being very careful how they overcommit. 27-25 still feels like anybody's game here.
Misha, first one forward, DM, skewers.
He is deep.
What just, I mean, he's kind of okay for the moment, but he's in very far. Has the Greaves, gets two of them.
Big one.
Can they bring him down after the damage, the cleave? It's not looking like it's quite enough yet, but Toby down low, drops that wall. Yuragi still leashed inside of it, but there is the turn, the save. The vacuum pulls it back in. Katomi low, everybody dying.
Watson.
It is only NP left. Stormstormer trying to get back into this and help him out, but does he have enough? Watson triple kill, trying to find it. The leash is there, but the jump in, Yuragi finds him. DM comes in at the last second after that buyback. Taiga moves into position, tries to steal, breaks it from Stormstormer for the moment. Yuragi low. BZM shows back up with the Gleipnir. Everybody in some trouble. The wall runs out, and Yuragi, Taiga in no man's land. They don't want to run back in. The vacuum is there, but it is going to be a kill on the Rubik.
Well worth. Taiga gives his life for Yuragi. Yuragi gets out with like 200 HP. Holy crap, that was so close to him die-backing. Watson just holds his ground during the majority of it. Heavy buybacks from Entity to survive it, but somehow Yuragi ends up surviving the second time. And BZM still a total beast. Doesn't die again. 14-0 and 13. Like,
yeah.
They're just standing toe-to-toe. Both of them just wailing on each other the whole duration of the fight.
They somehow managed to get a good RP out of this, which is crazy.
I think Taiga's little steal here, also on the vacuum, messes things up because you're going to see Katomi jump in and try to get this root, follow up, and then he gets vacuumed and canceled for a second, which could have been a little bit of a difference maker right there. So he ends up actually getting that root a second later, which perhaps actually allows a couple of these heroes to survive, like BZM, who kills off the tree and then survives the whole fight.
Yeah, I think if BZM might have even slight dodged because of that second that was there. What a huge fight, and those couple of seconds making the difference.
And Yuragi, right? Like, he's so close to die backing right there, but they just, somehow save him because of Taiga, like, running in, giving up his life, getting that Force Staff to disconnect it.
Exactly what they needed from him. And now, we know that Roche is going to be back up again. 40 seconds away.
How's the buyback situations looking too? Watson, he's got about a minute left on it. Yuragi's going to be 6 minutes. BZM always has his available, as he's just a total beast this game. Level 28, Aghanim's Blessing soon to be coming.
He's had an unbelievable game.
This is one of the best Ember performances I think I've ever seen.
He's done everything for him and a bit more.
Yeah. Still feels like it can go either way because these buyback situations, Stormer having to use his as well as the Toby, but on the other side, Yuragi, of course, so gonna have to be eyes on who gets grabbed. And Watson's able to hold his ground pretty decently versus, what, 2 of these melee-empowered cores beating on him. And now good vision. That's the big thing that Entity's been able to get in these last few moments. Katomi, he snuck in and he got this ward on the high ground. So watches the ancient area and it's watching over here. OG
doesn't quite get the vision into the pit, though.
Oh, they might get away with this.
This is big. It was a relatively quick respawn. And yeah, Entity not in position to come and contest that, so
that's huge.
That is what they needed.
Yeah, Yuragi now has that little bit of a comfort there. Without the buyback, he has the Aegis at least to cover him. And now, good God, BZM, Aghanims is coming, and he's got a Refresher Shard, so crazy Remnants, crazy Slights, he might just kill everybody himself.
I mean, I kind of wonder, it looks like he's giving it over to Bloods. I mean, they could give it whoever they want. There's so many great heroes, like DM even, you know?
I'm just wondering if the Bloodseeker even has enough mana for all of it. With quad ruptures, I don't think he does, actually. I guess in the second life, when he swaps it in, he'll have the second. He can actually pop BKB with the first Aegis.
Oh, yeah.
Swap in the Refresher and then have BKB and all of his spells again. So, okay, cool. They have a lot of options for it, of course.
Well, big moments also coming up for Entity as we see queuing up the Aghanim Scepter for Fishmen.
Okay, the dream. They've given him, they're like, okay, you take the Philly now. The Philosopher's Stone is yours. Get us an Aghanims. That's our hope.
But will it come quick enough? I mean, OG off of this Aegis, you got to imagine they want to get some type of structural damage done. Now, a scary thing here, Watson just bottled up a DD, and OG are likely not going to know about this.
Okay, yeah, that could be huge. He was able to stand his ground pretty nicely without it. And now also, we got a normal punch. So Toby also has a way to control and get his own illusion with one of these 2 beefy cores.
DM tried to go for a horn toss play.
Base starting to get sieged a little bit too. Watson might look to start getting some extra split push, but they have Ember, so they always have the answer.
He's going to push out these lanes, ready to join back with his team at a moment's notice. And going for just a refresher himself too, because why not? Watson moving around and farming up where he needs to. Does find the Undying, and, well, TP's out before DM can get into position.
Might lose their ward because of that, though. Yeah, they will. So Katomi's sneaky ward from earlier is going to be killed because of him hitting the courier like that.
12k gold lead. And again, for OG, I mean, you can't feel comfortable at this point. It could all go wrong in a moment. An NP will take your base, and then they're not going to the major. For Entity, all they need to do is make it happen, pull it together, a couple big team fights to try and turn this.
BKB Rubik now also. I mean, Taiga continue to get this Philosopher's Stone on both sides, right? You know,
yeah.
These supports, it's the dream.
It's not bad, not bad.
Yep. And Katomi, I believe he's going to take that next tome immediately. So getting closer and closer to his 25, which could just be game breaking. Could just literally win them the game, win them those team fights because he's just controlling them for 10 seconds. So yeah, still lots of things to be staring out for, even though there's that 13k lead.
Watson, the DD is going to look like run out here unless the fight happens in the next couple of minutes. But I think that this is going to be OG trying to just keep the pressure on in terms of their farming across the map, throwing out those treants on Entity to get vision.
They're terrified right now on the side of Entity to step out versus Aegis. 2 minutes left on those buybacks for 6 heroes.
Getting closer. 300 gold away from Disruptor Aghanims.
300 for Disruptor Ags, a couple hundred for the tree Hex, and 2 levels for the tree, level 25 as well. Big ones to look out for.
I mean, I know it's hard to push against this like high ground defense that they have on Entity, and OG's heroes just don't push well in general. But I mean, it feels like they're going to be able to wait them out, and I don't know how these fights look different once those big items do come out.
It's just too scary with melees, right?
Yeah.
3 melee cores hitting buildings. It just could get turned on really quick. So yeah, they're being very careful here. Watson will keep the split push going. This is so scary for him to do stuff like this, though. He has the TP almost instantly. Can't finish off creep waves.
Yeah.
Because they immediately start setting up for him. DM immediately to port over.
Might even trying to set up some traps for him eventually here.
Wonder if DM maybe does opt to go for just like a refresher himself also, instead of going for this Lotus.
Yeah.
Then they had just overwhelming control for this NP, even through BKB. We'll see.
A lot of question marks still there.
But OG still having a good amount of strength here. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, trying to catch something.
They're going to smoke now.
Okay, who do they find? Toby. 40 seconds left on these buybacks as well. It's kind of in sync with the Aegis.
EZM spots one. There's the lift. Pulls him back. Stormstormer, he's in trouble. In no man's land, gonna get caught, gonna get killed.
No
Stolen
buyback.
wall. That is exactly what they needed. OG, they take down that Pango. Has no way to get back into this one.
Really nice play. Walking up sneaky, smoked on the high ground. 10 seconds for buyback, but they'll get a Rax out of it.
Watson trying to do as much split push as possible in that time frame. And Yuragi, DM, they're all moving towards mid. Fishman's there. He has the Aghanim Scepter, can catch on a bunch of these heroes. They need to wait for that buyback to come back offline. He is smoked around at kind of the perfect position. They pull him in, able to find Yuragi. Can they kill him out? No! Taiga pulls him out of there, and every bit of that 4,200 gold is wasted. BZM, they have the refresh buff. He's stuck for the moment, pulls him back, finds him again. That is a dieback for Stormstormer. OG might have just punched their tickets here to keep this tiebreakers rolling as they find Watson, try and get him. The Overgrowth is there. Stolen Overgrowth, though, now catches onto Watson. He's in trouble. A dieback almost there. Can they kill him off in time? Watson, the punch, the normal punch. Yuragi turns, a couple more hits, and the Nature's Prophet is dead. Now finding Toby. He's trying to get out of there too. Taiga is in mega deep at the moment. Steals the Leech Seed, still buying time for himself. But eventually Watson with the lift, the chase, does he have friends coming on over? Taiga hides off in the trees. He keeps himself alive. Silence is there, but pulls back Watson. That's the dieback that they were waiting for. They eventually killed Taiga, but GG is called. We got an infinite potentially.
Run it back, baby! What a play. I mean, OG, BZM. I mean, what a performance. He didn't die. 16, 0 and 18. A flawless performance from him, and Taiga coming in clutch at the end. Don't know if the Static Storm would have really changed the whole outcome of everything, but either way, gorgeous save by him, and they always seem to have that counter as Entity. Fought hard, they fought long in this one, but they were on the back foot, it felt like, for the majority of it.
I know, and I think that this is that moment, too, where you sort of look at the give and go between the 3 teams, and you sort of wonder, like, who feels the best about this whole break apart? I don't even know, really.
I have no idea.
I feel like for Tundra, it's got to be crazy after like the sort of dominance they displayed in game number 1, and then how long that game number 2 was, to now have to come back and play a whole nother round of games. It's got to be so frustrating.
Sometimes it does come down to like a little bit of these rock, paper, scissor things, right? Where one team is just better versus another team of how they play with their style and stuff like that. OG, they found a bit of a style that worked really well versus Entity, especially when they have like Katomi on this really comfort hero. But I think the big thing for me, at least, to take away was these little crucial mistakes that happened, like DM RPing the solo disruptor, and then they find the way that they take the fight better the next time, and then Stormstormer with his buyback without TP available, and his team kind of takes the fight without him. So I think these little mistakes really added up to make compounding problems.
Well, a whole lot to talk about as we get ready for another 3 games potentially here. Let's head on back to the panel, let them break it all down.
These tiebreakers are delivering. These 3 teams know how to step it up. We are forced to another round of tiebreakers with OG getting this game off of Entity, and they look fantastic. That Magnus last pick, all 3 of you, despite which team you thought was going to win, loved that last pick, and it had so much impact for this game, Kezu.
I mean, like, first of all, his lane went fine, and he empowers his boys, and then throughout the game, I think Tiger really stepped up and also helped BZM, like, to set him up, because BZM, let me tell you, he slapped this game really damn hard. Like, some star performance from him, he really popped off. And
the complete opposite from the game against Tundra, by the way.
Exactly, and this is the type of hero I want to see him on. They enabled it, and yeah, OG, I think they look great.
Enabled by the Magnus, right? Like, first and foremost. Later on in the game, you hit that 25, you get that talent, you get that empower, and you're just slicing and dicing through Entity. But Entity overall for me looked alright.
I was going to say, it wasn't the cleanest game from OG. There were a few overextensions by 1 or 2 players, but also some team fights that Entity were able to take in their favor, but they weren't really able to capitalize or keep any sort of momentum, T.
Yeah. I mean, both of these lineups, they've got the scrappy nature in both of them. They're going to have moments where they've overextended or the fight's too wide to really utilize the spells, be it Disruptor, Static Storm, or the RP. And I think for Entity, at least, for them to win fights, they often were leaning on it being in the dire jungle or they're buybacking, TPing in. Like, that's not really the recipe to then cross the river and make these big plays. Whilst OG, the entire game, it felt like they were setting the pace of the game. They were forcing Entity to react.
It was mostly the buybacks they did for Entity, or some mistakes or extreme outplays that Entity did. Like, one of them that comes to my mind is a tier 2 on top lane where Watson blocks Yuragi from the Pangolier with the trees and gets a kill. Like, a couple of times they did manage to kill off Yuragi or eliminate him before the fight even starts, but overall OG had a solid game, solid performance. Like Tiga said, it never really felt like Entity had it or could have it unless they really pushed them hard.
I was going to say, it was a number of things that had to go in their way, not necessarily just a team fight. There needed to be a little bit more from Entity. They had the Pango, though, in first phase, and throughout the draft, what surprised me was we never saw a Bloodseeker ban, but it did get picked up from OG. Do you think that was a really big contributor as well, Kazu?
Yeah, I think so, for sure, especially when you pair it up with the fact that Stormstormer didn't have too much help from his team in terms of no one else is going to go in, no one else is going to, you know, annoy the Bloodseeker too much. It's basically all him. So Yuragi, all he has to do is pop your Rupture on Stormstormer, sure. One fight he has Lincoln, so they're like, oh, how can we do it? But then the next fight they realize, oh, we can use Spell Steal into Rupture, and now who cares that you have Lincolns? We don't, so he just Ruptures him anyway, and then it's pretty easy.
It also helps that Tiger in some of these fights, he was popping off, he was stealing Vacuum and stuff, he was like clumping up 3 or 4 heroes, allowing them for the slight chains. This is actually the tail end of that fight on that highlight we were just watching there. But yeah, OG, they kind of got to... Again, I'm so happy for OG when they get these heroes to take the fights. I think the previous series for them, it's been underwhelming when they're trying to do too much in the draft. They're trying to overcomplicate everything. This playstyle is very OG-esque in current year, previous years, and it's kind of what you need to do in at least a best of one. Yeah, we're going to reset the tiebreaker bracket.
Well, we've pretty much highlighted every player, every hero, what they did for OG to be able to win this game, but who really stood out, who was just that little bit above everyone else on their team that enabled to win.
I think we can all say at the exact same time. I think we should be able to nail this one in one go.
Really?
I hope so,
yeah, I hope so. All right, do you want to count us in?
Lizard, do you have? You're the only one I'm looking at. You got one? Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1.
BZM.
BZM.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure.
No, I was scared with lizards. BZM. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we also BZM.
Crisp handshake then.
Okay, there you go.
Yep, handshakes. No one can see it on camera, but
Shout
we're
out
shaking
to my
hands.
We are
Danish
shaking
boys.
hands. You want to shake my hand too, boss, or not? Okay, don't leave me hanging. Thank
Great.
We're not on the camera, but we shook hands.
And we did shake hands. But yeah, BZM.
Oh.
No, you're shaking your own hand.
Happens.
Was it just everything you guys already pointed out, that he was on that playmaker, he was able to make so much space for the rest of his team?
I think it also has to do with his itemization. He ended up going for a Manta after the BKB against the Treant Root. He ended up getting a Battle Fury against the Nature's Prophet talent later as well. Then I think he always he's very good on this hero. You can tell that he's going to keep fighting when he's 20% HP or 10% 100. He doesn't really care. He knows his ins and outs. And I think he played near flawless. Yeah,
especially against Tree Disruptor in the early game, being able to play with that level of forward thinking and not getting caught off guard one time, that could have maybe allowed Entity to pivot themselves into the game. It was just once again, a refreshing game from BZM to go from minute 0 all the way to the end, near flawless, and you need to do that in a best of one. Like, they lose this, sorry, Mage is not yours, but now they they got to keep themselves in it.
Groundhog Day. Now again.
Deja vu, we run it back. This occasion. Before we do, though, run it back, we've got to give our sponsor a shout out. It's esportsbet.io. They are launching soon a watch to earn platform. If you guys want more details, you can join their Discord channel. The link is available below on PGL's Twitch channel there. So you can click that link, join, and find out some more information. But tiebreakers, we sort of joked. We knew there was a possibility, but the rock, paper, scissors happened. Everyone that defeated each team in the normal DPC defeated them here in the tiebreakers. We're going to run it back. Do you think it's going to go again? How much do you think the players have learned from this first iteration of tiebreakers?
I don't think... Okay, you're learning a little bit, but more than anything else, this is the battle of the minds now. This is really who has that confidence, who manages to stay calm and cool and collected, like the guy that we have in the green room.
He's not allowed back on the... my producer told us that he's fired.
Right?
Yeah.
That's fair enough. It happens. I think Tundra, though, they're the team that... They had the closest series to get the 2-0 right against Entity. So I think, if anything, it's Tundra. We're looking back at this and going, if only we didn't do this against Enigma, we didn't group here and there. So I think...
Same could be said for OG, just not letting to Lena.
I do think, though, in OG's defense against Tundra, that Tundra didn't pick it before the tiebreakers. This is something where Tundra came in, we're going to do this, so that was a
something fresh.
Little bit of a surprise. So it won't happen again.
It won't happen again. We get to see more drafts again. That's cool.
And less Lena.
And less Lena. Or more Lena. We can beat it finally.
Yeah, I guess it could go either way. The only way I do know we're going is to a break. When we come back, it'll be a whole new set of tiebreakers with the exact same 3 teams.
He has no stat, guys. Like
yeah, bro, I'm with you. I'm running, guys. Lost running. You're gonna be alright, Tommy. Guys, we're gonna five them. We're gonna five them. Profit. Yeah, profit.
No roots.
I go profit.
I got Tango, guys.
More? Yeah.
Boom!
Nice.
Oh, no. Look at this guy,
We need to kill him, If he dies, he loses tower. He's gonna be tilted. Nice play, guys. If you finish the tower, it's so efficient if you will actually finish.
Welcome back. I hope you guys are ready for some more Dota because we have a whole new round of tiebreakers. No, you can't do the same joke twice. It's OG versus Tundra starting out yet again. It's definitely, like you said, Lizard, already Groundhog Day, bit of deja vu, especially because now we have Quinn joining us back on the panel. He
That's me.
got down on his knees and he pleaded towards the producer. Please, 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 please.
Your sins have been forgiven.
Woody, please, let me back on.
Yes, I am. The slate has been wiped clean. I am brand new.
Out of low priority.
Yes.
Ready for 10 more hours of tiebreakers?
Yes, in infinity. I'll be here till I'm decrepit and old.
Very end. Great. And then, Sheep, we're talking about this OG Tundra game.
Yep.
Do you think OG are going to let the Lina through this time around?
I sure
big
hope
question.
not. I sure heckin' hope they don't. My God.
I love the Fire Lady. She's so fun.
She's so cool. She can be beaten, but only if you go to 65 minutes.
She's got 2 moon shards built in.
There's nothing I want more than some more 60-minute games so that this goes forever and ever and ever and ever
and ever.
And yeah, please ban it.
Please ban it. Alrighty. Then Tundra, they pulled out some new strats. They were looking good. Entity did take it all the way to that 65-minute that you talked about to be able to beat them. But there's obviously other ways that we can exploit Tundra. It feels, again, we've had these conversations before, but do you think that this new way that Tundra are drafting is easily punished?
I think that realistically the way you abuse this kind of drafting is you ban the Lina and then their first pick. I'm not really sure what first picks they have that aren't the Lina, to be honest.
Okay.
Like they've looked sort of, their first phases look sort of shaky. The second phase they have some duos. They like, some Doom +1, some CK +1, whatever, stuff like this. But in terms of like first phase stuff like that they rely on, I don't really know what they like, to be honest. So I feel like you ban Lina just because...
Wait, how did you prepare for Tundra then and beat them?
What did we ban? We banned like Ricky because I don't like getting darted. And maybe people are banning Tusk against them. Tusk is a hero that they fall back on, but I'm not sure if they've even been prioritizing that lately.
Yeah, just get rid of the Ricky. Get rid of anything that annoys you and play against them, right?
Yeah,
that's the way.
I do feel like that's sort of like, at least for us, that's how it was. It was like, all right, they've got some annoying things here and there, so we'll just get rid of the annoyance and we'll play Dota.
Okay, but if OG last time banned Broodmother, Beastmaster, those are both annoying. Like, I would rate those pretty annoying out of 10.
Beast is like, I don't know. You can slap him around a little bit in the lane. Give him what for?
I was going to say, does Beast have to be first phase?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, they're confident. No, Tundra are confident on that hero.
Let's
they love it.
Okay.
But you could say the same
sure,
about Doom.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay,
Beastmaster, they're confident with it. But you ban out the Lina. You let the Beast go through. You ban out the Lina, the Brood. Something like that.
I think so too.
I mean, I would agree as well, but like, I'm just saying their Beastmaster is pretty. Like, the last time OG slapped a Beastmaster around, like 3 last hits of 5 minutes, they still lost that game.
I'm going to start putting a ban on this panel that you cannot say slap or make any hand gestures that...
cannot beat.
And you cannot beat, okay? Okay, no, beat we actually do have to kind of say, but slap is off table now.
All right, well, so, I mean, I think they also like this the sniper hero, which smacks Beast around like pretty good.
I like it when they really punch them around.
Bop.
Yep. Any more?
Synonym number 7.
Insert synonym number 7 here.
No, I mean, I think they should let Beastie Boy through. I think they just lost to Lina. If you run it back, like, there's also this feeling sometimes when you play series and you play them again, it's like, do we really want to lose again in the same way? Like, you kind of look like an idiot. And while at the end of the day, you can't really care what the public thinks, there is something nagging in the back of your head, like, we kind of look like morons if we lost to Lina. It's like
Are you
pasta.
speaking from experience, Quinn?
Of course.
All right,
I look like a moron all the time.
I've come up with a foolproof plan.
Yes.
They simply get first pick.
Oh, and they
just
don't
get
have
first
to.
pick.
Just
and they
win.
don't have to worry about banning Lina because then they
Exactly.
can pick it up themselves. They make
Yep.
Tundra have to ban it out and waste a ban on
There's
it.
a problem. They already played Lina into Tundra, and they lost with the Lina.
Okay.
Oh, that was at the start. Oh.
I mean, at the
It
start,
was-
it's
it was-
a bad memory,
It
right?
was with a Doom as well, remember? And DM got sacked hard in that lane.
Okay, so they would adapt a little bit, but they still did lose with the Lina, and Tundra looked like they had the right answer for it. So, did Lina get stronger? No. Did she get buffed? No. Tundra obviously had an answer before. I believe they could find the same
Your
way now.
foolproof plan
Yep.
has actually been fooled.
Okay, so what I'm hearing
Because
here,
OG is second pick. So they cannot pick up the Lina first themselves.
it seems like this is just history doomed to repeat itself, and Tundra's just going to win. That's what I'm hearing from the
I
panel.
think they banned the Lina, and that's it.
I feel like they will ban Lina.
Didn't ask.
The spider has been banned. No spiders. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is, moment of truth. Do they ban?
Drum Normal, please.
Okay, I don't like the sound in my ears. Please stop. What else could they possibly ban, right? If they're willing to let the laner go through again, let's say that they're like, okay, it was just a matter of we didn't have a good mid laner and we needed a better support duo, and you let it through, what would you ban instead?
I mean, they might just think, let's ban Beastie Boy again.
Pango, what the heck?
Okay, so they're giving Lina, and they feel like the Pango on 8 is what was tying this thing together. There is no tree, there's no Pango, so what's Tundra going to pick on 8? That's what they're saying. Which is
true.
It's interesting. It's not that bad. I think the Pango with the Lina is probably Tundra's best core pairing with the Lina. I think a lot of Penta9's heroes that aren't the Pango don't pair that well necessarily with the Lina. You look at like ODs and Arc Wards and Zeuses are sort of like some of his signature heroes, all of which do not pair very well with Lina at all. So, an interesting ban.
Wow, I'm so shocked at this Lina pickup.
Are we gonna see some Tiny from OG maybe, or okay, Rubicon dying once again?
Running it back?
All right. I think that makes a lot of sense. The Rubik hero that's pretty good against Lina, and also they just popped off with it and won the game. And Dirge, I think, is a hero that Tundra just does not like playing against. This like hero who like Tundra wants to sit, and then Dirge is like, fine, I'll sit too. And then he sits, and then you try and run into him eventually. He tombs the hill, and you're like, you're annoyed. You know, you saw the clip of Netta like exasperated because he's, you know, there's zombies everywhere. He's getting black holed. I think they're like, this is a hero that they don't like to play against, and we're gonna annoy them.
So then how are they going to close out this phase? You already said you can't pair the tree with the Lina now. The Pango is where they went last time.
You still have the Beast option, just putting it out there.
Oh, yeah, true, because that was banned the last game.
Oh, they take the Eidolon Man.
Interesting.
I mean, that's one way to just kind of try and dodge the Undying.
Yeah, dodge the Undying, give Rubik a chance to overthink it, always thinking about the Black Hole, doesn't think about LSAs and these small noob spells, you know, you have to steal the big stuff. But we've seen Enigma picked into Rubik quite a few times.
Oh, yeah.
And it was always this matchup in which, okay, Rubik right now is way stronger, so it doesn't truly matter. But back in the day, it was always the same thing. Like, you're an Enigma, you buy Greaves, you don't care about the Rubik, you go full utility, you still play out your game. I'm not sure that's the same case any longer, but teams have found ways around the Enigma just by having an initiator on top of her or some zone controller. Like we've seen the Mars, we've seen different heroes that just get enough distance between the Enigma and the Rubik.
What did you feel like it was interesting, Quinn?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily fill the same role at all as a tree or a Pango. So clearly they feel like they have heroes that are going to fill those gaps later in the draft, because if you look at terms of like structural integrity you get from Lina and Enigma, the heroes are both very backliney, both very cowardly, want other heroes to go in first for them. So you've sort of stockpiled on like these heroes need specific things. So not only does it become easier for OG to ban, you can already see a Clockwork ban coming out. There's going to be 2 more of a very similar type. It sort of restricts Tundra's ability to branch out into different things, and maybe allows OG to like, okay, these are the types of heroes they're going for. We can, you know, specifically think about heroes that are good versus this sort of backline scared lineup.
Yeah, I always feel really bad watching this Rubik Enigma matchup though. Like, we talked about it a fair bit already, but you see usually a team will pick up some sort of jump for the Rubik to try and stress him out and make his fight hard to do what he wants. But then we just see the Rubiks in return just rush an Eon Disc, and then they have like an Ether Lens Eon Disc, and they're always able to just get the spell off anyway, or at least make it really hard for the initiator on the backline to jump. Like, look at an Enigma and Alina so far. If someone backline jumps, they're probably going to be alone. It's going to be hard for Tundra to like connect with their other cores.
Yeah, no matter what, right now they need what Quinn and you are talking about, and what OG is banning. Clock, Tusk, perhaps a Tiny.
Yeah, I was going to say a Tusk and Tiny are going to be the 2 most.
These are the heroes that go in front. Can Tundra flex the Enigma? I don't think so. Not too hard, right? This should be the 33 hero.
Yeah, I don't know if you want 5 Enigma with Lina carry. That sounds less than ideal.
Yeah.
Pause 4, baby.
So yeah, I mean, we'll see if they ban the Tiny here, if they think about something else. But I mean, they're on the same wavelength as we are. That, you know, Tundra's got some holes in their draft. They need to shore those up. And, you know, maybe Tundra came into this like with an idea of, hey, they're going to ban specific heroes here. Maybe it's possible they thought about like this line of heroes being picked. So, you know, maybe they've got something in mind. But in my eyes, like they start to see these heroes banned one by one, and Tundra's starting to get a little worried. Nine's thinking about his heroes, and I'm not sure what's sticking out that's, you know, like they're super happy with. It's really comfortable for them.
It is 9 though, right? When it comes to the mid lane, can you really ban him out? Not necessarily.
He's got some sneaky heroes here and there.
Yeah.
It's whether they'll actually work out or not. And when we think about the 3 cores, we see the Enigma most likely going to be post 3. It'd be very weird to see it anywhere else. But Lina, and then you're going to be picking up your mid laner. What does he have to kind of fulfill when it comes to the timings of your 3 cores?
For Tundra?
Yeah.
I feel like it's what we talked about already. You need some, not necessarily
like that,
a
but some of
frontliner.
that can happen in a pos 4, right? Is there anything specifically in the position 2?
I would just like to see a Spirit now from Tundra. I wouldn't mind that at all. Like seeing the Drow here picked up, any sort of a hero that can reach the backlines would be pretty damn solid for them.
I think you also want something that ideally has either some power for other people to rotate to him or him to rotate to other people. Enigma and Lina both sort of static heroes in the early game, so you want something to break up the monotony. Tundra will probably go, some Tiny, something like that for 4 position. So you want something that can pair well with that Tiny and like enable you to have some kill threat. Because what you don't want is if you've got these, backline very like sort of AFK heroes, you don't want them to be just sitting and waiting vulnerably, farming while the other team has kill potential options. You need some pressure options of your own, otherwise things get too stale, and when you're stale and also vulnerable, you get pulverized. So we would like, Primal Beast to not enact his ultimate.
They got the Tiny.
Yep, there it is. We talked about it. They banned the Riki instead, which, is fine. I think it's a similar hero. It's, it's Shmeep Shmop. It's essentially the same thing, so.
Shmeep Shmop, huh?
Yeah, Shmeep Shmop.
I kind of like it, like the Riki ban. The hero's just so annoying, and it's on top. Like Tiny, all he really offers is for obviously the reposition's really good, but it is just like a burst from his spells. Whereas Riki, the smoke cloud and the sleep, it kind of just the utility is kind of way out there. And Tundra already have burst damage. Like Tiny's kind of giving you that, sure, but you also have Lina who's going to output so much damage throughout these fights, and you're not looking for that so much on your lineup anymore.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's the Sven. It is the 5 Sven with the Lina. So they took a page out of Aster's book.
All right.
Not bad, but I definitely still favor OG, especially with 18 and 24 picks coming up. I look at Tundra's heroes, 2 very low damage supports and 2 AFK cores, and you're looking at playing against a Drow who is very happy when there's like a fight that she knows what's going to happen. There's no like crazy things. There's no wild jumps around. There's no some spirit pressuring her. She's sitting and she's shooting arrows, and people are dying to the freezing arrows. And
these stuns are pretty telegraphed, right? It's point and click. Like if you see these heroes, you're pretty much safe.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. You've got a Dirge standing in front of you. You've got high ground tomb vision. Like there's a lot of things that this Drow sees and knows, and she's also got 2 counter picks coming up that her other cores will be able to do stuff for. Like if I were in one of these games, I would much rather prefer to be OG right now.
Any thoughts for you, Sheep, on OG closing out the phase with a bat?
I like it. I think it's good. You can get an Ether Lens as well. You build it into an Octarine later, and you're just able to cancel the Black Hole from reasonable range. I mean, his Black Hole is like so threatened between Rubik and Bat already now. And these 2 supports, I don't know how they're meant to like kind of rebuff the aggression that Bat's going to bring out when he hits his boost of travel timing. I mean, he can even like TP in early before that. We've seen some really nice early Bat rotations that have just started snowballing these games.
Yeah, you talked a lot about the zone setup around the Drow with the Tombstone. Bat obviously also benefits quite a bit from that. You jump in, you catch someone out.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra has gone for both subs being sort of this run-in body type of archetype, so I think Tundra may be looking more at like there's the Quap ban or a Zeus, something along these lines. We talked about like needing the kill threat or the play threat, and you already have these 2 sort of low damage subs, so you've almost limited your own potential in terms of picking something like an Ember, because there's a high possibility that if you don't have a lot of tempo early on, that you run out of damage in this 10 to 15 minute mark, and you run out of play options, and then things get kind of stale and awkward for you. So maybe looking at something more like a Zeus.
Is it also the Bat, like Queen of Pain banned out because of the matchup?
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely also a big part of it. But I think their focus shifted some once they picked these 2 supports to more of a like semi-active ranged hero that gives them a bit more damage, because you'd potentially be a bit too low on the low end with like a Void Spirit or maybe an Ember.
I love how much Tundra puts value on this Dragonite, because they played it into the Lina, so they know the matchup pretty much inside out. It's their answer to the Lina, so they ban it out versus OG. And OG, they do need another one of these bulky frontliners that can build utility. That's why you see the Centaur banned out too. Like Centaur would be perfect for them. Like would bring you some defensive capabilities, but also offensive to get on top of the Enigma and the Lina.
Is this actually being banned out? So.
Yeah, I think OG knows what they want. I think a lot of good bans. I think their last, I think to be honest, this Pango ban's smart. I think all the melee hero bans are good. These last two bans, I think OG very on point. If you compare it to the draft, in the last merry-go-round, I think this one OG much more in control.
When we're looking at mid laners, what's sticking out here versus the bat? We'll see.
Well, I've been spoiled.
I don't want to say it, but everyone is thinking it. It's a hero that's good into the Batrider. It's also this spirit that can get on top of Drow. But we've seen one Storm game, and it was really good. But it was the perfect game BZM played.
I was going to say, yeah, BZM was playing it, so...
OG picked it up, and it was really damn strong for them.
Yeah, I think I watched a game last night in NA with a Storm Spirit into like some Puck Ricky something.
I didn't see that.
It was very sad. But I don't like the Storm. You're playing into an OG who have an Undying. They're gonna wanna ball up. You're gonna have a Bat or a Drow running at you with this. I'm assuming Undying might max his heal, and then you're just unkillable on your cores.
Yep. Well, Axe, last pick for OG. Yeah, something we haven't seen in this region yet. I kind of forgot it existed. I won't lie.
I was theory crafting with this hero. I don't know what your thoughts are, Quinn, but like I thought because he's a Blade Mail buyer, it would be really good against Lina because you have that BKB piercing like ability to disable her.
Yeah.
But the problem becomes like the laning against her seems really difficult.
Yeah, I think probably they'll be able to do fine enough in the lane. The thing is, there's this impending threat of a bat as things go on, so Tundra's ability to continue to play up in the lane will slowly diminish, and they'll sort of have to back up into the woods and play a bit more defensive. I think the Storm, in some ways, fits the type of hero Tundra needs, but if I'm looking at these heroes, I think Tundra needs to play very crisp, very well. If they want to win this game and have any decent form of tempo, I think there needs to be quite a degree of outplaying in the lanes, and Tundra just being super on point and just straight up outplaying OG.
There's only one question in my mind: who does 9 play with? When I look at their lineup, when I look at him and his playstyle, he wants to be dominating, he wants to be the one setting the pace, but there's sucks on the Tiny, and that's about it early on.
What about you, Sheep? Where are you favoring for these two drafts?
I favor OG's lineup, which means strong curse. Tundra will win. Very excited for that one.
Okay.
We'll see it play out yet again. We'll see if the curse continues, but we'll jump on over right now into the second iteration of tiebreakers with our casters, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. We're back.
Here we
are
go again.
Starting it all over. Yeah, one more time. Well, let's celebrate with a game between OG and Tundra. Should be a fun one. A couple different heroes coming out this time. Axe making an appearance. Would you pick Axe in this situation?
I would probably never pick Axe.
Okay.
Maybe in the next patch once he gets buffed, because this hero feels relatively weak right now. But the panel had some good points about him being the Blade Mail carrier, a BKB piercing ability against Lina, have that instant jump on her. So might be the thing. We saw different approaches to Lina with the heroes that can get on top of her with the jump. Like we've even seen Spectre that rushes the Blade Mail, which does amplify her farm, and also being close to Lina, so she never gonna feel too comfortable just hitting you with all that attack speed. But we have to see. The first game, when they played today, a couple of hours ago, Tundra, pretty one-sided. This time around, OG drafted themselves a much better draft. They do have a BZM on this Batrider. We've seen so many times that Batriders, they take over the game so quickly. But we are in a meta where these position 5 heroes seems to be people tend to pick different ones. We've seen a lot of Sven coming into TI, pre-TI as well, combined with Shadow Fiend. I thought we were gonna see slightly more of him, but kind of dropped off. I think good value having that extra move speed and also extra armor that he provides with the Warcry against the Drow Ranger. That's the big part.
So, speaking of the Axe, just to go back to your point, does this feel like more of a DM hero than the Snapfire we saw previously? Certainly more confidence to jump in with a hero like this, which is something that we've seen from him in a lot of the OG victories. Is just
most definitely. Having a hero that buys a BKB, goes in, doesn't get bursted easily, compared to Snapfire, especially in a game where you had supports who don't do as much. So 2 runes for OG. Might even be a third one. Yuragi's gonna pick it up, so Tundra only starting with 1. They are scouted by this Observer Ward inside the triangle.
Interesting spot for that ward at the moment, but we'll see how it goes. They've got a ward apiece over mid, and well, what do you think about these lanes? What is honestly the lane that sticks out at you the most?
Bottom lane, we've seen this time and time. Drow Ranger against Enigma with the multi-shot. You have Undying, someone to soak up the damage. So Drow Rangers should be fine here. I don't think they're going to be able to get the kill. Misha might even put more points in the Soul Rip. As you start to get more levels with the multi-shot, you deal well against these Eidolons. On the mid lane, Batrider BZM against Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit kind of a hero that we haven't seen much. It tends to look like it's a good Storm Spirit game, you know, but not in terms of being picked. Like, this hero hasn't been as popular as in the previous patch.
We've seen it maybe a handful of times throughout the DPC, and one of those times was, I believe, the panel said by BZM. So it'll be interesting to see how 9, with the Storm in his hands, is able to accomplish what he wants, if he can at all. And early on, we get a little bit of a pause, just a quick one. It's always a quick pause, right? Like, it's never anything
we
else.
always lie. Like, even if we know that it's going to be a 10-minute pause, we just want you guys to stick with us.
So, quick pause, and we're right back into the action. I'm looking up at this top lane and thinking about ways that maybe they could shut down this Lina as they eat a Stormhammer and an LSA on DM. Still just sitting here level 1, and the Axe, it's a different matchup for the Lina, but it feels like even dying 3 times in lane isn't enough to shut down Lina.
Yeah, she always tends to get the farm. Like, no matter what, falls back to Ancients. This time around, it's like we mostly see Clockworks with Lina, which is super powerful. It gives you that kill threat, especially if Clockwork can get close. Tries to surprise him with the Soul Rip at 33. Quick fingers on that magic wand.
And just surviving there, and see the pressure coming out from OG over bottom. Just trying to maybe slow down this Enigma progression. Saksa with a toss under the tower. Misha has 3 mangoes if he wants to try and work with some of these decays and a Soul Rip, but damage being taken, another decay to turn around onto Saksa, right clicks, multi-shot on a 33, but Eidolon's there to barricade him.
Nice done. Saksa does have another toss, but Misha with another decay should have more than enough to survive this. Free grab also available. Snaking in trouble.
Telekinesis, but the LSA gets on 2. Oh, the spin gets the kill. DM getting first blood. That works out a little bit for the side of OG, but Yuragi now getting a little bit low. The Malefice onto this Drow. Saksa chasing, and Yuragi's going to fall. LSA lands out of the Rubik's. Skitter hit with the Battle Hunger. Fade Bolt. Now Skitter needs to kill a creep real quick. Stormhammer and a couple more right clicks from Snake King. Maybe he can get a kill here on a Taiga. But Taiga for now, a little bit of health. Telekinesis throws him away, and he'll survive.
We'll use a healing salve. Having Sven and Lina in the same lane, like, you have a setup for your LSA, so that's always going to be good. Problem is DM got the first blood, so this Axe could easily get out of control. Already sitting at 500 gold, needs another 500 to finish off his Vanguard. Once he gets the Vanguard, like, they can't kill him. They just don't have enough damage. They need to use these 2 heroes plus a rotation from a Storm Spirit to be able to bring him down.
So DM... see how quickly he can get that Vanguard and what Tundra are going to do to react to that. And looking now over towards bottom as there's an avalanche.
Not again. Good gust, but
silences him up.
Damage has already been done.
Yeah, they've got the Eidolons. They have the toss. They'll get the kill on Yuragi again. That's a 2nd kill on this Drow.
Saksa finding the right openings. He's been very annoying on Tiny, finding the angle. I think this toss on Undying, a bit of a lag, a quick pause, as you like to call it.
Yeah, that's a La. Not the normal Kale we're used to.
But just a part of it. But to go back to the point, once Tiny tossed Undying into the tower, brought him down to like 10% HP, this is what kind of ruined the lane for OG, because he needs to be like the one soaking up the damage, be the front line for the Drow Ranger. They played it way too aggressive. How's mid lane doing? 14 CS on Storm, 27 on Batrider.
Yeah, Bat. He went into the Firefly. So sometimes we see these Bat Riders.
You get it anyway. Like, you get it anyway. Like, there was one scenario when Batrider was playing against Pango where he saved two of those abilities and then put 2 in Flame Break and got a kill on Pango. But other than that, it has mostly been just sticking a palm, and then you wait, get the Firefly.
Okay.
You need to apologize to our viewers because this is not a quick pause.
No, this is still quick.
It's quick.
Anything under having to go to break is quick. I feel like that's a valid one. And look at that. Reconnected.
We should have said it earlier. We have so much power, especially with the curses.
Curses, when to start games, when to unpause games.
I saw you clicking F9 right now. You're like, oh, we could be here until 8 a.m. in the morning. These are infinite time breakers, potentially, and both teams are going to be ready to go.
I do like the idea of infinity. It's quite the high number. 9, running back, flame break, pushing him. Now we'll go to the TP to the tier 2 tower. Damage is pretty heavy.
My favorite is when someone tries to TP before you and you are going greedy. Try to
toss under the
underneath
tower.
Good body blocks from Soxa.
Now they've got the Vortex. Soxa just continuing to block BZM, and one more shot. They'll get another kill here. 3 kills already for Tundra, and all on course.
Beautifully done there by Soxa. Right moment, right time. Rotates, gets the toss back, gets another body block. This is Tiny, who's level 4. 4.5 minutes into the game, which is pretty impressive. I've seen Tiny's really struggle, and he might even get a courier bottom. He gets it.
Oh boy, he is doing a lot here on this Tiny. Going into the Blink Dagger immediately on this Tiny too, and this is a scary proposition if you're OG, seeing this Tiny starting to get out of control. They really can't even chase him that well. I'm a little worried about Yuragi too. We've seen Drowse in the past really struggle and not be able to recover. Snake King, Battle Hunger on him, starting to tick pretty low. But
it's 2 points in Battle Hunger, but he'll be okay. Has that Tango running. 33 has been holding the lane close to his tower, so they always have a kill threat and forcing a gust. Like, even Misha might be in trouble here. If Eidolon split, they're going to be a lot of damage. Toss back? Yeah, he seems
definitely
pretty
splitting.
dead.
Multi-shot, Avalanche hits both of them, and they still get the kill on Amisha, but they aren't able to grab Yuragi. Now Snake King running from Taiga. Fade Bolt already used, so catching Snake King's not looking likely, and he'll just drop a ward, try to get some information out of this one.
Soxa has been all over the place, very patient with his spell usage as well, trying to find the right moment, get the maximum out of it. Now stacking, doing so much work. Checking the rune, planting the observer ward, that's going to scout things out.
Double damage first power rune here in the game, and that's going to be controlled by BZM. We've seen it before with these Bat Riders. If they get a good start, they go to the Boots of Travel and make that rotation to the side lane. But with the double damage already moving that way, but Snake King TPing to the outpost will spot BZM making the rotation over. Still, though, has the lasso, Flame Break, and burning him with the Firefly. Not looking like he's even going to need that lasso, so he'll just get a kill here on a Snake King by himself. And now Yuragi's going to take over mid, it seems.
They still want to kill Skeeter. He does have a teleport, but needs some kind of a help here. No Firefly, but he will find him with Sticky.
Telekinesis.
Looks pretty rough.
Yeah, LSA, that lands. BZM still here. Flame Break pushing him back over to DM, and with the double damage and the right click from DM, they get a kill on a Skitter, but they'll find Misha in the jungle and then get a kill on the Undying, so 33 now on a killing spree.
Skitter killing the siege creep before he died, getting the value out of it. Problem is, DM did finish off that Vanguard that we mentioned, and now feels almost unkillable. About to crack level 6, start to pressure the tower, goes for the farming build, of course, maxing out that counter Helix. And look at how aggressive they are. BZM is in the enemy jungle. They can't really go to the top lane anymore. They don't have that hero just gonna be there, soak up some experience, maybe buy time.
This is all really going well for OG in those two scenarios, but it's all to open up some space here for Yuragi, who's still just level 4. And he's going for a Hand of Midas. Like, that is
I hecking love Midas. My favorite item, Recovery Midas. Whenever I see it happening, I'm like, oof, dude. You know, that, especially in a pro game, you know that things are not going well.
Yeah, when it is 8 minutes into the game and the Midas gets queued up, it's a little bit scary. Now he's rotated. So he TP'd mid, he's walked all the way towards top, hoping that without the tier 1 tower there, maybe they can make something of this in a lane for the Drow. BZM, though, tossed over to 9. 9 has the Vortex. They've also got this Enigma coming in. He's level 6, so they don't even need the Black Hole to get the kill on a BZM with a couple heroes here for Tundra. And, well, it looked like this Bat was off to the races. He'll be shut down for a little bit by the Dire side.
Tundra really on point with their rotations. We've seen Saksa involved in all 6 kills pretty much, and you see 33 taking the tower and then TPing to the mid lane. Gotta start to put some more pressure on this tower, and I love the build on him. Just a casual buckler, because he knows he's playing against the Drow Ranger to tank up his Eidolons. And another toss on a mid lane.
Yeah, they found Misha, who dropped the Tombstone, and now they've got the lasso. It's going to be on the Enigma. Misha's surviving for now. Saksa taking a lot of damage. The Flame Break hit them both. They'll burn away 33, and with the multi-shot, Yuragi gets a kill on a Saksa. Misha eventually dropping, but that's worth it here for OG.
Yeah, that's some really nice Flame Break usage there.
They want DM now. He's level 6 and starting to run. They don't have Lasso, but they do have 3 heroes here. Telekinesis, throwing him over into the call. So they'll taunt and pull him over away from his team. But the Stormhammer, Ball Lightning, they've got an LSA from the high ground. Look at where Skitter is to get the Laguna Blade off. They'll finally kill off Snake King, the one they were going for originally, but DM's looking like he's going to fall too. To 9 this time. And Tundra, with their proper positioning, make OG pay.
OG a bit too aggressive. This is the ramp that I've seen teams not just lose the fights, but also lose the game. If you climb this ramp near the outpost, it just looks very difficult. In terms of vision, they do have an observer ward placed from before, but they don't have vision like deeper near the outpost where the fight actually happened. Mech done on 33.
Ball Lightning finding DM, but there's the call. Stormhammer, Avalanche, toss into the air. DM still looking pretty healthy though. There's that Battle Hunger onto 9. They've got Misha getting these decays. He's already at 12. Multi-shot with the Gust, so the silence is on a 9, but he's able to Ball Lightning away and pick up an Arcane Rune. Still taking some damage from the Battle Hunger, but eventually it runs out, and he's onto the back lines where he'll be fine.
No Flame Break, no Lasso. 9 gets out of trouble. They gave him a healing salve. That Snake King found with Trusty Shovel, so that's going to be back to full HP. Does have Arcane Rune in the bottle.
Ooh, and they smoke. They want to use this Arcane Rune and just go for broke. Continuing to look to shut down Yuragi's game as he's still looking for this Midas.
Getting very close to it. Needs 200 gold, the rest of the team. Needs to fall back from bottom lane.
Ooh, instead they're going to find BZM and Misha. Ball Lightning right onto the Bat Rider. Decay, Stormhammer, they have the Avalanche. They're locking up a couple of stuns here, and, well, BZM has no chance to get out. Everybody here for Tundra.
Tundra is very fast at moving around the map. Like, even though they bring numbers, they don't lose in terms of the farm. You see 33 still on top of the net worth. Has Greaves actually finished. Needs 10 gold. And then Skitter also after a bit of a slower laning stage. He was pushed out of the lane relatively early on. He does have Maelstrom, Falcon Blade going into bots next. So he definitely recovered. DM, I'm looking at his farm. Blink Dagger in 200 gold. This is a go time for OG. Lasso will be available.
See what they could do with that, but for right now, this game kind of feels like a carbon copy of the first attempt for OG in terms of net worth and the way the map's shaping up. Tundra, in the last time they played OG, they showed how they can kind of squeeze the map and make OG not comfortable in this matchup, and they're doing it again.
Nice read there from 33. TPs, he even TPs back home. So we'll use the pick ball, get out of the trouble. I want to see slightly more aggression from OG. This Axe just picked up a Blink Dagger. Yuragi with Head of Midas still recovering. Sitting in the middle of the pack, lowest net worth core at the moment. But once that Head of Midas starts to kick in, I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, so we'll see how long it'll take Yuragi to recover with this Midas. And if OG can kind of open up that space and do something with it. Boots travel next for Skitter. He's got the Falcon Blade Maelstrom, so even despite losing his lane, he still sits top of the net worth. And with this Blink on the Axe, they'll smoke his 3. So they're trying to debut this Blink, get themselves a Culling Blade, and start off with something kind of nice. But for right now, Tundra, well, they won't be spotted by the
This is
smoke
a big
crew.
one if they can find Skitter. Does have 6 Fiery Soul charges. DM
They might be able to get him. Yeah, Blink call, it's on him. Fade Bolt, but do they have the damage? The LSA comes in, and now Skitter up into the air with the Telekinesis. They go to the Laguna Blade on a DM, and they'll take him out. Soul abused, Lasso in, Skitter's gone. 9 moving in with the Ball Lightning. He's got himself the Vortex, locking up Misha. He's unable to survive. Stormhammer from a distance. They have Saksa to follow this up with an Avalanche. Ball Lightning once again. 9 doesn't have a Vortex for 10 more seconds, so BZM trying to run away from this one as 33 comes in. Gallifist, and they'll get the kill. The Guardian Greaves are going to be there to sustain them as well. So 3 heroes dead on the side of OG, and it should be a 4th, but Taiga, he's got Ball Lightning and has himself 21 charges, so he escapes from Tundra's aggression.
Saksa bought a little bit more time. He tossed his Lina into the trees, kind of splitting up OG. And in terms of damage on side of OG, they do lack some, because if Axe gets in, it's level 1 Berserker's Call, a Rubik. If he doesn't have some big spell stolen, it's only 3 points in the Fate Bolt. Undying doesn't provide you with much, so luckily for them, if Enigma's the first one who TPs, unfortunately 33 did not have his TP available and gets the Greaves off, Lina doesn't even die there.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for OG to find the breaking point on some of these heroes from Tundra, and I'm thinking about how Taiga can really help out if there's things that he can steal without it already affecting to the side of OG without them losing heroes. Avalanche comes in, DM toss back. They've got the call.
Nicely done by
now,
Storm.
Ball Lightning from Taiga. He'll be over there to help out with the telekinesis, but they still have the Laguna Blade. So burst damage from Tundra means DM just dies.
9 using Remnant, and then Ball Lightning's away, dodges that call just in case. Casual Kaya into BKB. They do have BKB piercing abilities with the call, with the lasso, but still against this silence. 9. I mean, he can still change his mind, especially if they do go in and kill Roche. If he's the one holding the Aegis, he might swap things around and let Kaya Sanj instead.
So, looking at 9 right now. BKB, Tranquil's out. He's got Malefice level 4 on Taiga, but is that the spell that's going to help their fights?
You're looking to steal Avalanche. I think, of course, the Black Hole. Stormhammer's also a really good one. These are probably 2 best spells you can steal at the moment. You would love to steal LSA, but look at Lina's build. Only putting 1 point in it. Does not want to give it to Rubik.
Put him into the stats, 3 in stats so far. So 1, 1, 4, 2, and 3, I guess, with stats.
6k gold lead. 15 minutes into the game. Next fight might turn into Roche for Tundra. Like, I don't think they could just go in and take Roche. They could try to force a fight, but could be a bit tricky. Taiga, they spotted him.
Taiga just trying to run, but Saksa, he's got this Blink Dagger, so not as easy as it once was.
Snaking pinged it. Others are also not showing on the map. None of OG members showed at the time, so he was slightly afraid to jump in.
This Courier avoiding. They've got the Obs on the high ground, so it does spot Saksa coming around, but they're not going to know that there's also a Sven and an Enigma coming over. Taiga just walking by and, well, not looking like he's going to survive this. Stormhammer, Avalanche toss, and Taiga, easy kill for 33.
9 almost catches BZM there.
It's BZM working on that BKB. We'll see what he gets afterwards. After that BKB is finished, what are you thinking for this Bat Rider?
Most likely Ether Lens. If he feels that they needed like another way of catching people, they do have Axe for it, so I think Lens is a natural progression.
Avalanche toss, LSA.
Ooh,
not going to land.
LSA
Blake, now they're looking for the call. They'll go to the Soul Ray, but Misha trying to survive. He's got the Tombstone on the high ground. Ball Lightning, they'll get the kill on Misha. DM runs away just barely. They get a lasso. It's only a Saksa, though. Getting a kill there onto the Tiny after all that. A kill's a kill, but Tundra okay giving up a Tiny.
I think they're fine with that type of a trade. You see Skitter deeping top immediately, tries to get some extra farm, get to his BKB timing. We still haven't seen the Black Hole being used yet. It's more of a threat from the Black Hole, my favorite line when you want to sound smart.
Draghi, Vortex, Gust on a 2, so that'll keep him alive.
A lot of move speed. You see like slows from OG, Frost Arrows, Hunger, sticking up palm charges, 1 Warcry, and a Drum from Sven is gonna take care of it, so pretty much completely negated. BKB done on OG. OG does have like 1 big cooldown ulti, and that's Lasso. Other than that, they can fight all the time.
Yeah, 2-minute cooldown on this level 1. 33 is gonna spot BZM. And not throwing down the black hole just yet. It's not even looking necessary, quite honestly. And BZM dies, and that should be followed up with a kill on Amisha as well. He's trying to run away, but eventually Nine's got the damage. Toxic looking forward, looking over at Taiga. They've got the telekinesis, throws him down on 2. So Taiga, well, he'll extend the inevitable as they've got the toss. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a third. It's a double for 9. And it's 19-8 with a 7K lead for Tundra.
Tundra's all over the place. Like, they playing so quick, moving around the map, getting the kills. Not just one kill. Every single time they smoke or they go for a move, they found multiple kills. And again, their vision is much better than OG's.
Now this is a repeat of the first game with the vision game, but also the global presence, right? You've got the boots of travel available on Skitter, but you've also got Ball Lightning, so Storm can enter the fight from anywhere just about. And that's something that they did in the first game, was having those boots of travel to move over and fight OG. So similar strategies coming out from Tundra, despite the fact that the lineup's not exactly the same.
Yeah, and Yuragi's still not ready to join these fights. He did recover, setting 1,000 below the Storm Spirit, but still wants to have that BKB before the next fight.
Yeah. And while Yuragi's kind of recovered, the 2 other cores on their team have slowed down. DM, who it felt like his lane was open, he was kind of getting a little bit of farm. Now he's last on the net worth, and he really hasn't gotten much.
Looking at the ward that Snaking placed, the one on the left lane is the one that didn't get dewarded in the previous game that they played against each other. So a lot of value. It was there pretty much the whole time, and now also providing very important vision to Tundra.
Makes me wonder whether or not they took a quick look at the last game of the ward placements from Tundra from the first one. Bullwhip, that's going to be dropped, so Taiga will pick that up. Is he going to keep that? He will. And they've got Wraith Pact for 33. So Greaves, Wraith Pact so far for this Enigma, and they're in on Roche.
Since Lina finished her BKB, they definitely feel much more safer coming into this fight. They could force a fight right back. They do have Sustain plus Guardian Greaves, and they do have enough damage. So now this damage from Drow Ranger is going to get reduced as well. It will be Storm picking it up, double damage.
Immediately a smoke out of the pit.
Oh, this could be a disaster for OG. Let's see, Misha in a good spot to break the smoke.
Yeah, he'll break Snakings, and the ping coming from Snaking, Ball Lightning all the way over, so the aggression will be on Amisha, which if you're OG, you're happy about. You're just losing your Undying. Ragi able to transfer himself over to the top lane, but they do have vision there, so showing himself in this lane, he could still be in trouble.
He could. But yeah, he's not the one. Usually, like, Aegis is given to Lina. But not this time around. Ooh. Look at the Dota Plus win probability. 87% for Tundra.
Yeah, that is creeping closer and closer to what we saw in Game 1. The 100% Dota Plus. So what did OG do? I mean, they're trying to buy time. But it's rough to buy at these prices. DM, he's got that blade mail. He's still looking for the BKB. And they want a Blink Dagger on Batrider, but I don't even know if those are items that are going to be making these fights viable for them.
BKB about to be finished on Drow, so with 2 BKBs, definitely makes it easier for them to take the fights, but...
Ooh, Vortex running out of BZM, 33.
Trying to poke it. 9. A bit low on mana. They're also okay using one of the stuns, try to pop a BKB and then force a fight. Again, we still haven't seen the Black Hole. 33 has been playing more of a, roamings. He's been involved in 15 out of 20 kills as Enigma, which is pretty impressive. Now Misha.
Yeah, spotted, trying to hide in the trees, but that's not going to work out for you.
And again, this is the ward that I talked about. He just spotted Taiga.
So they're going to get a second. If Taiga can't juke this out, he gets Ball Lightning, so that'll work.
The best spell you can steal there.
Yeah.
He looked dead, 100% dead if he steals anything else.
Got lucky with Ball Lightning and ends up being able to survive that one. Still, though, I guess the question becomes, does he recognize that he's walking up and immediately being pushed on like that?
Misha is drawing on minimap, so might have a good read where the ward is.
Radiant's middle tower.
We'll see if they're able to take it out, but even going up to that ward, Uragi's kind of inching closer and closer to where that is, and everybody from Tundra was just in the area. He's kind of getting a little bit lucky that they're starting to break back towards the bottom lane.
Nine so far having a perfect game, is not afraid to jump in.
They got DM, so maybe they could catch him with a blink call. But BKB TP and that's it.
Does not want to risk it. It's not enough damage. Maybe they could have taken the Aegis, but it's really not worth it. There's still a tier 1 tower, so Tundra can easily rotate there.
Misha not going to throw a sentry down, and this Obs in the top lane, while we've harped on it and reiterated the point that it's there a couple times, it goes down, and Uragi just saw it dying. Yep. Yeah. So we'll see if they keep a sentry there or something to give them
Tundra, they want to get in. Using Warcry and drums to speed things up. Saksa.
DM. He's got a blink, so he can blink down. He'll escape, and for now, OG not giving up any casualties for the moment, but it's still just, with the map being so wide for Tundra, they're able to extend their lead. They've got a 13,000 net worth lead.
OG's vision is near the outpost and in the enemy triangle. They need to get out and farm those spots because like maybe they're setting things up for after Aegis expires, so they go for the pickoff. 50 seconds until Aegis. You see Taiga dragging the creep wave, but you are playing against the Storm Spirit and BKB again available in a second.
Nine doesn't exactly have a lot of mana. They're going to the other side. They've got Skitter with the BKB. They'll get the Laguna Blade on the DM. EZM's trying to TP in, but the creep's going to be killed, so they'll look over at Uragi. Uragi with the BKB now trying to run from this Lina. As the BKB on Skitter runs out, but they already got the kill on a DM. OG, can they get anything? They start to chase a little bit, but these heroes are already out. I believe BCM, Boots of Travel, never goes off in that fight, so he's unable to enter, really.
I like that Tundra understands where the real threat is coming from. It's mostly Drow Ranger damage. So they're itemizing for extra armor. You see, oh, Aegis expiring. Let's see if they're going to be able to find anything. But to go back to my point is you have this Vlad's aura, Sven with the Warcry. He also wants to pick up the shard, has enough. So Warcry is not dispellable, grants passive armor, Wraith Pact, Guardian Greaves. Everything gives them armor.
How are these heroes going to die?
It's a good question.
I don't know if I even see it happening with all the armor.
And also, ooh, this could be a good jump from OG.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the kill here on a 9. They've got the Gust. They'll get the call, but can they get the damage out? No, he's got the BKB. He'll ball lightning away. Avalanche hit on Amisha as well as DM snaking going in. He's got a Stormhammer in 5, but instead elects to stay at the low ground. Maybe even signaling that they've got some vision there, and that's exactly what they do. They tickle the Obs. And again, they disengage so well.
We see the lack of damage again on OG. 2 supports, they don't provide you with much. Rubik did steal Warcry, which is okay against Lina, but there's a bunch of magical damage from Tundra. Lincoln Sphere done on Lina, going into Pike next. A lot of defensive items on Skeeter, but he didn't die in a very long time, for a reason. He's been very careful about his positioning, staying away from the fights, joining when the others are opening things up, and you've seen Lina even hitting Axe with the Blade Mail, and she still doesn't die. Like, once she gets her next item, it should be most likely Satanic, if she feels like she needs to have that tankiness. She's already super tanky, sitting at 3,000 HP.
Yeah, so a lot of life to work with here, and DM not feeling too strong even with the Blade Mail at the moment, so can Skitter even die? If he does go to this Hurricane Pike, you know, it does give him another defensive tool to get away from these heroes on OG, and OG's chase capabilities haven't exactly shown to be that strong. Getting distance away from the OG side is certainly working out so far for Tundra. They haven't even used that black hole yet.
Game did slow down. 33 picked up a Blink Dagger next. So, well, get an easier time landing a black hole.
Blink call, Blade Mail, trying to get a kill here at least onto something, and they will with Culling Blade on Snake King.
First one, 28 minutes into the game.
By the way, another just mid lane ward, and I don't mean mid lane, I mean in the middle of the lane.
Yeah, these lane wards have been... okay, I wanted to say something smart,
They
but
had a gem.
yeah, they had to ruin it for me.
You can still say it. I'd say you're smart.
You always do, which is not true. Roshan could potentially respawn in 5 seconds.
Dire are scanning.
So if they could get another pick, maybe they go for
So
Roche.
that scan connected. Tundra has a very good read.
Oh boy, yeah, Saksa, telekinesis onto him. And
Does
now
have Ogre
trying to
Seal
run.
Totem as well if he wants to jump out of the fight.
Flame Break and Force Staff for Skitter to get away. They've got the Blink into the call, but they have the Vortex. They'll look over at 33. They'll use the Lasso to try and get this Enigma out of the fight, but he's able to survive. But it's the Guardian Greaves, and eventually he'll burn out. They got the kill on a DM as well as Misha. BZM's going to die here to Skitter. Double kill here for the Lina. And now BZM without this Bat Rider, I just don't know what they have. Yuragi just doesn't have the damage, so they'll get another. They'll take out Taiga.
They got the Enigma, but at what cost?
Yeah.
They lost 4, and I believe they lost the gem as well.
That's Gem going down.
Yeah, Tidy's holding it for now. So Roche in 2 minutes. This network keeps increasing. Storm going ham. 9 having a perfect game. 10-0 and 8. Unkilled so far.
See it again.
Yeah, Saksa breaking the smoke. Like, this is a good space for a Tombstone, but the Hurricane Pike to get away from the trouble, and the Ogre Seal Totem plus a Force Staff from Tiny. So the only one who can get is Enigma pretty much, and after they use BKBs, they understand that they don't have damage. Like you see this Bat Rider, Lasso's used, their damage output is very limited.
Yeah, and Tundra much better at chasing these heroes. They've got the Ball Lightning with 9 to catch up. The movement speed for the Lina. Blink Daggers as well on both the Enigma as well as the Tiny. So Tundra, they really don't let go of OG once OG are the ones who choose to fight. So they're going to be down 20,000 in just a moment. This is looking bleak here for OG. They need to start to get the gears rolling, and to do that, they got to get the gunk out.
That's nicely said. I don't see that item. Like, I don't see that one big item that's going to change things around, because Batrider, he's going for the Octarine core. It's okay. Like, it's pretty standard. Doesn't give you much in terms of damage output. You might be able to take the fights again. Drow Ranger, like, still far away from her full Silver Edge. Like, just a casual Crystallis will do the trick in amplifying the damage. DM struggling to find the farm to get that BKB. He's been sitting on this Blade Mail for a very long time. Almost the same amount of farm as Tiny. He's slowly taking over.
Yeah, DM, even with these calls, they just have not really led to much, right? And now they've got a Hex on 9, so his Ball Lightning's going to initiate with that Hex as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I just don't know how OG succeed in a fight.
It's very easy for you to say. You see this 19k gold lead on top, you're like, yeah, I know who I'm going to be biased for. Roshan did respawn, trying to act all smart on me. And
trying.
This is Aegis plus Shard. Let's see. Like, OG understands that if they give it this time, it might be Lina picking it up just for the sieging purposes, because then they can try to go, like, kill the tier 3 towers. OG is approaching, but look at the positioning from...
Is it even going to be fast enough?
From rest of Tundra.
Flame Break doesn't land, multi-shot comes in. Skitter's going to grab the Aegis to also get the kill. They have the Avalanche as well as the toss. They'll get a take on Misha. And the rest of the team will try to lead. But Ball Lightning into the Hex, so that's onto the Axe. They've got the Gush, but here's the BKB. Call, not going to do anything for them. DM looking dead to rights already as the Avalanche as well as the toss is going to land here. It's just one after the other, hand over fist as Tundra don't stop getting kills.
Skitter TP's bottom to get even more farm. Is holding that shard. I saw 9 making space for it. He definitely did want to pick it up.
Oh,
this time he'll find him.
Yeah, Stormhammer, and they've got another kill. This has been perfect from Tundra.
OG didn't get a kill on core in a really long time. Like, they did kill 33 on a mid lane, but other than that, it's been kind of quiet. Skeeter, those 2 deaths in the laning stage, they haven't managed to kill 9 throughout the whole game. And Skeeter holding that Aegis does have full Silver Edge done in 300 gold, so we'll go, like, it's very difficult now. Like, Lina with Aegis, 3000 HP, BKB, Lincoln Spike, a lot of defensive items, so she can siege the high ground. I think OG might have like one fight, maybe another one, and that's about it.
Good call on a 2. This is without the cores here, but where is the damage? Stormhammer on a 2 heroes. He'll throw it back, but Tombstone committed. Blink call on a 2. Not much more you can ask for in terms of hoping to get pickoffs on supports, but OG just can't follow it up with anything.
They need Drought, they need Batrider to deal damage.
So Yuragi picks up that Crystallis. He's going Silver Edge, like you said. Blink call again onto the Sven, but Night Pulse is down. Avalanche as well as a Stormhammer. The damage, it's on the Sven, but they have Guardian Greaves, so they're not going to kill him. Ball lightning into the Hex. They've got the Blink into the toss up into the air. There's another Stormhammer. They get the kill into BZM. They'll take out the Batrider, and it's all looking fluid for Tundra. This is just OG unable to really find anything to build off of.
Right back dropped, Guardian Greaves, Sven holding casual Cloak of Flames, has that hood, and now it's time to get on the high ground and pretty much end the game. We've seen this time and time again. Lina, once she picks up the Aegis, sieging makes it so much more easier for her. Stands there, it's like, what can you do? There's not much you can.
So Tundra just going to stand on this side of the river. Honestly, this close to the base until probably the game ends. There's no reason with this Aegis for another 2 minutes for them to back away. They have all the tools necessary to end the game. It's just a question of when and if OG can hold on. And right now that percentage is probably in the point-something percentage. Gust, call, Stormhammer, but now the ball lightning into the Hex. It's onto the Drow. They've got the Vortex to follow it up. They have the control. Saksa looking to go in too to maybe grab an Avalanche. Get that toss onto the Drow. They have BZM back, but still holding their ground is this Lina. Oversealed Totem with a Blink call. Flame Break pushing Skitter away. Avalanche on a 2, but still nothing doing, nothing home for OG. They're trying to punch back, but right now it feels like pillows are hitting Tundra as they really don't feel the need to retreat.
Minute and 20 on that Aegis, Skitter, 7 charges. Once
call again. Blade Mail, but still, it's not doing anything. They'll get the Laguna Blade out. They'll get the kill to DM. He's going to buy back the lassos on a Saksa, but is that worth it? Now your control is basically negated to get a kill here onto the Tiny. Tundra, they lose the Aegis, so they'll have maybe a chance on OG to fight back and get Lina again, but it's still a tall order.
BZM no lasso this time around, so Tundra, they do still respect the damage from this Drow Ranger. Axe Call with the Blade Mail, potentially like toss back or just telekinesis underneath the tier 4 towers, so seems like they're gonna take it a bit more slower than I expected.
Force Staff. Skitter, Blink call, they got him. Do they have the damage? This time the Culling Blade's there, but the Black Hole, it's going to be on the Rubik. Not really who you want, but you've got the Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex to clean up DM. He bought back in the previous engagement, so he's going to be dead for 70 seconds. Damage from the Drow, but not a lot of health to walk with as they go to the Ball Lightning as well as the BKB coming out from 9. Now Yuragi needs to run. Force Staff away, BZM over to the side, but they don't have the control to get 9 to stop doing what he's doing, and that's killing OG. 9 now trying to TP out. They've got the Stormhammer stolen, so they'll stop the TP on 9. And now is he stuck there for good? No, he's got a little bit of mana to work with. BZM going back in. The Stormhammer's going to be thrown on the Rubik. 9 still low on health. Fade Bolt with a bit of damage from the Firefly, and now they kill 9. That is 1,200 gold going to BZM.
Can they get more? This is also buyback.
Blink, Avalanche toss, and the Stormhammer.
Delete him immediately.
Supports will do it. It's fine. They can't even force the buybacks here out of the hands of Tundra.
And Lina immediately queues up the Satanic. Like, it's any kind of lifesteal against Axe is going to be valued. Any kind of status resistance, so that call doesn't last as long. So just going for Satanic this time around to have that lifesteal. If you manage to precast it, you're going to be more than fine. But still, OG showing signs of life.
Trying to resuscitate themselves and get into a line that's going up and down, so we'll see if OG can kind of come back, if they can breathe life back into this game for themselves, but it's tough. And Saksa and Snake King, I mean, they're both supports here, but their farm is greater than that of an offlaner of OG, so they feel confident enough to continue to just stay
Yeah, you
on this
didn't
side of the
have
river.
to do him as dirty as you just did. He might even die here. No toss back, nothing to toss him on. Tiny still no level 20 talent,
Skitter.
level 18.
It was right there. So they are now looking for Lincolns on this Storm, trying to keep them alive and avoid the lasso. Like you said, the
Triple
Satanic
Lincolns.
for
One
Lina.
on Lina, like every core on Tundra, going for Lincolns.
What is that called, 3 Lincolns? Like, what's a flock of Lincolns?
I don't know, it's Latin. I forgot. Probably isn't, but...
So Ninja Gear dropped there for the Lina. Sitting top of the net worth. The Drow is kind of kept up, and I feel like if there's something positive to point out at the moment, it is the fact that, well, Yuragi's been able to find some farm, and you can start to feel the damage after these BKBs. But to get to that point in these fights, OG need to survive, and it's been difficult for them to really hit that part 2, right?
They also did use some buybacks in that previous fight, so for the next one, they will not have it. Rubik used one.
Yeah, Bat Rider and Undying for Radiant, just tiny there for the Dire, so maybe a fight victory for OG could lead to Roche, depending on this respawn timing, because this could be up in 20 seconds.
Tundra's waiting for. They don't need to rush anything. Like, they're in a good spot, 30k gold lead. I think they have a pretty good read how this game is. It's just that they wanted to wait until Skeeter gets that Satanic. He did sell his Maelstrom to be able to get the lifesteal that he needs. And Timeless Relic dropped for Enigma. Let's see if he's the one that's going to keep it or if they decide to give it to Storm Spirit, who's going into Aghanim Scepter. He changed his mind. He's like, 2 Lincoln Spheres that we have on the team is going to be enough, but I'll need one to be cast on me.
Yeah, he's hoping to get that Lincolns on himself and have that Axe to work with. Meanwhile, Roche 30 seconds away. And speaking of item progression, well, DM, he's still looking for the BKB and to buy back, and he's really searching for any farm that he can get in this game. And OG, they're going to smoke up, so they're hoping to get themselves back in with this Roche that does have Axe Blessing. So getting at least the Roche, Axe, Cheese, or Aegis Cheese and
Skeeter,
Axe.
he's almost alone here, only snaking to protect him.
But Snaking's going to be the one who spots them first. He also has Eidolons coming over, and they won't engage on this.
He does have buyback, though, so even if they got a kill, if they invested with the BKBs, with Lasso, and Instant Smoke from Tundra, they're looking for a fight. Snaking, drawing on a minimap, wants to get in as soon as possible. Boots of Bearing done on him, so they cannot be slowed by multi-shot, by sticking up palm charges.
Trying to get something. Soxo leading the charge because he's got the Blink Avalanche toss, and that'll be on Amisha. It's an alley-oop and Slam dunking him into the ground as they'll take the Undying again.
Buyback is available. Roshan, this is the big one that you mentioned. Aghanim Scepter. Storm would definitely love to pick it up. I get this one for free.
And then he can go for the Lincolns if he really wanted to. So they're going to start this Roche without the Undying. OG, they're conceding this Roche again for free, and I know you're down so much, but do you really have the availability to do that and now fight against an Aegis again?
Fighting outside the base might be too difficult for them, so I respect that. They like Lasso into tower, telekinesis. Rubik doesn't have anything stolen, but Skeeter holding that Aegis,
but
looking.
Oh,
he found him. Who found who?
They've got him for a second, but there's the Yules up into the air onto DM, and already BZM knows he's got to leave. DM's dead immediately. Everybody here for Tundra again. Ooh, Ball Lightning in on mid, and 9 trying to catch Yuragi. He gets invis for a moment. Now he's going to Ball Lightning away. They drop the Tombstone for this.
He popped that BKB with the Arcane Rune, so I think that's okay. We'll have it in another 50 seconds. Holding on to Cheese. Did get that Aghanim Scepter, so budget Black Hole and the Black Hole available.
Has Black Hole been used?
There was one. There was one on Rubik.
That's right. Just looking for something maybe a bit bigger from the Black Hole. Ball Lightning, though. That's going
no
to
buyback
finish
for
off
almost
Taiga.
2 minutes.
That is not great. 50 seconds. What can they do to get this Rubik back? And, well, that's going to force them to hold on to the game.
33 is the one who was sieging the barracks. They used Lincolns from Lina. Look at this graph. kind of demoralizing. Like OG, they were never ahead in this game. 44k gold lead.
The win probability on this one again, hitting 100% like that first game. Blink call, but can they even get this kill? They've got Sox over to the side again. They have themselves a Vortex on a couple of these heroes. They get the kill into DM. They'll look for the LSA, and they will take out BZM. Laguna Blade onto Yuragi. He's trying to run back and now needs to put out some damage with BZM buying back out of this one, throwing a flame break out, but Yuragi ends up dead. No buyback. Lasso into the fountain, but they don't have the control to keep him there. So triple kill as they take out Misha. He'll buy back. They'll try to hold, but now it's without the Drow, it's without the Axe, and without a lot of hope, and it will just be GG as Tundra repeat their performance from game 1 of the first tiebreaker and take it here against OG.
Here we go. Everything as planned. People will say this is scripted, but it's actually not. Tundra beating OG one more time, so it's gonna be Tundra against Entity again.
Yeah, it's same as it ever was. It's running it back all over again.
It seems like this matchup for OG seems a bit too tough. Tundra has their number in terms of how to move around the map, in terms of I think they need something slightly more aggressive to be able to punch back, because Tundra takes way too much. 6-10 minutes into the game, you can see the network lead is 3-4k already, and OG playing with the deficit, like see this recovery Midas, which means that Drow Ranger does not want to join a fight. And two supports also kind of lacking in terms of damage. We've seen that in the first time they played today, where there's just not enough to kill the heroes, and this Guardian Greaves rush from the off-laner makes things a lot more difficult for OG's draft to be able to get in, get stuff done, get that Calling Blade, maybe get out of the trouble, maybe get another one, but never seen it happen.
Yeah, it was tough for OG to get any damage out. It felt like Tundra were sustained the entire time, and eventually they take this game 1 in a similar fashion to the last time they played OG. So we're going to throw it back to the panel and see if they can use different words to break down what was a similar game. Back to you.
We will definitely try our best. I mean, someone who has an amazing vocabulary. Quinn, how would you describe this game using words you never have before?
An elongated shellacking.
I think I've heard you say shellacking before, but that's fair. It's off to the same start of the last tiebreakers. Tundra here being able to beat out OG. I just would love to see Tundra not play Lina in these tiebreakers. At this point, I don't care who wins. I'd just like to see Tundra not on Lina, because they clearly know how to work with her, and OG don't have an answer towards her.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some secret cabal among these three teams who are like, hey, let's keep picking the Fire Lady over and over. Like, I'll slide someone.
She got banned last game.
Yeah, wasn't there another game where she was picked too?
OG Entity. Yeah, Tundra has picked it twice.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is.
And now 3 out of 3.
Now 3 out of 3. I mean, I get it. Like, Tundra was not playing the hero at all, and so they're calling Tundra's bluff. Like, okay, you can't play this hero because you were not playing it before.
But
Tundra
they just
has
beat
clearly
you.
proved that they can play this hero. So you're gonna give it again, and you're gonna lose again. And now OG's ambition we talked about before of you're being silly geese. Ban the stupid Fire Lady.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit of a question mark when it comes to drafting. The other question mark was Axe. We see it for the first time in Western Europe, Sheep, and did it live up to the expectations you had for the OG draft?
All right, bro. I was hyping this thing in
All right,
lane.
bro. I'm listening.
They were owning the first few levels. They were
Yeah,
driving
bro.
the tower. They even killed the Lina. I was like, nice, sick, going exactly as planned. In fact, going better than planned. But then suddenly, Lina hit a power spike. She's suddenly bullying him out of the lane. His net worth is just dipping. And this guy just was unable to do anything. I swear to God, he was just kind of walking around like a creep, because he doesn't really have like any real long-range ways to engage in these fights. So he's just struggling to properly get in there. And then as we hit this mid-game timing, he couldn't kill anyone. He could never finish people off. His team was struggling to connect with his jumps. He never managed to reach a BKB, so they were buying Yules on Tundra and just using him whenever he jumped, so no one would ever die. I think there was one fight 38 minutes into the game where I saw Lina like explode, and the rest of the heroes are so strong at that point that it just didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, OG's lineup definitely taking its time to be able to hit any tempo, hit any timings, and we all know if you're going to take a game late against Lina, you're probably going to lose.
Probably.
Probably. Okay, let me rephrase it. You will lose, at least definitely in this
Proper
matchup.
terminology.
Yeah, I'll 100% in on it. The other interesting part was Tiny getting let through. They banned the Riki instead on the side of OG, but now this Tiny really sort of enabled a lot of what Tundra were able to in that
And
mid
it's
lane.
kind of to be expected, right? Because there's so many position 4s that you want to ban out. We've seen the Tusk, the Riki, and the Clockwork kind of all fall in the same category, like Saxa on his Tiny. So, yeah, you have to let go one of those 4 or 5 heroes, and they did let the Tiny go through. I was, well, not necessarily surprised, but once they picked Tiny, once they picked Axe, I looked at all the Tundra's heroes and thought, okay, which one of these buys Yules? Tiny obviously is the possible one. He gets it to make Axe's life a bit harder, and then snaking as well with the Boots of Bearing, with a 4-staff with a ton of utility, just making this Lina even scarier than she is.
Alrighty, MVP for the second iteration of OG versus Tundra.
I'm gonna say 9.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah, and Syndrome, but 9.
But mainly 9. What about it for 9? That
I think it's a very like it's a very clutch last pick. Like there's a lot of weight on his shoulders to have a lot of tempo and stuff in this game. We talked about that before, and he comes in. I think he plays the lane quite well. They have a really nice TP turnaround kill, and Storm is the one preventing this bat from running at his Lina. He sort of needs to run protection and interference there to allow his Lina to like chill and play the game. And that combined with how well they did bottom, I think 9 is the Force opening the map up and let Tundra actually like play the game and function for quite some time.
Do you reckon if we saw this game go to, let's say, like 65, 70 minutes, OG could have won?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. I'll throw it out there. Maybe DM would have reached his BKB and everything would have changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
still no.
It's possible. But the problem is you have an Enigma on site, he itemized properly, he has that Lincolns. Whenever I see an Enigma, I'm favoring that team super late game, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is another example of Tundra like turning around their gameplay quite a bit from the other day. I think we were a bit skeptical of the draft going in, but they proved, hey, we're here today with our old Tundra look. We're winning lanes really hard, and we may farm a lot in the mid game, but we're just winning lanes and we're getting the game to a state where we're super confident we're just going to take the W. And the W may be really, really stretchy and long, but we're going to get that W. It ain't going to be no L.
It's like some real like.
Yeah, it's been whoa. One of these,
Oh my gosh. Well, look, with Tundra taking this win, it means we're going to see Tundra up against Entity again. That's going to be the second game of these 3-way tiebreakers. It'll be happening after this break.
Look. Breaking smokes.
I'll force you out.
Get away from the tombstone. Need these zombies there. Kill the X and then we can look.
Good fight.
I'm going draw. I will kill subs.
Bat Rider is dead.
He's blink. Guys.
I need a kill, huh?
Welcome back, everyone, to the tiebreakers of Western Europe. We're in the round 2. Here we are. I'm with my lovely panel. We have Natalie T, Governor, and Kezu. What did you think about that fantastic game? It was very exciting. We're up with another game soon.
That was a fun dancer game. Thanks, host.
yeah, that OG Tundra game, it was banging. I'd never seen anything like it before. Tundra picked Lina, guys.
It was amazing. I love Lina. One more.
In the words of previous analysts who stood right in the spot, cheeks were clapped. That's what I was going to try and say.
Yes, that analyst did a good job, and I agree with his saying.
Really?
Yep.
You'd say that, would you, as host?
I would say that. The cheeks were clapped. It was a resonating sound, and it was the clapping. Now we have Entity versus Tundra.
Yeah,
and,
good work.
Yes, they let Lina through last time. Do you all panel think the Lina will be let through again?
I don't think they will let Lina through again.
You don't think so?
No, I reckon they will.
I mean, they banned out, what was it? What's the old hero they banned out last time? Let me double check. I need to load up my notes.
That's very unprofessional of you not knowing,
No, actually, you would know if you
I am unprofessional. I apologize.
It was Brood Ricky they banned last time.
Good, a cookie for you. Good
Thank
job.
you. Yeah. So the question is, Brood Lina banned maybe? You let the Ricky through? But teams kind of have PTSD playing against Ricky, getting darted non-stop, kind of annoying.
I feel that Entity might actually let it go through because they're the ones that beat it.
Sure.
But if Tundra want to pick the Lina again, I wonder if they will swap up their Bad Rider ban for Enigma ban if that's what they think is the issue.
That's true.
Because I think it's easier to answer the Bad Rider on 8 with any type of save or a dispel later down the road as it is to an Enigma.
Yeah, I think it's also possible, as the host, I'm very very educated, that they might potentially ban the Dirge as well as the Train Protector, as the Fishman Dirge has been causing them some issues, some might say. I had panelists before, mentioning this.
Wait, do you actually think they would back-to-back
points.
ban the Tree Undying? Do you think that's really how you would do your first phase bans, is on both of those?
If it's in their head, it's possible. Like, if you feel like they're going to bat or they're Enigma or they have, like, cores they'll respond with, and you feel, they're only going to get one of the cores, then me and little Ducky Boy here think
it's a platypus, bro.
Platypus, excuse me.
It's a
That's
duck.
okay.
He oozes milk out of his skin.
What?
That's what they do.
Do they?
Yeah.
I trust you, host.
That's right, you better.
Can I get another cookie, please?
No, you've been naughty. We've been still waiting for the next game to start. They have not selected choice yet, so we don't know who's going to have opportunity.
Yeah, Entity put Dia.
Yeah, but we don't know about pick, and that's what matters because side is lame and boring, and pick is exciting.
Really?
True. It is. Everyone.
Well, it matters, but it's not exciting.
So then why did you say it didn't matter? What is it, Quinn?
As much.
Huh?
I will.
In his defense,
thank you.
We were talking about hero picks.
Everyone else gets a cookie, huh?
Yes, that's right.
The picks matter because that's the only thing that matters is Lina. That's why the hero pick matters.
Yes, you're also wrong.
Wrong.
I've
wrong.
Retract one cookie for myself.
Oh.
The bank is in debt.
Tundra have gone second pick.
Okay. So they will not get Lina this game. We have got a new ball game, boys.
New ball game.
Girls.
Yeah.
I'm inclusive. And here we go. The players are loading. Maybe we've hit the kick faster.
And the players are loading.
They've loaded.
They've loaded it.
We're going to go to a draft in a second. I don't know what I'm doing now.
You're good. You're good.
This is half the fun.
Kezu, what do you think Entity is going to get? Do you think Tundra's going to play against Lina, or do you think they're too spooked?
Oh,
that's a good question.
It is.
As a matter of fact, there will not be a Lina in this game.
As a matter of fact, no Lina. So we have a new ball game. Entity, they are probably looking at Tree, I've heard panelists say.
Yeah.
What else do you think they're looking at?
Zombie Man.
Zombie Man.
Yes.
Oh, spooky. It's Zombie Man, Spider.
I'm just here to laugh. I'm literally just a fucking walking laughing soundtrack right now.
It's good enough.
Yeah, it's nice. So that's a voice line. There's voice lines in the game. Can have voice
Okay, so
lines
beyond
I just
laughing,
had a voice line.
Natalie T, what do you think?
I don't want to answer this.
Okay.
You got this one. Do it. No.
Come on, you got
Believe
this.
in yourself.
Come on.
Yeah, believe in yourself. What do you think Entity might want besides the Tree Man and Zombie Man?
That's all they want, actually.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. And I suppose they will get
No,
one
I
of those
reckon
two
they'll
for
close
sure.
the phase out with the Stormstormer hero.
Yeah, okay, so
Overall last pick.
so looking at the
and then
Bat Rider.
band to protect it. I'm not saying it's gonna be a Bat Rider. It could be Invoker.
Somebody Invoker.
Invoker.
Yes.
There's also a Brood Mother that will be left in the pool. There is going to be Brood, Treant, Undying.
There's a lot of first pick material.
Maybe,
there is the Spider.
Like, there's the Rubik too, but I think Rubik first pick has a little less value now in the tiebreaker, especially also when you ban Enigma yourself.
Ooh, okay, they ban out the Brood. I was going to say, there could be a scenario where Entity first pick Brood, Tundra then goes Naga +1, and then Entity could go with the Pangolin themselves, but that iteration doesn't actually happen this time around. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a tree. But again, it's tree or Undying, and I think it's in that order of priority.
Yeah, so if my memory serves me correctly, last time these two played in their best of 3, they gave the tree and responded 2-3 with the dirge to steal it away from Entity. Do you like that response, or do you feel like that's, they lost with it, maybe they're going to look in a different direction?
It's a nice yoink. I think, honestly...
Was it OG who yoinked it or Tundra when these two played?
OG yoinked it from Entity, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What?
Yes. We're talking about the dirge.
Oh, yes.
That my host was referring to.
Yes.
But
the
it
concept
seems that Tundra will do it.
They did. I may have said 7 wrong names, but they
I was like, huh? You said a lot of names.
yeah, I don't know if any of them were right. There's a lot of teams here.
Bad Rider.
But they have
Bad
selected the
Rider.
Dirge and the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you take away the Undying from Entity. It's a robust lane in itself because they play tree in the 4. This 5 Undying to feel great. Could do some lane swap shenanigans if needed. So far, drafts stable. Nothing volatile like we've seen in the previous best of ones. That put us in this Midnight Delirium.
Quinn, as a host and 12k MMR player, would you want to pick Bad Rider here?
Oh, they're going to say when he hit in 13.
I'll refrain from answering that question, but the Bat, it is highly possible they could choose. They could also choose the Invoker, as Natalie T previously mentioned, but I do think selecting a Stormstormer here, potentially the Bat Rider, like you said, could be a solid option for them, as it flies. And
is that good versus Death Prophet? Could you elaborate on the flying?
Yeah, so flying types versus other flying types, you need flying types to do damage to them. So it's sort of like in Pokemon.
Pokemon, yeah.
I don't know if it's like that. I've never played Pokemon.
I have to pronounce it that way to not have the copyright issues. So
yeah,
it's fine.
I'm thinking ahead. So we have our closing phase out. Natalie T with a very nice prediction.
I said the Invoker and it was the Bat Rider.
No, you said a Stormstormer
hero.
hero.
I did say a Stormstormer hero, yeah.
Take the credit, all right? So we're going into the ban phase.
Is it a cookie?
It's a pity point.
Close, half.
Half a cookie.
Half.
Some crumbs, Yeah.
So the Bloodseeker ban, the Slark. Anything else you may be peeping out here for this?
Yeah, that quad ban.
That quad ban? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Those are typical Bat Rider bans, as I've heard other analysts say.
Yeah.
The last time Entity picked Bat Rider in position, they banned out SD. I'd be surprised if they did that again, but they've played it already earlier today. Anything to mitigate the run at you style. Tundra, they've been dragging out these best of ones by making the games last 40, 50 minutes. Easily could do the same with some more defensive pickups.
Okay, so we saw the Storm against the Bat Rider last game from Tundra. Do you think that's maybe something they're eyeing again, or do you think the tree dissuades that a little bit too much with his roots and vines?
Ooh, that's a lot of roots and vines, and it's too early to say. We're going to see 2 more heroes from Entity before 9 of those roots and vines and things. I think it's 3 heroes down the line, boss.
Okay. Good one, Chief.
Thanks, mate.
Chap. Soldier.
What about you, Champ? What are you feeling, Kazu?
So what I'm feeling is that I feel like this Bad Rider on 8 is very strong, because you can ban for it. I'm not really sure which way Tundra want to take it. In terms of, you need to respond to Bad Rider usually by either being able to break the lasso or having a team fight starter yourself so that you can start fights. That's usually how you can break the hero. But for them right now, I would like to refer back to my host to what he thinks.
That's a great no-dream.
So I feel like they have, as the host, they have Dirge Death Prophet, which you lack a lot of disables, and this Bat can sort of run free right now. So looking at something like a Purge or like an Omni Knight or something along these lines, maybe you end up a bit clunky and sort of unwieldy, and the Bat can have free reign.
Yep.
And so even though it's hard for Bat to go in and actually lasso a guy, he can run on sidelines, he can skirt around and play off stickies. So I'd probably be looking for something with a bit more catch, or something that can fight the runes against this Bat, give you a bit more tempo and lockdown for DP and Dirge to actually structure and set the fight in a place where your player on 2-man go, so they don't just run from you.
Yep. And they're gonna go for Nyx. Well, I mean, Nyx is a classic counter to Bat Rider. I wasn't expecting it, honestly, but just because of the strength of Tree, and if you put Nyx into the, but then again, Tree's in the wrong lane, so it actually doesn't matter. Again, just overall nice early aggression hero. Maybe Tundra's gonna change their speed going into this game. Their previous series, again, they took it really slow. With these heroes, they shouldn't be waiting around too long. It's play out a laning phase. Every time Exo's up, look for an objective, and Nyx will be able to scare off the Bat Rider for quite some time.
So with these 2 melee heroes from Tundra, do you think that begs for a ranged carry, potentially? Last time they had the Lina, but there's no Lina this time. Skitter, Drow, maybe a little bit scary against the Bat Rider. What ranged heroes do you think potentially, or carries, Tundra may be looking at with the Lina out?
On the closing pick of this phase?
Yes, potentially.
I'm not sure yet, because I think it's perhaps a bit hard to say. I think for Entity, they're either looking at a range carry themselves to have a second lane that's good against the Death Prophet, or something else I could see them go for also is think some Visage plus Fishman hero, maybe. I think the bonus auras with the 3 armor is already pretty good. I think both Undying and Nyx don't really do well against Visage. Same with Death Prophet. And I think it kind of fits the archetype of what they want.
That makes a lot of sense. They do have 2 sort of stun, not overly high damage heroes, so something that's a little bit more beefy, some auras, you know, that could do a body good.
I kind of like a Brewmaster or something for Entity. They go for the Drow, yeah. I mean, Drow secure the lane, super strong. Not going to really care about Nyx DP at all. But no, I just want something scrappy from Entity. Just try and take the fight to Tundra. Tundra is all about enabling setup, and if you can't position correctly, like our host was mentioning earlier, it could be hard to fight and localize. And I think, yeah, Brew and these type of heroes really excel in that scenario.
Scrappy indeed, much like Scrappy-Doo, much like Scooby-Doo.
Oh.
And off that, what's new with you, Natalie? Team?
Like, where is this going?
What do you think about the Drow pick and Entity's upcoming hero here?
I think that upcoming hero is going to be a really good pick.
That is
true.
A disruptor.
Wow.
That is a Fishman. And he doesn't skill Thunderstrike. What do you think about him not skilling Thunderstrike and going 0-4-2?
I don't know about that one.
He does it every game.
I mean, he's got first blood in at least 2 of the games that I've seen him do.
One game it looked pretty bad, so I'll just talk against
So
it.
2 out of 3 games, he's done it, and it's looked pretty good.
Okay, so
Up for discussion.
we've got opposing sides here.
Yep.
Will you break the tie?
What?
Side do you think?
Sorry, I wasn't listening
you think it's good or bad? There's a cookie on the line here. Is it good or bad?
Bad.
Cookie granted.
Boo!
Thanks.
I meant
the host agrees with the sus quotient of said not skilling Q.
I will load up
Thank
the replays and I'll show you the dominance.
Show it.
I shall fight the host off camera.
All right, we'll
Do it
record
on
that.
camera.
Yeah, we'll
Do it right now.
You want to go throw some hands down there?
I will pass.
Okay, so Tundra, at least in the previous game, they picked up a Storm vs Batrider. We were mentioning off camera like the heroes that we like against Batrider. It's always Storm or Puck are the main 2. This time around, they pick up the Puck. And for Entity, their lanes look relatively okay in regards to Tree should enable someone, Drow should do fine against his safe lane. But if they run it and this Batrider doesn't have the perfect game, Bat is currently the big glue that connects everything together. So now this Puck, you do well, you don't die, you maybe counterplay. It's going to open up Tundra to hit their timings earlier. Because Entity don't really want to play on the back foot with these heroes. Not really many protection heroes to enable each other.
Yeah, I will say whenever you have Puck and Death Prophet, they're 2 heroes that versus like Drow and this like super high damage, it can be hard to just run straight in. So there can be this dynamic of you need to skirt around and find heroes like out on the sides, which I think they're pretty. It's interesting because they sort of have 2 schools of thought between their heroes. They have Nyx and Puck, who are very like pick-off oriented skirmishing, and you have Dirge and DP, which like to set up a structured fight and just go. So they've got like a mixing of the 2, and potentially with good lanes, that's a nice balance for Death Prophet because you have like this lower cooldown catch that allows DP to use like the Sucks and the Crypt Swarms as opposed to like just being ult oriented.
It also means that you don't waste your ult where you're trying to force everything because you're the DP at the objective. You can wait for the Puck or the Nyx to initiate the fight, or at least open up the engagement to go, okay, this is meant to be that perfect objective fight.
Very, very true. As we wait for the last bans, Spectre and Lycan coming out. Very iconic heroes for Entity and Tundra respectively. Any more iconic heroes you think they may be peeping to eliminate from said game?
I think maybe Tundra still should think about this Visage ban, potentially. I think it fits this stupid aura map that can be in the front. I think Brewmaster is maybe not that easy to play this game. Sure, the damage isn't too high, but there's 2 silences, there's a couple stuns, so something they might consider, but I'm not too sure. And in terms of Tundra, I would kind of like them to have another hero that can also, I think, like semi-follow up in the fights. Like I think right now, if you're just relying on your DP sitting in the front or your Puck having some random jump in, I would like a semi-jump with
Why
that.
not like a Void or something, you know? You've already got enough early game annoyance. Throw in a cheeky Void, your late game secured. You don't care about the early game damage because you got your Pucks and your Dyings and your DPs.
Yep.
If the lane works,
fair enough.
it can work, yeah.
I mean, I feel like the lane should work. Wait,
You don't know it yet.
They
You don't
have
know the
last
lane.
pick, actually,
Yeah.
so we'll see Entity's thing. But I'm currently thinking of a Void, unless Entity pick up some really aggressive offlaner that would threaten that pick. Could you not just go like a Beastmaster or something for Entity? Oh, they go for the Visit Short. Like something to, you know, that's fair enough.
All right, there's something like the CK, I suppose, for Tundra left still that they've gone for in the past that pretty good against Visage, Drow. Trying to think of other heroes that are traditionally.
I just used
good
my channel
against
points
Visage.
on the PGL channel, by the way, host, to do a posture check.
Thank you. Well played.
No worries.
Thank you for
No, I just
saving
got,
my future back.
I just got enough points to do it, so I just threw it in. Also, don't forget to hydrate, but you can do that one off camera.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to do it on here.
That's all right. Yeah, Void is maybe not so hot now. Lane, I mean, lane's not great. You'll probably lose your tower, but...
Yeah, I mean, they typically look at things like I mean, I imagine against something like a Visage, they would normally look at something like Terrorblade, but there's a Drow and Bat to dissuade that a little bit.
Yep.
I'm thinking about things that that they would like. Other than the CK, I'm struggling to think of Skitter heroes that look particularly enticing here.
Yeah, I mean, CK is the most Tundra hero, but I don't know if they've lost faith in it after their previous series.
I feel like I could only put either CK or Nyx out there. That one I would not have predicted.
This hero is kind of like the equivalent of like a shaman or something. You just forget about it and it gets picked. You know, oh yeah, that hero.
Well, I never forget about shaman.
Okay.
Forget about
near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, near and dear.
Oh, thanks.
I've got a shackle on that heart. But yeah, Weaver, good matchups overall. Aggression in lane, a much better approach in draft, at least Tundra intensity, unlike the last best one we had from them, however many games ago that was.
2.
Don't give up, guys.
A lot of games. It's been a lot of hours.
Yeah, it has been. If it goes late to a 70-odd minute game again, which lineup do you favor?
I would prefer to play Entities draft.
Yeah, if it goes that late, or just in general?
Really?
In general. I think Weaver has a good matchup against the Visage, but I do think it can be very troublesome to play into Drow and Disruptor. And I think there's better answers against the Bad Rider this time around, but my boy Stormstormer, he will pop off once again, as always.
Your German comrade.
Yes.
The tiebreakers will go on forever. So with that logic, Entity should be winning this game, and then OG will be winning the next one. We're not going to go to bed at any point tonight, guys. Don't turn off the stream. We're going to have a lot of ad money, so please, let's continue going.
All right, well, with that...
Well, you're not going to give your opinion, Quinn?
Oh, I'm just the host. My opinion...
Okay.
But ask her. No,
yes. That's all good.
Sorry,
that's
who do you...
Here's a microphone.
Thank you. I got 2 now.
There you go.
Okay, with our 2 microphone Natalie T, we will...
Tundra.
All right, so we've got a split panel here, and we've got an exciting game coming up. Perry the Platypus here to wish you off to enjoy the game. We've got fishmen and bats and ghosts and all sorts of
Do
creatures.
you know his casting?
No, I don't. But
do you want to
guess them in a second.
Guess 2 random
Fogged
names.
and Lyrical.
There we go, maybe.
You'll see them soon.
Or Beak Up and Lacoste.
It is wrong. It is Beak Up and Lacoste.
I was wrong.
Thank you very much. It's us. It's us. Is it Lyrical? Is it Fog? No, it's Beak Up Lacoste. Here we are.
It was straight up 50-50.
They had a shot.
Yeah, they
one.
missed. This is gonna go forever. I have no doubt about it. Like I'm a big believer. Just for the sake of memes, love it. Go on until the 10 a.m. We're gonna be here. But Dota is what we're here for, and this might be some really good Dota. This last pick, Weaver, but could be a bit tricky into Drow Ranger and mostly Disruptor. Sometimes the hero does struggle in the lane against Visage. I think the hero should do okay. I think they picked it more to be able to close the gap. I also did like the Faceless Void that was suggested by our fellow T-Governor on the panel. I wouldn't mind seeing that. But then again, you have Faceless Void into this Disruptor, and we're still on camera. The game started, so we can hop into the game, check what's happening, instead of looking at our beautiful faces.
Oh, you make me blush. Beautiful faces. Thank you so much.
I thought I saw something. I thought I saw First Blood coming.
You thought, but it's fake hype. We're coming in. Both teams yet to cross the river. They were in the river, and that's how they dropped that ward down. But they have not crossed it just yet. So if we're following the same repeat, we're going to see potentially Entity win this one, but as of the odds from esportsbet.io, it's looking like Tundra are pretty heavy favorites. What are your thoughts on this one? What are you thinking when you look at these odds?
I could see that happening. I mean, others, this Nyx Assassin Plus, Dead Prophet, I'm a big fan of Nyx. I think this hero should be picked more often, considering all the uncontrollable damage that we see coming out, like Dead Prophet being popular, Leshrac, these, like even Batrider, these type of heroes. It's very easy to set things up for Nyx. Not the strongest laner, so expect to see some more creep pooling. I want to see what Fishman is gonna get level 1, because I saw him play Disruptor. I thought it was situational. I thought it was a misclick, but I saw him not getting Thunderstrike at all. Starting with the Glimpse, Glimpse back in my days was unusable spell. It was like 50-second cooldown. You did not want to get that early on. Level 1 Glimpse, one of the worst abilities in the game. But yeah, he'll start with the Glimpse.
And now top tier and 24-second cooldown on level 1, so very usable. And well, now Undying, dying. Katomi getting that first blood on Snake King, and Entity already repeating as we saw in game 2 of the first qualifier. I believe they got first blood in.
Yeah, for someone called Undying, this hero definitely dies quite a lot. We've seen in the previous game, I think Misha was 0 and 11, 0, 13. It was a very difficult game for our fellow Undying.
Rough position to be in for sure, so we'll see if that changes at all as, well, right now it's just that one death. But this lane over bottom, Katomi on this Tree and Protector, and, well, Toby, another Soul Assumption and another kill on a Snake King, so he should just be dying, because he's certainly not Undying.
Rank check. Oh, it's it's a difficult walk of shame. There's multiple ways to call this. This also means that Skitter will need to be alone. So we'll get zoned out by Kataomi. Who got the second one? Toby got the second one. Kataomi got the first blood. So this bottom lane already going pretty bad for Tundra.
Now, giving Kataomi any early bump up in farm is certainly not what you want to give him, especially when he's on this Tree and Protector. Leech Seed, Nature's Grasp, and, well, this is already sustained damage on Skitter. He is struggling to feel comfortable, but he is 7-3, so it's not all bad.
Can't really trade against Tree and Protector, especially with the boots. He's bringing some extra mangoes. Snaking coming back to a lane. Does have another Sentry Ward to drop.
Snaking? Again, just getting lit up here, and that Soul Assumption hitting hard once again. That is only a level 1 Soul Assumption. This has not been fun for Snaking. At least if he dies again this time, he'll have a TP to come back.
It's a lot of damage, and they do have mangoes to work with, 2 on Kataomi, 1 on Toby. So if they manage to get another initiation on this Undying, who's still level 1, they killed the Sentry Ward. We don't actually need to look at any other lanes. This is completely fine. I'm a big fan of like constant pressure that they're trying to put on Snaking.
Yeah.
Because top lane, everyone's full HP. Mid lane, 14 for Bat, 13 on Puck. This is the matchup where Puck doesn't die and the Glimpse back. That's what I heard. Fishman.
Heard the Glimpse, no kinetic field to follow it up, but still though, Soxa and Fishman will fight. It's the battle of the right clicks from the supports. And, well, Soxa's not getting the better of that one. Watson's going to come over. Impale used, but now Spike Carapace. Fishman, he has Glimpse in just a second, but Watson doesn't want to stay. He wants to go back over to lane. And Soxa still, though, running away from this Disruptor, gets up onto the high ground and eventually will keep his life. However, Snaking again over bottom, forced to use that Soul Rip to just survive. Like, this is being very tough for the Undying.
Yeah, he's not having a good time, but considering how everything went, Skeeter did manage to find some really good farm. And he's level 3. Snaking will drop one more time.
All 3 kills have been on this Undying thus far. And this bottom lane for Entity is really jumping off the starting line. What do you do here if you're the Weaver? Because right now you're getting CS,
he's on top
you do
of
lead,
CS.
but
He's more than fine. He's getting the trade. Undying's coming back to lane, full HP, full mana. Trading his life for mana on enemy position 4 and off lane so they can't kill Skeeter, which is, I don't know, doesn't sound too bad of an idea. In terms of experience, they only killed Undying like 2 times when he was level 1, so not much XP gained their way, and the second time he was level 2.
Yeah, so maybe it's not that much to sacrifice this Undying the way they have. Disruptor now, Glimpse on a 33, sends him back to Watson. Kinetic Field will block Soxa from chasing, and Fishman able to escape this Nyx aggression. This 33, he looks to TP, but immediately stops it. Now Fishman's coming over. Multi-shot, Fishman staying within vision, but no Glimpse for 5 seconds.
Sneaky play from 33. That could have been a disaster if Glimpse was available a couple of seconds earlier. Man, this damage, right-click damage from Tree and Protector, 2 points in Leech Seed.
It is not fun to be the Undying in this lane, and We have just seen evidence of that again and again and again. Entity, they've dropped a ward deep in this lane. They want to keep that vision so, you know, they can use this glimpse a little bit more reliably now that it's level 2 and has that extra range on it. Also have that vision if, say, maybe the puck does come towards top while they're deeper towards their tower.
I want to see if Stormstormer makes a rotation on the top lane. There was one game where he was playing Batrider. Lane was pushed in, so he TP'd near the trees on top, got the kill, didn't even commit with the lasso. Rune is spawning. Let's see which active rune's going to be the first one. Haste.
Is Haste top.
That's a good way for 9 to gank the top lane.
He'll die again, this time to Stormstormer. And
keeping things balanced. Doesn't want to die 4 times in the same lane.
Now 9, he's coming towards top with a haste. He thinks about going, but immediately turns around, and maybe not seeing anybody in the lane is what's kind of giving him away, and he just backs up. Backs up towards that mid lane once again to just be up here against Stormstormer, who's working on those boots of travel. 400 net worth lead for Stormstormer too, so a good lane for him on the Batrider once again. He's really not had any bad performances on this bat,
no,
it seems like.
It's his best hero. And 9 will TP bottom, a bit low on mana. Does have 11 wand charges. Seems like they're sensing something is off.
That's really well done by Entity, right? Like, they both side lanes back off and don't allow 9 to get the ball rolling.
These are professional e-gamers. They are talking to each other. They know that their mid laner has a haste. Stormstormer calling out the miss. Everything on point.
And for right now, everything working out for Entity. They don't have over a 1k net worth lead, though, at this point. But it's going okay for the bat. If you look at the gold for the Weaver, he's actually doing better than the Drought, despite the fact that there have been kills given over a few times in this bottom lane. So maybe a little bit surprising in where the net worths are.
Skitter will hit level 6 after killing the creep wave, so there's not enough damage with the raindrop with the magic wand charges. He should be okay. And also, one of the reasons why they picked it is that's one of the few heroes who doesn't care too much about the Batrider. Slow, you can always run away. 9.
Waning Rift. Silence on a 2. Impale lands on a Fishman. 9 here with the Illusory Orb. Trying to get some damage out to kill off Fishman. Fishman's got the glimpse, but it's not that far back, truthfully. Fishman's gonna get chased here, but, well, Saksa dies, and they're coming around on 9. They get the kill on a Fishman. They end up trading, and at least 9 gets something out of this entire chase, but Stormstormer already back to lane.
9 still holding on to that Dream Coil, so wants to use it to get a big kill on Watson here. Exorcism is available if they find Watson.
It's deeper into the trees, and they're going to start to take this tier 1 tower. Exorcism, Stormstormer comes up towards top. 33 not working with a lot of mana, has Arcane Boots in just a second. But 4 heroes have showed up for Entity. Dreamcoil is going to be on the 2 of them. They're trying to run, but the damage on the 33, they get the kill on the Death Prophet while the Exorcism's going. Tombstone up and immediately down. That's 125 gold going to Fishman, who's got the kinetic field up around Snake King, and the damage for Watson, now that he's at level 6, is there. And they'll take out a second.
Entity so quick with these rotations, so you can see the rainbow TPs. They were ready to protect the Watson. They even dropped down like Living Armor, Leech Seed, and they also managed to kill Death Prophet during the first Exo, something that really doesn't happen. Like, they instantly blow her up, stopping any kind of a push on this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, we've seen Death Prophet players just get that tower and really make it difficult for the opponent's carry to find a stable lane to farm in, and that's just not going to be the case with that Exo now down for so long. Watson's going to be able to stay stationary top. Or even still holding 2 supports here to look for some vision and pull somebody in, but the glimpse just, the range isn't there, unfortunately.
This time around, 33 decided to go with a bit of more of like different build. It was popular when Urn was a good item. Like, you've always seen someone buy an Urn where you like dominate the lane, you get the kill. But this item has been nerfed so many times, like the cast range, the cost multiple times, so it's not as good as it was before. So his timing on this mech/Guardian Greaves is not going to be as good.
Yeah, so working with a +1 item, Impel missing from Saksa. He does have this haste, but it's run out. And now they might even just look for a glimpse on him. Again, a little bit short in the range. They're going to chase. They have this word for when he shows up. Or, well, when he gets chased from Katomi. So Saksa, he's dropping. Watson's got the damage with the multi-shot. And I mean, Entity has really made it look quite clean up to this point. 8-1, only a 1K lead. Entity's moves have looked good, but for the moment, Skitter's getting a lot out of his lane. Ooh, Static Storm doesn't jaunt over to the Illusory Orb. Seeds of Serenity are down, but 9, he'll be lassoed. The commitment's in from Entity to take out this puck. Meanwhile, bottom, Skitter's able to run down this Visage, so has the help from Snaking with the Tombstone, and Skitter gets himself on the board.
Stormstormer was thinking about not using the lasso, and we see something that we did mention. The panel also talked about it. Puck into Disruptor can be a really difficult matchup. Like even for this heroes like Nyx Assassin, who uses Carapace, starts to run away, but you wait, you glimpse him back, and then he's most likely going to be dead. Same goes for Weaver. So this build on Skitter, I want to see if it's just going to be Maelstrom straight into BKB, or if he wants to put the Dragonlance just to be able to, you know, it increases your farm, tanks you up slightly, and maybe he thinks, all right, BKB as a third item, I should be okay.
Yeah, so for right now, he does have the Dragonlance queued. One of the builds I want to talk about, too, is Watson with what he's got right now. He picks up his Dragonlance, and this kind of feels like a little bit of a night and day between the Drow we saw previously. Not forced to go into a Midas early on.
Oh yeah, this is a much better start for Watson in this one, going into full Hurricane Pike next. Pretty standard build overall, having a bit of mana regen from that Ring of Vassia and also found Arcane Ring, so you can spam the multi-shot. I see some stacks being made in the triangle for Entity. Seems like Stormstormer wants to take those first. Wants to hit an earlier BKB timing.
And that's what he's working towards, and we'll start to burn him out. Also has Seeds of Serenity down so he can heal while doing this. Another Exorcism's going to be used top on this tower. They've only got level 2 in the Living Armor, but they're going to throw down a Nature's Grasp and try to pull these creeps off, make it difficult for them to get the tower with this second Exo.
Katomi also finds tumblers, so it's not like he's not annoying enough with him going through the trees, free-batting. Tundra will pop a glyph, making sure that this tower dies, and on bottom, Dobie trying to put some more pressure. Vlad's is finished on him. Seems like there's not going to be rotation from Tundra. They would just want to have the trade here, say goodbye, and collapse on a mid-tower potentially. Saksa just hits level 6. Let's see if he can find an opening.
Meanwhile, by the way, as Kataomi is running back after that tower goes down, he puts some wards in the middle of the lane to try and catch maybe some vision on these Tundra heroes when they come up towards
We've seen in the
top.
previous game how strong these lane wards are, especially if they stay there for a long duration. BKB almost done on Batrider. Needs 1,000 gold to finish it off.
Vendetta used to get that kill. Watson, he comes over, and nobody's there to stop the TP, so using that first Vendetta to at least get something out of it. Arcane Boots for Toby. See if he goes full Guardian Greaves. He's already got this Vlad's as well. BKB soon, and 33, he's also earned BKB for this Death Prophet.
I guess he wants to be a bit more mobile in a fight, because if he gets glimpsed back while using the Exorcism, they buy time against this sticking up palm charges, Visage stuns. He might not be able to deal damage, and it feels like he needs to play with Puck to be able to get that damage done. So going for a BKB sounds like a good adjustment. He still could go back to Guardian Greaves.
And that's putting Snaking on Guardian Greaves now. Queued up for now. We'll see if he ever gets there.
It's going to take a while. This is 0-5 Undying, level 5, 15 minutes into the game. So don't expect great things to happen.
Saksa looking, and, well, they see him. So this Ob Sentry combo will be cleaned up, as they're wise to the ward, and 33 is holding on to some help. Clean up the vision. Now they've got the dust. Saksa, he's dusted up. Flame Break, Static Storm, all here on the Nyx Assassin. Spike Carapace, and Saksa will eventually fall. Not using that lasso, so still holding it. As 33 is coming over, he doesn't have a point of the silence, so really stopping them from continuing is going to be tough. They'll go to the glimpse, they'll try to pull him back, they use the overgrowth. Now they've got the silence from the Drow. 33 as well as 9 in trouble. 9 falls, so does 33. These numbers are dying. Now look for Snake King too, and well, right now, Entity, they haven't lost anything.
A lot of zombies there. They still weren't able to kill that tombstone immediately, but we'll find another one.
Ooh, and a glimpse. Time lapse, but right there, oh, they've got the lasso. They were ready, and they got both.
Oh. There's certain heroes in Dota that you need to know how to count the 4. Kunkka is the one, Disruptor is the other one.
Ooh,
and when you play against them, like Glimpse puts himself in a difficult spot, dies in the end, and now going for a BKB. Well, this was a big fight from Entity. You've seen Kataomi, right positioning, uses the overgrowth, then another TP from Toby, ready to use his birds if they decide to dive in. They're super tanky. Like once Toby gets to his mech/Guardian Greaves timing, it's gotta be a lot of heal, a lot of sustain.
Yeah, and what I like to see in that fight too is Watson coming over. That Gus was big in that fight, getting a silence on a 2 that starts it off. And it's a Drow confident early, right? Ready to fight, ready to have some damage, not lacking like we saw the last Drow.
She knows that she has a really good front line, especially now with Stormstormer picking up that BKB. So he's not gonna be afraid of Nyx Assassin, will move around freely. There isn't a spell that he's really afraid of unless they initiate with the Nyx Assassin on him, with the puck and maybe some damage from Weaver. It's still a difficult task to take this Batrider from 100 to 0.
And they haven't been able to kill him yet. 6-0-4 for Stormstormer. He is popping off. And 9 was there bottom, but doesn't even want to contest what's going on here as Stormstormer farms bot.
10,000 net worth on bats, 17 minutes. This has to be like one of the most farmed bats I've seen in a while.
9 showing, and again, just seeing Stormstormer is enough to send 9 going the other way. So if anybody were to show up to potentially be a +1, especially Fishman with the Static Storm of the Kinetic Field, now that they've got Lasso back up in a second, that could be very dangerous for 9 staying here bottom. This is just, the early start for Entity has allowed them to farm really well. Watson, he's going into the Shard next. He's already got that early Hurricane Pike. That Hypothermia is going to be big in these team fights. Dream Coil on a 2 with the BKB being popped here. They go to the Static Storm as well as the Kinetic Field. It's onto the puck. They'll get the kill on a Fishman, but it looks like they're going to lose 2 because both Snake King and 9 will fall, and that's another chunk of gold going towards Entity with that Tombstone dropping again. So they keep feeding lives and tombstones over every time.
It's starting to add up, and also Stormstormer not using his lasso in this fight, which means that he will have it for the next one if they want to go for a pickoff. Like, all the things are going really well for Entity. Watson, full Hurricane Pike, finished off the Shard to increase his farming as well, and now going into BKB next. So once they hit the 2 BKB timing and the Guardian Greaves, like, they might even want to take a fight before Watson gets a BKB. Like, this is the call that most likely the carry makes, whether he feels strong enough to join a fight without it.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see what the decision is he makes. You know, by the way, just to go back to Stormstormer on this Batrider, and maybe I'm gushing a little bit too hard about how well his play has been, but it's his patience too, right? Like you talked about that last fight, he didn't need the lasso. Like the fight that happened inside their own jungle too, he waited a long time in that fight with the lasso too, and that's what allowed them to kill the Weaver.
Yeah, it's something that I said, that they can't really bring him down from 100 to 0 unless they use like Exo, Nyx Assassin stun into Carapace while Firefly, like they need to chain stun him with these 2 abilities. Other than that, he's gonna be okay. And now they also gave Batrider gem.
Whoa.
Fishman, 19 minutes into the game, we saw a lot of early gem pickups. This could potentially get dewarded, and he will do it. Never mind, it just expired.
Oh. The worst feeling.
He hit it once and then it expired.
Glimpse, Static Storm, and they've caught themselves 9 again.
This is why we talked about this Disruptor being a really good pick into puck and also pre-BKB on Weaver, so that's gonna cause a lot of issues. Snake King, let's see if he decides to lasso him.
Yeah,
he will.
He'll use it. And we're gonna stop the TP otherwise, and Snake King's gonna drop here to Toby. Gotta put that lasso on cooldown for another 100 seconds. Glimpse, time lapse, but kinetic field. Skitter's in trouble. They've got the dust. They don't have the lasso this time around, but he doesn't have time lapse, so you'd like to go back in time, but well, you'll just spend time in timeout.
This is the second time time lapse was used like that and puts himself in a really bad spot. Let's see if they want to go inside Roche with and just take it by force. This is also taking Roche from Dead Prophet that you would definitely love to take, especially once you hit that level 12. BKB is available on Dead Prophet, but it doesn't seem like they're going to contest this. They want to get rid of the vision with the gem pickup from Fishman, held by Stormstormer, and he's very close to Octarine.
Yeah,
this bat's getting out of control.
Getting? He's
been out of control, okay, for the last 10 minutes, pretty much.
Oh my gosh. I mean, his net worth is outrageous. It really has been just the perfect back game so far, and everything is just rolling together here for Entity. Not to say that Tundra is out of it by any means. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer. This Weaver, the farm is getting there, but once he gets this BKB, maybe feels a little bit more confident in these fights to really find more aggression from Tundra, right?
After the good laning stage for Skeeter, yeah, Undying died multiple times, but he was on top of the network for a while. He didn't manage to like join the fights or get anything done. He never felt too safe. Oh, let's see this one. We'll get a quick pick off.
Fishman dying, but still just the disruptor. You look at the 3 cores on the side of Entity, they've only lost Toby once out of all 3 of them in the moment.
They didn't even kill Kataomi. Kataomi 0, 1, and 13 on Treant Protector.
Typical Kataomi of performance, and he's about to have the blink. He's got the shard already. He is uber farmed himself. I mean, this is...
Blink dagger done, so can't keep the distance, disengage, hold him in place. There's multiple BKB piercing abilities on their side, so like even when Skeeter gets that BKB, he does have it at the moment. He's still gonna be afraid of those.
And I think it's actually safe, 100%, even with that BKB. So as much as you want this team to be confident coming into the BKB timings that they have, I almost wonder if whether or not Tundra still want to just sit back and buy time to farm even more. They want Gleipnir on Skitter. That's going to be a while. Kaya Sanj on Puck. Like, these items are pretty far away for what they want. Stormstormer spots 33. And that's the Blink Dagger now on Stormstormer. They've got the Silence. They'll start to slow him up. Flame Break, right clicks. And eventually he'll succumb to Hypothermia. Glimpse on the Nyx Assassin. And that'll send him back top. He's probably dead otherwise, but gets a free ride to the top lane.
Stormstormer, he's all over the place. Blinking in, deeping back to base, and now threatening a kill on a top lane. Let's see, like, I want to see something with Saxat. Like, this could be a good opening if he got the quick BKB. These 2 Invis heroes, he sees them with the gem. So,
Ooh.
Bit of a difficult task. Gets D-Ward as well.
That was time-lapse very early. And I'm a little worried for Skitter if the whole team starts to rotate on this one. Katomi's over to the side as he doesn't have overgrowth. They'll get the glimpse, they'll get the kill. It's onto this Treant. The Illusory Orb and the Jaunt won't be used. But they're still diving, they're still looking. Static Storm in the kinetic field's committed as well as the Dream Coil. It's down and snapped on Fishman. But can they go over and get some more? Flame Break, right clicks. The Silence, is it long enough? It is! 9, going down to Watson again.
That long duration silence, it's maxed out now, so 6 seconds. It wasn't even a static storm this time around. Bat Rider will get stunned by Nyx. But now they're gonna be the one chasing. You said time left was used earlier. No TP out, no lasso for 20 seconds.
Yeah,
Tundra getting something done. They did get a kill, but still, when you do the math, it's better trade for Entity.
Yeah. They lose 2, but they get the puck. They slow down 9's game again. A lot of positives coming out from these exchanges. I will say, though, kind of quietly, and maybe that's because he's died twice, Skitter is getting towards the top of the net worth. We talked about how Stormstormer was out of control with the farm that he's got. But
still is.
Skitter's keeping up.
He is there. He's keeping up with the Drow Ranger, but the problem is this Drow has been popping off. Like, in terms of matchup, all she needs to do is survive the initial burst, and they do have the countermeasures for it. And then once you have that silence, it's very difficult for these these heroes to play into it. Undying, dying one more time.
Impale landed. Now Nine's going to come over, go to the Dream Coil again, but 33, he's into the fight. The right click's coming out from Watson. They've got the Static Storm as well as the lasso. That's going to be onto the Weaver. They get the kill there onto Saksa. Now, can they get anything on this other side of Tundra? They'll look over at 9. He falls to Katomi. 33 with the BKB with the right click damage, and Stormstormer right on top of this Death Prophet. There's nowhere for you to run, 33. They've got the sticky napalm. They'll have the right click damage. The silence is going to miss. They'll take out the Death Prophet. They'll look over at the Weaver. Skitter falls. 4 heroes down the side of Tundra, and it was a team wipe because Saksa bought back.
Yeah, this is just like fighting into Aegis that is about to expire. A bit difficult now, Watson. He's going to have another item advantage on Weaver. You said he's keeping up, but this fight that they just did, and also having all this heal. We talked about Undying not having that good of a game, and just dies immediately, gets popped.
Tommy's so good at using this shard to get those roots all the time. Blinking from their trees and hitting these heroes, locking them down, starting it off for his team. Now they've moved over to the bottom tier 3. Puck's alive, Skitter's not. Neither is the Undying. How can they hold? Entity will back off thanks to this glyph and start to TP away. Stormstormer actually going towards mid.
Octarine Core done on him. Level 20, 2 Flame Break charges. They're the ones controlling the runes, controlling the map. I'm trying to look for an Observer Wards from Tundra. I see only one near the river, and that's about it.
And there is just one more a little deeper, but it's not getting them enough info when Entity don't need to be on that side of the map. So they're free to cross the river, and they've paid their admission, and they'll stay here for a whole day pass, if they really so please. Shadowblade coming through for Watson. He's looking for the Silver Edge. AC being built there for Toby.
So many auras. Like you have this living armor, extra armor. You have drums. You have Guardian Greaves, Vlad's aura. So many things to amp up the damage and just keep them alive longer in these team fights. You said it. They only did manage to kill one core on side of Entity once, and it's one death on Toby. That's about it. All the other kills were on supports. Saksa.
They can collect gold if they can start to kill these cores, but it's not working. Ooh, Dust. Even the Overgrowth committed. Spike Carapace locks up Stormstormer, as now they've got the right click damage to get the kill on a Snake King. 3-man impale, a little bit of a ravage. Skitter comes over, and now he's going to start to right click with the Desolator, but the lasso's out onto Skitter. They get the kill on a Saksa. Watson for the low ground, getting the kill on a 9, and they will take out these heroes one by one. They finally lose the Disruptor. Fishman falls to the wayside, but Snake King's looking like he's going to die again. 9 comes back in, but Katomi's on him once again. They've got the guts. They'll get the kill. You can call this team 7 because they just ate 9.
They bought back. They went all in, and Entity can't get inside of the base and just close out this game.
He's gonna die, but 33 also falls. They don't have buyback. It was already used by 9.
They bought back on 3 heroes. Like, these heroes immediately explode. Watson uncontested. They can't really do anything to him.
So we'll take the bottom set of racks. And they'll still continue to try and hold on, but Skitter trying to run. Goes the Swarm out, a little bit of right clicks, 1 flame break. Stormstormer back onto the high ground, but they've got the Gust. He has to run. Can he hide the Dust, the Familiars, the lockdown, the kill, the flames? It's all there. GG is called, and they will take out Tundra in the second tiebreaker game.
Not scripted at all. Not.
So, continuing the script, continuing on. Entity getting the victory, and well, Tundra, I mean, it's the same scenario as the first time around. We continue to just merry-go-round it.
This bottom lane, Train Protector plus Visage, they started really well. First blood, then the second kill as well. Skitter was getting the farm, but so did Entity members and Stormstorm. If you have to choose which heroes you're going to play against Entity, there's always going to be something you don't want to play into, but I think this Treant has to go. Like, you can't allow this team to get hands on Treant because Katomi just plays it too well. Getting that shard, you mentioned that he finds the right angles, he always finds an opening, gets that root, manages to get the farm. They do prioritize his farm to get the Blink Dagger, and just Stormstormer, Watson as well. Like, all 3 cores died one time on Entity, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was the perfect game for Entity, and it's exactly what they need in a tiebreaker. Like you're saying with the Treant, you can't give it up. He's equivalent to a core when he's on this hero. You need to take it away and
ban Trentity.
Yeah,
gotta do it.
Get it out of here. And Entity, they take this game. We're continuing the same script. We'll throw it over to the panel to break it down. Take it away.
I don't know what it is, but Entity is Tundra's kryptonite. I couldn't get out of my solo. What the heck,
God
man?
damn it, Quinn.
Yeah, I let him host one time, and the man just wants it all the time now.
Ego popping off.
You're doing good, buddy. Don't worry. Don't let them get to you, alright?
Yeah, you are doing great. Entity, being Tundra's kryptonite, though, what is it?
Entity's doing even better.
Yeah, you're getting SAS mode right now. It's getting late in the night. Entity popping off. Come on, give it your all.
They're
Listening.
get owned.
Yeah, you have it.
I think there's some trees and some things like this that I think Tundra doesn't have answers for. I think Tundra's also just annoyed with this team. They've lost to them like 4 times in a row and there's something, and they're kind of just like sick of it. And they're at some point, it kind of gets in your head a little bit. Even if you're TI winners, you just come up this TI win. Like, you just keep playing them. They keep defending their safe lane tower. You keep running in and dying. You're just like, I'm mad, I'm angry, you know? And it's just, I think that's where Tundra's at right now.
Can't shake it off, and if anything, look at Entity. Storm's on the back rider. Look at him, top net worth at this point. I think he stays there the entire game. An absolute stellar game from the Batrider master himself, and I just didn't think this Batrider would go this way, where Bat would just be ahead by like 2-3k gold at this point.
It's not just any Bat though.
Yeah, I know it's Stormstormer, but this was just like the entire lineup's all about him buying BKB as quick as possible and Entity playing on it. They got that so early that their draft just vibed the entire time.
We finally see Tundra not on Alina though, so you all get 1 word each to describe Skitter playing Weaver.
You go first, Kezu.
Yeah, you start.
Not.
Oh,
He's making a
oh, okay. Very.
Poggers.
Yay! That's what we did last time, too.
Working together. Fantastic.
That's teamwork right there. That's
Yeah.
what Tundra did not have this game.
Amen, sister.
Yes.
Thanks, Dad.
He's hip with the kids in the cool lingo.
Yes, fellow kids. Yeah, no, Stormstorm was owning, as Kezu said before the game, that his fellow German was going to pop off, and pop off he did.
Who would have seen it coming? I didn't.
Yes, no, he did, actually. Yeah.
Okay, so then Kezu should talk about it.
Yeah, so why was your fellow German brethren owning so hard?
I think he was very much set up to own, I think, in a way, especially with the other lanes going well. I think there's definitely something, as you said, that Tundra don't like when they play against Entity. I think this Treant's annoying because they don't get to take the tower, and I think, generally speaking, they only take the tower with creeps because they bully you out or they skip some waves, but when you play against Treant, that's not the case. I think in this game, Stormstormer, he's gonna lane, he's gonna do fine against Puck. He's gonna rush a BKB. He's gonna have the Katomi Treant protector. What do you know? And it's just easy game.
Yeah, it also doesn't help Tundra's safe lane hasn't really had too much of a fun time in the
0-5.
best of ones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, snaking, as the panelists are currently having a bit of a coughing fit.
Yeah, sorry, it happens from time to time.
It happens. But yeah, I feel like Tundra's safe lane, also when playing against Entity, aren't really showing up to the same level. They're last picking a Weaver, they have an Undying. On paper, it should be a pretty decent lane, but they're not really able to capitalize on it. They're actually just kind of dying in the lane, feeding away. Plus Stormstormer's OP on the mid lane. It's kind of a recipe for a bit of failure there.
I'm not even going to ask
Better word.
who you guys are going to give MVP. I'm just going to straight up assume that it's Stormstormer.
No.
Ooh.
Yeah? Oh, yeah? Okay, all right.
Say it.
Yeah? Who's that?
Yes.
Huh?
I'm a go Fishman.
Well, wrong.
Wrong, bro.
Wrong.
Why would you give him MVP? Because he killed Glimpse level.
Do you want to, have we
Did he steal
finished
Glimpse? I didn't see.
Yeah.
He did.
Was it owning?
It was owning.
I mean, he would have won the lane no matter what, I think.
He was pazooning?
Guys, come on, it's
Okay, take it away.
All right, Stormstorm's on screen. Of course, he's 11-0-16. He has been put on a clinic once again. He is clearly at the forefront of all of Entity's aggression. Good. But
Good.
Yeah.
I think Fishman, he deserves an MVP in this game. Disruptor, when you think about the heroes he's playing into, these Nyx, the Weaver, the Pucks, it's actually a very good Disruptor game. And I think positioning-wise, he was always there with these good static storms. I think the fact that he is still understanding when to go for Glimpse in lane compared to Thunderstrike. It's allowing him to bully the weaker laners who can't bully him back. That's why he's not going for Thunderstrike, going for Glimpse to get the right clicks off instead. So I think it's kind of cool that he's doing this as well. And I think he deserves a little bit of,
Acknowledgement.
acknowledgement.
Little love? All right, Fishman, well, you can have some love.
But not from you.
But not
for me.
Not today.
Call an ambulance.
I do think there's one more thing about when this team does play Bad Rider. They always pick up an early gem. I don't know who does buy it for them, but
Probably Fishman. Just
probably the Fishman. Another MVP.
Probably our MVP.
That's 2 cookies.
And the second thing that I really didn't like is, so Tundra had pick priority in this game. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so they chose...
They
I'm pretty sure they
chose second
They
pick.
did.
chose second
They did.
pick.
They did because OG picked.
They chose second pick, and
Side.
then they opened...
OG?
I mean, Entity. Sorry, I was looking at the last.
So...
I thought we'd
I'm
finished
so
the whole
sorry.
tournament for a
I'm
second.
so
Oh,
sorry.
wait.
No, go.
Am I good to go?
Yeah,
please
yeah.
proceed.
Okay. So they chose second pick. Then the idea is to pick Undying DP in first 2 against a team that will always pick Bad Rider on 8,
Yeah.
which takes a huge shit on Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Nearly always.
And kind of Undying as well.
That is questionable.
Yeah, they kind of walked into it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, you know
Great,
it's coming.
Quinn.
you're
I
like,
would love to know more, but we just actually have to go to break.
bye.
Bye.
Puck can connect. Puck can connect.
Okay.
Puck's up here.
Then it's up.
I'm having.
I'm TP.
I'm here, guys. Do you TP off? I will take him. I will kill Puck. He's here. He's here.
Very long.
Stomp, guys. Puck. Puck is dead. Guys. Stomp. Puck him. Stop her. Yes, we were on me.
Hit the top. Can we? Guys?
Yeah, go.
Give a shot.
Glimpse is here.
Yes.
Guys, we are glimpse. Here. Let's fucking go. Nice time, maybe.
Welcome back. We're jumping into our third game of this second round of a three-way BO1 tiebreaker. And panel hasn't changed at all. It's still Quinn, T, and Kezu joining me on this late night shift. Quinn, what were you saying before we really had to rush to that break?
I don't know. It's really...
I know, that's why I asked you.
Okay, that's fair. But what I do know is that there should be no Lina.
Yeah.
Okay.
No Axe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Wait, we're in a different head-to-head now.
Yeah, this is OG Entity.
That's true.
But you're saying you just don't want OG to pick Axe.
Yeah, no Axe and no Lina for like the sake of all of our sanities and the viewers' entertainment value.
Who do you think is more exhausted right now? OG, Entity, or this panel?
This panel. This panel for sure.
The people watching.
Because we've played 6 games. They've only played some amount that's less than 6.
Yes. That's fair. Well played.
That is NA maths right there. That is NA maths.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah, doing the quick maths on stream. Apart from the rules of no Lina, no Axe, is there anything else you guys don't want to see? Or maybe that you want to see in a first phase ban instead?
Don't give Trian to Entity, I think is one of my biggest priorities. I think Katomi on Tree is something else. It's slowly creeping up to the Lina ladder for me. And I don't like that. When this guy's on it, that's...
Branch by branch.
Yeah, that's some illegal shit when he plays it.
But don't forget that OG are the team
Isn't it
that beat
wrong
the tree.
if it's a ladder?
Sorry?
They beat the tree 2 games ago, right? When they played the best one the last time.
I still think that they're one of the best teams at doing it. Sure, maybe they have the confidence, but I think if I had to choose 2 heroes to ban from Entity, I think it would be 3+1. Like 3 Lina.
So if you're OG, you're doing... But the last time they did Brood Lina, right? Isn't that just a safe bet? Take with Brood Lina, Entity first pick Tree, and you can just run back the same game plan. You do Rubik Undying, you have the same type of draft.
All right, so they're getting a Tree or a Lina, it seems.
Yep. I think Entity last time in this position, they did
Entity
Enigma plus DP ban.
Yeah, okay, they're getting a Tree or a Lina.
Yeah.
We'll see which one it is. Or maybe it's Bofa.
You think they're going to really hit the dub?
But for what?
The heroes. What else would it be?
There was a low-hanging fruit there, and I was so close.
The only low-hanging fruit?
That's the next iteration of this tiebreaker.
No.
Yes.
Well, on that note, they got the tree, so they broke Kezu's rules. So we had 3 rules, and they broke one of them.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
You see an instant Omni. Okay.
They also picked the Rubik, so you can't Rubik the Omni and steal his grace.
That's true. It's really annoying playing that.
Yeah, I mean, Omni is good against Tree. You remove all of his crap, so you can pick like more heroes that don't need to buy Manta or whatever themselves against the Tree. Maybe there's an argument that you have better, like you have good scaling because of Grace or something, and you're like fine in a chill game where Tree defends the towers like a loser. So, there's some merit there maybe.
I mean, Entity now, they've locked in their offlane duo. It needs to be like a Drow, Sniper, like these bans that Omni can just enable, and then... Because I feel like right now, if you pick any other hero than a ranged carry, you're going to have a miserable lane. Like, Omni's not going to help you that much in that lane, so...
That is true. The Death Rabbit, a pretty decent pick. I mean, Rubik can have a very good matchup against that hero because you steal the Zucks and you Mark Zuckerberg him back. So, it's not like all some insanely unstoppable DP game, but a solid pick and it's something that Entity likes. And there's also, it's not this 2-3 DP like Tundra did, so they can ban the bat, so they don't have to play this super miserable matchup. They get to get some of the more like gruesome counters out of the way.
Is there any pick that OG can take out of phase next that they can hold hostage against the DP, aka a hero that can lane against it safe lane and mid lane?
I mean, if you want to get spicy, there's something like a Furion, but I don't know if BZM wants to play that mid.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, probably unlikely. And with that being the case, I'd say probably not. I think BZM is a player who typically plays like pretty standard mid heroes. He's not much of like a giga counter picker. Yeah. Like he wants to play something that's good for the game, something with spells. Maybe you could do something like Arc Warden, but Arc Warden on 15 is a little bold.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's too bold.
That's a little bold, but it is a hero that they play in both lanes and both players play that does have good matchups against DP. So maybe that's something we'd look to see later in the draft.
Nope, they banned it.
They banned it.
All right, well.
Not even the flexibility they're scared of. They're just scared of the laning matchup.
Wait, where?
The Nature's Prophet ban?
Oh, I was talking about
not the Arc Warden.
Yeah, I thought you guys meant Arc Warden. I was like, wow, they banned Arc Warden.
Oh, if that one's getting banned here.
Yeah.
I was like, that's crazy.
Holy spice.
Is my mic being leaked? Like,
no, Entity really just want to play more tiebreakers. That's kind of what's the vibe.
That's satanic. So, well, next ban.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, great work, Quinn.
Yeah, thanks.
From that one, come on.
So, Arc Warden. No, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, you can pick like a lot of offlaners off the phase with a Rubik, you can pick like whatever random generic melee offlaner, which is not like what DM has been playing a lot of. He's been playing a lot of like snap offlanes or DP offlanes or stuff like this, which doesn't pair as well with the Rubik. So, with Axe off the limits as per our rules, he's going to have to look at something else. So maybe something like a Centaur to run away and reset from DP. There's Tree, which makes it a little bit worse. I imagine they'll just end up with some generic melee offlaner.
Beastmaster type thing, like depending on what they see. Again, they get to pick one hero here and then pick out the phase. So the question is, do they have a really good carry they just want to pick straight away, or are they trying to pick DMs here in this slot?
Yeah, I mean, the only worry is something like, there's like carries like Pudge and stuff you have to think about if you're going to pick a beast out of phase.
That's why I was kind of like hesitant, and like, is there maybe some mid or something that you want to casually pick here to open up the draft a bit more? But it's not like you can pick Ember here because now you just flex DP to mid and you have a great time. So yeah, I'm still trying to find that hero, that core hero that allows for the creativity down the line.
I mean, there could be something like a Leshrac. Lesh pairs very well with Omni. The DP matchup is two-sided. If you have enough like buff behind you to man up, then you can burst the DP down before she bursts you. Good against Tree. You have an artificial tower taking mechanic. I could see something like that. Like you can also lane against DP if it's mid. And with Batrider banned, I don't think Stormstorm is the type of player to like super cheese you with like some crazy lane counter pick.
No, he's not you. Correct.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, I can see something like a Leshrac being kind of cute. Not a hero that OG typically prioritizes super highly, but my feeling is that they'll probably look to pick mid or offlane since they tried the Drow on 15 the game before and it did not look so hot. So I feel like they're probably gonna be like, hey, Yuragi has a pretty big hero pool. Let's save it for a pick after. Let's let him get a good matchup, get a comfortable game where he's, in his element instead of like jungling with Midas Drow at 47 minutes or whatever.
Okay. They just go for the BZ and Pango instead. But which now gives DM a little bit more control in his own draft. He's going to see 2 more heroes, then be able to decide what's happening. So yeah, I think OG should be relatively happy here. They've already covered it with the Bloodseeker ban as well.
Yeah, good scaling, pretty good against DP. He can't zuck you whenever you're rolling. Someone to go in and start things for 2 supports that aren't overly starty or aggressive. So you have, they can sit behind and you have Lift and you have Fade Bolt and you have Omni spells and Pango runs in and then you have later core counter picks that'll dish out the damage and have like the good matchups. So a pretty solid pick.
Yeah. Helps that Entity, they don't really rotate too well in the supports. Again, it's more like winning the side lanes, and mid is all about Stormstormer doing so well that he can then open the game up. So when OG picks these Omnis and stuff early, as long as their mid has wave clear and can play independently, they don't feel pressure to really help him out. So that's, I think, why they're so confident picking it like this.
I think something for Entity here that maybe is a bit of a wild pick, but I could see a Silencer 5 work out if you can have a mid hero that can go in. I think it can be somewhat annoying for an Omni throughout the game. Also Pango. I'm saying this because I think Fishman's hero pool isn't too big, and his Dirge is banned out. Treant is probably played by Kataomi, and Disruptor is already banned. Maybe not the best hero pairing with Slark, so I think this pick perhaps deviates a little bit away from the Silencer, but that's one option I could have seen for them.
Yeah, what's left for Fishman, actually?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what he'll play. He has played like almost exclusively Treant, Undying, and Disruptor. Like
a little bit of Rubik as well. Yeah, it's like Abba and Clock are the 2 that he's played in DPC so far, but neither of them are like, damn, that's looking good,
Maybe he'll do stock standard CM, Phoenix, Morana that we've seen all the 5s played. He just doesn't prioritize them in DPC.
Just like some CM, Clock, but I can see the CM. I think Clock would lack a bit of damage. Silencer is a bit spicy. Not sure if they want that.
They're thinking about it. All right, so they did go with the Silencer.
Spicy.
Yeah, I mean, Entity is very much a team that sticks to their hero pool. They don't branch out to like the meta picks. Like they're just going to keep picking their stuff over and over. They're just going to keep ramming it until either it works or it doesn't. But they're not going to like deviate or give in. They're just going to pick what they like.
If there wasn't a Treant, I would kind of dig a Lycan here. I don't know if the Treant's enough to deviate that. Or do you want like a more like a second guy that helps the Pango like control the fight? Or do you think the Pango itself is enough?
I think that pick comes from the offlane here, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Sure. I think that Lycan could work, or do you guys think they need more control and lockdown from like that specific pick?
I don't think you necessarily need that many more stuns. Pango provides a lot, and to be honest, I feel like against the Slark hero, you want like game answers and you want like a strong lane against this guy. So if I don't know the lane matchup of Lycan. I mean, Lycan's kind of a bad laner, but I think something that pressures the Slark, because Slark Silencer is not like an overly strong lane. You have a Rubik who's quite strong. Like there's potential even to pick like double range and just say screw you and go to this lane and like slot them. Like I don't think it's like something in DM's repertoire too much, but I could see something like an offlane Lesh here, and you just play double ranged offlane and you beat the crap out of the Slark. Yeah. And I think that would be okay, so they go for the draw again.
Sure. I mean, we mentioned it earlier. You just want to have that ranged hero to deal with the DP tree lane. and now they're going to have a little bit more time to think about what offlane they want to really punish the Slark with. Again, they either decide to punish him in lane, or they're going to try and have a hero that helps them in the mid-game to protect the drow and play from there. But I'd like to see them have something that has a bit more threat to this Slark. So then it's like Slark has a bad time, DP should have a bad time into drow. You have a casual mid-Pango. You can play out a pretty confident game from OG. Just got to think about what that offlane is. Entity banning out Beastmaster that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, a lot of structure and just generally a nice draft. Drow likes playing against all of these heroes besides Slark, and Slark against Drow can be two-sided if you have ways to shut Slark down early so he can't get to his fast Ags and actually like infiltrate your lineup. If you're able to just force that hero's ult very early, his Ags and like building the stacks is just not really a possibility. He jumps in, presses R, and then leaps out and the fight's over. Like he can't do anything for 60 seconds. And you can take a lot of map and get a lot of farm and kill a lot of heroes during that downtime.
Yeah, so by Omni Knight's going to feel pretty decent in this kind of situation. If you just get the GA onto Drow and can have that a little bit of life, it's going to prevent Slark from really just doing the damage. Of course, you can build stacks and whatnot, but yeah, it's going to... OG's got ways to play around this Slark. It's not going to be the perfect Slark game.
Entity are going to be picking out of this banning phase. We obviously already see the Invoker for him taken away. What else really comes to mind when you think of Stormer? What he pops out off on?
I think Tiny is still pretty good here.
Yeah?
For Entity. They just need someone to start the fight at least, so then Slark can have the vision to then play from there.
Yeah, it is interesting. You want to balance between like tempo and also fight starting, because there is a world where you pick this Tiny and then the lanes don't go super well for you and you end up with like very low, like the issue I see is Entity supports are quite low damage, so you want your mid to be explosive. Like some initiation I think is quite nice, but and like this explosive quality that allows you to have this tempo and this damage in the early skirmish is very nice, because if you have a low damage mid and low damage supports and they have an Omni Knight who's purging your support's damage as well, so they're doing even less damage, it can be a bit scary.
We've seen Stormer OD sometimes. This isn't a game where OG really takes towers too early, so OD's not under threat from mid lane, can pressure the Pango, and you have enough annoyance in front of you with DP Slark that you can play a pretty chill game. Annoying for Thingy or nah?
I mean, I'm always just terrified playing as OD against Rubik, because the hero just becomes like
takes the prison.
The king of the world when he gets Astral.
That is true.
I feel like we've seen this, not last pick OD, but into like some Pangos and Drow Ranger Silent. I think there's a lot of random crap, perhaps, that's not that easy to play into.
Yeah.
Quinn, what would you want here? I think you have the backup of Global Silence, so that helps you a little bit with the, not dealing damage, but it makes it so that Omni can't at least save in the start.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would probably want something like an Ember, but that's just not a hero that Stormer prioritizes. I could see the Tiny, like you said. I think it's definitely a possibility. And while there will inevitably be like...
Oh, so it's just a DP mid.
DP mid, offlane Lycan.
Interesting.
Okay. Get out of the game quick, boys, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hero. I mean, it definitely changed the dynamic of how these fights are going to go. It's very much like we run at you and we storm you, and that's how we fight. Like, there's not any jumping here. There's no like elegance to it. It's just we're just running at you with a bunch of heroes, and you're okay. So they picked the Lesh. I'm curious if this is the Lesh off or mid. I could see it being either one, but I feel like it's probably the DM Pango.
Yeah, DM Pango. Yeah.
Okay. Lesh still pretty solid here. I think there's sort of a crossing of identities here, and if OG gets to this point where they have like this stable stand still and fight you, then they're just like set for the rest of the game. Like they can play it out super easily. The fights are very, very structured and very chill for them, but if they don't get to that point where Lesh has a plate mail, he has a bloodstone, he's standing in formation, they can protect this Drow, then you know they start getting like pierced in different spots in their protection, and the Lycan and the Slark and the DP are just, they're just running in.
Everything
then I think...
How long is that time? Roughly, like how long do you really need to see OG stall out for? Is it like 25, 30? Do you want longer for them?
It's like after, like around second Roshan time, so 2025, kind of that's my vibe.
Yeah, I think it also sort of depends on how these lanes go. I think there's a lot of volatility in Slark lanes. Maybe you mess up a little bit, suddenly the, you know,
Game
underwater
needs to go
Slark
longer.
man. Yeah, things can, you know, be a bit volatile based on lanes, but I think, I mean, I'm a Lesh fan, so I would prefer to be the Lesh team.
Your opinion, null and void, okay.
Yes, as usual.
I'm a Lycan fan, so I'm going to go with
Also null and void.
No, but I actually think that there's a very high chance they will run them over, because I think the Lycan will do well in lane. Then they'll also have the Global Silence to like kind of counteract some of the counter team play that OG have. I mean, that's what they have to do to win, and I think they will do that.
T, with the only opinion that matters, because you know you're not biased by any heroes.
I'm biased for the tiebreakers. I just want us to go again. So
all in OG.
I'm just going to blindly root for OG, so we have to do this all again. So OG, OG, OG,
T's insane. T's insane.
T's insane.
Well, with
T's
that,
insane.
we will head into the third game of this second iteration. This time, though, do you want to guess the casters?
Fogged and Lyrical.
You are so right. It is Fogged and Lyrical.
That's right, it is. What's up, man?
Hello.
Hey. Excited? You
We're
ready?
going back into it, I think.
Dude,
Let's go. Let's go round 3.
This is the thing. All right, check it out. I always like to set up the stakes of what this game means and all that stuff. But we already did that 3 hours ago, so you guys know what's happening. It's gonna be perfect.
Yeah, now it's just to see how these lanes and everything are gonna go off. I think I liked how Quinn pointed out at the end a lot. Just the volatility of these lanes can sometimes be a little bit weird. And I will say, I think it's likely we can probably go for the 3 rounds, but I think that there's also a high chance the OG could get run over because I think the Lycan, he could have a decent lane, and I think up top I'm always a little skeptical about the Pango in the off lane.
Okay.
So I could see that even going kind of pretty difficult for him. You're getting Silencer Slarked, you're losing Int potentially, you're giving Agi, you're gonna they're gonna be a really strong early game in Entity. This is a really comfort kind of draft with them, with the tree, with the DP to kind of dictate the pace, and Lycan to just run over the Drow potentially. So yeah, I think a little bit of volatility in the off lane and looking at how these lanes are gonna go will probably, at least for me, look to determine things. But things have gone crazy, so who knows?
I know, it's all insane. And that's the thing, too, is that with that last-minute switch-up, keeping in mind kind of what we saw there, the panel was wondering, I think we were wondering, too, behind the scenes, if it was going to be DP mid, if they're going to run DP in the off lane. They decided to swap it up, and then it was like, okay, well, maybe Pango can live over there, because... there are some issues occasionally, I guess, with getting on top of heroes with Slark Silencer in the lane, at least. Like, in terms, do you think that there's, obviously, if people die, it's going to be horrific. But is there any way that they have to, pull waves or whatever?
I don't like that top lane.
Okay.
I don't like Pango off lane, but I think they wanted to make sure that the mid lane has a better time, and they wanted to have this Lash versus Slark matchup, because we've seen that one all the time. Sure, once Slark is able to get, Mage Slayer and stuff like that, you're able to stand your ground, but if Lash gets on top you, Edict, the ult goes right through, so yeah, I think it's all going to come down to how at least the top lane goes for me and how the bottom lane, these two off lanes. Mid lane, I think, is kind of a wash, so I'm not really going to be looking at it too much. They should just be able to kind of trade decently versus each other. I don't think anyone should get too bullied, at least in the first waves. And yeah, top and bottom are the ones to at least watch. Top is the kill lane, more than likely. Bottom is a bit more of this farm kind of style, but I think Toby should be able to have a good time down here.
We'll watch for him, indeed, playing on that Lycan and trying to deal with Misha and Yuragi pairing together. We saw an absolutely stellar Lesh performance in the other previous series by Stormstormer. BZM trying to do it now on his Lesh. And he has also had a remarkable couple of games.
Absolutely. I think they're trying to set him up for success. I think that's, at least for me, when I've been watching OG, it's when they look their best, if they babysit and just make sure BZM has good matchup and good overall game plan. And I would say it's pretty good for him. It's just, it's all depending on the volatility of how top lane goes, if this Pango can actually have a game. But yeah, I think he is set up for success. You have Heavenly Grace being thrown on the Lash. You have that matchup that we mentioned before versus the Slark, so yeah, we'll see.
Taiga. To be careful there. He did die a couple of times last game on his Rubik, but it was constant refills bottle of that mid for his player as well. BZM was getting so much farm there constantly. And playing on the Rubik again this time.
I'm astonished to what's going on. Toby has actually missed 5 last hits that I've been watching just now with his wolves.
He doesn't have one yet.
He actually literally just didn't get. It's not that they did not. He just missed the last hit. He got a bit unlucky, I think, with some damage coming in.
Well, it's getting late, These players playing from all over. DM does get a little bit of separation there. Fishman is just beating these heroes down. As you said, it's not a great lane.
No, it's a tough lane, especially at the start. And they're already kind of running low on regen. DM is out of regen. They have 1 Tango left on Taiga. There's a pounce up in 2 seconds. Might just go for the play and if they don't be too careful. And the lane's actually pushing into the side of Entity, so concerns for OG up in that top lane as I'd kind of anticipated. But bottom, as I said, Toby, he's also, he's not struggling on HP, but he's just not getting that many last hits right now, which is definitely interesting.
Well, yeah, and that can sort of be its own problem. Obviously, they're going to need to invest in more regen up top and all the rest of that. But if Toby's just not getting the last hits, then, game's not going too well.
Yeah, and he's the one that wants to counteract the Drow, just getting on top of her constantly. Should have a pretty decent timing on the helm of the, on his Helm of Iron Will anyway, but yeah, missing significant last hits definitely slows that down.
Totally. Did manage to get a couple pulls around. Katomi playing on his tree again, and one more wolf going down there. But yeah, this is a huge wave coming into the Drow.
Yeah, really. They're playing the lane really nicely because of all this. So yeah, Drow able to get free farm. Toby now has got a couple. But Drow, yeah, 11 and 4 at the moment.
And Watson just zoning back DM, keeping him completely off of the wave.
They've got the lane just pushing into their favor constantly. There's no pull available for OG, so yeah, this doesn't feel like it's going to get much easier for the side of DM. Well, on the other side, I think Toby, he's actually able to do this kind of weird play right now where he's playing between the tower, and we also see the pullback as Fishman. He'll be okay.
Keeping himself alive there. The wave is meeting underneath the tower a little bit, so that will finally get a little bit of pressure back the other direction.
Yep.
And you can see mid 21 and 4 on the DP versus the 15 and 4 for that Lesh. So
nicely done from Stormstormer.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of variety coming up from the Death Prophets in the mid lane. Some I've seen skip bottle, especially in Eastern Europe. I've been seeing like they even have gloves and like a blades of attack in the laning phase, just be able to dominate lane without having to worry about runes. So this time around, it will be OG double-checking runes. Stormstormer won't get the refill, but he's still doing so damn well middle that it's not the biggest deal for him. DP is excellent laner.
And you're seeing that up top even now. Things getting a little bit easier for DM after the wave pushes on out. Get a couple of denies here and there. And the boots coming out soon, too. So no first bloods. That first scary Sage has sort of been dealt with a little bit here.
Nice deny.
Yeah, well played by Toby.
Can't give up too many of those wolves. They add up. Level 3 soon coming out for Katomi, but they always have the Dispel, so he's just throwing it on creeps to heal them up rather than going aggressive so that it doesn't just get like dispelled with the Heavenly Grace. Katomi knowing all the little tricks. Toby now. It's level 4 on the Drow. Toby could be in trouble.
Yeah, need to be careful. The slowdown is there, but forcing him back really far. And that is a little bit scary. If Drow's just free to beat away and Fishman goes down.
Die.
Taiga is the one that draws that first blood. DM trying to get some separation. Does still have the swashbuckle, and that keeps him away from Watson.
Nicely done. Out trading. They were really low on regen up top. I don't think they brought any more out, and they also lost the courier earlier on the silencer. So yeah, they were just completely out of regen, and Taiga able to out harass. Really nicely done.
Yeah, not often you see that against the silencer.
No, definitely not. Especially now when the Slark is in versus like a Pango. So yeah, really well played.
So that first blood means he'll be able to bring out a bunch more regen for this top lane, have a better time for it. BZM did go all the way back to base, and is now coming back out.
I mean, Stormstormer, even without getting the bottle, I mean, he got the bottle filled up afterwards from the silencer TPing in, but not getting the rune at first. Yeah, really nicely done. Already has his treads, but is going to lose his ward almost immediately. BZM puts down the sentry, got to spot the positioning from it, but now we're seeing lots of rune contention, and Taiga playing near the cliff, waiting to try to bait Fishman, perhaps. Mid lane.
The movement in. They find him. Stormstormer, level 6. BZM in some trouble. Bisha tries to keep him alive. The slowdown, but it's not going to be enough. Stormstormer finds that kill, and Taiga also in some trouble up in the top lane. Gets punched one more time by that Slark. So good rotations coming out.
Love the move coming out from Katomi. This is why we've talked so much and revered his Treant Protector. Even just rotating mid early, gets that impactful kill. Stormstormer, he still has a Siege alive too. Sure, he's not going to get Exorcism hits on the tower, but we'll be able to get at least some auto attacks onto it. So forcing some reactions at the least. And yeah, it was a trade kills up top. Fishman committed. Fishman died for the cause.
Okay.
To give Watson the stack.
And Stormstormer picks up the Arcane afterwards. Obviously would have loved to get the Exorcism with that, but maybe can save it for long enough. We'll have to keep our eyes on that if he can get another round of Exo going.
It's level 7. BZM is just hitting level 6, so, you know, was talking about how, for me, it feels like OG a lot of times they do need BZM to have this really good start to kind of dictate tempo. This says a lot for me, at least for how Entity is going to go into the mid game. And they're all about the early aggression, as Panel was talking about. They're looking to kind of just run over these towers early on with this Lycan plus DP draft. Yeah. And Toby, he's going to have that helm pretty soon. So his start was a little bit slow, but so far now looking good. 32 and 11 to the 28 and 11.
Ooh, and Watson just finds him under the tower. He was dragging that wave for a really, really long time, trying to double it up and keep himself alive, but does end up being brought down.
That's a big deal. This Slark now top of net worth.
Yeah.
So almost all 3 lanes looking slightly in the favor here of Entity.
And
looking for more pressure.
About to get dove, has to throw him back towards that silencer. Katomi keeping the punches on, and no TP rotations for the help, but Taiga still manages to create enough separation to keep himself alive.
So much emphasis on tower though. Look, the Fishman's hitting it. They still have Stormstormer attacking it. The Arcane Rune might actually just be up in time still for the Exorcism. Misha will deny away a rune, but Entity, early aggression, looking pretty good. Toby's 6 and his helm is done. So now for Yuragi, probably has to skill the point in Gust early on down bottom just to be able to keep himself safe, and they can't leave this Drow alone. Yeah. Otherwise, Toby will just completely overrun him.
It's a really scary moment here, and particularly depending upon what creep Toby gets. You know, he gets a Centaur, or I mean, any of these types of heroes, maybe even a Troll, you could start pushing with the skeletons.
Yeah, I mean, any of those big creeps are going to be really impactful. As mid, yep, I think, did he get it off before? I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
He got it off right as the Arcane Rune was ending, so that Exorcism, it's going to come up that much faster. And now BZM.
The tower, there's still a bunch of heroes nearby to help him out.
Okay.
Taiga down low, but gets the Tranquil Boots delivered.
Entity playing this early game perfectly. Look at the double ward coverage also, so they see the 2 rotations coming to mid immediately, and this tower's dropping pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a big one. So they make the kills happen, a couple of different side lanes, and then take the tower mid. 2k gold lead at 9 minutes.
They're going to start just really, I mean, they're even finding a stack. Okay, Stormstormer's like, sweet. Finds a courier too.
This is what they need, but Stormstormer can't afford to get brought down here. This could be a big one, but double Spirit Siphon.
Yeah, double Siphon's out. He's fine. Strength Treads and the Silencer behind.
This DP mid is looking great.
And the big thing about this, too, is when they're able to get mid tower, they're going to probably go bottom very soon because it was an Arcane Rune with the Exo. Yeah. It's back up in 40 seconds. So bottom tower is in jeopardy also. And OG's map, with a Drow Ranger, it's kind of greedy. They have to have some time for this Drow to sit back and farm, and I don't think Entity's going to really look to give them that much time.
Watson's even taking these ancient stacks here.
Oh man, that's huge.
They're being just absolutely annoying. They're taking everything.
They're playing this early game absolutely perfect. 3k gold lead already for them.
Well, 10 minutes in, and Stormstormer holding it down in that mid lane. There is still the movement down bottom where they're starting to take the tower with just the Lycan. Drow had to leave.
Yeah. It's like if you want to defend this, you might have to actually swing DM bottom and maybe even multiple heroes just to stop this. And will you make it in time? Toby's already got it below half HP.
Yeah, and even if you do have to bring somebody down here, then what? They're just stuck.
Yeah, and also Stormstormer might just TP down as well. And he's got another Arcane Rune, by the way.
Holy moly.
He could just look to fight with that. Doesn't have many Siphon charges, though. He's actually down to 0. And yeah, they can't even react. They're scared. Because they also don't see Stormstormer at the moment, right? Him off the map is a threat. So if they do TP down, they're like, oh god, we could just get surrounded as well from the DP. So looking to just play a little bit more of that farm game to try to catch up. But yeah, hell of an early game from Entity.
Yeah, for OG, obviously what they're waiting for is, you know, more levels up, the ability to try and team fight with DM eventually. He's trying to get into that mechanism. But this timing from Entity, when they are so much stronger, it's buying a ton of space for Watson to get into his items.
He's got the Diffusal done. So they've got Diffusal, they've got Kaya on Death Prophet, and they've got the Helm, plus getting relatively close to Vlad. So Entity's hitting incredibly fast timings.
Yeah. Watson will just go for the Dark Pact, take that one off. Diffusal Blade fully completed. Now, there is something that always sort of is tingling in the back of my brain when I watch some of these lineups is there like a worry that if you're not keeping up that momentum that you could start to like allow OG back into it at all? Is there any worry that, you know, as this game gets later and they get their items, OG have the tools to fight?
Perhaps like way later or something, yeah. But I think that the pace that Entity's going to try to set is really try to hit these towers and just keep closing the map. Don't let them play greedy. Because these wards too, that top ward has not been taken out still. So they're just watching BZM kind of farming over here. They're watching Taiga. So they have all the information in the world.
Oh my god, speaking of BZM, he was very... Where's a Clockwork Flare when you need one?
Right.
Jeez.
And they're even stacking camps. So we see Stormstormers setting up Ancient stack too.
Yep.
And now Power Rune. It's going to spawn up top. Not a massively impactful one, but...
Tries to turn back the Toby creeps. And
he's got the Troll.
Come back in.
Yeah, and he's got the Troll, so
yeah,
he's going to be really happy. If he's able to hit any tower even for a couple seconds, it will drop.
Now, the only reason that I was sort of asking about that is if I was looking back at the tiebreakers as a whole, we've been averaging about like 50, 60 minutes, it feels like. All these games are going crazy late. Now, some of that just might be Tundra Gaming, but there's some of that, too, that happened in this
got the Root
versus Entity match we had the first time. Can they bring him down? The leash is there. A little bit of extra duration with that mech before he goes down, and DM gets out.
All right, that's a Root baited. Can they take advantage of that in any way, though? Doesn't feel like it's very easy. No. Yuragi's still holding a skill point. I like this. So hasn't been threatened yet, but holding that point just in case he does need the Gust to push them off of himself. And now, OG trying to hit some towers here. Immediately when Edict is popped, they get the Glyph. Stormstormer is ready to play.
Now they They do have Taiga over to the side here, still trying to whittle this one down. I mean, this is not dropping very quickly, and they still have a tree.
And it's a scare. Like, Toby might just look to get the wraparound on them soon.
I mean, there are all 5 heroes from OG here. If you want to make this type of play, it's good to bring numbers, but if you bring numbers and you lose, you basically lose the game, and they're going to start running in right away onto Toby. The jump in is there. Misha in some trouble. They pull him back. Global already used as the Exorcism's been popped, trying to TP away. Drow Yuragi, he gets out just barely. So they do force a lot of rotations, and Taiga gets some good damage out there, but now DM and Misha, they're in trouble. They get chased a little bit for the moment, but they bait out a bunch of big ultimates. Don't lose that much.
Oh my god, what, 100 HP or something onto Yuragi. Super close to just dying. Yeah, you can see the threat of them trying to go for this push. Drow in this high ground position when there's an opening with no tower behind. Lycan can just get the wraparound. I think they're a bit lucky to get out like that. And now tower, it's like, guys, you know, OG, it's, you know, they're probably feeling that pressure of like, man, we kind of have to go back to the mid lane soon, because otherwise, Katomi's just going to keep it full HP, as we're seeing all those towers besides mid are pretty much filled up. That's his specialty.
True, true. Only 2 points up in it right now, as obviously want to get aggro in the laning stage, but we'll continue to spam that.
Yuragi's coming in. Yeah, he knows. He's like, I gotta hit this tower, guys. We cannot let this just get full healed up.
Now, the plus side, obviously, is Exo, Global, and Shapeshift all used for no kills.
Absolutely.
That is what they were hoping to do. Make the play, get the tower. That was close. Fishman trying to sneak one in there.
Nice little attempt.
So they do get the trade-off of towers. Entity still up 1 objective.
Yep, I think Entity's still pretty okay with this, but OG, I think they're a bit lucky to have gotten out with the Drow there. That was very close, and they're going to get some stacks going, so they're going to be able to play this farm game that they kind of need to play to catch back up after these rough lanes.
Yuragi going in for that Hurricane Pipe also has the Shard queued up. Would not hate to see that one finished off if he can get there. Lesh trying to get towards the Bloodstone.
They need to get these smaller items so that they can keep their distance and slow down and kill this Death Prophet up, who's having just such an amazing game, really. Stormstormer, just like last game. He's clearing off Ancient stacks. I think he's got the Kaya Sanj already finished. He's going to be very threatening, and I think that's the Helm of the Overlord done. Oh, he left the Black Dragon, but...
Is they going to take that for
Yeah, he is. He's going to grab that one. It's one of the better ones, so... Got to heal up a little bit. It's going to take some time, but... Early timings, 15 minutes. All 3 cores near at the 7K mark. OG? Guess this is the Bloodstone timing. Looking to play around that. And I think, what, Greaves maybe? Yeah, looks like it.
Just about.
Yeah, Bloodstone and Greaves. It's coming out on Courier. So they've got that counterplay versus Global in the silence, so DM can actually get a roll-off.
Fishman gets found there for a moment, but we'll get the tree armor and then back away. So no real opening here for OG to find any type of a fight. BZM is going to pop that Bloodstone, push out the wave, and maybe try and shut down some of this area where Watson's farming.
He's playing it cool and calm here. You know, they're not feeling like they're too pressured after having this type of an advantage. They're giving Katomi the lane as they usually do and just farming jungle and forcing OG's hand.
Katomi found, lifted.
Who found
Where's
who?
the rest of his team? Taiga nowhere to be found. He is in trouble. And they're all over to the side there. Taiga tries to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but it's not going to happen. The jump in comes out. DM thinks about the TP away, does not want to be here anymore. Misha also pops the ulti. BZM TP's out. So as soon as all the big ultimates are popped, OG just evacuate.
I love how, I really like how Entity's posture. They're forcing their hand, right? They're like, yep, come to us. We still have our ult at the ready. You're going to overcommit a little bit, and then they immediately react. This is how they were playing before, too. Just the quick numbers always collapsing on top. This is beautiful to watch.
And level 2 Exorcism now. After this tier 1 tower gets down, they can go right into Roche.
I think they just go now. I think they just let the summons finish it off. Level 2 Exo. They still going to have Rolling Thunder, but it feels like a dangerous position for them to fight into this.
Now, this is all scouted, so they know what's happening. OG.
They know it's scouted, though. Watson pings it out right away. So he's like, yep, there's a ward in the area.
Gonna try and take this one down. DM very nearby, throwing out the swashbuckle. They need to come in and fight this. Will they be able to, though? They pop the smoke.
It's already dead.
It's already gone. And just a little bit too late. They still want to fight, though, it looks like. OG.
He's high-fiving. He's like, I'll give my life for this, for the cause.
DM just didn't want to go in. A little bit too afraid.
Yeah, I think it's just like these little moments where, yeah, you jump, you like almost roll in, but then you can't roll in to start because then you'll get
Overgrowth.
You know, you'll get overgrowth. Sure, you've got Grease to dispel, but that's enough for them to kind of reset away. So, Entity, hot moves. It's early game.
Getting everything done. A 5K gold lead, 3-6, 18 minutes in.
And cool itemization, too. Look at Toby. The Helm of Overlord into the Helm of Iron Will to get the Nullifier. So getting that Purge versus Misha, going to be really effective versus both Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angel.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And versus like Hurricane Pike, which Yuragi is going to need to be able to protect himself. So,
well, they are going to move in and try and take another Tier 1 tower on OG.
Okay.
Claiming that top one with the Edict.
I think Entity is going to look to give this one up. They don't have Stormstormer's XL. Used the Global earlier, so looks like they're content giving it up and just farming. Stormstormer is continues to just be absolutely massive. Buys the casual cloak, gets some magic resist, buys the plate mail for that physical, for that plus armor versus Drow as well.
Yeah, they're enormous.
They all, I mean, it's so much plus armor, right?
Yeah.
They have the Toby Lycan, who has that helm plus helm, so he's at 27 armor. They have tree armor that's going to be thrown out onto people. Yeah, it's going to be a ton of plus armor that the Drow's going to perhaps suffer to actually bring these targets down once they start committing on her. And she is going to get committed on every time by the Lycan.
It feels like she needs so many items to sort of keep up with what they're doing.
Absolutely. After the way that this early game has gone, you know, BZM getting surrounded multiple times, losing his tower. Yeah. He's fragile. Like, BZM could just die also, is the scary thing if they get onto this Lesh.
That is, of course, where the Heavenly, or not the Heavenly Grace, the Guardian Angel is going to come into play if they're all together and grouped up, having that really high physical resistance. But, of course, when the Nullifier comes out, that's the answer.
Yeah, it's just all gone then at that point. And they do at least have some types. They don't have the craziest amount of mixed damage on the side of Entity. A lot of it is going to be that physical, even from Ghost and stuff. But, yeah, it's definitely feeling like it's going to be a bit of an issue if they just sit back, finish off that Nullifier quick.
Well, nonetheless, 5,000 gold lead, and towers taken. All of the Tier 1s gone for OG. On the side of Entity, it feels like it's just waiting for that next round of items, because there's going to be, well, plate mail casual on Death Prophet, but queuing into the BKB, like we see for Slark trying to get into an Aghanim Scepter. A lot of things that can just sort of accelerate the fights and make it work really well in their favor.
Yeah. OG's just never able to take advantage of...
Sorry.
Misclick? I think that was a misclick.
Okay.
Sorry, miss, is what I think.
Dude, it's just like slamming his hands across the keyboard.
Keeping their energy up, you know.
That's
it's getting late.
Look at him. Playing one-handed, even scratching.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
So yeah, Entity, everything's back up for OG. They have everything up, but committing into these fights is very difficult, as we've seen. If they get put into a position where they're the ones charging forward, they might just die. They don't have the best form of initiation until these blinks come out. DM getting closer. I believe Rubik has his, but not the easiest tools to jump into this Entity squad.
No, it's a really tough one.
Watson, Sunags, yeah, they're just distributing farm really nicely on the side of Entity.
And everybody getting farmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Pango's still a little bit behind.
Cool, Blink Dagger. So
interesting.
You see these picked up a lot on these ranged heroes when you're playing versus like Drow and Sniper. It's all about getting on top of them. And also a Blink on Tree, so feels like maybe Entity are going to look to kick up the pace a little bit since they've got this itemization now.
That is crazy. They have so many Blink Daggers.
Yeah. That's going to be problematic.
Yeah.
Yuragi's positioning is not going to be easy.
I mean, that paired together with Slark's Ags and then just Lycan being Lycan.
Yeah.
All of these heroes are going to be able to get on top of him with the exception of Fishman.
Who doesn't want to?
No.
So,
he wants to stay the hell away.
Yeah. So it feels, yeah, Entity have a very good game plan going into this mid-game.
And for OG, mission is keep Yuragi alive, make sure Misha gets that ult off in a good position. And I mean, I guess, like, keep Lesh alive to just deal the damage?
It might have to be the Lesh. And then, you know, it's difficult. It does feel hard because they're kind of just squishy all around.
Yeah.
DM probably just has to be like the suicide to force reaction onto him to try to protect Yuragi and BZM. But yeah, it does feel like it's going to be hard for Misha to pick which target he's going to just protect in these.
Well, again, for OG, it's do or die here. If they want a shot at the major, they need to win this best of one. And for Entity, trying to close this one out, it would be huge for them, because not only would it be going to the major, but I think they would finish third in the DPC for Western Europe, securing a nice little chunk of DPC points there as well.
Entities now, I believe this is the timing. They've got the Nullifier finished on Lycan, so now they can really just pick and choose whatever target they want to go for. Whoever Toby gets on, very likely dead because of it. He's about 100 gold away. Watson's got Ags. Everything coming together, so feels like this next moment could dictate kind of everything for the game. They feel quite ahead. Besides just the 6K, they just feel like they're going to be able to steamroll over this Drow, but let's see if they can. They have great vision up, too. So they have this deep ward. This is the specialty of Katomi. We've seen on his tree. Look at this. They have full information right now. Uh-oh.
They see everybody. They know DM's alone in the mid. They jump onto him. Good blink away. Runs into some more. Has those Greaves still, but just gets eliminated. He did not stand a chance. Misha was coming in, but
BZM.
He's in trouble. Needs to get out of there. The overgrowth comes out. Does he have a way to TP away in time? No. The leash, the turn, the bloodstone. It's pretty good for the heals, but it's not enough. Way too much damage.
And, oh, Stormstormer even gets Misha. This feels like the game has just completely gone into Entity's favor. They just waited patiently for this timing. They still have global. This feels so difficult. And now, I was mentioning there's a slight window where, this Lesh versus Slark matchup, Lesh can do really good because, all your damage goes through. The Slark now has Mage Slayer. So Mage Slayer's, sorry, actually, I think he switched.
Yeah, Axe. Yeah.
No, he does,
Disassemble.
sorry.
Okay.
He has the Mage Slayer coming out, and he has the Axe, so where's the damage going to come from? Your Lash is not going to do it. Your Drow's going to be getting run down, so OG.
It's looking very difficult for them. The game is not easy at this point in time, and it feels like it's going to need to be a ton of different mixtures of things. Quick disconnect there from Yuragi as he's going to be coming back into this game, but yeah, incredibly hard to keep your distance from these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing this really, I think this is one of the more methodical games I've seen from Entity. It's just nobody's kind of forcing the issue. Everyone's playing back, chilling, waiting for their item timings, getting great ward coverage. They're dewarding like every single ward because they have a Slark as well who's just carrying sentries. So OG's got no info on the map, and they're just getting completely run down constantly. They look 15 and 10. You see all these kind of been taken out here from Fishman.
Very, very well played by him.
Yeah. That's super disciplined, very methodical, and
that ward's still alive.
Still alive. Yeah, we see that win probability already ticking up to that 81%.
Those are the wards that like hurt the most too, right? Because you're not getting a kill under those wards, and now smoke under that one.
Oof.
That one will probably get found, but even still, it's just all of the vision of knowing where everybody's at.
I like how Fishman even throws out that he disconnected after he sees the smoke. Like, such confidence. They're just getting into OG's head.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is...
They know how far ahead they are right now, both in terms of gold and ability to fight.
Yeah, they get the scan perfectly. They know exactly where OG's positioned.
We'll at least get the Helm of the Overlord creep.
Yep, 253.
Tell me very happy about that. It's BZM running down this bot lane. And Katomi throws out those grasps whenever he wants to.
Yeah, he's just keeping bottom lane shoved in, top shoved in. They take care of middle, and then, uh-oh, the Wolves, they're on Taiga.
They find him. Watson immediately there. Steals Dark Pact, not going to do all that much for him.
Uh-oh. And now, Misha.
Dude, if they keep looking for more, they're in trouble. Yuragi trying to get away from him. Stormstormer right on top.
Uh-oh.
Trying to keep some distance. Now they do have global. The chase down could turn, though, as DM looks for the Rolling Thunder. Won't go for it, though.
Can they get anything out of this, though? I mean, it is an exorcism. Oh, no, sorry. It wasn't actually the exorcism. Never mind. So, yep, they don't actually bait anything except for the global and the Wolf. And Katomi is going to look to just cut the wave still. And that's a buyback from Taiga. And instantly loses his ward. So, yeah, pretty much no vision on the map for the side of OG.
OG, I mean, this is the really telling thing about it, right? Like, look at 5 heroes grouped together in that corner of the map, and all of Entity spread out across, farming a little bit, waiting for the next time to take a fight.
Yeah, they're just chilling back. They like it's really one of the most methodical. I was saying, like, the Entity's just playing it pretty much perfectly, and they still have this ward down. It's been almost full duration.
Watson, Stormstormer. They just jump on top of him, find him, get the disarm, wants to separate, wants to get away. Not going to happen.
I can't believe this ward is still up. This is like winning them the game.
It's so crazy. Both that one and the one down bottom.
Yep.
Unreal. 9K into their lead and 3-11. I mean, next Roche is going to be back up in 40 seconds, and I don't see how OG come and contest that.
No, definitely not. I mean, they're just, if they try, it's going to be back up as soon as Global comes up, back as soon as Shapeshift is up too, and You know, the itemization that comes out for Lycan, everything that you build is so damn good when you're playing versus something like Drow Ranger. So this felt like the perfect pick. He's getting close to AC, so all the plus armor for his allies as well, on top of living armor and everything. Yeah, it feels like they have all the answers. And just gorgeous wards this game, really. Even another one being placed around the area of the Ancients. I think that one is maybe going to get... Yeah, this one is spotted, but...
I mean, it's crazy if you think about sort of the trajectory of Entity this tour, of sort of falling down, struggling at the beginning, making a comeback, and now being on the verge of being one of the top teams coming out of Western Europe to go to the Major. It's been quite the tour for them.
Absolutely, when they switched up too, right? Losing Pure and getting Watson instead. But yeah, Watson seems to be a very perfect fit for them.
Well, definitely making their mark felt here, and still some game played, or to be played for OG. They can make something happen. BZM queuing up both the Blink and the Plate Mail. Feels like you might just need to get that casual one right away, but I mean, also you need to sort of get the Blink to get your positioning right. It's rough.
It's all hard. Yeah, it's all just difficult. It feels like he's going to have to do 2 heroes or 3 heroes worth, because even though the Drow has good farm, besides all the plus armor, they're also playing versus Max Howl.
Yeah.
So the attack damage reduction, if you pop your Mantha early, you're just going to get Howl to do nothing.
Vision, lift, try and blow her up right at the start.
She's
BKB reaction. Stormer, exactly what they needed in that moment. Can they keep them all alive? They do have the Guardian Angel. BZM gets the stun onto Slark, trying to take him down low, but it's not enough for the kill. BZM chased by Watson. They can't stay on top of him.
Okay.
Ragi's in the middle of nowhere. This
Watson
is kind of working, but not sure if it's going to be enough in the end. The big overgrowth connects onto 4, but there's no follow-up. The rest of his team is gone. Katomi went in with no help, and suddenly OG, they actually take a fight in good fashion.
That was crazy. I can't believe they got away from Stormstormer. I thought he was going to be able to get a couple cleanup kills, but now into the Roche pit.
And
OG.
I mean, you're seeing some of these decision making. I wonder if that looks different if Stormstormer had his shard. It didn't end up having it there and didn't have the real control afterwards. OG suddenly, they're looking to get this Aegis. I think they got it.
Fishman, is he going to try this?
Oh my god, he's crazy. He's crazy.
He got the shard.
He gets the shard, but will give up his life afterwards. That's worth.
Absolutely worth it for a 5 position.
Yeah.
All right. OG somehow bring it back after, even though they're at this like 10K deficit. They didn't have the tree. I think that's the big thing. Katomi wasn't in position. He's the control to keep them inside the DPO. They were able to just reset away. So, all right. Maybe calling a little too soon. You know, it did look pretty impossible, but OG find themselves some comfort to be able to sit back and get some of this farm and some of these items that they still feels like they do need to be able to take a direct fight for Entity.
It was a pretty bold move, Stormstormer just blinking into all of them, to be fair. And I think that, you know, was sort of a good response by OG, immediately getting the lift. Couldn't get the follow-up after with the BKB popped, but still.
Yeah, he's got the vision of them and just got, you know, been playing super methodical on the side of Entity. This time they make a little trip up and not having their tree to get the control. He's literally their only way of catching people besides some pounces, so.
Right. Well, Slark has Shard now, along with Katomi on the tree, and it looks like they're ready to go again.
They still feel strong.
No Exo for 15, but they're running up top to try and take this fight.
This is not quite the AC yet, but yeah, that Shard on the Slark perhaps is going to be able to cover and protect them as Toby scouting with Wolves.
Ready, pops that shapeshift. EZM runs into everybody. Turns, silent, still willing to stick around and fight. Drow has that Aegis. Katomi finds the jump. DM immediately turns, gets the Rolling Thunder off. Misha taking a ton of damage. He dies. No ability to get back into this fight, and the rest of OG just need to run away.
Buyback.
Okay.
It's an Exorcism forced, only to get a support kill. Same for the Tree Ult and Global. So lots of ults expended.
Entity still building gold lead as this happens, as the buyback came out.
And having, you know, still getting this big itemization versus the Drow. The AC is soon to be finished. But OG, not giving up too many of those big kills, resetting decently.
Right. And that is the plus side of their lineup, is that very low cooldowns with the exception of GA. So we'll see how it goes, but for right now at least, Entity still look incredibly strong. And it's just a question of if they can get that good fight. But are some of these itemization things causing some issues as well? Like, are OG getting into anything that might change the tides of this a little bit?
Not quite yet, it feels like. I mean, a little bit tankier, of course.
Right.
They almost have BKB on Yuragi, which will help them a lot, but still feels quite difficult for them because, you know, Entity, they're getting that better farm across the map. And their items feel like they're going to be a little more impactful, to be honest. Like Stormstormer, the levels as well, too. Buys the Shard. He's got level 20. So now he's got his own way of catching and sticking on heroes where he's got the Spirit Siphon move speed slow. And soon to have Shivas, so more plus armor, negate the healing of the Lesh and stuff like that.
Does look like they're trying to get into some more of the mass force staffs a little bit as Taiga has enough gold for it and I think is just about finishing it off now.
Okay. Misha's still quite broke though.
He is broke as a joke.
Yeah, he's just got arcane boots. So no force staff to protect. His positioning's got to be everything, right? If Misha gets caught in a weird spot, he's just going to die and the fights could just completely swing into Entity's favor. But yeah, going to be eyes on how he is standing.
And BZM, after the blink, does have that plate mail. Trying to finish off the Shivas next and looking to take down this creep. Getting a little greedy for it.
He tried to deny it with his wolves. The force staff it away.
Oh my god.
And there's the AC finished, so.
Radiant's bottom tower
Completed now. But you see, I mean, Lesh, Drow, they're about on parity, a little bit behind the Death Prophet and the Slark. And it's mainly just that big differential of gold between the supports, obviously, and then also the Pango DM behind the Lycan.
Yeah, just still the nature of how the draft works versus the Drow. Right now there's an Aegis, and we still see Entity perhaps looking to just fight into it.
Oh, Yuragi. Manta back away, tries to separate, just has to run. Taiga's already dead.
Uh-oh. BZM.
He's in trouble. The BKBs are doing so much work. He is gone. And now Yuragi also in trouble. Forced to BKB out of there. The damage, it's not quite enough. He barely lives.
They were split up completely. They need to have like perfect positioning. They just get caught a little bit too far forward and just get completely destroyed from Entity. Doesn't matter if you have Aegis. Can't use it if your supports are out of position, so they get caught.
Yeah, there's just no way to fight that if you're getting jumped on at the start. And
when does it feel like they're gonna be able to fight?
Yeah, you know, you're not wrong.
It's just feeling so hard because they have so much overwhelming damage on the side of Entity. So much, I mean, not that much control, but just damage. DM rolls in and he's just almost dying to Exorcism.
It's an interesting sort of solution in a way to Rubik, right? Like, you're not getting your damage from your spells. It's just all right clicks and minus armor and physical damage, and he's just sitting there like, what do I do?
They just get on him so fast, too. He's like, he gets pounced, can't do anything when this Slark jumps on you. You're getting wolves and everything surrounding you. There's tree blinking on you. That's just really difficult for these supports to protect their cores.
We'll have the Lotus Orb completed now for Pango, so 2 separate ways to deal with this global. Well, Fishman is trying to finish off a refresher.
Yeah, he's quite farmed, actually. He's just been kind of sitting back. Katomi is massive as well, too. He's got a Philosopher's Stone. Of course, we didn't port that one out, but yeah, Entity still feels like the game is completely in their control. They did have a little bit of a blunder around the initial Relish pit, but doesn't seem to have changed the pace at all.
No, gone back to very clean, safe gameplay, it feels like. As OG going to make a big wraparound. BZM going to hook up with his team as they head together up into the high ground.
Watson almost has a nullifier of his own now, too. So, I mean, they can easily now focus onto both of these targets, the Lesh and the Drow, whoever is graced. Guardian Angel. It's Taiga. Right, Fishman.
In pretty far with DM. They find him.
Katomi, 4-man root.
And suddenly, the global comes out. They need to back away. Got to keep their buddies alive. Do they have anything there at all? They get the GA off, but it's not going to be enough. Yuragi being covered by DM for his retreat. So another round of these supports just dead as Yuragi hoping to find a way out of there. The silence comes out, still has BKB, and then also a Hurricane Pike again in a second, gets the push away, but DM in trouble. He manages to actually survive through that
Exorcism.
first salvo, but the jump away, and he's good. Now are they in too far? Nope, Watson's right there, and the BKB comes out. Katomi onto DM, trying to keep him alive. They have one buyback. Taiga in. Dude, they're diving behind the tier 3 towers, and Rubik able to steal Depth Shroud.
Okay.
Oh,
Toby.
man.
Maybe Toby doesn't get away either. I think, yeah, he looks dead.
Nice rotation in. They went way too far on Entity, and OG able to punish.
Couple mistakes coming out from them. I mean, still looking really comfortable for them, but I think the call must have been like Stormstormer's like, I popped Exo, let's go in, and Katomi's probably like, I can catch this, you know, this Pango under tier 4s, but oh god, we're under tier 4s and there's still tier 2s up, so
True.
Little overzealous there from Entity. Get punished from the buyback.
This Depth Shroud steal could be huge.
Could be huge to be able to at least like try to protect himself.
Or even the Lesh or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's got to try to survive. I mean, he's like you said, the support positioning still feels like it's so hard for OG. And see how long this Roche is. It will be advantageous for them.
The timing on it could be everything that they need.
Let's see. 3 seconds. 2, 1.
This one is like instant. Could be pretty
A
good.
minute.
It's a minute away.
It's actually perfect timing for Entity.
We'll take the outpost back, so OG maybe can get some vision up here.
Got some wards down as well, too. There's a gem on the slaughter from way earlier, though, so those won't last too long unless they play around them.
You know, I think it's important to recognize that, like, this draft, incredibly hard for OG. Entity executing really well. A couple slip-ups here and there, but it's still going the way where Entity are very much in control. OG are going to need to play like madmen to make this work.
Yeah. As long as they they don't make these super crazy dives and too many more times on Entity, they still look to be in a very comfortable spot. 30 seconds on EXO.
Moving out now.
Scouting with Wolves as well. They've been doing this a ton here on Toby, just trying to get any information. Parking the Dragon inside the pit too, so that's the scary thing is they're going to see this Roche and they're going to be able to commit into it, and it's going to die in instance. A full butterfly onto Yuragi.
Whoa.
Decent amount of damage going to be coming out from him, but they have to stay all around this top area. They have to keep themselves near Roche because it's just going to die in seconds to the Exorcism when it's up.
Yeah, and hard to make that sort of checking constantly with this lineup. Like, they don't have an easy hero to send on in there. Everybody's so important to the draft, and then on top of that, you know, you don't have any of those summons that get thrown out here.
Yeah, no like Clockwork Rocket or anything like that. So, see neutral items being picked up. Earlier, Timeless Relic was picked up by Stormstormer. Spell Prism now being passed over to... This guy's going to go to like one of the supports, maybe?
Yeah, potentially.
Yuragi does have Ninja Gear, so positioning can be a lot better for him. And Misha has his own Dispel. So Flicker being picked up for the Omni Knight could be pretty nice to at least not get, you know, globaled and just controlled and do nothing.
You always love these tier 4 neutral items, right?
Yeah, I mean they're the counters to Silencer. You know, it's like so many of them have this built-in kind of Dispel to be able to try to protect versus the first round of global.
Right.
But soon we're gonna have the 2 rounds because Fishman has been quietly farming, so he's about 800 away from his refresher.
Yeah, Stormcrafter for the Lesh and Flicker for the Omni. And they see that Roche is going on now. They blinked on in with Taiga, I think.
Okay.
So they're aware. BKB now completed for Lesh. And you start looking at this 12k gold lead. I mean, buybacks are also something we could potentially be watching for here. Dire have a couple of them. Radiant, not that many at all.
Oh yeah, they might just look to kind of bait something out perhaps on Entity and then look to take the fight with those buyouts. Stormstormer hanging on to gold. Stormstormer near 25 as well.
Jeez.
Very close, level 24 on him. There's the Wolf.
Oh, even has the Tome coming out now, so he's going to try and finish that off.
He'll pretty much have it after this. Oh!
Okay. So close.
Catapults, and he's got it. All right.
Well, OG now, all they can really do is sort of sit back and wait for a good fight to come their direction, it feels like. Maybe a smoke out play could be in the books soon.
They have to be very cautious because they can't leave the Roche even for a couple of seconds. It'll just drop in an instant. And Stormstormer commits, so all the gold is expended on this Death Prophet.
All right, no buyback on DP.
Yep. Now they're just going to have to let the other heroes lead the charge, be it the Slark or the Tree.
All right, do have a Lotus available too, so if DP ends up silencing or hexing herself, could be a little bit scary there, but a smoke up comes out, and they're going to go for the wraparound.
Watson commits the gold too, actually, so 160 short of buyback, but a full Bloodthorn. So that that butterfly, they scouted it out on the Drow. Now they're going to have something to go through it. She doesn't have the BKB or something to get rid of it.
Moving in. There's a ton of vision here for OG.
Taiga.
He breaks it, blinks back. Quick reactions.
That's an Exorcism.
That is exactly what they needed.
They got to go into the Roche with this. They'll take out the ward.
OG, they can get in position at least to come and try and defend against this. They smoke up immediately.
It's a level 25, so look at all the ghosts. He took the talent.
So much damage and throwing out 1 round of the multi-shot. It's dropping really quick. They need to come on and contest this, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it in time.
No, it's gone.
They move in a little bit too late. Will find a quick little bash there, and Well, Yuragi's trying to punch into Watson. They find him there. Force Staff keeps him away. Now the roll back and forth. BZM right on top, finds it onto Fishman, blows him up, and now they're running for more. Need to be careful. They find him before the Dark Pact. The stun follow-up. Watson not quite going to connect in time. Silence out, but Watson taking so much damage. OG, this is actually working. They take down the Slark once.
He put the refresher shard.
He does not have another round of Exo. The turn onto him and just drops down to death. He doesn't have buyback. They bought out for this. Everybody has to run. Taiga stealing the overgrowth.
My God.
OG, they've actually done it. What an unbelievable fight. They needed perfect everything, and they got it.
He's 40 gold short of the buyback. He's probably telling his team, go find a bounty rune right now on the Slark.
Give me the Philosopher's Stone. What are
Give
you
him
doing?
something, yeah.
Oh my God.
Holy moly, they actually get on top of the Slark. And he moved the refresher shard in to try to refresh and get the BKB. They tried to silence cover him, but they get on him. Stormer.
Dude, they need this so badly. The buyback already comes out. Slark about to have it again.
Oh my God, OG.
Can they do this? I can't believe that they won that fight.
After being at this like kind of deficit and just playing Entity playing kind of perfectly all game, they're actually going to be the ones to lose the first set.
And level 25 on BZM. These
Drops
diabolic explosions. This is 2 sets. If Slark doesn't buy back, they're taking 2 sets of racks.
He doesn't want to buy back. 30 seconds.
Oh my God. It hurts. It hurts real bad for them. And this is going to be Entity dropping 2 sets of racks
Holy moly.
against OG, and suddenly gold even.
The Dota gods want us to go for the next round of the tiebreakers, it seems like. Entity still can probably look to take another fight after this, but a big window for OG getting rid of Aegis. That was massive.
Unbelievable.
And the important thing is like who's holding what, right? It's the refresher shard on the Slark, wasn't able to use it, couldn't pass it off to Death Prophet to be able to get a second round of ult to try to fight. OG relentless with their chase down.
Ragi almost has a full Scotty done, although I'll be honest with you, I feel like they might save for buyback.
I think so. I think Watson maybe thought that he had enough. He was so close to being able to have it.
I mean, didn't end up doing it in the end anyways, but bottom tier 2 still alive, and I mean, they have refresher shard on the Slark. I mean, this is the scary thing, is that because they've got so much tower pushing potential, if you're Entity and you win a fight, you can still run down a lane very easily, but there's tier 2s up. And we can take a look at the graph.
It's a pretty crazy one.
Over the last couple of minutes and what we've seen. What a swing.
Unbelievable, really. OG. Forcing that. It's like these weird kind of forces, right? Because Taiga gets caught initially. The Exo gets forced by Entity. They get the Roche, but then they can't actually retreat in time. They try to commit for a kill and just get fully kind of countered because of the way that OG played.
And I mean, we pointed it out, like how hard this game was for them and how difficult it could have been for them to mount a comeback, and they've done it.
Yeah, and they still have overgrowth now too, so even getting these like crazy jump forward steals. And now Misha, he's gotten his first item. So positioning, he can perhaps try to always get in that position. Even though he's been in very good position most of the fights, he can now do it a lot easier. Entity definitely feeling a bit concerned now.
So, I mean, how much does this change with the items that we've now seen OG get? How much does it change the way these team fights are going to take? Like, is it still a really hard fight for OG?
It depends on the positioning of Yuragi.
Okay. Well, Yuragi now over to the side. You see that swing 80% to 74 the other direction, and they're surrounding Katomi a little bit here.
They still have the overgrowth on the Rubik. They're playing it careful. DD rune up top. They're waiting for the waves to push in too.
It's not that much longer left on that overgrowth. Katomi lays down a ward. OG trying to play around one of their own, and Toby's going to walk right under it. Wait, they all are.
They've got wolf vision.
The lift. He's in trouble. Yuragi right on top of him, pops that BKB, but the BKB from Yuragi is bigger. Trying to get up close, trying to break through that Agi. Taiga's dead, but Yuragi just still blinking away and killing him. Yuragi gets up on the high ground. Oh, the clipping. The clipping is sometimes good, sometimes bad, and this time it's amazing. Although now Watson's stuck up there. They need to get him back down. The depth shroud keeps Watson stuck. He's able to get the jump away, but the lift, they pull him back, can't quite get him down.
They're able to just hit the Death Prophet, though, and bring her down. She couldn't get the siphons onto some targets to get some heal going in time. My God. I mean, Yuragi, in the midst of everything, still able to hold his ground versus the Globals. I think that was both of them as well.
Jeez. Well, they are sitting very pretty. They did end up finally getting up there onto that cliff to find the Drow.
I mean, these fights are still crazy, right? It feels like it's anybody's hands at this point, even though after such a methodical game Entity, OG, they've found their timings.
Taiga almost with the BKB again, but they're going to wait for this Drow to come back to life before they try and make another aggressive move, most likely.
Yeah, Taiga, I mean, his buybacks multiple times now have kind of been just like perfect to be able to go for these targets, just to help out his team, to let them retreat or let them chase forward.
And DM about even with the Lycan now. He's trying to get into a Gleipnir.
Wow. Yeah, this is unreal how they've been able to do this. Refresher on the tree. Katomi has been quietly farming up and holding about 5k gold.
Okay. And for the side of Entity now, I haven't really seen that much progression and items for Toby.
No, they've been stuck on all this for a while. Where's the refresher? I mean, they used the refresher shard earlier for Watson. He's almost got a refresh. He's got a refresher of his own. Okay, so now he does have the BKB, double BKB and double protection for himself. But we do have the Drow now with the Scotty. So that was even before Scotty, and they're able to focus fire the Death Prophet because they get the initial go onto Stormstormer.
Might need, I don't even know what you need at that point because she's already got tons of, you know, plus armor, blink dagger, all the rest of it. Maybe overwhelming blink or something.
Maybe when Katomi hits 20 and just like pre-armoring her, because I think he's about to hit it. So plus 8 more armor, so plus 20 bonus onto the Death Prophet maybe could be the difference. Maybe. Who knows? It seems like it's so much been up to just execution at this point.
True enough. And if you can keep her under control and these BKBs wear low, that's, I mean, that we're talking so much about the Drow, but there's still this Leshrac that has the plus Diabolic Edicts explosions.
Yeah, and he's now problematic. I mean, the damage that he's going to deal this with the overwhelming blink also versus Toby. Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
3,800 HP. Dude, I told you, these freaking
games.
Qualifier games, what is going on?
I did not expect this one after the way that Entity was playing, right? It was so clean. Everything was kind of perfect. And then a couple of these dive plays, a couple of these overextensions, OG punished it heavily. So super impressive that they're able to do this at this deficit that they had earlier.
Right. It feels always like it's just so stressful to play in these games for these players. I got to imagine.
Absolutely. Now they have the buybacks on the course on Entity, so they're looking to get aggressive themselves.
Group together. Watson jumps in.
Misha
jumps
forward.
out. What? Oh, that wasn't how it was supposed to go. DM now rolls in. Things getting a little bit spicy here.
Oh, that was definitely a misclick there for Misha.
I wonder if he clicked on his mini-map. He was trying to like blink back to the left and maybe clicked on his
top right, maybe?
Yeah, click the top right of the mini-map.
Must have been something like that.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Not dead too long, though, because he's only level 17, so back up in 30 seconds.
Okay.
But a DD was claimed from Watson during that inside the bottle. So
that's a slacks line right there.
Nailed it. I love that one. It's a good one.
50 minutes.
Poising themselves aggressively. There is a ward here for Entity for a moment. So they're going to see BZM. They're going to port over.
God. They need to get here quickly to take that ward out.
There's no Omni.
What?
He's in.
Oh my God, they found him. OG, the positioning, this has been the problem. If they get caught out here, they're in a terrible spot. Taiga's dead. Yuragi in a ton of trouble.
He's rooted.
But the root comes out. Katomi on him. OG, they just walk out under a ward, aggressively positioned. No D ward. Oh, man, that one hurts.
It was like, what, the last 10 seconds of the ward as well, I believe? The ward is now gone, so they're pinging it, being like, there was a ward there. But very aggressive posturing from them when they don't have their Omni Knight, and they get punished for it. Entity come out big. Minute left until the Roche, though, so they won't get too lucky with it. Drow still going to be dead, though, for 20 seconds when it's up.
Yeah, that is a very lucky respawn time for OG.
And Entity, how do they look to play these next moments? They're going to try to push their waves out. They still have massive shift stacks on Watson. Still have 21, and he has that 25 talent, so he's ready to fight whenever. Looks like they're just going to fix their lanes at the moment, waiting for Roche.
Trying to reset some vision right now for Misha.
DM. This is some aggressive posturing from OG.
They're like, one way or another, this game's ending. Gleipnir done for DM.
There's another rune going to be coming out in about 3 seconds. They're pinging top, hoping they can get one.
Katomi, BZM, they're all converging on his area. Jump away. He revealed himself.
He canceled the hit. He didn't get the attack off to get the root. Oopsie.
It's getting late for these players. You can feel it.
Roche, 1 second. Instantly spotted. Exorcism still on cooldown, but they're going to kill it so fast. Drow's not going to respond in time.
Throw out one round of the Swash. And the Gleipnir, given that vision, BZM throws out the Split Earth, and the lift now, they find the tree. He's gone.
It's global.
Now can they find anything else? Drow back up 5 seconds away. BZM trying to survive through all of that damage. The BKB is there, and Toby right on top of him as well. DM positioned to kind of defend against
They're on
him.
DM.
Taiga jumps in. There's the chase. Watson has to back away. So Ragi back up again.
Kotomi uses the buyback, has ulti. Stormstormer has ult in about 10 seconds. The Roche is low.
No buyback for this Rubik. They want to take it. Stormstormer goes on in with the vision.
Ragi gets scouted.
4 staff back.
4 seconds for Exo. Entity might just commit into it.
Yeah, and I think if you're OG right now, it's so hard to take this fight. How long until Rolling Thunder? 20 seconds.
But look at the waves, though. Mid lane starting to push in, top as well.
Yeah, these racks that were taken, it's becoming a bit of a problem. What can they do?
They're going to pop the Exo. Stormstormer makes the call.
Trying to run on in. They have the Drow Illusions in that are scouting all of this, trying to do some good damage. Hex out already onto DM. Silence connects onto that Drow. Jump forward, tries to get it. BZM. They snatch the Aegis on Watson, but that's the Aegis on to the Slark. But they run in with BZM. He's able to steal a Refresher Shard. He's going to pop it here in a moment. It's a stun. Huge win for him. Turns it around, trying to survive. Pops that Refresher and is able to get out of there scot-free. Hex for the moment. Misha tried to get out on the other side, but it's not quite going to be there. The Tier 4 towers are starting to take damage. BZM going to TP away. And that is going to be the full reset.
They got the Ags on DM, and I believe he got the cheese as well, too. So they stole 3 parts of that Roche. Actually, technically 4, because they got the last hit, too, right?
Oh, my
God. So last hit for Radiant, Ags, cheese, and Refresher Shard. So holy moly.
Big plays for DM.
And how much damage on the Tier 4s, too? I mean, they almost dropped from all those creeps.
I mean, that's the scary thing, right? Like, you get into a bad position for Entity now, and you could get a Diabolic Edict TP onto the Tier 4s. They have a Glyph still, but it is by no means safe.
And they're just pumping up BZM. They hand him the Ags, I believe, as well. So he has now got Nihilism as well, too. He's super tanky, as we've seen a couple of these fights. I think he had... I think he got like a crazy amount of strength from the Heavenly Grace. I think he had like 4,600 HP. They're having trouble bringing him down and the Drow.
OG are smoked up as 4. Now, there's no tree for 40 seconds. They know this.
Watson's BKB CD as well.
He bought back earlier. Watson, they jump, they find, they lift. No Dark Pact. He gets it out a little bit late, but he does manage to escape that round.
Holy.
That was so close to the end of the game. And Fishman, he is going to get caught and killed.
70 seconds. He was hiding behind tree on Watson. He kind of knew, so as soon as he breaks, he pocked the Dark Pact and he's okay, but OG.
Take down the big creep and ready to push out this wave.
Oh boy.
So OG maybe feeling confident trying to go for the Megas. Even if they get Megas, this game is not going to be over, so they can't all in for it.
Entity's heroes do kind of suck at dealing with Megas.
It's true.
They don't have like the Drow themselves. They don't have like a Battle Fury. They have some, yeah, their supports can't kill them either. So this could be dangerous moments here for Entity.
And they do it.
He's massive. Leading the push.
Trying to take down this Tier 2, and then the big question is, are they going to all in for this Tier 3 tower? The cheese on Taiga. BZM steps up. Yuragi starts punching Toby. It's lifted. DM rolling back and forth. A little bit of a lag spike there. They managed to get a stun onto DM, but they're buying some time.
He's resetting out. He jumps away. That's Exorcism. Entity wants to chase.
BZM taunting as he escapes, and they can't quite connect onto him. So Entity stuck in their base now. OG have played the last 15 minutes very, very well.
Yeah, it feels amazing for them. And Entity, it's like they don't have Refresher for this Death Prophet, so a lot of their damage is just gone at the moment. I think he might actually have to just like go try to buy it somehow. I mean, I see he's trying to maybe get his Overwhelming Blink, but I think he might have to just get Refresher.
Yeah, he's sending it over to the... Oh,
yeah,
wait, they're going to see it, though.
He switches the itemization right away, so he's buying Refresher on DP.
They see it. They see the courier.
Will they be able to cut it off, though?
Well, they might just try and go for the all-in right now. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to cut it off.
Yeah, Refresher's coming. And Stormstormer knows that he can't just go for Overwhelming Blink, even though he's got the components.
X there. BZM immediately taking it off. Doing the damage to the
push.
tier 3. There's
It's happening.
no glyph. No glyph here. Throws out the split earths. Stun.
Toby.
Jump. Toby. Gone. They find another. Taiga, he gets away. Katomi looking for a big overgrowth, but the save is there. Taiga living for so long. Look at the regen. He comes back to life immediately. A whole mess of damage in the middle, but the big one I'm seeing is all these health bars starting to drop for Entity. Will it be enough? As the BKBs wear off, they get a little bit of distance from
Yuragi's in
Yuragi,
trouble.
but now he's in trouble. Controlled and killed. Buyback comes out from Misha and the Rubik. So they were able to survive through all of that.
I mean, they got on top of the Drow. She has none of this agi. They're just in her face with both the Slark and the Death Prophet. Able to bring it down. 2 buybacks on the supports. That was the refresher reveal there from Stormstormer. Nice play too. Refreshes, drops it into the backpack, puts the Shivas into, and just goes right into the face of Drow.
DD down on the top side. Taken by DM.
Toby actually takes the Wolf Summon instead of the Howl reduces total attack damage. It's been interesting. Ever since that one's been added, I think I've always seen it taken, especially versus something like Drow. But either way, fights are so chaotic.
Yeah. Get more wolves in there. I guess more push if you can win a fight ever. Get your lane shoved out. But 58 minutes, we're going to get another tier 5 neutral items.
Get tier 5s. Hell yeah, let's go, baby.
Yeah, they're not moving out again without Yuragi, and he doesn't want to use buyback by any stretch of the imagination.
Also scared to fight. You have to be careful when these longer kind of fights go, and the Slark ends up winning the fight. There's 150 agi or something on Watson, so you just have to kind of lay it back, chill a little bit, wait for your Drow. Don't force anything too much here. OG. Still feels like it's anyone's game, even though it's been kind of in their favor now for the last 20 minutes or so, according to Dotapus. But Entity, they're still getting on the Drow.
I mean, the other thing that I'm thinking about, there's a couple big neutral items that could come out for OG. You got Book of the Dead, and you got Force Boots.
Yes.
That would be huge.
Yeah, full ways to reset for Yuragi, and then, yeah, just that split push. We've seen Book of the Dead in China win a 70-something minute game before, so could happen.
Let's see if they go stack those Ancients.
30 seconds. Or do we see like a ward? That's what we've seen too. Teams prep for teams to go farm it. They put a ward down and then wait, but at the moment, kind of like 0 wards on the map for both sides.
Dude, look at how big BZM is, by the way. 50,000 net worth. Bots 2 has the BKB backpacked. This guy's a monster.
Almost 30. He's definitely a problem. He's just run out of slots though. That's the one issue for him.
Right.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it is a problem.
All right, here we go. Neutral item. They did not stack the Ancients.
Oh, they're trying to.
Up, but
there they go. Stack them up.
Oh, the other side, I meant, my bad, yeah.
Yeah.
So OG will stack it. So higher chance of getting these items. Book of Shadows.
Arcanist armor.
Book of Shadows could be pretty big on the side of Entity to just keep Stormstormer alive. The support's throwing it onto him. Apex for the Drow.
Oh my god.
Tiger's like, here you go, buddy. Alrighty.
Oh my goodness. Look at his agi in a second here. Yeah.
Boom. Look at the armor.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, if they don't get on top of Drow, they lose the fight 100% now. So, that's kind of been the case for a long time now, but even more so at this point is now BZM Mirror Shield, big one. Do they find anything on Entity?
Stygian.
Giant String, I mean, not the most useful, but it's something.
Maybe Lycan or something like that?
So they've gotten what? They've gotten 4 or something on the side of OG, and Entity's only gotten 1 so far.
Force Boots.
They've gotten all 5.
Dude, Force Boots. That's why you stack Ancients.
That is why you stack Ancients, indeed. They'll have another round, Entity. Let's see what they get.
I wonder if OG just try and push it with this wave, or if you want to sit back and wait for that Roche. I guess waiting for Roche is probably the play.
Ooh, Apex for themselves.
Seer
all right.
Stone.
Swap that one in for Watson and Seer Stone. Who are you going to give that to? Is anyone going to take that?
Lesh takes the Force Boots, Pango takes the Stygian, Drow still Apex.
Okay, and Misha has a Mirror Shield, so he can actually maybe protect himself even more now.
Why not? Ooh, Ex Machina.
Okay, that's the dream for Death Prophet. So plus 20 armor versus Drow, resetting all these cooldowns on the items too. Double hexes and whatnot.
That's such a big pickup.
Yeah. Literally a pickup off the floor.
Yeah, you feel good about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Giant String on Toby too. I mean, okay. Whew, these fights have already been pretty much chaos, but it's just everybody clustered together.
Yeah. And that is still a thing that I'm sort of seeing as a problem, right? The Drow with the Apex, it doesn't really solve that issue of getting on top of her.
DD top. This could be the solution for both sides. Who gets it? Toby. He's the cliff checker.
Watson gets it.
I don't think I've seen Lycan with the Giants ring. He looks pretty goofy. He is enormous.
He's a strong fellow.
I love it.
All right, DM prepping for the roll. They send in the Wolves. They see him now.
I mean, this is everything here, these next moments. Roche is back up. Ghosts.
Jump right at the start onto that Lesh. Hex, but still fine for the moment. Need to get a little bit of separation. Cat told me they force him down to the low ground, and now the Hex the control. He doesn't have another round of it. Yuragi, they're on top of him, but can he stay alive? Watson turn, Gust force back, trying to keep him alive on this drought. Another force staff keeping her away from them. Taiga has another lift in a second if they need it. BZM out, has the stun. The control is there. They're dropping low on Entity, but have already lost Misha. Now the control is there. Stormstormer right on top of this drought, trying to kill her off. Yuragi hoping to survive through this. DM jumps in. They find the kill. Yuragi living through it all, and now the turn onto Fishman, onto Stormstormer. Yuragi made it happen in perfect fashion, and Entity, they are going to lose this game.
It looks like it, absolutely. They can't kill the full duration exorcism, not enough to kill the Drow. They're able to reset Yuragi, keep him alive. BZM, I don't even want to see how much damage BZM just... Okay, 13k damage. They have to put all the attention to stick on Drow, and BZM just free fires the entire team fight.
Holy moly.
It took them
crazy.
63 minutes, but I believe they've done it. Infinite tiebreakers, let's go.
It's happening, it's happening. Cheese on the ground, and still 60 seconds without 3 of their heroes. I mean, you've got Death Prophet, you've got Slark, but I think they've got more.
I don't think they can do that. I think they can probably just commit forward. BZM himself, he's got Refresher, so he can even just double Edict and go for it.
They're ready for it. OG want to commit all the way. No buybacks for a little while, although Silencer just gets it now. Okay, Silencer has buyback. BZM turns, the Abyssal Blade is there. Want to roll back and forth onto Stormstormer. He's not buying back on the Silencer. Does it now for Fishman. Gets the global. Control is there. They find the Slark. He's in trouble. He's controlled. He's Hex. He didn't get anything off. Watson is going to die. Dead for 2 minutes. The tiebreaker dream. Infinite is real. Stormstormer, he can't believe it. Look at his face. Oh my God. GG round 3.
I mean, the perseverance and endurance really from OG. Unbelievable performance this game. They're on the back foot. Literally almost the whole, like up to like what, 45 minutes or so. They pick and choose their battles perfectly. Holy crap. We're going for round 3, baby.
Oh, take a deep breath, everybody. Take a deep breath. We're going to get there.
Wow. I mean, like really Entity, it felt like 30-something, 35, 40 minutes of them almost playing perfect. And then 1 or 2 small mistakes. OG, they know exactly how to capitalize it, chase forward, get these kills, take out that Aegis when it was so crucial. I mean, what a game. What a performance.
It's one of those things, too, where it's just like, at the beginning of the games, you don't normally ask, what do you think is going to happen at 50 minutes? What do you think is going to happen at 60 minutes? But in these games, that's what you have to ask about, because the teams just, it takes it there.
I mean, there's something special about these type of best of ones when so much is on the line. Either it goes and it's just like, wow, that was really anticlimactic, or we get one of these kind of like shit fests, 65 minutes, refreshers back and forth on both sides, crazy team fights, crazy cast spells and everything, but OG persevere, and yeah, what a performance really from them. They endured so much of this pressure from Entity, and yeah, what else is there really to say?
I don't know. I'm waiting to hear if the panel's even ready right now. It's been one of those types of days as we're going to head on back to them, let them break down the madness.
I'll say something.
Woo! We're going to say something now, aren't we?
We're going to say something right now. Look, I actually don't know what to say. I knew these tiebreakers were going to deliver. I thought it was going to be on the level of gameplay, maybe new picks, but we have to go for a round number 3 in these tiebreakers. We'll get to what's going to happen in regards to that right after we break this game down, because Entity could have closed this out. They could have won. They were pushing high ground. They were in a fantastic position to be like, this is it. Done and dusted. Let's book our tickets to the major.
And then they did have a little bit of a moment where Quinn is, yeah, it happens. When you push so far and then you push a bit deep and then it doesn't really happen. I think, yeah, Entity, realistically, they had the heroes, they had the early game. OG didn't really set up their lanes well enough, I think, to counter this early aggression. And, yeah, Entity weren't able to capitalize on that. And they gave OG a very narrow in, and OG took it.
sometimes that all it takes is just one little slip up. Entity have talked about how much they've progressed over this DPC to rein it in, to have a little bit more control, but unfortunately that high ground push was the sort of turning point. There was so much more though, Kezu, that OG did to keep that momentum, to take and capitalize that little slip up.
I mean, I think DM had a lot of like good fights and a lot of good roles in the fights to keep his team in it. But I do think that Entity, how do I put this? I feel like they had every way to really win this game if they played a bit faster in the mid game. I think they really, at some point they played too slow and then they rushed it when they dove in too deep, because eventually this game kind of hits the point where OG can't really fight until later, and then it swings a little bit. And I feel like Entity just made it very easy for OG to get there.
It also gets to a point where just everyone's buying back, and the team fights are utter chaos, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just standing on top of each other with 47 buybacks. I mean, what Kezu says is very true. There's just like, the game was just very, very slow. There was a period where it was like, the score was like 2-3 at 15 minutes, and it was like 2-3 at like 5 minutes. There was just 10 minutes where Entity farmed like a little bit more than OG, and OG farmed like, slightly less. And they're just like chilling, and that just happens over the course of minutes and minutes, and it just keeps happening. And then at some point, like, you lose a hero, and losing that one hero just means way too much. Like, you lose so much map control, and the guy's dead for so long, and then suddenly you lose Roche, and then, I don't know, it just starts to add up a little bit, and the game starts to get a little scary.
Yeah, and like you see on these fights here where Entity, in the mid game, when they're able to brawl and get on top of Drow, like it was easy. I think a lot of fights for OG, they were putting themselves in positions where Entity should have been able to capitalize on it. Yeah. And like, you get to this point in the game, it's so bloody late, you don't really know what's happening. Drow's in the middle, 400, 500 HP.
How did she not die?
That's what I mean. Like, what? But then she lives and she just A-clicks and peppers them all down, and bada bing, bada boom. Look, we're going for round 3. Like, you gotta love it. So, fair play to OG. They really do bring out the small little victories in their enemies' mistakes. So, yeah, Christ.
Big smile on DM's face there, on everyone on OG celebrating. They're like, how is this still happening? Standout player. I know the leaderboard's going to be coming up here, but we can preemptively give some honorable mentions, some shout outs to our MVPs that we want to see on the side of OG.
Should we play the game?
Oh, you want the game?
I don't know.
I like it when you guys ask. I don't want to force it.
I think we'll have different names this time.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I have mine.
Yeah, have your MVP, T?
Yeah.
Twin, you got yours?
Yeah.
Do you have yours, T?
No, sorry, I've got Twitch open. I was watching.
Twitch is his MVP, guys.
Yeah, Twitch is my MVP.
Woo!
No, 1 second.
Odd.
You know what? Fine. Okay, I'm going with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going with that one.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Droggy.
Well, you said Bism too?
No, DM.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we have all 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then you all get to make a case for why your chosen player should be MVP.
I think...
Because you can start.
Sure.
I think you should start.
Yeah. So I think he kind of held them like in this game with the team fighting, also split pushing the waves, and just controlling the Lycan in the fight and so on to make more space for the others. Take it away.
I think Yuragi, because there was some, even at the very end, he was cool, calm, and collected. As the game got more chaotic, sure, his team helped him out, but I think he really just knew how to play out that Drow. I think a lot of other Drow players in the region would have just fed.
And I think BZM was a pony.
Well, okay, no, you know what? I won't.
Good enough for me, thanks.
I won't jump on that. Yeah.
That's not a think he was. But is that your only reason? Actually.
No. I think in a game where they're getting pressured that much and he's able to stabilize, and like he had like 3 deaths or something in a Lesh game where he's getting run at and just ransacked every fight. There's a lot of fights where he lives on like just a sliver of HP, and I think there's like a lot of skill and intricacy that goes into those small fights that he stays alive. Because of like minute decision making, that if you die one more time, suddenly you're poorer on Lesh and you don't have the items to like scale as this game progresses, because they're giving you a lot of time. But if you're messing up and you're not like building net worth with that time, suddenly the time doesn't matter and they have a gigantic net worth lead and you just can't win anymore.
Yeah.
Well, tiebreakers, they're going to be reset.
Yes.
But for those of you who are in similar time zones as ourselves and the players, tiebreakers are not going to be played tonight because it is so late. We are all looking for some sleep. So no more tiebreakers tonight. This is going to be the close of Western Europe today. The tiebreakers will be played out at some point during this week. It has not been organized just yet. So if you want to know when those tiebreakers are, you can follow PGL on their socials and get the updates over there. Do you guys think it's going to go for a 4th round?
It will go forever.
You reckon?
It will never end. The major won't happen because their teams
They just have to keep
decided.
postponing it and postponing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is going to be a rare moment where there might be enough time where teams can scrim for the tiebreakers they've already played. It's like, okay, we can't play against so Entity, they're going to scrim how to, you know, take a barracks at like 25 minutes, you know? They're just going to enter a game, they're going to pick 5 pushing heroes, and they're going to simulate what it feels like to hit the barracks at 25. And once they have that on lockdown, they can beat OG.
Okay. And then what do Tundra have to simulate to beat Entity Quinn?
Tundra needs to get a sports psychologist to break the mental barrier they have against Entity so they can finally stop losing to them, because really that's their problem. They've been slapping OG around like nobody's business. Sorry, I used the forbidden word. But
it's fine. It's after hours. You can say it again.
Yeah, okay. Nice. Slap, 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 slap.
Whoa, too many.
But yeah, I think they just have this mental block against Entity. I don't know whether it's draft or gameplay or just like some style thing, but they just can't take him down.
Finally, because what do OG have to do to beat Tundra? What do they have to practice?
What do they have to do against Tundra, huh?
Ban Lino?
That's one good
Yeah,
start.
great.
I feel like for OG, they always have one mispicked hero in their draft. I feel like it's always happening maybe somewhere in the second phase. And I think I would like to see them step up their early game a little more. I think it's a bit of a toss-up. How well does BZM do mid? Is he going to get help from his supports?
Yeah.
I would like a bit more structure there.
Alrighty. Well, like I said, no more tiebreakers for tonight. They will be played out at a separate time. But Kezu, T, thank you guys so much for joining me on the later part of this. And Quinn, thanks for joining us today for Western Europe.
You want to do a quick... little
yeah, anything for your fans out there?
Shout out to my team and all who hate tiebreakers, and yeehaw, brothers.
Yeehaw! We will be back on this Twitch channel in, I think it's 6 hours-ish.
See you there?
No, 7 hours for China. DPC. We'll be back here, so if you are craving some more Dota, you have 7 hours to rest and be back here for some China DPC.
Guys, he can die, That's funny. Okay, Dent here. I will get an angel. Killing Dent. Use refresher on Sork, Fight around draw. I will heal me on me. Yeah, heal draw. DP can die. Guys, look, Sork. Yeah. They all on draw. Sork. I go Sork. I'm killing them all, guys. Oh my god, this item. What the fuck?